Professor Sun, don't listen to him. He's just talking nonsense. Calm down. Other classmates also chimed in. Yes, Professor Sun. Please calm down. Don't take it personally. This guy doesn't know anything and is just spouting nonsense. You are a master of Chinese studies. Please don't get upset. Under the comfort of everyone, Professor Sun merely gave Yijing a cold glance and then ignored him. This youngster is not worth discussing with. Professor Sun said disdainfully, there's no point in arguing with someone who knows nothing. Yijing said calmly, oh, is that so? Since you know so much, why don't you explain what's going on here? He picked up a glass of wine and directly poured it onto the so-called 2 million yuan painting. In an instant, half of the painting was soaked. What are you doing? Lu Shixiang exploded in anger. This was a famous painting he had spent 2 million yuan on, and it was priceless. Even if he had another 2 million, he couldn't buy it. It even contained the secrets of a high-ranking war god. And now, Yijing had ruined it with a glass of wine? Do you know that even if I sold you, you couldn't afford this painting? Lu Shixiang was like a raging bear at the moment, wanting to tear Yijing to pieces on the spot. Yijing said calmly, Professor Sun, can you now see why this painting is fake? Seeing that Yijing was serious, Professor Sun couldn't help but bend down and take a closer look. He even took out a high magnification loupe from his bag. As a master of Chinese studies, he often had to appraise various items, and appraisal naturally required attention to detail, so this high magnification loupe was a must-have for him. But when he looked closely, his eyebrows immediately furrowed, because the paper didn't seem like a whole piece, but appeared to be synthetic. Yijing said calmly, this paper is made using modern technology, with 12 layers of paper combined and artificially aged to mimic ancient paper. You don't really think that people 200 years ago could make such synthetic paper, do you? Everyone was stunned. This paper was actually synthetic? But the forgery was too sophisticated. It could be so well aged. Unless you actually poured liquid like wine on it, you wouldn't be able to tell. But with such an expensive painting, what if it was real? Who would dare to pour water on it? Yijing said calmly, if you still don't believe me, you can separate the synthetic paper, and there will naturally be clues inside. Professor Sun had already separated the synthetic paper, and on one of the thin, almost translucent sheets, there were some printing marks. The manufacturing date. When everyone saw this, their expressions couldn't hide their embarrassment anymore. 200 years ago, they were still using traditional characters. And this manufacturing date was in simplified characters. This was truly the work of a master forger. Who would have thought that the manufacturing date would be hidden among multiple layers of paper? While everyone was inwardly lamenting in the end, they all looked at Lu Shixiang with expressions of pity. This guy had spent 2 million yuan to buy a fake. He must be bleeding inside, right? Chapter 624, Too High a Standard. Brother Lu, this painting, though fake, it's so realistic it could fool anyone. Don't take it to heart, Brother Lu. Exactly, Brother Lu. Don't get upset. The painting may be fake, but your sincerity is real. Yes, your feelings for Huang Yuyin are genuine, as clear as the heavens. This painting looks fake, but maybe you could sell it to someone who doesn't know and recoup some money. It's all wet from the drinks and wrinkled. How can it be sold? It's clearly unsellable now. Under the crowd's attempts to soothe him, Lu Shixiang's expression grew increasingly grim. Enough. In a fit of anger, Lu Shixiang grabbed the painting and, in a few swift motions, tore it to shreds. This painting is no longer necessary. As the president of the Fong Group, a subsidiary of the Fong commercial empire, would he lack money? Sell the painting to recoup losses? With his status as a wealthy man, how could he possibly do such a thing? So he tore the painting apart. Even so, both he and Professor Sun looked rather uncomfortable. After all, both had confidently claimed the painting was genuine, only to be proven wrong. It seems the appraisal at Wangyue Tower isn't reliable after all. Lu Shixiang smoothly shifted the blame to Wangyue Tower, his face calm and unflustered. Professor Sun quickly added, indeed, Wang Yue Tower's expertise is highly authoritative. If they got it wrong, then it's understandable that we did too. The classmates chimed in immediately. Exactly. Wang Yue Tower is a professional appraisal institution. If they got it wrong, it shows how difficult it is to appraise this painting. Professor Sun, though a master of Chinese studies, is an amateur in appraisal. It's normal for mistakes to happen. Yes, such a difficult appraisal. Mistakes are normal. Professor Sun's expression finally improved slightly. After all, despite his high reputation and fame, he was an amateur in appraisal. Even if he made a mistake, no one could say much about it. And since even Wang Yue Tower had failed, he could save face. Lu Shixiang sneered, even if mine is fake, it's so realistic it could fool anyone. I bought it as if it were real, and at least my 2 million yuan spent on Huang Yuyin's sincerity is genuine. But what about Yi Jing? He just pulled out a worthless mud ball. What kind of sincerity is that? The crowd showed disdain and mockery. Professor Sun coldly said, Enough. I have important matters. I came to this restaurant today not to chat with you, but as a side trip. Lu Shixiang nervously asked, Is it about the big event with the mayor of Nanjing City? Professor Sun smiled at him. Yes, I didn't expect you to know. Today, the mayor of Nanjing City is receiving 2 distinguished guests here at the restaurant. Everyone pricked up their ears, listening to this news usually reserved for the upper echelons. Most of them were ordinary people, rarely exposed to news at the mayor's level. Professor Sun continued, Today, our mayor of Nanjing City is receiving the mayors from Jiangsu Province and Suzhou City. They are here for an exchange visit. He showed a hint of pride. Our mayor's intention is that since it's an exchange, we must fully showcase Nanjing's excellence. As a master in Chinese studies, I naturally need to make an appearance. As he spoke, he exuded a sense of pride. The classmates immediately began to flatter him. So Professor Sun was invited by our mayor. Truly impressive. Our Professor Sun is representing Nanjing's pride, introducing us to other mayors and provincial leaders. This is a matter of face. It also shows how accomplished our Professor Sun is. In the midst of the flattery, Professor Sun bid farewell and went upstairs. Yi Jing calmly said, So what if it's the provincial and city leaders of Jiangsu and Suzhou? I happen to know them. You know them? The crowd showed mockery and disdain. You're just an ordinary person. How could you possibly know them? The gift you brought is just a mud ball. What kind of big shot could you be? How could you know such important figures? Ha, how laughable. Don't even talk about mayors and provincial leaders from other cities. Have you even met our mayor of Nanjing City? Have you spoken to him personally? In the midst of the classmates mocking, Lu Shixiang calmly said, Not only have I spoken with the mayor of Nanjing City, but I've also attended a banquet with him. It was a high-end business investment conference, where the mayor of Nanjing City personally toasted us one by one. The crowd nodded in belief. It sounded very convincing. For mayors to attract investment and secure business minds, such high-end banquets were certainly necessary. And as the son of the Fong Group, a major enterprise under the Fong commercial empire, it was only natural for Lu Shixiang to be received by the mayor. Thinking of this, the classmates quickly began to flatter Lu Shixiang again. Brother Lu is so honest, always telling the truth, unlike some people who just like to boast. Claiming to know provincial and city leaders, how ridiculous. Yi Jing calmly said, I'm not joking. If the provincial and city leaders of Jiangsu and Suzhou were to see me, they would hurry over to greet me. This time, the crowd burst into laughter, clutching their stomachs as if they were about to roll on the floor. Ha, it's getting more and more absurd. Do you think that's possible? Don't even talk about you, an ordinary person. Even if Brother Lu were standing there, the mayor wouldn't run over. This guy, boasting without paying taxes, his words are too fake. And making the mayor and provincial leaders come over themselves, ha. Since you say you know the mayor and provincial leaders, why don't you go over and greet them? Yi Jing casually said, I can't be bothered. When they see me, they'll naturally come over on their own. The crowd was already in stitches. This guy, no real strength, but top-notch at showing off. Why would they come over on their own? We're in a low-level room. while they're in the top floor suite. Yijing is just betting that we won't run into the mayor or provincial leaders, so he dares to talk big. If you say that, then I know the core figures of our country too. Yeah, I know the core figures of many countries. They'd come running to greet me too. We just never meet. Chapter 625. An Unremarkable Pill. While the crowd was still mocking Yijing, Professor Sun had already made his way to the top-floor private suite. He entered cautiously, hardly daring to breathe. The atmosphere here was extraordinary. At the innermost part of the room sat the mayor of Jinling City, who was hosting the governor of Jiangsu Province and the mayor of Suzhou City. Below them were the key figures accompanying the three bigwigs. Further down were the elites from various industries in Jinling City, all here to showcase the city's excellence. Each of them carried significant weight. Professor Sun, however, held a rather minor position, seated towards the back. Upon entering, he politely nodded to everyone, clearly in a lower position. Finally, in a corner, he found his seat. Phew! Professor Sun exhaled deeply. Such a grand occasion was truly intimidating. Soon, after the three mayors and governor finished their discussions, they began receiving the various industry elites. After the others had their turn, it was finally Professor Sun's time. This is one of Jinling City's renowned scholars of Chinese studies, with expertise in calligraphy, painting, and appraisal. Oh! The governor of Jiangsu Province and the mayor of Suzhou City merely nodded slightly, clearly not very interested. Their interest lay elsewhere, as this meeting was primarily about economic exchange and investment. By the way, I heard there's a legendary medicine circulating in Jiangsu Province and Suzhou City. At this moment, the conversation among the three leaders caught Professor Sun's attention. Could there really be such a miraculous medicine? Could it be the unremarkable black pill in Yijing's possession down in the lower-level suite? The mayor of Suzhou City chuckled and said, "Indeed, there is such a miraculous medicine. It's incredibly precious. Not only can it extend one's life, but it can also revive a dying old man." This statement shocked everyone present. However, none of them dared to interrupt, simply listening as the three leaders continued their discussion. The mayor of Jinling City exclaimed in astonishment, "Such a miraculous medicine truly exists? I must visit Suzhou City one day to witness it for myself." The mayor of Suzhou City smiled and corrected him, "You'd have to go to Jiangsu Province for that. This miraculous medicine originates from there." The governor of Jiangsu Province chuckled, "That's true, but the quantity is extremely limited. Even I don't have a single pill." Listening to these remarks from the three leaders, Professor Sun's heart trembled. Could it be real? That seemingly ordinary black pill in Yijing's possession, could it truly be a priceless miraculous medicine worth 200 million? Or perhaps, Yijing had merely heard about this and decided to present a fake pill to impress others? Yes, that must be it. After all, even these three leaders admitted they didn't possess such a miraculous medicine. How could an ordinary person like Yijing possibly have it? With this thought, Professor Sun couldn't help but inquire, "May I ask the three leaders, is the miraculous medicine perhaps a black, unremarkable pill with no packaging?" The mayor of Jinling City, seeing one of his own speak out of turn, frowned slightly. What kind of question is that? If it's called a miraculous medicine, how could it be so low-grade? Black and unwrapped? That wouldn't even meet basic hygiene standards. The mayor of Suzhou City, however, recalled, "I had the fortune of seeing it once. It was displayed by a prominent family in Jiangsu Province. It was kept in an extremely expensive box, itself a priceless antique worth at least 10 million. The governor of Jiangsu Province added, "I've also seen it a few times, in the possession of a medical master named Wang Mingyang in Jiangsu Province. His packaging was simpler, just in a high-end glass bottle." From this, everyone understood that the miraculous medicine wasn't restricted to a particular type of packaging. Some people valued it highly and thus packaged it extravagantly. The mayor of Jinling City, intrigued, asked, "Professor Sun, have you seen this miraculous medicine? Where did you see it?" Professor Sun shook his head. "Not exactly seen. I suspect what I saw was likely a fake. It's not far from here, actually, in a lower-level suite of this building. Someone was holding a simple plastic bag containing a black, muddy pill, claiming it was the miraculous medicine from Jiangsu province. The various elites from Jinling City, upon hearing this, showed disbelief. Just a plastic bag? That costs a few cents at most. Even a trash bag is more expensive. With such packaging, how could it possibly be a miraculous medicine? Didn't the governor of Jiangsu province just say? The least it would be packaged in is a transparent bottle. The governor of Jiangsu province, however, felt a sudden realization. If it's the miraculous medicine held by that person, it's indeed possible the packaging is rather simple. The mayor of Jinling City also felt a spark of curiosity. You mean that person? The governor of Jiangsu province nodded. Everyone was left puzzled, wondering what kind of riddle they were speaking in. What were they talking about? It made no sense. In truth, both leaders understood but chose not to reveal it. The person they referred to was the extraordinary individual who personally crafted the miraculous medicine. Since the individual chose to remain anonymous, they too kept it confidential. Others might value the miraculous medicine and package it extravagantly, but the extraordinary individual himself didn't care much, hence the simpler packaging. Wait, could it be that he's here personally? The governor of Jiangsu province suddenly said, I heard recently that he's in Jinling City. The mayor of Suzhou City added, yes, I've heard the same. He's been in Jinling City lately. Could he be downstairs right now? We must pay our respects. The mayor of Jinling City quickly approached Professor Sunday. Professor Sun, lead the way at once. Professor Sun's heart trembled with realization. He instinctively understood that Yi Jing from earlier was likely an extraordinary figure, a significant individual highly regarded by these three leaders. Or perhaps, that person was simply a fraud, hearing about the miraculous medicine and concocting a fake pill to deceive others. Either way, bringing these three leaders downstairs would surely reveal the truth. Thus, Professor Sun led the three bigwigs, followed by a large group of key figures, down to the lower-level suite. However, upon arriving, Professor Sun was stunned. Where is everyone? The suite was now completely empty. The mayor of Jinling City summoned a waiter. Where did the people inside go? Chapter 626, Culture Vat. The waiter, seeing such a large group, quickly said, this private room just finished eating and checked out, but the people just left and haven't gone far yet. They should still be near the entrance. The group hurriedly made their way to the entrance of the restaurant. At the entrance, Lu Shixiang was bidding farewell to his classmates amid the flattery of the crowd. His gaze, however, remained fixed on Huang Yuyin and Yi Jing, his expression uncertain. Just then, Professor Sun led a large group of people, bustling over. Please wait, please wait. Seeing Professor Sun leading a large group approach, Lu Shixiang was momentarily stunned, then thought of a guess and smirked at Yi Jing. Yi Jing, are you in trouble now? This must be Professor Sun bringing down experts in appraisal. Your so-called divine medicine will definitely be identified as fake. The classmates, too, were all looking forward to the spectacle. Originally thinking that the reunion would end like this, they didn't expect to witness a good show at the very end. The mayor of Nanjing City led the way, and upon seeing Yi Jing, he was stunned. How could it be Yi Jing? This was a big shot. The provincial governor of Jiangsu province and the mayor of Suzhou City behind him even bypassed him and came over to respectfully greet Yi Jing. Mr. Yi? Mr. Yi. The mayor of Nanjing City also quickly came over to respectfully greet him, then curiously asked, Is this Mr. Yi, the extraordinary person from your Jiangsu province, Mr. Yi? The other two nodded. The mayor of Nanjing City immediately understood. It seemed that the so-called divine medicine was indeed real. The mayor of Nanjing City trembled and said, Then, may I take a look at the divine medicine? I just want to take a look. I won't touch it. His attitude was extremely humble. After all, it was the work of the big shot Yi Jing, and it had the effect of prolonging life. The more successful one was, the more one was unable to resist things like prolonging life. Yi Jing casually said, I don't have it on me anymore. The only one I had has already been given to Huang Yuyan. The classmates and Lu Shixiang beside them, upon hearing this conversation, immediately understood. The so-called divine medicine was actually real, and it had even alarmed the mayor of Nanjing City, the provincial governor of Jiangsu Province, and the mayor of Suzhou City. Lu Shixiang was dumbfounded, muttering, "So, that mud ball-like thing really is worth 200 million? Several classmates were also shocked and dumbfounded. If that were the case, the value of the gift? Unimaginable, immeasurable. Compared to Lu Shixiang's fake painting, the level was much, much higher. Completely incomparable. Huang Yuyan solemnly took out the divine medicine from her pocket. "Be careful." The mayor of Nanjing City nodded and carefully examined it. On the outside, it indeed looked unremarkable. The provincial governor of Jiangsu Province and the mayor of Suzhou City behind him confirmed, "Yes, this is Mr. Ye's divine medicine. It looks like this." The mayor of Nanjing City carefully examined it once. After gaining new insights, he let Huang Yuyan put it away. There are truly people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. After the mayor of Nanjing City sighed, he looked at Yi Jing with anticipation and desire. "Excuse me, Mr. Yi, how can I obtain a divine medicine?" Yi Jing casually said, "Not now." The mayor of Nanjing City was disappointed. Was this the case? In fact, he had already prepared for this. After all, even the provincial governor of Jiangsu Province and the mayor of Suzhou City beside him didn't have it either. But the staff members beside him were shocked. This was the mayor speaking. "You didn't even give him any face? Wasn't it just a pill?" The mayor's face was priceless. Maybe he could help you in some way, and you wouldn't just make 200 million. The classmates were also shocked as they looked at Yi Jing, realizing that this person's identity was such that even the mayor of Nanjing City didn't deserve a glance. However, Yi Jing casually smiled. "I've already had one of my companies, the Longxi Group, start limited production of this medicine. At that time, you can submit an application, and maybe you can buy one." Upon hearing this, the mayors and governors all showed anticipation, and the others around were even more shocked. Longxi Group, that was one of the top groups in the country. Previously within the top 100 in the country, recently it had been constantly progressing, even reaching the top 30 in the country. And this was actually under the control of the Yi Jing in front of them. No wonder Huang Yuyan was so deeply in love with him, unwilling to accept Lu Shixiang's confession. Although Lu Shixiang was the president of a company under the Fengshi business empire, compared to the behemoth that was the Longxi Group, he was still far behind. After all, the company Lu Shixiang was in was just one of the companies under the Fengshi business empire. And the Longxi Group had about a third of the Fengshi business empire's scale. A true behemoth. After the crowd dispersed, Yi Jing curiously said, "Huang Yuyan, did you notice? That Lu Shixiang was always staring at us." Huang Yuyan was enjoying the current state, with only her and Yi Jing. Without Zhang Qingxian around, she didn't have to consider too much, and she moved closer to Yi Jing, their clothes almost touching. "What is it? Maybe he's envious of our state. After all, in his eyes, you're a love rival." Huang Yuyan giggled. Yi Jing shook his head. "It's not just that kind of look, there might be other meanings." As a top war god, Yi Jing's senses were very sharp. However, these were naturally things Huang Yuyan, an ordinary person, couldn't perceive. After sending Huang Yuyan back, Yi Jing called over Qing Huang. "Go and investigate Lu Shixiang. He works for Feng Ruodo. Find out what kind of work he does for Feng Ruodo and what his company does." Qing Huang immediately took the order and left. Half a day later, Qing Huang returned, kneeling down with one knee. "Master, I've really found quite a lot of important things. The company Lu Shixiang is in was jointly established by two forces. One is the Fengshi business empire, the other is more covert, but in the end, I still managed to trace it back and find out. It's the Medical Immortal Palace." Medical Immortal Palace. These three words made Yi Jing immediately stand up. The Medical Immortal Palace is also involved in this company? He frowned. Specifically? The Medical Immortal Palace, which tortured his mother every day. This debt? Yi Jing would settle sooner or later. Master, you'll know when you see these photos. These are photos taken by our Yi God Palace's spies in the highly confidential laboratory of this company. Yi Jing flipped through these photos, and his mind suddenly buzzed. In the laboratory, there were several culture vats. Chapter 627. Method Still Matters. Each petri dish had its own individual freezer. On top of those freezers, several names were clearly written. The first one was Yi Jing. However, the freezer was empty, with nothing inside. The second one was Lu Qiangyu. Inside were 3 test tubes, 2 filled with bright red blood, and 1 with bone marrow. Seeing this, the blood vessels in Yi Jing's eyes almost burst. Lu Qiangyu was his mother's name. The third one was Huang Yuyin. The fourth one was Shun Sui. However, the freezer for Huang Yuyin was also empty, while Shun Sui's already contained blood samples. No wonder Lu Shixiang wanted to get close to Huang Yuyin. It turns out he wasn't interested in her at all, but wanted her blood. A glimmer of understanding flashed through Yi Jing's eyes. No wonder when they left that day, Yi Jing had noticed that Lu Shixiang's gaze towards him and Huang Yuyin was off. It wasn't just the look of a rival in love, but the gaze of a hunter towards his prey. Lu Shixiang thought he had hidden it well, but Yi Jing was a top-tier war god, highly sensitive to such abnormal scrutiny, and immediately detected the issue. On the other side, Lu Shixiang sat in his spacious office chair at the company. His feet were propped up on the desk. Leaning back in the chair, he took out his phone. Mr. Lai, don't worry. I'll soon get Huang Yuyin's blood. This time, although I failed, I at least got Huang Yuyin's hair. I wonder if the research results are out yet. On the other end of the phone, Mr. Lai said indifferently, they're out. It's indeed a complementary special physique, likely related to Lu Qiangyu's blood. Good, Mr. Lai. That means I didn't target the wrong person. Please give me some more time, and I'll definitely bring Huang Yuyin's blood back. All right, it's in your hands. After a while, I'll bring another batch of Lu Qiangyu's fresh blood and bone marrow for you to study again. Yes, yes, yes. When we make a big contribution, Feng Ruodo will surely reward us. After hanging up the phone, Lu Shixiang's eyes gleamed with excitement. He could already see Feng Ruodo promoting him to CEO of the headquarters, propelling him to the peak of his career. Unfortunately, that Yi Jing seems to be a big shot too. I wonder why the headquarters has been trying to get Yi Jing's blood and bone marrow but hasn't succeeded. Today, it seems his identity is no small matter, so obtaining it might be a bit difficult. He revealed a sinister expression. But if I can get it, wouldn't that be a huge merit? The greater the risk, the greater the reward. The next day, Lu Shixiang appeared at the hospital. In his ear, he wore a Bluetooth headset. Brother Lu, Huang Yuyin is heading toward the hospital. It looks like she's going shopping. She should pass by your hospital in about 10 minutes. Lu Shixiang's eyes revealed a faint confidence. All right, keep me updated. Then, his gaze shifted to a nearby car accident. Yaozi, how are you? Yaozi, wake up quickly. The elderly couple leaned over the emergency bed, anxiously calling out to Yaozi, who was covered in blood. The doctors and nurses urged, family members, don't get in the way. Think quickly, does anyone in your family have panda blood? Yaozi has panda blood, and she urgently needs a blood transfusion to save her life. If we can't find someone with panda blood soon, Yaozi will be in danger. Right, hurry up. The elderly couple thought desperately but eventually despaired. But there's no one in our family with panda blood. They looked around the hospital corridor, where people were coming and going. Is there anyone here with panda blood? Please save my Yaozi. Whoever is willing to donate blood, we will surely reward you greatly. Panda blood is already rare, with a low probability, and it's impossible to find someone in such a short time. The hospital had no choice but to make an announcement over the loudspeaker. Is there anyone with panda-negative blood? Please go to the emergency room. A patient urgently needs panda blood. The announcement was repeated several times, but no one responded. After all, this type of blood is scarce. At this moment, Lu Shixiang stepped forward, revealing a sinister smile. This person had been deliberately hit by his men. Naturally, it was because his company had already investigated that this person had panda blood. and Lu Shixiang had known since Huang Yuyan's university days that she also had panda blood. Lu Shixiang immediately approached the family and said, "Look outside. That woman is panda blood. I know." The family quickly looked up. From the hospital entrance, Huang Yuyan was just passing by. Is that person panda blood? At this critical moment, the family didn't care how Lu Shixiang knew. For them, there was only one result. As long as you have panda blood, that's enough. So, the elderly couple rushed out immediately. Bang! They knelt down right in the street. "Excuse me, are you panda blood?" Huang Yuyan, who was just passing by, was startled. She nodded instinctively. Yes, what's the matter?" Panda blood, to people in small towns, is incredibly rare. But in reality, a significant proportion of people have panda blood, so Huang Yuyan wasn't too concerned. She answered casually. Bang bang bang. The elderly couple immediately began kowtowing to Huang Yuyan. "Please, save my Yaozi." At this moment, the hospital entrance was at a busy crossroads, with many pedestrians and vehicles. The elderly couple kneeling in the street and kowtowing naturally attracted a lot of attention. What's going on over there? Why are those two old people kowtowing? I don't know. It seems they're asking something from that young lady. I found out. It's the elderly couple asking the girl to donate blood. Her blood matches the elderly couple's daughter, who was in a car accident. Everyone suddenly understood. "Miss, please help the elderly couple." Yes, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Please help them. Look how pitiful they are. Many people began to speak up in support. Huang Yuyan didn't hesitate for long and nodded. "Since we both have panda blood, today I save her, and maybe tomorrow she'll save me." Huang Yuyan immediately followed them into the hospital. Great. The elderly couple was ecstatic. A person with panda blood had come in. Yaozi was saved. Hidden inside, Lu Shixiang also revealed a triumphant smile. Indeed, collecting blood still requires some skill and method. Chapter 628. A series of cursing. If he were to directly collect blood from Huang Yuyan, she would undoubtedly resist. Who would willingly agree to have their blood drawn suddenly? It would certainly arouse Huang Yuyan's suspicion. However, this situation was entirely reasonable, and Huang Yuyan would have no reason to refuse. Moreover, there were so many onlookers, ready to apply moral pressure. Even someone as inherently kind-hearted as Huang Yuyan would find it hard to resist under such circumstances. In that situation, even someone not inclined to be kind would have to step forward to donate blood under moral coercion. In this situation, a reasonable blood draw would not arouse Huang Yuyan's suspicion. After donating blood, I can use a few tricks to take a test tube's worth, which is enough for my research. He didn't need much for his research. A single test tube would suffice. This task was completed so easily under the guidance of my brilliant mind. Lu Shixiang couldn't help but show a smug smile. With such a clever mind, collecting blood from Huang Yuyan today, and Yi Jing's blood tomorrow, should be a piece of cake, right? Outside the emergency room. Hurry up, girl. The elderly couple was frantic, pulling Huang Yuyan towards the room. Their force was so great that they even tore Huang Yuyan's sleeve, which was a piece of clothing bought by Zhang Qingxian, costing over 500,000 yuan just for this top. However, Huang Yuyan didn't take it too seriously, knowing that the couple was anxious to save their child and wasn't about to argue with them. Right here, hurry. The elderly couple immediately addressed the doctors and nurses inside. Quick, we've found someone with the panda blood type. Draw her blood. Give it to our Yaozi. She has plenty of blood. Draw quickly. My Yaozi can't wait any longer. The risk is too great. The doctor said, we still need to check her blood first to see how much she can tolerate being drawn. Some people have weaker constitutions and can only donate a limited amount of blood. Drawing too much can lead to various complications, especially for someone with the rare panda blood type, whose numbers are already scarce. It's crucial to be cautious. What's there to check? Just draw 800 milliliters first. My Yaozi is like this. What's the harm in drawing a bit more from her? Yes, it's not easy to find a panda blood donor. Draw quickly. As the elderly couple spoke, they held onto Huang Yuyan on both sides, afraid she might run away. After all, in such a vast crowd, where else could they find another person with panda blood? Hearing these words and seeing the couple holding on to her, Huang Yuyin felt uncomfortable. But thinking of the urgency to save a life, she forced herself to suppress these feelings. However, when she saw the person lying on the hospital bed, covered in blood, her eyebrows furrowed. That wasn't the person who had bullied her Aunt Lu Qiangmian before, was it? In the company where Lu Qiangmian previously worked, aside from the boss, there were several old employees who helped the boss bully her. At the time, it almost made Lu Qiangmian vomit blood, and Huang Yuyin, who followed behind, also felt extremely uncomfortable. Fortunately, Yijing arrived in time, and even had the city leader send people to arrest the boss. However, this old employee, perhaps because his crimes were not severe, was released. Unexpectedly, today he was involved in a car accident. The elderly couple nodded. Yes, he's our Yaozi. Look at how severe this car accident is. It's left our Yaozi in such a state, losing so much blood. Huang Yuyin's expression darkened. I won't save this person. After all, he had caused so much harm to her aunt before. Now he wanted her help? Huang Yuyin asked the doctor. If I don't donate blood, will he die? The doctor replied, he's still losing blood continuously, so it's best to donate a little to keep him alive. The doctor could also see that Huang Yuyin was unwilling to donate blood. After all, the hospital couldn't force someone to donate blood. It had to be voluntary. We've contacted the blood bank, and they should be able to provide panda blood within a day at most. You only need to donate about 100 milliliters to keep him alive. Huang Yuyin frowned. What if I don't donate at all? The doctor, he will definitely fall into a coma, but his life can still be saved. However, he might suffer some long-term complications. Huang Yuyin immediately said, then I won't donate. She stood up and was about to leave. The elderly couple immediately panicked. No, you can't leave. If you leave, what will happen to our Yaozi? Huang Yuyin frowned. He harmed my relatives before, so I won't save him. And the doctor said that even without donating blood, he won't lose his life, at most just some complications. The elderly couple's faces turned furious and twisted. What kind of words are you saying? Aren't complications a disease? The complications from excessive blood loss can be terrifying. Will you take responsibility then? Can you bear the responsibility for our Yaozi's life? Huang Yuyin frowned. Why should I take responsibility? The elderly couple angrily tugged at Huang Yuyin's clothes, making the tear even bigger. Why? Don't you have any sense of public morality? Right now, among so many people, only you have panda blood. Don't you have any love in your heart? Is there anyone in the world as cold-hearted as you? Are you going to stand by and watch someone die? Let me tell you, if I had panda blood, I would have already donated it to my Yaozi. How could it have come to you? Huang Yuyin was speechless. Donating blood was supposed to be voluntary, yet with this couple, it seemed to have become mandatory. I'm sorry, I would donate blood to strangers, but since he's an enemy, I'm sorry, I don't want to donate to an enemy. Besides, the doctor said it won't cost him his life. Huang Yuyin, carrying her small bag, stood up to leave. Back then, she had watched her Aunt Lu Qiangmian being bullied by these people. They had made her cry and even driven her out. If it weren't for Yi Jing's intervention later, these people would have been even more arrogant. But now, Huang Yuyin wanted to leave, and the elderly couple wouldn't let her go. If she escaped, where else could they find another panda blood donor in such a short time? Yes, waiting a few days for blood from the blood bank would be fine. But that would be too late. Yaozi might suffer severe complications by then. You can't leave, you can't leave. The old woman directly grabbed Huang Yuyin's bag, pulling her clothes tightly. The old man also grabbed Huang Yuyin's bag. If you leave, what will happen to my Yaozi? Huang Yuyin coldly said, now listen carefully. I am unwilling to donate blood to your Yaozi. You heartless person. Are you so cold-hearted? There has never been anyone in the world as cold-hearted as you. The couple continued to curse. Chapter 629. Unable to grasp the situation? As Huang Yuyin was being pulled and tugged, Lu Shixiang, who was behind her, furrowed his brows slightly. Why is there a sudden change? Is that person an enemy of Huang Yuyin, refusing to donate blood? His eyes darted around. I need to think of a way to ensure that Huang Yuyin definitely donates blood. Otherwise, missing this opportunity will make it much harder to find another one. As he pondered, he was about to step out, but the next moment, he saw a figure entering the door and immediately hid himself again. The person entering was none other than Yi Jing. Just moments ago, after hearing Qing Huang's report, Yi Jing realized that Huang Yuyin might be in danger. The cryogenic container already had blood from the others, but only his and Huang Yuyin's were missing. Lu Shixiang would certainly go to great lengths to obtain their blood. Therefore, upon learning that Huang Yuyin was here today, Yi Jing immediately rushed over. As soon as he entered the hospital, he saw a man and woman in their 50s forcibly pulling Huang Yuyin. Stop! Yi Jing dashed over and directly slapped the old man across the face. The force of Yi Jing's slap was heavy, and even though he had consciously held back, the old man, being just an ordinary person, was still sent spinning several times before falling to the ground. If Yi Jing hadn't held back, the old man's head might have been knocked off. You dare hit me? The old man raged. Do you know who my elder brother is? He's a department leader in Nanjing. Yi Jing's expression remained indifferent. Oh, a department leader? How terrifying. The old woman, still holding on to Huang Yuyin, shouted at Yi Jing. What are you doing? Who gave you the right to hit people? Where's the law? Yi Jing coldly replied, let go of her right now, or I'll hit you next. The old woman, with her neck stiff and head held high, retorted, you dare hit me? You're going to hit a woman? Someone, stop this man. He's going to hit a woman and an elderly person. Some onlookers, seeing this scene, frowned and stepped forward, intending to stop Yi Jing. But in the next moment, Yi Jing grabbed the old woman's wrist. Snap! Her wrist was crushed. Amidst the old woman's shrill screams, her wrist dangled limply, clearly broken inside. Those who had stepped forward to intervene immediately retreated. After all, they were just planning to speak up. No one was willing to confront such a ruthless man. You're lawless, the two elderly people shouted in pain, sitting on the ground. Don't you dare leave. My elder brother is on his way. You won't get away with this. Attacking people in broad daylight. Where's the law? No one can stop you, can they? Just as they were speaking, a black car pulled up outside. A man dressed in a suit, looking like a high-ranking official, stepped out and quickly walked into the hospital. How is my nephew? Is he all right? Upon hearing about the family's car accident, Luo Jiyuan rushed over immediately. But as soon as he entered, he was stunned, and then a surge of anger rose in his chest. Second brother, second sister, who did this to you? Seeing their elder brother arrive, the old man and woman immediately felt emboldened. It's him. This man has no regard for the law. He attacked us in broad daylight. He slapped me and broke your sister-in-law's wrist. This won't be fixed without hundreds of thousands. Luo Jiyuan's face darkened. In Nanjing, who didn't know his name? He was, after all, a department leader, overseeing a significant part of the city's economic lifeline. Many people had to give him face. Yet today, his younger brother and sister-in-law had been beaten like this? Is it you, kid? Do you even know who I am? Luo Jiyuan glared at Yi Jing with a dark expression. Yi Jing replied calmly, does it matter who you are? Good, very good. Luo Jiyuan's face changed, and he shouted angrily, doctors, come over and examine my sister-in-law. This kind of fracture, will it cost less than $1 million to fix? The emergency doctor hesitated. This kind of fracture, no matter how severe, wouldn't cost $1 million. If treated early, it would cost around 10,000 yuan. However, if delayed too long, it might become irreparable, no matter the cost. Just as the doctor was about to speak the truth, Luo Jiyuan glared at him fiercely, silencing him. Call your director, Li. I want him to diagnose this personally. Forget it. I'll call him myself. Luo Jiyuan took out his phone and dialed a number. Oldly, I'm in your hospital. Look at what's happening here. A patient is fractured, and no one is treating her. What kind of hospital is this? The director on the other end was alarmed. This Luo Jiyuan was a powerful department leader, overseeing Nanjing's economic lifeline, and was highly valued by the mayor. If they offended him, the hospital's days would be tough. After all, a significant portion of their research funding came from the government. All right, I'll be right there. I'll handle everything immediately. Soon, the hospital director rushed over. What's going on here? The director inquired, and the emergency doctor quickly explained the situation. This fracture is indeed severe. I'm afraid the treatment costs won't be low. He didn't provide specific figures, just vaguely mentioned the severity. Luo Jiyuan's face finally showed satisfaction. It was best to be vague, as it would make it easier to manipulate things later. All right, first arrange a ward for my brother and sister-in-law. They need to be treated immediately. Fractures like this can't be delayed. If it worsens, no amount of money can fix it. Luo Jiyuan was well aware of this and immediately waved his hand. The director nodded and was about to arrange the ward. But Yi Jing said, no, they can't leave yet. They were pulling my friend just now. Do they think they can just walk away? They must apologize first before they can leave. Apologize? The old man roared in anger. You hit us, and you want us to apologize? The old woman, almost jumping up to bite, screamed, I should be the one demanding an apology. Not only did you refuse to donate blood for my son, but you also attacked us. How dare you ask us to apologize? Luo Jiyuan's face darkened. Kid, you still can't grasp the situation, can you? But let me tell you, if treatment is delayed, it won't be $1,000,000 that can fix this. Chapter 630. Isn't this just asking for trouble? You don't happen to not recognize me, do you? Luo Jiyuan sneered. In this Jinling city, anyone with a bit of connections and influence would know me. You're probably just some ordinary country bumpkin who hasn't seen the world. And you still dare to demand an apology? If treatment is delayed and the best treatment period is missed, do you know what kind of trouble you'll be in? Yi Jing calmly replied, an apology, just a few seconds. How much time could it possibly delay? Instead, you've been causing a ruckus here for 10 minutes. That's what's really wasting time, isn't it? Now apologize and then leave. Yi Jing's tone was unwavering. You're delusional. Who do you think you are? The mayor of Jinling City? Or the governor of Jiangnan Province? Why do you think your face is so big? In my opinion, this woman deserves it. She agreed to donate blood and then backed out. Who does that? She promised the panda blood but didn't follow through, leaving us to find another source. Where are we supposed to find it? In my view, she's just a shameless liar. The old woman cursed nonstop, spitting everywhere. Slap. Yi Jing directly slapped the old woman across the face. What did you say? The old woman, after being slapped, only cursed louder. Look, everyone. Look at this. This man is bullying the elderly. Bullying a woman. What did I say? I just called her a bitch, isn't she? Crack. Before the old woman could say anything more, Yi Jing stepped on her other wrist, breaking it. Intense pain surged through her, causing her to grimace in agony and unable to speak anymore. Yi Jing calmly said, let's see if your mouth is tougher or your wrist. The old woman looked at Yi Jing in terror and didn't dare to speak again. She realized she had run into a tough customer today. Breaking her arm was one thing, but now even when her family's backing had arrived, he still dared to act so arrogantly. She truly didn't dare to speak. Fine. Luo Jun saw Yi Jing break his sister-in-law's wrist right in front of him and was furious. This was a slap in his face. With so many people watching, the hospital bustling with activity, where would his face be in Jinling City from now on? Thinking of this, Luo Jiyuan immediately took out his phone. Captain Zhao, come over here. There's someone causing trouble here. Yes, at the Central Hospital. Someone is threatening public safety right in front of me, even breaking someone's wrist. I think this person should be locked up for at least 2 years. All right, I'll wait for you. After hanging up, the entire scene fell silent. This young man is finished. Indeed, daring to provoke Luo Jiyuan. Doesn't he know how extensive his connections are in Jinling City? He's a department head with real power, and other department heads have to give him face. Captain Zhao of the security team seems to be quite close to him. This young man is completely finished. The old woman and her husband, seeing Luo Jiyuan call for help, immediately felt more confident. You're not so tough now, are you? You're not demanding an apology anymore? Wait until Captain Zhao of the security team arrives. See what you do then. See if you can still be so stubborn. Yi Jing chuckled, not even regarding the mayor of Jinling City as a threat. Bringing out a security team captain to scare him? At that moment, Yi Jing's phone also rang. Looking at the screen, Yi Jing raised an eyebrow. It was the mayor of Jinling City calling. Hello, mayor. What's the matter? As soon as Yi Jing said this, everyone around was shocked. The mayor? It seems this young man has quite a background. No wonder he dares to confront Luo Jiyuan so directly. So he has a background too. Pfft, do you really believe that? Luo Jiyuan has been a big shot in our Jinling City for years. Who doesn't know him? But this young man? Have any of you seen him before? Everyone shook their heads. Yi Jing's reputation in Jinling City was primarily known among the top business magnates, government officials, and influential families. After all, the major battles outside the city were only witnessed by those with deep roots and connections. For these ordinary people, they couldn't see those major events and could only judge through official news releases. So they had no idea how powerful Yi Jing really was. Hearing Yi Jing, an ordinary person, directly address the mayor, they almost laughed their teeth out. This young man is clever. Knowing the other side called for help, he can't back down. But this bluff is over the top, he can't keep it up. Ha ha ha, isn't that right? If he pretended to know some department head, maybe he could bluff through it. But directly saying he knows the mayor? Who doesn't know he's just bragging? Everyone burst into laughter. Laughable, Luo Jun, hearing the crowd, also mocked Yi Jing. What are you pretending for? If you know the mayor, I'll write my name backwards. Yi Jing ignored him and heard the mayor of Jinling City on the phone say, Mr. Yi, I've filled out the application form for the divine medicine. When will your Longxi group start producing it? How should I fill out this form to increase the chances of approval? Yi Jing casually replied, Sorry, I can't answer that. The mayor of Jinling City thought Yi Jing didn't want to answer and chuckled wryly. But Yi Jing's next sentence made his face change drastically. Because I'm currently being mocked and belittled by one of your department heads. He even called the security team to come and arrest me. The mayor of Jinling City's face changed rapidly as he quickly said, I'll be right there. The mayor of Jinling City was so scared his soul almost left his body. He didn't even dare to have the slightest disrespectful thought about Yi Jing. Yet someone below him wanted to deal with Yi Jing? Isn't this just asking for trouble? Could it be that someone is tired of him being the mayor and deliberately causing trouble for him? At this moment, the mayor of Jinling City was so anxious he wanted to curse. In the hospital, accompanied by the sound of screeching brakes and flashing red and blue lights, everyone stretched their necks to look outside. The security team is here. Luo Jiyuan really called Captain Zhao of the security team. This guy is completely finished. He still hasn't run away yet. Soon he won't even have the chance. I heard Captain Zhao is ruthless. Many people he arrests end up disabled when they come out. Chapter 631. Release him immediately. Then, everyone saw a tall figure leading a group of security officers enter. Captain Zhao. Luo Jiyuan showed a hint of displeasure. This area is under your management, isn't it? Captain Zhao quickly approached, speaking humbly, Yes, Leader Luo. It's under my management. Luo Jiyuan shot him a glance. Good that you know. So, what should you do when something happens in your jurisdiction? Captain Zhao quickly replied, Leader Luo, please rest assured. I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. He looked up at everyone. The flattering smile that had just been on his face disappeared instantly. Captain Zhao glared at everyone fiercely. Who's causing trouble here? Don't you know this is my territory? Do you think I've been giving you face all this time? Who dares to cause trouble here? Are you all audacious or what? Don't you remember how I usually manage you? Whoever caused the trouble, step forward now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Everyone hurriedly took a step back. As a result, Yi Jing and Huang Yuyan, who were still standing in place, became prominent. Is it you too? Captain Zhao walked over with ill intentions. Was it you who caused trouble just now? Did you break Leader Luo's brother-in-law and sister-in-law's wrists? Acting recklessly and disrupting public order? Yi Jing frowned. Since you're the captain of the security team, you should at least base your accusations on evidence, right? Coming straight at me without distinguishing right from wrong? Captain Zhao sneered. Are you teaching me how to do my job? Let me tell you, I'm way more professional at this than you. I can tell what happened just by looking at the scene. Look at you. You've beaten them up so badly. Can they even move? Their wrists are shattered. Isn't this disrupting public order? What else would you call it? Do you even know the law? Captain Zhao lectured him harshly. What I see with my own eyes is evidence. You hit an elderly person and a woman, didn't you? Yi Jing calmly replied, yes, I did. But didn't you ask why she got hit? Captain Zhao sneered. That's none of my business. No matter what, you can't hit people. Here, what I see is evidence, and what I say is the law. Since you've hit someone, come with me. Yi Jing casually said, what if I don't? Oh. Captain Zhao perked up. I've never seen anyone dare to openly resist me before. Do you know what the consequences will be? Several people in the crowd immediately said, young man, I advise you to listen to Captain Zhao, or you won't have a good time. Yes, right now you'll just have to endure some hardship, but if you don't listen, you'll be committing a crime. Exactly, not listening to them means defying the law. Yi Jing calmly said, not listening to Captain Zhao means defying the law? Oh, so Captain Zhao himself represents the law? That's right. Captain Zhao said coolly, I don't dare to say this elsewhere, but in my jurisdiction, what I say is the law, and what I see is evidence. Today, you're the one disrupting public order and posing a threat to society. If you don't come with me, you'd better think about the consequences. Those consequences might be something you can't bear. Captain Zhao directly took out a pair of handcuffs and prepared to cuff Yi Jing. Yi Jing. Huang Yuyan also showed a look of concern. Although she knew Yi Jing was very capable and well-connected, no matter how powerful he was, he couldn't openly resist the security team, could he? That would be directly opposing the state machinery. Yi Jing casually said, Captain Zhao, I advise you to think carefully. Once these handcuffs are on my wrists, you won't have any way out. You'd better think again and cherish the hat on your head. Captain Zhao burst out laughing. What, are you saying that once I cuff you, you can get me fired? Ha ha ha. He turned back to look at Luo Juan and laughed. Leader Luo, isn't that funny? This ordinary guy thinks he can take my job away. Luo Juan also scoffed. You don't need to care. These are just some low-life scum, daydreaming. Click. Without hesitation, Captain Zhao directly cuffed Yi Jing's wrists with the handcuffs. Yi Jing sighed. Now, you have no way out. These handcuffs were practically useless to him. With his strength as a supreme war god, he could easily break them with a slight movement. But he didn't do that, because someone was about to arrive, and Yi Jing wanted him to see firsthand how his subordinates were acting. Seeing Yi Jing sigh, Captain Zhao thought he was scared and about to beg for mercy, becoming even more smug. Now you know you're afraid? It's too late. Just then, another sharp screech of brakes came from outside. This time, the vehicle was of a much higher class. Immediately, the city mayor, accompanied by several staff members, got out of the car and rushed over quickly. As soon as he entered, seeing the silver handcuffs on Yi Jing's wrists, his heart sank, and his scalp went numb. It's over. It's really over. What on earth are these people down here doing? Do they think their necks are thick enough not to get their heads chopped off? Luo Jiyuan and Captain Zhao, however, didn't notice the mayor's horrified expression. Instead, they happily approached. Mayor, why are you here? The mayor shouted angrily. What are you doing? Look at what you've done. How could you arrest an innocent citizen? Are these handcuffs just for anyone you feel like cuffing? Release him immediately. Captain Zhao was stunned. But, Mayor, he's disrupting public order. Slap. The mayor slapped Captain Zhao across the face. Are my words not working anymore? Release him immediately. Captain Zhao covered his face, completely stunned. He had never seen the mayor so furious before. Luo Jiyuan, being a seasoned leader, immediately realized the mayor's panic. The only thing that could make the mayor react this way must mean that Yi Jing was no ordinary person. He instantly froze, feeling as if his heart was bleeding. How could this be? The person he casually provoked turned out to have such an impact on the mayor? What are you standing there for? Go release him immediately. Luo Jiyuan reacted quickly, urging the release. Captain Zhao was also dumbfounded, quickly running over to unlock the handcuffs from Yi Jing. Heh, did you forget what I told you? Chapter 632, Checking the Surveillance. Yi Jing retracted his hand, not allowing him to remove the handcuffs. I told you, once you put this on me, you won't be able to keep your position, Yi Jing said. Captain Zhao's hands began to tremble. He was filled with regret at this moment. Why was he so unlucky? How did he end up provoking such a powerful figure? I'll remove them for you. It's not good to keep them on, Captain Zhao said, sweating profusely and looking extremely embarrassed. He was well aware that if he didn't remove the handcuffs from Yi Jing, he was likely to lose his position. Captain Zhao could even see out of the corner of his eye that the mayor's expression had changed. Can't you show some attitude? The mayor couldn't watch any longer and kicked the tall and sturdy Captain Zhao, causing him to fall to his knees. Mr. Yi, let me remove the handcuffs for you, the mayor said with a forced smile. Only then did Yi Jing nod slightly. However, he didn't let the mayor remove them. Instead, he casually twisted his wrist, and the seemingly indestructible silver handcuffs snapped in half. Captain Zhao was dumbfounded. So the man had such profound martial power. No wonder he wasn't nervous at all. No wonder he knew someone like the mayor. Today, he had truly kicked a steel plate. At this moment, he wished he could slap himself several times. The onlookers were also stunned. This young man actually knows the mayor. And he can make the mayor treat him with such respect. He must be no ordinary figure. Captain Zhao, who has been arrogant for so many years, has finally fallen into a big pitfall. Haha, Captain Zhao was still being arrogant earlier, and now he's met his match, hasn't he? I was targeted by Captain Zhao before, and today someone finally avenged me. Captain Zhao had often bullied the weak and feared the strong in this area, and many people had been wronged by him. Seeing Captain Zhao humiliated, everyone was secretly laughing. The mayor coldly looked at Captain Zhao. After you go back, write a resignation report immediately. You don't need to come tomorrow. Captain Zhao was dumbfounded. He was really losing his position? He hurriedly said, Mayor, I was wrong. I really was. Please give me another chance. I didn't know the identity of this great man earlier. If I had known, I definitely wouldn't have said those things to him. Or you can hit me, you can slap me. The mayor's face was cold, and he didn't even look at him. Captain Zhao immediately realized that Yi Jing was the key. As long as Yi Jing agreed to let him off, the mayor would definitely let him go. Sir, I was wrong. My brother and sister-in-law's wrists weren't broken by you. They broke themselves. The old woman was dumbfounded. So my wrist was broken by myself? She was furious and wanted to say something, but the old man next to her immediately covered her mouth. Do you want to make Ruagu lose his position? The old woman immediately understood, her eyes darting around, and she quickly said loudly, Yes, 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 my wrist was broken by myself. I wasn't careful while walking and bumped into the ground, shattering it. It has nothing to do with this great man. The many onlookers who saw this scene were silent. This group of people were indeed a bunch of bullies. Previously, they thought the young couple were ordinary people and hurled all kinds of insults. But now everything had reversed. It was truly satisfying, truly relieving. The old man also quickly said, Yes, yes, it's all our fault, and it has nothing to do with this great man. We just misjudged earlier. Yi Jing frowned. Oh, did you misjudge? But I clearly remember I broke your wrists. The old woman's face showed embarrassment. No, no, with your status, how could you possibly bother with someone like me? A low-level trash? It was just an accident. Maybe during the process, I accidentally touched your noble hand, which led to the misunderstanding that it was you. In fact, it wasn't at all. The two of them kept apologizing obsequiously. However, Yijing didn't even look at them. Take them all away. The mayor, seeing Yijing's reaction, understood what he meant. The security team members immediately came over and took Captain Zhao and the old man and woman away. At the very back of the crowd, Lu Shixiang's expression slightly changed. This Yijing, what a shameless man. He's relying on the mayor to back him up again. He's messed up my plan again. What now? It's not easy to get blood from Huang Yuyin and Yijing. Lu Shixiang racked his brains but couldn't think of any other way. Today's plan was the best one he had thought of recently, but it still didn't succeed. Over here, after Captain Zhao and the two old people were arrested, the mayor of Nanjing City came over awkwardly to apologize. This Mr. Yijing was a figure even powerful enough to remove Huang Xiaobang from his position as commander, someone he couldn't afford to offend. The mayor clearly remembered when Huang Xiaobang came over, full of anger, to cause trouble for Yijing. Just as everyone thought Yijing was in trouble, Huang Xiaobang ended up falling into a trap. And even when everyone was pressuring Yijing, even the mayor of Nanjing City thought Yijing would surely give in and let Huang Xiaobang go. Yijing somehow managed to remove Huang Xiaobang from his position as commander. From then on, no one spoke up for Huang Xiaobang. It was said that until now, Huang Xiaobang hadn't been reinstated. Was he, the mayor of Nanjing City, more powerful than Huang Xiaobang? So after today's incident, the mayor of Nanjing City was truly afraid and worried, fearing that this man might be unhappy and remove him from his position as well. Mr. Yi, the people have been arrested. Do you need anything else? Please feel free to tell me, the mayor said in a low voice. Yijing thought for a moment and looked inside. At this time, Lu Shixiang had already run away, and Yijing naturally didn't find anything. But he still keenly sensed that something was amiss. Qing Huang had just discovered that there were those freezer boxes in Lu Shixiang's company. Only the positions of him and Huang Yuyin were empty. That is to say, Lu Shixiang would definitely try to get their blood by all means. And this blood donation was an opportunity. I do need some help. The mayor's eyes lit up and he quickly said, Please tell me. I guarantee to complete it perfectly. I will fully cooperate with you. As long as Yijing had a need, that was good. This meant he was still useful, still able to do things for Yijing. If Yijing really just ignored him and didn't entrust him with anything, then he was completely done for. There was no hope. Yijing said, I need to check the surveillance here. There were usually surveillance cameras in hospitals. Chapter 633. Exploding the company gate. The city leader nodded. All right, I'll notify the hospital security department right away. Under the city leader's instruction, the hospital's president, vice presidents, and other high-level leaders all followed behind, while the security department, being a lower-level section, naturally had no right to be present. Soon, someone brought over the security department's exhausted leader. At the same time, a tablet capable of viewing surveillance footage was also brought in. As soon as Yijing looked at the surveillance footage, he immediately spotted a familiar figure. Lu Shixiang. Huang Yuyin, seeing Lu Shixiang's figure, also felt a bit puzzled. Yijing, why is he here? Isn't he my university classmate Lu Shixiang? Huang Yuyin was unaware of the matters behind Lu Shixiang, and Yijing had no intention of telling her. He merely said indifferently, You should go back first. I need to take care of something. Although Huang Yuyin didn't know the specifics, being intelligent and quick-witted, she immediately guessed something was up. Huang Yuyin was the smartest and most understanding among the women Yijing had interacted with, so she obediently ran back. The city leader also sensed that Yijing might be about to do something and quickly asked, Mr. Yi, is there anything you need me to do? Yijing casually replied, This doesn't concern you. He waved his hand in the distance, and among the crowd, Qing Huang suddenly appeared before Yijing. Master, Yijing said, Call Pu Di, and let's go to Lu Shixiang's company. Understood. Half an hour later, inside Lu Shixiang's company. Huff. Lu Shixiang sat in his office chair, just catching his breath. This Yi Jing is such a troublemaker. I had such a great opportunity, and he ruined it. Earlier in the private room at the restaurant, it was him who exposed me, and now it's him again. No wonder even the higher-ups pay attention to him. But I still have a chance. Lu Shixiang's face showed a determined expression. Those big shots failed because their positions were too high, their identities too noble. So Yi Jing directly knew their backgrounds and was on guard. But I'm different. Yi Jing still doesn't know my true identity. He probably just thinks I'm an ordinary CEO. When I make a move, he won't have any reservations. I still have many chances to get his and Huang Yuyan's blood. Thinking of this, Lu Shixiang smiled. Once I get it, this merit will be even greater than that of Huang Tongshui and Fang Ruodo. Lu Shixiang was so excited that his whole body trembled. As a small figure, he had accomplished what only big shots could achieve, and wouldn't he rise to the top in one step? Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Lu Shixiang almost laughed out loud. But the next moment, his expression changed. Boom. A huge explosion sounded downstairs in his company. Lu Shixiang was furious and called the secretary's office. What's that noise? It's disturbing my afternoon nap. It was disturbing his fantasies. The secretary's office panicked. Mr. Lu, someone downstairs is using explosives to blow up our company gate. What? Lu Shixiang was shocked. What was going on? Someone was using explosives. China's control was so strict. Besides special units, who could possess explosives? Didn't the security forces care? Moreover, his company was a special place jointly funded by Fang Ruodo and the Medical Immortal Hall. It housed a highly confidential research department. No good. The enemy must be targeting the research department. Lu Shixiang hurriedly ran towards the research department like a gust of wind. As soon as he arrived, his face drastically changed. Because he saw Yi Jing had already brought a large group of people here and was setting up a second round of explosives, apparently intending to blow open the reinforced steel door of the research department. Yi Jing, what are you doing? Lu Shixiang tried his best to stay calm, thinking that Yi Jing might not have discovered anything yet and had come for some other reason. After all, from the outside, one couldn't see what was inside the research department. I don't know what you've heard, but you should know that once you break open this door, you'll be in big trouble. Lu Shixiang spoke sternly, trying to intimidate Yi Jing. It was likely that Yi Jing had heard some rumors and knew there might be something inside, which was why he had rushed over. What he didn't expect was that Yi Jing already knew everything inside clearly. Lu Shixiang, are you still pretending? What's inside, aren't you clear? Good. No need for explosives. Yi Jing casually stopped his subordinates from setting up the bomb. If they used explosives directly, it might damage the contents inside. Yi Jing instructed his subordinates, go, capture him, and use his iris and fingerprints to enter. Lu Shixiang's face changed, and he turned to run. At this moment, how could he not understand that Yi Jing must already know what was inside? The only way was to run. As long as he escaped and hid somewhere in Nanjing City, relying on Fang Ruodo and the Medical Immortal Hall's power, he could surely be rescued from Nanjing City. But he underestimated the strength of Yi Jing's subordinates from the Yi God Hall. These people were all at the level of war gods, easily catching up to Lu Shixiang and picking him up like a little chick. Then, they effortlessly used fingerprints and iris scans to open the door. Despite Lu Shixiang's desperate struggles, it was all in vain. Soon, the entire situation inside the research department was fully revealed before Yi Jing. On the cryogenic chamber, the names of his mother Lu Qiangyu, Shin Suyi, Yi Jing, and Huang Yuyan were clearly written. Yi Jing, listen to me. Lu Shixiang racked his brain, trying to concoct some excuse. Yi Jing directly brought him to the cryogenic chamber labeled, Yi Jing. Come, explain to me why my name is here. Lu Shixiang's mind raced, but the next moment, Pu Di appeared here like a ghost. Think carefully before you speak. Pu Di's appearance was fierce, much more so than his brother Pu Nan. Seeing Pu Di, Lu Shixiang instinctively panicked. This is just AA? Lu Shixiang still wanted to fabricate something, but Pu Di directly punched him in the stomach, causing excruciating pain. Think carefully before you speak. Otherwise, my methods will make you wish you were dead. Pu Di had been in charge of interrogation work before, so he knew very well how to make others suffer. Yi Jing showed a hint of appreciation. He really lacked someone like Pu Di by his side. His brother Pu Nan, although very strong, lacked Pu Di's ruthlessness. Chapter 634. Isn't that normal? However, everyone has their own fate. Pu Nan is suited for the dragon group, while Pu Di is better off staying by Yi Jing's side, handling dirty work. I'll tell you, Lu Shixiang, in excruciating pain, could only spill everything he knew. This freezer is for drawing your and Huang Yuyan's blood for research. Research? Although Yi Jing already had his own suspicions, he still asked, "What kind of research?" Lu Shixiang shook his head. "I only know the general idea. This company was jointly established by Feng Ruodo in the Medical Immortal Hall, so it must be involved in medical research. It seems these blood samples are for researching treatments for certain diseases or for enhancing individual physical abilities." Lu Shixiang blurted out everything he knew. Yi Jing inwardly shook his head. It seemed Lu Shixiang was just an executor and didn't know the full details. "What about these two?" Yi Jing pointed to the freezers labeled with Lu Qiangyu's mother and Shan Suyi's names. Lu Shixiang replied, "This Shan Suyi is the name of a woman in Jinling City. As for Lu Qiangyu, I'm not too sure. It seems she's being held at the headquarters of the Medical Immortal Hall, and her blood is sent to us for research from time to time." Yi Jing narrowed his eyes. From time to time? How often is it sent? By now, Lu Shixiang had been thoroughly broken by Pu Di's torture and was willing to reveal everything. Once a month. The next time will be next week. Who delivers it? Yi Jing asked. Lu Shixiang. It's my boss, Mr. Lai. Your boss? What's his identity? Yi Jing felt he was getting closer to the Medical Immortal Hall. Perhaps following this lead, he could locate the headquarters of the Medical Immortal Hall and rescue his mother. I don't know. I only know that both he and I work for the Medical Immortal Hall and Feng Ruodo. Mr. Lai is very mysterious. He only appears here once every 2 months and then vanishes. Yi Jing narrowed his eyes and nodded slightly. Next week, Lu Shixiang, I need you to cooperate with me and put on a performance. Although Lu Shixiang was extremely unwilling, under Pu Di's threats, he had no choice but to agree. The following week, Yi Jing waited while making preparations. Soon, the time Lu Shixiang mentioned arrived. Today, Mr. Lai Jinjin will come with the blood samples. Lu Shixiang trembled as he said, "As long as I cooperate and follow your orders, you'll let me go, right?" Over the past week, Lu Shixiang had endured various tortures from Pu Di, and he truly feared this man. Pu Di smirked coldly, "Yes, as long as you obey." Yi Jing, standing nearby, said calmly, "No need for such trouble." He took out a black pill. "Here, make Lu Shixiang swallow this." Pu Di immediately took it. "No, I won't eat it." Ugh. Pu Di acted without hesitation, forcing Lu Shixiang's jaw open and shoving the pill down his throat. "What is this pill?" Lu Shixiang asked in terror. Yi Jing spoke casually, "This poison will turn into dozens of worms that will slowly devour your body. They'll use the nutrients in your body to reproduce, multiplying into tens of thousands within half an hour, eventually consuming you entirely." Lu Shixiang was terrified. Yi Jing's description made him wet his pants. A yellowish-white liquid trickled down his leg. Is this really possible? Is there such a cruel poison in the world? Yi Jing shrugged indifferently. "Do you think it's impossible? Since you work for the Medical Immortal Hall and help them research serums and gene therapies, do you really think such a poison doesn't exist?" Lu Shixiang's face turned pale. It was entirely possible. The Medical Immortal Hall, with its twisted nature, could develop anything. If they could, others might as well. Lu Shixiang's heart sank. He felt as if he had boarded a pirate ship with no way to disembark. Perform well later. If Lai Jinjin notices anything unusual, you'll experience the agony of being eaten alive by worms. Lu Shixiang quickly replied, Yes, I'll perform well." At that moment, his phone buzzed with a message, and he shuddered. "He's here." Lu Shixiang hurried to the entrance to greet him. He put on a fawning smile, just as he had before. Mr. Lai, you're right on time. Lai Jinjin said coolly, has everything been smooth this month? Lu Shixiang wanted to reveal his predicament to Lai Jinjin. But then he thought, could Lai Jinjin save him? Even Huang Xiaobang and Fang Ruodo, figures of their caliber, couldn't handle Yi Jing. What could Lai Jinjin, just his immediate superior, do? Realizing this, Lu Shixiang could only say, no problems at all, Mr. Lai. You're overthinking it. Then what's this about? Lai Jinjin's sharp eyes immediately noticed the blast marks at the entrance. Although the damage had been repaired by Yi Jing's men, the remnants of the explosion couldn't be entirely erased. Lu Shixiang's face changed slightly, but he quickly came up with an excuse. He laughed casually. I was trying to widen the entrance to bring in some new equipment. The new equipment was too wide to fit through. After bringing it in, I had it repaired, which is why there are these leftover marks. After saying this, Lu Shixiang inwardly praised his own quick thinking. The scene of the explosion and subsequent repair fit perfectly with his fabricated story. Lai Jinjin, hearing this, believed him. Lu Shixiang's facility, as an outsourced institution of the Medical Immortal Hall, was responsible for using advanced medical equipment to conduct supplementary experiments. It made sense that they would need to bring in new high-end instruments from time to time. Lai Jinjin nodded and followed Lu Shixiang into the research department. Upon seeing the empty freezers labeled with Yi Jing and Huang Yuyan's names, Lai Jinjin's expression darkened. Your efficiency is lacking. Why haven't you collected their blood yet? Lu Shixiang cursed inwardly. Was it easy to collect Yi Jing's blood? Even with the backing of the Medical Immortal Hall and Fang Ruodo, they hadn't succeeded either. Wasn't it normal that he hadn't? Chapter 635. Clues to the location. On the surface, Lu Shixiang didn't dare to say this outright. He could only force a smile and say, don't worry, Mr. Lai. I'm already working on it, and I believe I'll be able to collect it soon. Lai Jinjin nodded slightly. All right, I've already given you Lu Qiangyu's blood. The rest is up to you. Whether you can meet the demands of the Medical Immortal Palace and Fang Ruodo depends on your performance. Lu Shixiang took the test tube of Lu Qiangyu's blood and quickly nodded. Don't worry, Mr. Lai. I'll do my best. He frantically signaled with his eyes to someone behind him. Then, several figures appeared at the door. Are you Mr. Lai? Hearing someone else's voice, Lai Jinjin's expression changed immediately. Lu Shixiang, what's going on? This research department is the most important core secret. How dare you let people in besides the researchers? Lu Shixiang let out a bitter laugh. It's not that I let them in. I had no choice. He quickly looked at Yi Jing. Mr. Yi, I've brought him in as you requested. Can you give me the antidote now? He was truly terrified of being eaten alive by 10,000 insects. Earlier, Yi Jing had let him experience what it was like to have a dozen insects gnawing at his internal organs, and it had almost driven him insane. The thought of 10,000 insects was enough to make him shudder. Yi Jing casually replied, don't rush. I'll give you the antidote later. His gaze turned to Lai Jinjin. Tell me, where did you get Lu Qiangyu's blood? Lai Jinjin frowned. Who are you? Let me tell you, this involves Fang Ruodo. If you dare to mess around, you'll be left to rot in the wilderness tomorrow. Do you know who Fang Ruodo is? He's a legendary figure in our country. Lai Jinjin didn't know who the man in front of him was, but no matter who he was, as long as he mentioned Fang Ruodo, a legendary figure, he was sure to be intimidated. However, this man in front of him was not intimidated at all. Fang Ruodo, huh? Yi Jing sneered. The so-called turtle hiding in its shell Fang Ruodo? Even when I'm about to take down Fang Banghao, he still hasn't dared to confront me? Lai Jinjin was stunned. A turtle hiding in its shell? Taking down Fang Banghao? So, this man's identity. Lai Jinjin subconsciously looked at the freezer beside him, where a name was written. Lu Shixiang looked at him sympathetically. You're right. This man is Yi Jing. You? Lai Jinjin trembled all over. The arrogance he had just displayed instantly vanished. He immediately understood why Lu Shixiang had suddenly turned against them. It wasn't a betrayal. He was being threatened by Yi Jing. Yi Jing was a figure who could go head-to-head with Feng Ruodo, the medical immortal palace, and even Commander Huang Xiaobang. How could he be intimidated by someone like Li Jinjin? Swish, swish, swish. A few figures, including Pooty, entered and pressed small knives against Li Jinjin's neck. Now, I ask and you answer. Yi Jing's expression turned cold. Where did you get Lu Qiangyu's blood? Li Jinjin's face changed slightly. I don't know. As soon as he said that, Pooty's dagger ruthlessly cut off a piece of flesh from his chin. Pooty's skill was extraordinary. He cut off the piece of flesh without hitting any major blood vessels, and except for a few capillaries, there was no bleeding. If you say you don't know again, I can carve 1,000 cuts on your face, giving you an experience you'll never forget. Hearing Pooty's voice, like the whisper of a devil, and feeling the intense pain from his chin, Li Jinjin trembled. I really don't know. It's not that I won't tell you. I truly don't know. Yi Jing frowned. Did you get it from the medical immortal palace? Li Jinjin was startled. I don't know. I got it from one of Feng Ruodo's subordinates. Maybe it was transferred from the medical immortal palace? Yi Jing frowned. The medical immortal palace was that cautious? But thinking about it, it made sense. The medical immortal palace had always been mysterious. Even when Director Zhang and Vice Director Liu appeared, they never revealed the exact location of the medical immortal palace. It was said that even among high-ranking officials, only specific division heads knew the exact location of the medical immortal palace, while other corps leaders were unaware of its whereabouts. Someone once secretly followed Director Zhang, trying to enter the medical immortal palace, but unexpectedly, they were drugged along the way. There were countless forces secretly guarding the medical immortal palace, so it wasn't something ordinary people could find. This made sense. If it was handled through Feng Ruodo's subordinate, it explained why it was so cautious. Yi Jing sighed inwardly. It seemed finding the medical immortal palace through this clue wouldn't be easy. He changed his approach. What have you researched so far? Li Jinjin replied, I do know this. The medical immortal palace and Lu Shixiang's company have been collaborating. The medical immortal palace uses traditional Chinese medicine methods to adjust the formula, while Lu Shixiang's company introduces the most advanced Western medical technology to develop gene therapy drugs. The only result so far is that it has a good restorative effect on the human body. Feng Ruodo seems to want to use the gene therapy drug developed by Lu Shixiang's company to treat Feng Banghao. Yi Jing showed a hint of interest. Oh, is that so? Lu Shixiang nodded beside him. Yes, that's right. However, the final gene therapy drug isn't in my hands. I only have the gene-based solution here. I heard it has to go through several companies before it becomes the final gene therapy drug. Li Jinjin added, I also know one more piece of information. This is the only gene therapy drug that has been developed in recent years. It seems there was an internal conflict over it. Yi Jing showed a more interested expression. Tell me more about it. Under Pooty's knife, Li Jinjin revealed everything he knew. I heard that Feng Ruodo wants to save Feng Banghao, so he wants to use this only gene therapy drug to inject into Feng Banghao in exchange for Feng Banghao's life. But the medical immortal palace seems to be reluctant. They say that after all these years, they finally developed this gene therapy drug, and it brings them one step closer to their ultimate goal. They don't want to waste the research resources, so they want to take it back to the medical immortal palace for further research. Yi Jing nodded and glanced at Pooty beside him. Interrogate these people thoroughly. I want to know all the information about this gene therapy drug. This gene therapy drug was clearly the object of contention among multiple factions. If Yi Jing could get his hands on it, it might provide him with clues to the location of the medical immortal palace. After saying this, he turned and walked out. Immediately, the sounds of Pooty interrogating the two men echoed behind him, and Li Jinjin's screams filled the air. Chapter 636. Furious. After a moment, Pooty emerged, his hands bloodied. He knelt on one knee. Master, I have extracted the information. This gene serum is the only original solution developed from Lu Shixiang, and it has been processed by several international pharmaceutical companies. The final processing was done yesterday at Yuanda Pharmaceutical Company. Yi Jing frowned. Yuanda Pharmaceutical Company? That's a company in Shanghai, right? Qing Huang immediately started searching on her phone. Master, it's an international pharmaceutical company in Shanghai. The Chinese equity is only 10%, with the remaining 90% split equally between the United States and Japan. Yi Jing sneered, so it's still a foreign company. Pudi continued reporting. This Yuanda International Pharmaceutical Company will send a special task force to deliver the finished gene serum to Fang Ruodo, who will then transfer it to Zhang, the head of Yixin Hall. Yi Jing looked at him. Can you intercept this gene serum ahead of time? Pudi nodded. Master, I can. He was eager to prove himself. His brother Punin had made significant contributions under their master's command. He was determined not to fall behind and aimed to achieve even greater success. This mission to intercept the gene serum was a golden opportunity for him to shine. Good. You will lead this mission and ensure it is retrieved. Pudi's figure gradually disappeared into the darkness. The next day, Pudi and his men hid in several buildings. This is the first mission entrusted to me by the master, personally led by me. I must not make any mistakes. Shortly after, a special task force departed from Yuanda International Pharmaceutical Company. Wait a moment before acting, Pudi spoke through the earpiece, and the task force immediately headed in a certain direction. Pudi, however, remained in place, waiting. Several of his men followed the task force. After a while, another special task force emerged, and Pudi sent more men to follow them, still remaining unmoved. It wasn't until the fourth task force that Pudi suddenly opened his eyes and called the remaining men, "Follow me." At the same time, Pudi's earpiece received reports from the previous teams. Team 1 has been eliminated. No gene serum. Team 2 has been eliminated. No gene serum. Team 3 as well. No trace of the serum. Pudi's face showed a hint of a smile. Understood. In a flash, he appeared before the fourth team. Swish, swish, swish. Pudi swiftly acted, his dagger dancing seamlessly in his hands, quickly eliminating everyone. Finally, he found the gene serum in a safe. At Yuanda International Pharmaceutical Company, the boss was sweating profusely. For special task forces should be enough to confuse the enemy, right? No one will know which team carries the real serum. I must be so clever. Just as he finished, someone rushed in panic. It's bad. All 4 of our special task forces have been eliminated. What? The boss was shocked. What about the gene serum? It has also been stolen. The boss collapsed to the ground, feeling weak. It's over. It's all over. Quickly call Fang Ruodo. Pudi returned to Jinling City with the gene serum and handed it over to Yi Jing. Is this the gene serum developed by Yixin Hall? Yi Jing could sense a familiar feeling within the vial. This was the original solution extracted from his mother's unique physique, which shared similarities with the power within him. Both Yixin Hall and Fang Ruodo want this? Yi Jing's face showed a smile. He took out various instruments. This is now mine. He had been researching his unique physique. He could feel that studying this gene serum would greatly aid his research into his own abilities. Fang Ruodo's face showed a smile. The gene serum has started being transported by Yuanda International Pharmaceutical Company, right? An underling knelt and reported, Yes, Ruodo. The gene serum should reach you by tomorrow at the latest. However, Fang Ruodo's expression turned cold. However, what? Speak quickly. It seems Yixin Hall is dissatisfied with your plan and may attempt to intercept it. Fang Ruodo frowned. Yixin Hall's dissatisfaction with my plan is true. After all, I intend to use this gene serum to treat my son, Fang Banghao. This contradicts Yixin Hall's plan to continue their research. He showed a confident smile. But I am certain Yixin Hall will not act. They fear exposing Yixin Hall's location, so they rarely mobilize in large numbers. If they were to be followed, it would be disastrous. If only a few, like Zhang or Liu, were to come out, they could rely on their superior drug techniques to confuse the trackers and return to Yixin Hall. But if a large group were to leave, it would be difficult to cover their tracks. The underling praised, It's still Ruodo who thinks things through clearly. Yixin Hall's plans still rely on our Ruodo mansion. Fang Ruodo nodded slightly. Alright, Ishin Hall is not to be worried about. Unless Zhang himself comes out to intercept. But the probability is too low. Since I provided him with Yi Jing's information, he has been in seclusion researching. He wouldn't risk leaving with those valuable data. Ishin Hall won't intercept, so my gene serum is absolutely safe. Who in this world would dare to intercept my things? Just as he spoke, another underling rushed in. It's bad, Ruodo. Yuanda Pharmaceutical Company just reported a disaster. The gene serum has been stolen. What? Fong Ruodo immediately stood up. Just moments ago, he had said that in the country, only Ishin Hall dared to take his things. No, could it be Ishin Hall? Have you investigated clearly? Yes, it's not Ishin Hall, and the thief didn't hide their identity. They even left us a note, very brazenly. Fong Ruodo frowned. Bring the note here. Chapter 637. Will you agree? As soon as Fong Ruodo saw the handwriting on the note, he was filled with rage. Yi Jing? It was Yi Jing who took it from me? The note wasn't anything else but a message specifically written by Yi Jing to insult him, Fong Ruodo, for being too cowardly and despicable. Seeing this, Fong Ruodo could no longer hold back and immediately took out his satellite phone. Yi Jing, did you take my gene serum? Yi Jing chuckled casually. Oh, you're talking about that? Isn't it originally mine? Nonsense. Fong Ruodo was furious. That's a precious gene serum. I've had people researching it for years, and it was about to be used for my son, Fong Banghao. You took it, and now you claim it's yours? Yi Jing sneered. Yours? Wasn't it developed using my mother's blood and bone marrow? How is it yours? Fong Ruodo was momentarily stumped, but quickly recovered. I invested for years to achieve that result. Yi Jing, I don't want to argue with you. Give me half a day. Immediately return the gene serum, or you won't get away with this. Yi Jing sneered. Oh? You're not going to be a coward anymore? Then I'll be waiting for you in Jinling City. Come quickly. Fong Ruodo was again momentarily stumped. Yi Jing, that gene serum is the life-saving medicine for my son. You damn dog, how could you take it? Yi Jing said indifferently, you could take my mother away, so why can't I take your gene serum? Fong Ruodo raged. How can that be the same? You and your mother are just worthless lives, lucky to have gained the opportunity of a special physique. My son is the only heir of the Fong family. Can you compare to him? Beep, beep, beep. Before Fong Ruodo could say more, Yi Jing hung up. Fong Ruodo immediately dialed back. Yi Jing casually said, if you want to get the gene serum back, you'd better be polite. Fong Ruodo's face contorted with rage, ready to curse, but behind him, Fong Banghao in the nutrient chamber began to wail. Dad, it hurts so much, it hurts so much. Fong Ruodo panicked and rushed to the nutrient chamber. Son, where does it hurt? Fong Banghao cried in pain. Everywhere. It hurts all over. It feels like my whole body is being torn apart. It hurts, it hurts. Fong Banghao wailed in agony, and Fong Ruodo's face grew increasingly grim, his heart-wrenching. His wife beside him also wept uncontrollably. Aren't you supposed to solve everything? Why can't you even relieve our son's pain? If you can't, hurry up and give him more anesthesia. Fong Ruodo helplessly said, anesthesia doesn't work anymore. Before, it could last 6 hours, but now it only lasts 10 minutes. If this continues, the anesthesia will be completely useless. And frequent injections of anesthetic will cause irreversible damage to our son's body. He can't take it anymore. His wife's tears streamed down as she pounded on Fong Ruodo. I don't care. You have to find a way. You have to save our son. The Fong family has only this one heir. Who else will save him if not you? Do you want the Fong family to die out? If you don't find a way, I'll leave this Fong family. I can't stand hearing our son's cries. If you won't give him anesthesia, I will. Without hesitation, she grabbed the anesthesia from the side and injected it into Fong Banghao, silencing his wails. Fong Ruodo remained silent. Yi Jing chuckled lightly on the other end. Fong Ruodo, seems like you have a lot of problems at home. Fong Ruodo took a few deep breaths, forcing down the rage in his heart. Yi Jing, tell me, what exactly do you want in order to return the gene serum? Yi Jing said, open a video call. Ever heard of apologizing with a bundle of thorns? Fong Ruodo exploded. Are you saying I should strip naked, carry a bundle of thorns, and apologize to you? As the once legendary commander of the country, how could he possibly apologize to someone else? What would happen to his image? If Yi Jing recorded this and uploaded it online, what face would he have left? His legendary aura would vanish. No. Yi Jing shook his head. Hearing this, Fong Ruodo felt a bit relieved in his heart. Could it be that he had misunderstood? Yi Jing said indifferently, just apologizing with a bundle of thorns is too easy on you. Not only do you have to strip your upper body and carry the thorns, but someone behind you must whip you with them 999 times. Maybe then I'll forgive you. At that point, I'll naturally return the gene serum to you. What? Fong Ruodo was furious. 999 lashes? That wasn't just about losing face. It was about having no face left at all. Yi Jing, don't push it too far. If I find a way to eliminate you, I will do it immediately. Yi Jing mocked, I'll be waiting for you. Come quickly. Fong Ruodo remained silent. He had already found out that Yi Jing was indeed a top-tier war god. At this level, it was impossible for him to easily kill Yi Jing. Once a martial artist reached the top-tier war god level, their vitality became extremely strong, and they possessed many escape techniques. If he failed to kill Yi Jing and let him escape, it would only lead to more trouble. So even if Fong Ruodo had the power to kill Yi Jing, he would remain cautious and not act rashly. If he were to act, it would be with a thunderous strike. Dad, it hurts so much. Fong Banghao, who had just been injected with anesthesia, only felt relief for a few minutes. No, this time it's so short. Fong Ruodo was shocked. It seemed the duration of the anesthesia was getting shorter. This time, it lasted less than 5 minutes. How could this be? According to the doctors from the Medical Immortal Hall, if the anesthesia couldn't last even 5 minutes, it meant Fong Banghao's body was in serious trouble. He would likely die in excruciating pain. A person could be killed by pain. When they could no longer endure the intense pain transmitted through their nerves, their brain would seek death. Dad, please agree to Yi Jing. I can't bear the pain anymore. Yi Jing, I'll agree on behalf of my father. Please bring the serum to me quickly. I can't endure this pain anymore. Dad, please, if you can't get the serum, just kill me. I can't take it anymore. Fong Banghao wailed in agony. Fong Ruodo, hearing this, was also in tears. Could it be that he was really going to lose his child? Yi Jing, hearing Fong Banghao's voice, said indifferently, what you say doesn't count. Your father has to agree. So, Fong Ruodo, will you agree to these terms? Chapter 638. Why only half a bottle? Fong Ruodo finally, after much hesitation, I agree. He had struggled with all his might to save Fong Banghao. He had even gone to great lengths to have the Medical Immortal Hall bring over a nutrient chamber. He couldn't just give up halfway, could he? If Fong Banghao were to die, then his old Fong family would truly be left without an heir. In the next moment, Fong Ruodo clicked on the video request. Yi Jing smiled faintly. He was finally going to witness Fong Ruodo's humiliation. So, he also clicked on the screen recording button. Fong Ruodo appeared on the screen, stripped off his shirt, and had someone bring over a bundle of thorny branches, which he placed on his back. Then, he positioned his most trusted subordinate behind him. You whip me 999 times, not a single one less. What? The subordinate was shocked. He couldn't believe it and said, Ruodo, are you joking? Fong Ruodo raged. When have I ever joked? Just whip me. Even if one strike is missing, it won't count. The subordinate could only start whipping, crack after crack. Soon, Fong Ruodo's back was covered in red welts. Even though the subordinate had held back, 999 lashes were no small matter. Fong Ruodo's back quickly broke the skin, and then it was a scene of flesh tearing apart. Finally, all 999 lashes were completed. The subordinate didn't dare to look at Fong Ruodo's back anymore. He felt deeply guilty inside. Fong Ruodo, panting heavily, glared with bloodshot eyes at Yi Jing on the phone. Yi Jing, I've done what I should. You should give me the gene serum now, right? Yi Jing watched with satisfaction and revealed a few smiles. Sure, this whipping is just a small interest for the beatings you gave my parents back then. Don't worry, tortures like this, you'll get to enjoy often in the future. Yi Jing's goal wasn't to directly kill the 5 big shots like Fong Ruodo. He wanted them to slowly taste all the pain his parents had endured. Today's 999 lashes were just the first step. Don't worry, I keep my word. Have someone come to get the gene serum. Fong Ruodo's expression finally eased a bit. Soon, someone from Fong Ruodo's side arrived. Yi Jing handed over half a bottle of the gene serum to the man. Why only half a bottle? The man's expression changed. The intel said the gene serum was a full bottle, so why was there only half left? Yi Jing casually said, the gene serum passed through my hands. How could it still be intact? Do you think that's possible? The man's face turned pale. This would make it impossible for him to complete his mission. Originally, it was supposed to be a full bottle, but now there was only half. He didn't know if it would still be enough to save Fong Ruodo's son. Yi Jing casually said, I only promised Fong Ruodo to give him the gene serum, but I didn't say how much to give him. The gene serum is also something I need for research, so keeping half is already showing him a lot of face. If you hesitate any longer, I'll have to show you the door. As soon as Yi Jing said this, the servant beside him took a few steps forward, ready to usher the man out. The man quickly said, I'll take it. I'll take it. He quickly hugged the gene serum to his chest and fled like the wind. His next task was to risk his life to safely deliver the gene serum back. Of course. At the same time, he had to keep it confidential and not reveal Fong Ruodo's location. After all, the cautious Fong Ruodo had already said that even if the man lost his life, he couldn't expose Fong Ruodo's whereabouts. Yi Jing smiled and said, Servant, follow him and see where Fong Ruodo is hiding. Servant, understood, master. He quickly disappeared into the darkness. Being followed? The man furrowed his brows. He had already been pushing his speed to the limit, but the figure behind him was still faintly discernible, persistently tracking him. This person, their strength is too strong. I'm already one of Fong Ruodo's fastest subordinates, yet I can't shake them off. Looks like there's no other way. I'll have to use that move. The man's eyes flashed with determination. Then, he quietly changed direction and headed towards another place. Soon, he reached his destination. It was a bridge, and on the other side, another figure was already waiting. Quick, give this gene serum to Fong Ruodo. I'll hold off the tail. The person knew the urgency and quickly said, Be careful. After saying that, the person took the gene serum and was about to leave quickly. But the next moment, he glanced at the gene serum and was stunned. You? Why is there only half a bottle? Where's the other half? He frowned and said, Didn't you secretly take it? Who didn't know that the gene serum was a great supplement? It was said that even the dead could be brought back to life. For the living, it had immense benefits, and many people coveted the gene serum. The man was in a hurry. Yi Jing gave me only half a bottle. Can't talk anymore. The tail is already here. You go quickly. He pushed the person in front and then lunged towards the pursuer. Soon, he was engaged in battle with the servant. Unfortunately, how could his combat power compare to the servant's? He quickly fell. The servant pursued again, but unfortunately, the other person had already boarded a speeding sports car and was rapidly fleeing. The servant wanted to chase after, but his expression suddenly changed, and he quickly retreated. Boom. In the next moment, the bridge collapsed with a loud rumble. It turned out that timed explosives had been set up here beforehand to block the pursuers. A moment later, the servant returned, kneeling on one knee to apologize. Master, I failed to catch Fong Ruodo's subordinate. Yi Jing said calmly, It's fine, normal. I estimate that even if you had caught up, Fong Ruodo still had many tricks waiting for you. Fong Ruodo, I've experienced his cautious nature before. He would set up multiple layers of defenses. Even if his son Fong Banghao were to die, he wouldn't dare to show himself. You can imagine how cautious this man is. Even I can't find his location. Half a day later, Fong Ruodo looked at the gene serum in his hand. Finally got my hands on it. But why only half a bottle? The person who came had no choice but to say. Yi Jing said that when he handed it over, it was only half a bottle. Fong Ruodo frowned, but at this moment, he couldn't care less about pursuing the matter. The priority was to administer the serum to his son. Fong Banghao was already howling in pain again. Dad, save me quickly, hurry. I can't take it anymore. I want to kill myself. I want to kill myself. Fong Banghao was howling, his body convulsing and trembling. Fong Ruodo quickly grabbed the gene serum and injected it into his son's body in the nutrient chamber. In an instant, Fong Banghao inside the nutrient chamber went silent. Chapter 639. Only halfway. Fong Banghao seemed to be enveloped by a warm force, and the broken muscles and bones in his body began to reconnect. It really works. Fong Ruodo exclaimed in delight. Yaozi was finally going to be saved. After enduring so much pain and suffering for so long, the end had finally arrived. In the next second, Fong Banghao began to moan in comfort as the muscles, bones, and skin of his upper body started to regenerate, and even his arms could move again. It's done. It's finally done. Fong Ruodo and his wife also shed tears of joy. Yaozi was finally getting better. This regenerative energy spread from his neck to his arms, and from his arms to his chest and waist. However, when it reached his waist, it stopped. What's going on? Fong Banghao frowned and said, Dad, take a look. What's happening to me? His hands could move, his chest breathed strongly again, and he sat up directly in the nutrient tank. Why is my lower body still a pile of mush? Why can't I move? Why are these legs so limp, like they're withered? Fong Banghao desperately pounded his almost rotten legs, feeling no sensation at all, though fortunately, the previous intense pain was gone. Dad, didn't you say the gene serum would completely heal me? What's going on? Why did it only heal half and then stop? I've only recovered my upper body. What can I do with that? What about my lower body? How am I supposed to play with women? How am I supposed to carry on the Fong family line? This statement hit a nerve. Fong Ruodo also fell silent. I know. It must be that Yi Jing's gene serum only had half a bottle left, so it could only heal half of your body. Fong Banghao panicked. Dad, how can that be? Without my lower body, how can I live? Dad, does this mean I'll have to live in a wheelchair for the rest of my life? And I haven't regained my fertility. How am I supposed to give you grandchildren? Fong Banghao also panicked. Don't worry, Yaozi. I'll definitely find a way to get the other half of the gene serum back for you. Just then, a loud boom came from outside the door. Fong Ruodo, come out. Fong Ruodo's face changed slightly. It's Dean Zhang's voice. Why is he here? In the next moment, Dean Zhang, accompanied by Vice Dean Liu and several others from the Medical Immortal Hall, stormed in with great momentum. Fong Ruodo, tell me, did you use the gene serum? I told you, it's for my research, not for your Yaozi to use. Do you know how long it took to refine that one tube of gene serum? 10 years. If we want another tube, it'll take another 10 years. And you? You just gave it to your Yaozi to use. Fong Ruodo shouted angrily, I didn't give it to my Yaozi. Dean Zhang sneered, still lying? He pointed at Fong Banghao. If you didn't give it to your Yaozi, how could he be healed? Fong Ruodo sighed, I used it, but only half. So you admit it, huh? Dean Zhang was furious. All these 10 years of work were wasted by Fong Ruodo. It was just for one life. What right did Fong Banghao have to consume 10 years of work? For this achievement, how many lives were sacrificed? And in the end, just when they were about to use the gene serum for further research and achieve even greater results, Fong Banghao used it? Were all those lives lost for nothing? Fong Ruodo, you're being foolish. Dean Zhang exploded in anger, his aura surging. As a divine physician, he followed the same path as Yi Jing. The stronger his medical skills, the stronger his power. His aura surged, quickly reaching the level of a high-ranking war god. The gene serum was just taken by your Yaozi, wasn't it? Din Zhang's eyes were cold as he stared at Fang Banghao. Seeing this, Fang Ruodo also surged with aura, immediately standing in front of Yaozi Fang Banghao, and sneered, "What? Do you want to force the gene serum back out of my Yaozi's stomach?" Din Zhang nodded. "I do have that intention. This is 10 years of research, and you let this useless Yaozi drink it all? I'm truly heartbroken. If we force it out now, maybe we can purify it, or else, do we have to wait another 10 years? Fang Ruodo shouted angrily, "If you dare to make a move, I'll destroy you. Don't think that just because the Medical Immortal Hall has a high status among the core bigwigs, I won't dare to touch you. If you dare to touch my Yaozi, I'll destroy you right away." Fang Ruodo's aura surged, and behind him, a large number of shadowy figures appeared, all with murderous intent on their faces. They were all Fang Ruodo's subordinates, and they certainly wouldn't tolerate anyone causing trouble here. Boom! Din Zhang charged forward, his body surrounded by white energy, trying to bypass Fang Ruodo and grab Fang Banghao directly. "Dad, save me!" Fang Banghao felt the sharp killing intent and almost peed his pants, scrambling behind Fang Ruodo. "You dare!" Fang Ruodo roared and transformed into a train, colliding fiercely with Din Zhang. Both were high-ranking war gods, evenly matched in strength. Their collision created a huge shockwave, knocking everyone around them flying. "Stop him!" With a single command from Fang Ruodo, his subordinates all rushed forward. Din Zhang waved his hand, and his people also charged. The two groups quickly clashed. The intense battle almost flattened Fang Ruodo's residence. However, Fang Ruodo wasn't heartbroken. He was naturally cautious and had many hideouts. This place was just one of his many residences, and losing it wasn't a big deal. He had plenty of others to choose from. The only thing he was worried about was Fang Banghao behind him. Although Fang Banghao had been healed, his legs still couldn't move, making it impossible for him to escape. Fang Ruodo had to protect him. He couldn't back down. He had to fight to the death. Din Zhang, on the other hand, was filled with rage. His 10 years of research had been used up, and he needed to vent. After half an hour of intense fighting, Din Zhang and Fang Ruodo finally separated. Both were heavily injured, and their subordinates were all wounded, covered in blood, with 7 or 8 dead. Having vented his anger, Din Zhang's attitude softened a bit, though his eyes still carried a look of suspicion. "Fang Ruodo, the gene serum should at least have completely healed your Yaozi, so why did it only heal half?" Chapter 640, Threatening Us. "I know the results of my gene therapy best. It should definitely have fully restored your Yaozi. What's going on?" Director Zhang inquired. When this topic came up, Fang Ruodo became angry again. "That gene therapy, I was intercepted by Yi Jing halfway. Later, I had to use a certain method to take it back." Director Zhang was curious. "What method?" At that moment, several subordinates had strange expressions, frequently glancing at Fang Ruodo and then at their phones. It seemed something interesting was on their phones. "What are you guys doing over there? What could possibly make you so unserious? Don't you see Director Zhang is here? You're embarrassing me." Fang Ruodo was usually quite strict with his subordinates. No one dared to laugh casually while working under him. But today, with Director Zhang and Vice Director Liu as esteemed guests, these subordinates couldn't hold back. What could be so funny on that phone? The few subordinates' faces twitched continuously, and eventually, they said with difficulty, "Fang Ruodo, there's a video of you on the phone." Fang Ruodo frowned. "How could there be a video of me? I've been retired for years, and I've hardly appeared in the public eye." He was naturally cautious. Since retiring, he had gone into seclusion, and only a handful of people, like those in the Medical Immortal Hall, knew his latest whereabouts. "Oh, right. It must be someone made a short video about my previous legendary deeds," Fang Ruodo said proudly. "When I was still serving, I was indeed very glorious, with many impressive moments. Those are my handsome photos and videos of me showing off. Nowadays, these content creators like to make compilation videos. Many people have compiled my past achievements for the country and my actions against invaders. It's just a trivial matter. Fong Ruodo waved it off nonchalantly. Ruodo, it's not that kind of video. You should just see for yourself. The subordinates couldn't bring themselves to say it and handed over the phone. Fong Ruodo was puzzled. Not that kind of video? What then? He took the phone, and Director Zhang and Vice Director Liu curiously looked over. They clicked to play the video. Asterisk slap. 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 Asterisk. In the sound of whips cracking, Fong Ruodo was half naked, his back already bloodied and bruised. This is you? Director Zhang looked at Fong Ruodo and couldn't help but laugh. When did you develop such a fetish, liking to be whipped by others? If you have such needs, you can come to me. I enjoy whipping people. Fong Ruodo's face turned ashen. Damn Yi Jing. It must be him who uploaded that whipping video online. Damn it. Damn it. Once this video is out, with his legendary reputation, it will spread across the internet in no time. Fong Ruodo could already foresee his prestige disappearing overnight. A legendary figure being whipped and kneeling. It looked anything but proper. Director Zhang continued to mock. Fong Ruodo, when was this? Fong Ruodo smashed the phone to the ground with a bang, then stomped on it, crushing it into pieces. His eyes filled with murderous intent as he glared at all the subordinates. Anyone spreading this will be found, and they won't live past tomorrow. Also, immediately send someone to notify all media to take down this video. No exceptions. Understood. The subordinates immediately went to relay the message. They believed that soon, no major websites would dare to continue playing the video. By then, with proper manipulation, they could claim the video was AI generated, which might reduce the impact. Director Zhang now understood a bit more. Fong Ruodo, did you use this method to get that gene therapy? Fong Ruodo silently nodded. Yes, that's how. Director Zhang tried to hold back his laughter, even turning away to laugh quietly. However, he had to admit, Fong Ruodo was really willing to go all out to save his son. The next moment, a subordinate rushed over, panicked. Fong Ruodo, it's bad. We've already notified the major media to take down the video, but... Fong Ruodo frowned. But what? Are the media not listening? With my name, do they dare not listen? Fong Ruodo's aura was filled with murderous intent, radiating a threatening presence. The subordinate quickly said, No, the media are complying. Fong Ruodo then took out his own phone and clicked on the previous link. Indeed, it was already marked as censored and couldn't be viewed. The subordinate frowned. But even though the media took it down, people are still uploading it non-stop. The media can't keep up with the deletions. We checked and found it's not individuals uploading but a professional hacker team continuously uploading the video. That means unless the entire internet is shut down, the hackers will upload the video anywhere there's internet. Fong Ruodo's face was completely black. Was he really going to shut down the entire internet? That would have too much impact. Even in the most severe situations before, China had never shut down the entire internet. It would also give the impression of trying to cover up the truth. It would directly tell everyone that Fong Ruodo was indeed whipped, and the video was real. Fong Ruodo remained silent for a moment before angrily saying, It must be my hidden enemies or foreign adversaries taking this opportunity to smear me. Having been in such a high position for so long, he certainly had many enemies, and it was likely those people were acting. He had no idea that Yi Jing's Yishan Hall included skilled hackers. Now, we can only issue a statement saying that the video is AI generated and see how much reputation it can salvage for me. It was unclear how many people would believe it. But for now, that was all they could do. Finding the other half of the gene therapy was the priority. So, you're saying Yi Jing only gave you half of the gene therapy, which means the other half is still in his hands, right? Fong Ruodo nodded. Yi Jing has no use for the other half of the gene therapy. He certainly doesn't need to take it. So, there are only two possibilities. One is that Yi Jing has stored it away, using it to threaten us. Chapter 641. No one will steal it. Another possibility is that Yi Jing is also researching this thing. Feng Ruodo confidently said, "Don't you remember the data I gave you last time?" Mentioning this, Director Zhang also showed a pensive expression. "The last batch of data you mentioned came from Yi Jing, the person with the special physique." Feng Ruodo nodded. That data was researched by Yi Jing himself, which is enough to show that he is also conducting research in this area. Perhaps he has taken an interest in that half dose of gene serum. As long as we find him, we can definitely retrieve that half dose of nutrient serum. Director Zhang's eyes gleamed with excitement. Exactly, and that person's research ability is not bad either. The data he gave me, although mixed with truth and falsehood, still shows that his research capability is quite strong. Maybe he can really come up with something. Then, we can take back not only that half dose of gene serum, but also his research results. Perhaps, there will be some unexpected surprises. As the two spoke, they didn't notice one of Feng Ruodo's subordinates quietly leaving the scene. When it was time for the shift change, the subordinate finally got his phone and called Xue Changlin. "Lord Xue, something interesting happened at Feng Ruodo's place today." The director of the Medical Immortal Hall, Zhang, came storming in. After hearing this, Xue Changlin burst out laughing. "This kid Yi Jing, what a prank. Ha ha ha." He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yi Jing's single action had made both Feng Ruodo and Director Zhang anxious. "So now, can you still confirm Feng Ruodo's location?" The subordinate shook his head. "I'm just an Edge member. I'm not allowed to carry a phone during work hours. And by the time I get off work and change shifts, Feng Ruodo will have changed his residence. Feng Ruodo is definitely not at the original courtyard anymore." Xue Changlin sighed inwardly. All right then. He knew that Feng Ruodo was too cautious and careful, never giving anyone any chance. In that case, keep doing your job as a mole. Since Xue Changlin had risen to the rank of commander, he naturally needed to plant his own people under various individuals, especially someone like Feng Ruodo, who was involved with certain foreign powers. A mole had to be arranged. After hanging up the phone, Xue Changlin thought for a moment and decided to call Yi Jing. "Yi Jing, there's a funny story." After hearing this, Yi Jing also laughed. "You old Xue, you even have moles in Feng Ruodo's place. This is just interest for the trouble Feng Ruodo caused. In the future, I will make Feng Ruodo and the other big shots taste the same pain my parents experienced, bit by bit." After calming down, Yi Jing continued his research on his special physique. Now, with the gene serum, his research progress had once again increased significantly. Currently, I still need a large amount of auxiliary medicinal materials to assist. His research had shifted from being few but precise to broad and extensive. Next, Yi Jing needed a lot of money and equipment to expand the scope of his experiments. These could be solved with money. As the mastermind behind the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce, Yi Jing was not lacking in financial resources. With ample funds at his disposal, acquiring the required equipment was a straightforward matter. But the key issue was the large amount of auxiliary medicinal materials required, some of which were not easy to obtain. "Ning Luo." Yi Jing thought for a moment and called Ning Luo. "Check where there are places nearby that grow the medicinal herb Kamui, also known as Baipigi." Ning Luo took Yi Jing's instructions very seriously and immediately went to search. Soon, Ning Luo's reply came. "Yi Jing, I found it. There are medicinal fields growing Baipigi in the outskirts near Jinling City. The local farmers reported that they have planted 30 acres of Baipigi. Is that enough for you?" Yi Jing calculated silently. "It should be enough. Contact them and tell them I want all of their Baipigi." Ning Luo said, "But there's a problem. Baipigi has very strict growth cycle requirements, and it needs about 10 more days before it can be harvested. Can you wait?" Yi Jing sighed. "Of course, I have to wait. The reason this thing is hard to buy even with money is not because it's rare, but because of this special growth cycle. You can only wait for Baipigi to mature on its own. Before it's fully mature, even if Yi Jing has money, he can't buy the stock." "All right, I'll go over immediately to discuss with the farmers and try to sign a contract with them directly. When the time comes, I'll send a truck to pick up the Baipigi." Ning Luo didn't ask Yi Jing what he needed so much of the 30 acres of medicinal herbs for. Whatever Yi Jing wanted to do, she was responsible for completing it. Soon, Ning Luo arrived at Lianhua village in the outskirts of Jinling City. Upon arrival, a representative of the local farmers came out to greet Ning Luo. So beautiful. The few farmer representatives, seeing the city girl Ning Luo who looked like a celestial being, were a bit shy and didn't dare to approach. They showed simple, honest smiles on their faces. The girls in their village were nowhere near as beautiful as her. After Ning Luo arrived, she greeted the farmer representatives. Your baipigi will be ready for harvest in 10 days, right? Can it be harvested early? As soon as she said this, the farmers who had been smiling changed their expressions. You little girl, you don't know anything, do you? Originally, they had been quite fond of Ning Luo because of her beauty, but because of her words, they immediately looked down on her. You city folks really don't understand. The growth cycle of baipigi is too important. There are still 10 days left. Not a single day can be delayed. If it's harvested early, the medicinal properties will definitely be reduced, and the quality will be discounted. We can't sell discounted medicinal materials to others. Ning Luo smiled. All right then, please protect these medicinal materials well for these 10 days. Don't let anyone harvest them, don't let anyone buy them, and don't let anyone destroy them. When the 10 days are up, I'll immediately send a truck to come and buy them. Here's the deposit. This counts as us having signed a contract, right? Yes, of course. The farmer representative's eyes lit up as soon as they saw the stack of money Ning Luo handed over. Ning Luo thought for a moment and said, These medicinal materials are quite precious. What do you use to protect them? The farmers showed simple expressions and laughed. We, the farmers who grow the medicinal fields, are the best protectors. Don't worry, we've been protecting this place for years. No one will dare to come and steal anything. Chapter 642. Blocking? Ning Luo confirmed, You really don't need me to send more people? The representative of the farmers nodded. No problem, don't worry. Just come back in 10 days to make the purchase. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone felt the ground shaking. What's going on? All eyes turned towards the distance. In front of the medicinal field, a dozen construction and transport vehicles appeared. What are these vehicles here for? When those vehicles stopped in front of the medicinal field, a man with a black wallet under his arm stepped out. I'm Zhang Yuanda. I'll buy all the Bai Pai Gue in your medicinal field. The farmers' representatives said with regret, Sorry, Mr. Zhang, you're too late. We've already sold all the Bai Pai Gue to this lady boss. What? Zhang Yuanda frowned. I traveled all the way from Shanghai to Nanjing just to buy your 30 acres of Bai Pai Gue. You've already sold them? The farmers' representatives nodded. Yes, we've already received the deposit. Oh, Zhang Yuanda suddenly understood and smiled. So you've only received the deposit. Have you signed the contract? The farmers' representatives were puzzled. Since we've received the deposit, isn't that the same as signing a contract? Zhang Yuanda laughed. Not the same at all, that's a big difference. Your deposit is just a verbal agreement, while the contract is written and legally binding. Since you haven't signed the contract yet, he took out a contract from his black wallet. Come on, sign this purchase contract with me, and these Bai Pai Gue will be mine. Ning Luo was anxious. This was a task entrusted to her by Yi Jing. How could she fail? No, I've already decided on these Bai Pai Gue. How can you snatch them away? Besides, I've already agreed with the farmers. Zhang Yuanda sneered at Ning Luo. You say you've bought them? Where's your contract? Ning Luo hurriedly said, I've already given the deposit. The farmers said a contract wasn't necessary, so I didn't sign one. Zhang Yuanda chuckled. You're really naive. This is the modern era. Society has evolved. Without a contract, it's not legally binding. How do you even run a business? Come on, fellow farmers, sign the contract with me. The farmers were also anxious. No, we've already agreed with this lady boss. She's given us the deposit. That's the same as signing a contract. Zhang Yuanda snatched the deposit from the farmer's hand and threw it at Ning Luo's face. Isn't this easy? Just return the deposit to her like this. Look, I've already sent the vehicles. As long as you sign the contract with me, I can start harvesting the Bai Pai Gue right now. The farmer's faces changed. No, Mr. Boss. These Bai Pai Gue aren't mature yet. They can only be harvested in 10 days, and we haven't sold them to you. Zhang Yuanda shook his head. I know what you're saying, and I'm familiar with the properties of Bai Pai Gue, but I can't wait that long. Although early harvesting will slightly reduce the medicinal properties, it's enough for me, as I'm selling them to others. Zhang Yuanda directly said, All right, buying these Bai Pai Gue is just a small matter for me while I'm in Nanjing. Don't waste my time. Xiao Lu, this is your task. You have 2 hours to clear out all 30 acres of Bai Pai Gue, not a single one left. Lu Changgue immediately replied, Understood, Mr. Zhang. He immediately called over the construction and transport vehicles, Start harvesting. The farmers were anxious and quickly tried to block them. No, Mr. Zhang, you can't harvest yet. The medicine isn't ready. Lu Changgue waved his hand, and several bodyguards came forward to block the farmers. Ning Luo's face also changed slightly. She walked up, trying to persuade the other party. Mr. Zhang, these medicines? All right. Zhang Yuanda chuckled. Miss Ning, right? I'm new to Nanjing and not too familiar with you. Which company are you the boss of? Ning Luo was about to say something when Zhang Yuanda directly said, It's dusty here. Let's talk in my car. Ning Luo frowned and instinctively said, I'd rather not get in the car. It's fine to talk here. Zhang Yuanda sneered, If you don't want to discuss, then leave. Don't interfere with my purchase of the medicine. Ning Luo gritted her teeth, remembering Yi Jing's instructions, and had no choice but to get into Zhang Yuanda's car. Xiao Zhou drive. Once inside the car, Zhang Yuanda immediately ordered the driver to start. What? Ning Luo's face changed. What are you doing? Aren't we here to talk? Why are you driving? Zhang Yuanda shook his head. I don't know what the bosses in Nanjing are used to, but in Shanghai, you usually discuss business over a meal, right? Ning Luo frowned. We're just talking about these 30 acres of Bai Pai Gue. Why do we need to go to a restaurant? Zhang Yuanda shook his head. In my place, you follow my rules. If you want to talk, come with me. Otherwise, leave. Again with this rhetoric, Ning Luo had no choice. She really wanted those 30 acres of Bai Pai Gue. And now the car was already moving, speeding up to 80 miles per hour. At this speed, she couldn't get off the car. She had to follow Zhang Yuanda as they raced towards downtown Nanjing. At the medicinal field, Lu Changgue ordered the vehicles. Come on, several construction vehicles, dig up the medicinal field, roots and all, and load them onto the transport vehicles to send to Shanghai. The farmers were even more against this. This was digging up the roots. Although Bai Pai Gue has a special growth cycle, it's like chives, constantly regrowing. If they dug up the roots, it would mean taking away all their future earnings, and the field would have to be replanted. No, you can't do this. A large group of farmers surrounded them, trying to outnumber us? Lu Changgue sneered. Our boss hasn't paid you? What are you doing now? The farmer's representative quickly said, We didn't want to sell to you in the first place. You forced the purchase, and we only agreed to sell this season's Bai Pai Gue. You're digging up the roots, which is a completely different price. Humph! Lu Changgue sneered. I don't care about that. Since our boss has paid, these medicines, including the roots, are all ours. The villagers immediately protested, and a group of them came forward to block them. Lu Changgue singled out a few of the most active young men among those blocking them. Chapter 643, Flying Backwards. Lu Changgue dragged out several young men. Is it just you few who insist on causing trouble? You want to be troublemakers? He directed his subordinates, saying, Go find out where these troublemakers' houses are. The villagers were puzzled. What's the point of finding their houses? Soon, the houses of the young men accused of being troublemakers were located. These so-called troublemakers were also local villagers, naturally living nearby. Their houses were not far from the medicinal herb fields. Tear them down. With a single command from Lu Changgue, several construction vehicles rumbled towards the troublemakers' houses, crushing them. Help! The families of the young men were inside, and upon hearing the loud noise, they rushed out, some without even putting on their shoes. "You dare! This is murder!" The young men immediately panicked. Other villagers rushed to rescue the people. Fortunately, before the construction vehicles could completely demolish the houses, the villagers managed to save everyone. However, the property buried inside the houses was all lost. Some villagers had stored other harvested medicinal herbs inside, which were now buried and crushed, completely ruined. Now, who else wants to be a troublemaker? Lu Changgue coldly scanned the crowd. Anyone who dares to be a troublemaker will meet the same fate. His gaze was cold and terrifying, and the villagers instinctively avoided eye contact. The price was simply too high. It was akin to losing everything. Some of the villagers whose houses had been destroyed were so frightened that they started crying. "Good. Since no one is stopping us, we'll start harvesting the herbs." This time, no one dared to intervene. Compared to the medicinal herb fields, they were more afraid of losing their lives. Meanwhile, Yijing frowned. What's wrong with Ningluo? This location. Looking at the coordinates sent to his phone, he immediately realized something was wrong. Ningluo wouldn't casually send a distress signal like this unless something had gone wrong. Is it in the suburbs? Yijing remembered that Ningluo had mentioned the newly discovered Cortex Mouton medicinal herb field was in the suburbs. Did something happen during the acquisition of the herb field? Yijing took Qing Huang and Pu Di and immediately headed to the suburbs. Rumble. As soon as they arrived, they heard the sound of numerous construction vehicles starting up. It was clear they were heading towards the herb field, planning to shovel all the soil, including the Cortex Mouton, into transport trucks. Yijing's expression changed, and he immediately stood in front of a construction vehicle. "Stop immediately. Are you blind, you bastard?" The driver was furious. Was this kid looking for death, daring to stand in front of a construction vehicle? If he hadn't spotted Yijing just in time, that scoop would have taken his head off. "You're looking for death? Fine, I'll grant your wish." The driver raged, operating the excavator to swing down towards Yijing's head. They had already destroyed other people's houses without a care for human life. Yijing narrowed his eyes, and a figure beside him darted towards the driver like a ghost. The next moment, the driver groaned and fainted. Then, Pudi's figure appeared on the construction vehicle. He then drove the vehicle, rumbling towards the other construction vehicles, crashing into them. In an instant, two construction vehicles collided violently, toppling over the embankment. The commotion immediately caught the attention of all the villagers and Lu Changgue. Why did those two construction vehicles suddenly flip over? Flipped over well. These bad people finally got their comeuppance. Even the heavens couldn't stand it and made them crash. What heavens? It wasn't an accident. Someone intervened. I just saw a few people blocking the construction vehicles, and then someone suddenly jumped onto one, operating it, causing the two to crash into each other. Someone's helping us? The villagers were both shocked and delighted. But what puzzled them was, as the lowest strata of society, how could anyone be willing to help them? After all, they were just old farmers, even if they grew medicinal herbs instead of crops. Who would go out of their way to help them and offend those powerful bosses from Shanghai? Lu Changgue's face was icy. There were still troublemakers. He directed his subordinates, send a few people over to capture those three. This time, Yijing hadn't brought many subordinates from the Yi Divine Palace, only Qing Huang and Pu Di. So Lu Changgue didn't take it seriously. He merely thought Pu Di had a bit of skill, nothing more. A dozen guards behind Lu Changgue immediately charged towards Yijing. That young man, run. You're no match for them. The villagers quickly warned. These bosses from Shanghai are very bad. They even flattened our houses. They're going to dig up our unripe Cortex Mouton herb field. They don't care about human lives at all. You should run. Don't get involved. Yes, young man, run quickly. The villagers were afraid Yijing and his companions would get caught up in this mess. Himph, too late to run now. Lu Changgue sneered. If you want to be a troublemaker, you have to be prepared to face the consequences. Capture these three, find their houses and flatten them. Then get some ropes, tie them to that big tree over there, and beat them severely. Just as Lu Changui finished speaking, his voice suddenly stopped, because he saw that his dozen guards, who had just charged forward, were all suddenly sent flying back in an instant. It was as if they had all hit an invisible wall and were repelled. This was Qing Huang's doing. She was already at the level of a war god, and among war gods, she was exceptional, almost approaching the upper echelons. Facing these ordinary guards and thugs, it was a complete downgrade in power. She struck lightning fast, throwing out a dozen punches in an instant, sending all of them flying back. To the naked eye, it seemed as if they had hit an invisible wall and were repelled. What the hell? Playing tricks. Lu Changui refused to believe it, directing several construction vehicles to ram towards Qing Huang. Even if there's a wall, let's see if it can withstand my impact. Chapter 644. Is this called economic activity? Just as the construction vehicles were about to pass by, Pooty's figure swiftly leaped back and forth between the vehicles. With each leap, he accurately knocked out the drivers of the construction vehicles, who then crashed their vehicles into the ones beside them. In just a few minutes, Pooty had taken care of all the operational construction vehicles on the scene. Lu Changui was dumbfounded. Were these three people human or ghosts? They could easily defeat the guards, and even when faced with vehicle collisions, they moved as agilely as apes, effortlessly taking control of the drivers. These three are really skilled. The villagers were also shocked, especially the two formidable individuals, a man and a woman, who turned out to be subordinates of the young man named Yijing in the middle. How powerful must Yijing be? Young man, are you really here to stand up for us? A few villagers cautiously approached. Yijing looked sympathetically at their demolished houses and then coldly turned to Lu Changui. You're truly inhuman. You almost crushed their families under the house, didn't you? What would you think if your family were in this situation? Lu Changui's eyelids twitched, but he didn't take it to heart. His family lived in a high-end community in Shanghai, accommodations arranged by Yuanda Company. How could their homes be demolished? Seeing Lu Changui's indifferent expression, Yijing narrowed his eyes. He then made a call to the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. Look into Lu Changui of Yuanda Company and arrange a little surprise for his family. Shortly after, Lu Changui received a call from his wife. Lao Lu, why do we have friends at our house? They've started smashing things. What's going on? From the phone, the chaotic sounds and his wife's panicked voice could be heard. Lu Changui was shocked. This man, with just one phone call, found his wife? And even sent people there remotely? Don't you dare touch my wife. Lu Changui growled viciously. If you touch her, I'll make you regret it. Despite his words, there was a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Oh! Yijing was surprised. He was about to harm Lu Changui's wife, yet the man seemed quite pleased. Realizing this, Yijing quickly called the head of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce again. Leave Lu Changui's wife alone. He must have a mistress outside. Find her. At this, Lu Changui's face turned pale. Yijing, huh? I advise you not to meddle. I don't have any mistress. Yijing casually laughed. It's nothing. I'm just guessing. What if I'm right? Lu Changui was clearly flustered. However, his mistress was well hidden. Not even his wife, who lived with him daily, could find her. How could Yijing? But just in case, Lu Changui immediately dialed a number. Hello? Is this Director Zhang? This is Lu Changui from Yuanda Company. You need to come over right away. What's going on in Nanjing? Is this how you welcome us? Is this how you attract investment? Seeing him call for help, Yijing chuckled, calling for backup. Huh? Fine. He also picked up his phone and sent a message to the city's top official. The villagers didn't see Yijing's message, but only heard Lu Changui's phone call. Oh no, this man from Yuanda Company seems to know some big shots. It's over. These three young people are in trouble. A village representative quickly approached Yijing. Young man, you should leave quickly. If the leaders come and you're arrested, it'll be bad. We'll just take the loss for our own sake. Don't get involved. Yijing reassured them, it's okay, just watch from the side. This man from Yuanda Company won't dare do anything to you. I'll stand up for you. The villagers were anxious, but he called in some big shots. Yijing scoffed, "Don't worry, the big shots he called aren't worth mentioning." "Not worth mentioning?" Lu Changwei sneered. "You probably don't even know what a big shot is. Wait until you see the big shots in Nanjing, and you'll be on your knees begging me." As he finished, he saw several cars speeding toward them. The cars stopped, and several well-dressed men quickly approached. "Mr. Lu, what's the matter?" "Our investment environment in Nanjing is excellent, very welcoming to big companies from Shanghai." Lu Changwei sneered. "You call this good? Look at this mess. My men have been knocked out, and my vehicles have been overturned. Is this how you welcome investors? When we're here to create value and invest, your people in Nanjing are causing destruction?" The leaders, seeing the scene, were all dumbfounded. Almost all the construction and transport vehicles were overturned. The scene showed many vehicles colliding, causing massive destruction. The dozen or so guards were all in miserable states, lying on the ground groaning, unable to stand. "Mr. Lu, did these all happen because of people from Nanjing? Tell me who it was, and I'll arrest them immediately. This is a disgrace to Nanjing. I'll make sure they face justice." Lu Changwei coldly pointed at Yijing. "It's that guy. Seems to be called Yijing." Yijing? The name sounded familiar. The leaders all looked toward Yijing. His face also seemed familiar, but they couldn't recall where they had seen him. After all, Yijing dealt with high-level figures. These leaders, though big shots to ordinary people, didn't even have the privilege of meeting Yijing. In all of Nanjing, only the city's top official had more frequent opportunities to meet him. The other departmental leaders below didn't even have the honor. So, they couldn't recognize Yijing at first glance. "So it's you, causing trouble and disrupting the economic activities of big investors from Shanghai?" Yijing was speechless. "You call this economic activity? They're directly destroying unripe white cinnamon bark medicine, even planning to dig up the entire medicinal field. They're forcibly demolishing the houses of Nanjing citizens, not even caring if there are still living people inside." Chapter 645. That's the source. "A few of you leaders, I'd like to ask you something," Yijing sneered. "You came here, without distinguishing right from wrong, listening only to Lu Changwei's one-sided story, and then came to accuse me, calling this economic activity. I'm going to ask the mayor of Nanjing later how you, as leaders, are doing your jobs." The leaders, who had initially found Yijing somewhat familiar and were speaking with some reservation, had, in essence, still given him a bit of face. But upon hearing Yijing's direct words, they all broke down, unable to hold back their anger. "What did you say? Whether this is considered economic activity is up to us to decide, not you to teach us. We are in charge of attracting investment. If we call it economic activity, then it is economic activity." Yijing sneered repeatedly. "Very well, you all have a lot of backbone. I hope you can maintain that backbone when the mayor of Nanjing arrives." By his side, Pu Di, who had just recently become Yijing's subordinate and been promoted, was eager to prove himself. Seeing these men dare to challenge Yijing, he immediately offered to step in. "Master, shall I take care of them directly?" Yijing casually replied, "No need. It's too easy to deal with these people, but making them suffer and realize how wrong they are is the greatest torment for them." Such arrogance. The leaders, hearing the conversation between Yijing and Pu Di, were furious. This man spoke with such arrogance. Was he the king of heaven himself? These leaders, who were usually the objects of flattery, now faced a young man daring to speak to them in such a tone. Most importantly, this was happening in front of Lu Changwei, the supervisor from the great company in Shanghai. Wasn't this making the people of Nanjing look like a laughingstock? If they couldn't even handle this ordinary young man today, they would surely be the subject of ridicule. "You're still stubborn, huh? Mayor of Nanjing? Why don't you say you know the guardian of the nation? Why don't you say you know Feng Ruodo?" Yijing was speechless. He actually knew all of them, though the relationships were adversarial. At that moment, a dozen cars sped over, kicking up a cloud of dust as they approached the edge of the medicinal field. The cars were moving at high speed, as if the occupants were in a great hurry, constantly urging the drivers. Finally, with a screeching sound of emergency brakes, the mayor of Nanjing arrived with a large group of people, their presence intimidating. The mayor is here? The leaders were initially shocked, glancing suspiciously at Yijing. Could it really be that he had called the mayor of Nanjing, their superior? But then they dismissed the thought. It was impossible. Most likely, the mayor had come to inspect the investment attraction work, given the importance placed on the great company from Shanghai. It was said that the great company's visit had garnered significant attention from top to bottom. It was only natural for the mayor to come and inspect, leaving a good impression on the company's executives. Thus, the leaders quickly ran over to the mayor. "Mayor, why did you come in person?" "We were handling the investment attraction work. But the supervisor from the great company, Lu Changgue, has been mentioning you, saying he admires you greatly. It's perfect timing for you to be here." The leaders made an inviting gesture, intending to invite the mayor over. Unexpectedly, the mayor coldly looked at them. "Is it you who want to destroy the farmers' medicinal fields? And you stood by while the people from the great company demolished the farmers' homes without taking any action?" The leaders were dumbfounded. This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. The mayor, who valued the economy and investment attraction the most, was suddenly siding with the farmers? "Mayor, are you mistaken?" The leaders cautiously reminded, subtly signaling that Lu Changgue from the great company was nearby, and it wouldn't be good if he heard this. But the mayor directly stepped forward, slapping each of the leaders across the face. "Did you not hear what I just said? Or are you pretending not to?" he roared. "What's most important? The common people are most important. Investment attraction is important, the economy is important, but isn't the goal of all this to benefit the ordinary people? You let the people from the great company oppress the common people here. Isn't that contradictory to the goal?" Only then did the leaders realize. But more than that, they glanced at Yijing and understood something. The mayor's arrival was clearly to support Yijing. This meant that the mayor had most likely been called over by Yijing. Who exactly was this Yijing? Not only was his skill formidable, but his connections were also incredibly strong. He had even called the mayor over. As expected, the mayor quickly ran over to Yijing. "Mr. Yi, are you all right?" Yijing replied indifferently, "I'm fine, but these farmers have suffered." The mayor quickly assured him, "Don't worry, I'll take care of the aftermath. Fortunately, the medicinal fields haven't been dug up yet. I'll send people to protect them properly. Moreover, I'll arrange for the farmers' homes to be rebuilt as soon as possible, making them even better. As for the great company, they will no longer be allowed to forcibly purchase medicinal materials in Nanjing." Upon hearing this, Lu Changgue panicked. He said, "Mayor, are you sure about this? If you make this decision, I'll have to inform our boss, Zhang Yuanda, and the investment he promised to Nanjing will be gone." The mayor glanced at Yijing. Compared to the great company's investment, what was more important than the $100 billion investment from the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce? He immediately made his decision. Fine, if it's gone, then it's gone. Lu Changgue was dumbfounded. The mayor had made his choice without hesitation. He glanced at Yijing with apprehension, finally realizing something was amiss. Just then, his phone rang. "Brother Lu, what's going on?" A group of fierce-looking people just showed up. "Ah!" Immediately, screams came from the phone. Lu Changgue's face turned pale. He looked at Yijing in fear. This man had actually found his lover in such a short time. Thud. Lu Changgue could no longer hold on and directly knelt down. His wife, he could ignore. But that little lover was his lifeblood, his source of happiness. Chapter 646. An Internal Performance. "Mr. Yi, I was wrong. Please let my lover go." Lu Changgue could no longer hold out and directly knelt down. He had invested several million in that little lover of his, even helping her buy an apartment in Shanghai. If this fell through, he would lose not only the money but also the emotional investment. Moreover, finding another beautiful lover like that wouldn't be easy. Yijing picked up his phone and made a call. Lu Changgue's heart filled with hope. It seemed this Mr. Yi was quite easy to talk to. Just a few words, and he had softened. It seemed that this so-called big shot Mr. Yi wasn't that difficult to handle after all. Then Yi Jing spoke into the phone. Tell his wife about his lover's affairs. What? What are you saying? What are you telling my wife? Lu Changui was stunned. This was practically a death sentence for him. He went crazy and tried to snatch Yi Jing's phone. But before Yi Jing could even move, the mayor beside him slapped Lu Changui across the face. How dare you lay a hand on Mr. Yi? Immediately, a group of the mayor's guards swarmed forward and apprehended Lu Changui. The villagers behind were already shocked. This young man has such a big background. He was already so skilled earlier, and now his identity is so significant. Who exactly is this Mr. Yi? Could he be from a big city? Everyone's eyes revealed a mixture of gratitude and fear. Earlier, they didn't know Yi Jing was a big shot, so they casually addressed him as young man or lad. But now that they knew even the mayor of Nanjing had to treat him with respect, these villagers no longer felt as at ease as before and instead became timid. After dealing with the matter here, Yi Jing surveyed the surroundings. Did you see a female boss earlier? Her name is Ning Luo. The villagers quickly replied. She was taken away by the boss of Yuanda Company. He said they left in a car. Yi Jing looked towards the roadside, but where were the cars of Yuanda Company? They had already driven away. Yi Jing walked up to Lu Changui and stepped on him. Lu Changui's fingers were crushed under Yi Jing's foot, and with a snap, 2 fingers were broken. Tell me, where did Zhang Yuanda take Ning Luo? At this point, Lu Changui dared not resist and immediately spilled the beans. She should have been taken to a high-end Japanese restaurant. Our boss has the best relationship with the owner of that high-end Japanese restaurant in Nanjing. He probably went there to catch up with the owner. Yi Jing frowned slightly and looked at the mayor beside him. Do you know this high-end Japanese restaurant? The mayor nodded. There are many Japanese restaurants in Nanjing, but the most top-tier and luxurious one is located in the city center. The owner's name is Kawakami Kazushi. Without another word, Yi Jing drove straight to the high-end Japanese restaurant with Qing Huang and Pu Di. The mayor wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He said to those around him, immediately investigate the high-end Japanese restaurant. Check if they have any violations and deal with them immediately. Everyone knew that the high-end Japanese restaurant that had offended Mr. Yi would probably not survive. Not to mention anything else, just the series of measures from the mayor would mean that the restaurant would face investigations every other day, making it difficult to operate normally. At the high-end Japanese restaurant, Zhang Yuanda brought Ning Luo into the restaurant. It was more like forcibly escorting her. Mr. Zhang, if we need to talk, we can do it here. Why go inside? Ning Luo still wanted to resist. After all, this was the bustling downtown area of Nanjing, with people coming and going, so someone might help her. If she were taken inside the restaurant and into a private room, it would be very soundproof, and she would be shouting to the heavens in vain. Here? It's too noisy with all these people around. How can we talk properly? Zhang Yuanda said. Besides, don't you want to acquire those 30 acres of white bark cinnamon? It was the same old rhetoric. But by now, Ning Luo had realized. Zhang Yuanda probably never intended to negotiate properly with her from the start. Once inside that high-end Japanese restaurant, who knew what would happen? I don't want to talk anymore. I want to leave. After saying that, Ning Luo turned to leave. As long as she could escape, she could go back and find Yi Jing. With Yi Jing's connections and influence, he should be able to handle Zhang Yuanda. Wanna leave? Zhang Yuanda sneered. Earlier, he had just been pretending, but now that it had been exposed, he didn't bother to hide anymore. He gave a glance to the guard behind him, who immediately pulled out a small, exquisite dagger and pressed it against Ning Luo's waist. If you say one more word, this dagger will draw blood. Ning Luo's heart trembled, and she had no choice but to obediently follow inside. My friend, you've finally arrived. Inside, the owner of the high-end Japanese restaurant, Kawakami Kazushi, came over with a smile, opening his arms for a friendly hug with Zhang Yuanda. Zhang Yuanda also laughed heartily. I came all the way from Shanghai just for this. Kawakami Kazushi gave a suggestive smile. Don't worry, today we guarantee you'll see your favorite show. I've invited the best performing artists, who have come all the way from overseas. Zhang Yuanda's eyes lit up. Did you invite them from Japan? Yes, yes. Kawakami Kazushi smiled. You'll enjoy it soon enough. The two then went upstairs to a private room. The room was quite large, with only one table for Zhang Yuanda, Kawakami Kazushi, and Ning Luo to dine. But opposite them was a decent-sized stage where a kimono performance was underway. The first act is our Sakura dance. It's one of our traditional preserved performances. After Kawakami Kazushi spoke, a group of women dressed in revealing outfits slowly took the stage to perform. Although they wore kimonos, they had been heavily modified. The outfits only retained the general style of traditional kimonos, with much of their skin exposed. Ning Luo frowned. These performing girls were clearly Chinese, yet they were forced to perform such vulgar and indecent acts. But at this moment, Ning Luo couldn't help them, as she was in no position to do so herself. The next performance is the samurai dance you've been looking forward to. Our samurai dance is an R-rated performance, for internal viewing only, not open to the public. Many people never get the chance to see our samurai dance in their lifetime. Chapter 647. Run. Zhang Yuanda's mouth was watering. Great, great. Let's get the performance started already. I've been looking forward to this for so long. As he spoke, 5 or 6 people dressed as Japanese samurai came onto the stage. These individuals, with their authentic Japanese appearances, demonstrated genuine skill in wielding their long swords. They really are performers from Japan. Zhang Yuanda's eyes lit up with excitement. Although he was a Chinese person, he had always been deeply interested in Japanese culture. He even revered everything Japanese as the ultimate truth. The Japanese samurai began a martial arts performance, after which several Chinese actors appeared, and the samurai proceeded to engage in a performance of chasing and slashing. This spectacle caused Ning Luo's eyebrows to furrow. The Chinese actors were clearly Chinese. On the stage, they were chased and slashed by Japanese actors, the martial arts swords seemingly sharpened for real, leaving actual cuts on the Chinese actors, though not deep ones. Some of the Chinese actors, once caught, were even subjected to whipping. Ning Luo's heart raced, and she realized that the Chinese actors were not pretending to flee. They were truly trying to escape. However, the stage was too small. Where could they possibly run? Help! Help! In their desperation, several Chinese actors ran towards Ning Luo and Zhang Yuanda's dining table. It seemed they were seeking Ning Luo's help. But how could Ning Luo save them when she could barely protect herself? Bastard! In front of the boss Kawakami Kazushi, there were several Japanese guards. Seeing the fleeing Chinese actors, they immediately drew their guns. Bastard! Go back? The Chinese actors had no choice but to return. But as they did, they were quickly caught by the Japanese actors behind them, who then subjected them to another round of merciless whipping. Kawakami Kazushi exclaimed with excitement, "See that, my friends? This performance strives for authenticity. So many of the actions are real. Only with such authentic performances can we truly enjoy the art." Zhang Yuanda also exclaimed with excitement, "Indeed, only real performances can be called art." Then, Zhang Yuanda's gaze shifted to Ning Luo beside him. "Ning boss, I brought you here specifically to discuss the acquisition of those 30 acres of Bai Pai Gue. Have you made your decision? If you voluntarily give up the acquisition and let me have those 30 acres of Bai Pai Gue, I can let you leave unharmed. But if you persist and insist on competing with me, then why don't you go up and participate in the performance?" Kawakami Kazushi's eyes lit up when he saw Ning Luo. "My friend, such a beautiful Chinese flower girl would make an excellent performer. If she were to participate in the performance, the artistic value would certainly be high." Zhang Yuanda also laughed heartily. "Exactly, the artistic value would be very high. If those Japanese artists were to whip her until her clothes fell off piece by piece, it would be even more entertaining." His words carried both anticipation and a veiled threat. Ning Luo was immediately frightened. She quickly said, I'll give them up. I won't compete with you." She was clever enough to know that this was Zhang Yuanda's territory, and that she absolutely couldn't confront him head-on. As for actually giving up the acquisition rights, she wasn't that foolish. Once she got out of here, she would find a way to deal with Zhang Yuanda. However, Zhang Yuanda had no intention of letting her off so easily. Giving up so easily? Zhang Yuanda frowned. That won't do, Ning boss. You shouldn't give up so easily. Business isn't like that. Ning Luo, I can't even give up? Her heart sank. Zhang Yuanda said indifferently, correct. If you don't persist in business, how can you make big money? Since you insist on opposing me, then go up on stage and perform for us. If you perform well, not only will I let you leave unharmed, but I'll also reward you with a few thousand yuan for your hard work. Ning Luo refused. No, I won't go on stage. She knew that once on stage, those Japanese actors would not let her go. She would become their plaything. Not going. Zhang Yuanda's face turned cold as he gestured to his bodyguards. Come, drag Ning boss up there forcibly. Ning Luo was no match for the burly men and was quickly dragged onto the stage. Heh, flower girl. The Japanese actors, seeing such a beautiful woman come up, their eyes lit up. They pulled out whips and swords and rushed towards Ning Luo. Ning Luo, however, did not run. If she truly ran and entered a chase, she would become their plaything. Meanwhile, the few Chinese actors who had been beaten earlier quickly came up to warn her. Girl, run quickly. If you run late, they'll really hurt you. We're not here voluntarily. We were forcibly brought here just like you. They said we can only leave after performing for 3 months. We've been here for half a year and still haven't been let go, Wah. Several young Chinese girls began to cry. Our families think we've come to Nanjing to work, but instead, we've been subjected to abuse. Kawakami Kazushi won't let us escape. If we try, we'll be caught and beaten severely. Ning Luo's heart sank. The darkness here was even more terrifying than she had imagined. Run. Seeing the Japanese actors approaching with whips, the Chinese actors dared not speak further and quickly got up to flee. Smack. Seeing Ning Luo not running, a Japanese actor directly whipped her. The whip was the real deal. With a single strike, Ning Luo's back immediately felt a searing pain. It seemed her skin had been whipped open. Ning Luo was startled. Seeing the whip swing in midair again, ready to strike once more, she dared not hesitate and quickly jumped up to run away. Ha, that's it, run. Zhang Yuanda and Kawakami Kazushi, seeing Ning Luo panic and flee, were instantly thrilled and shouted excitedly. Run, don't get caught. If you get caught, it won't be just a simple punishment. The two laughed heartily, enjoying the spectacle. Boom. At that moment, a loud noise came from below, as if the main door had been forcefully kicked open. What's going on? Kawakami Kazushi frowned and called over one of his subordinates. Go, see what's happening. However, the subordinate had just reached the door, ready to push open the sliding door. Chapter 648. Did they hit your brain? With another loud crash, the sliding door was forcibly broken open from outside. It slammed the subordinate's body, along with the door, into the wall opposite. Everyone in the room was shocked. Yi Jing's figure then appeared at the doorway. On the stage, Ning Luo saw Yi Jing's figure and almost cried. Yi Jing instantly flashed to Ning Luo's side. Are you all right? Before Ning Luo could reply, Yi Jing saw the horrific scene behind her. The clothes there were already showing red marks, and the skin underneath was clearly broken. It was the mark of a whip. Looking further, the whip was being held by one of the Japanese actors. Which one of them hit you with the whip? Yi Jing's voice was as cold as ice. Tears streaming down her face, Ning Luo pointed at a Japanese actor, her voice trembling with rage. He's the one who did it. At this moment, Kawakami Kazushi below suddenly said, My friend, is this what you Chinese call a hero saving the beauty? This man must be Ning's pursuer, right? Coming here to show off his rescue? Zhang Yuanda also sneered, It seems so. I also love watching this kind of drama the most. His sharp gaze fell on Yi Jing. Kid, you don't know who we are, do you? Just heard that your goddess was caught, and you rushed up blindly? Do you know how much the door you just broke is worth? Even if we sell you, you can't afford it. Kawakami Kazushi also sneered, "You Chinese people are really impulsive, coming up without knowing anything." Zhang Yuanda quickly said, "Don't include me when you talk." Kawakami Kazushi laughed, Right, can't include you." After they finished talking, a scream came from the stage. Yi Jing had already acted, breaking the Japanese actor's right hand. "Was it this hand that whipped you?" Ning Luo shook her head. "No, the other one." The Japanese actor, terrified, tried to escape. But before he could run, Yi Jing easily grabbed the back of his collar and with lightning speed broke his other hand. The remaining Japanese actors were easily dealt with by Qing Huang and Pu Di. "How dare you? On my turf, you still dare to be so reckless? Beating up my people?" Kawakami Kazushi raged. "Among them, there are several artists I spent a great deal to invite from Japan. Do you know what hands mean to artists? Without those hands, how can they create art?" Yi Jing sneered, "Art like this is better off extinct." Kawakami Kazushi angrily stood up abruptly, grabbed his phone, and spoke a stream of incomprehensible Japanese. Suddenly, a group of samurai dressed in traditional Japanese attire stormed in from outside. These warriors are not mere actors. They are the real deal. "Baka, arrest this Chinese man." With a single command from Kawakami Kazushi, the samurai charged at Yi Jing. This time, Yi Jing did not move, but the servant behind him, with a cold glint in his eyes, shot out like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, all the warriors fell like mere stalks of straw. A bunch of nobodies. Pudi was barely getting warmed up. His usual opponents are at least at the war god level, but these Japanese warriors are merely at the war king level, not even worthy of warming him up. Yet in Kawakami's eyes, this was nothing short of miraculous. Fearfully, he glanced at Pu Di a few times. How could this person be so formidable? The samurai he brought from Japan are already quite formidable. But he didn't consider that his so-called island nation is only of a limited size. The population base is what it is. Even the most renowned and skilled martial artists from their entire country would, in the context of China, be equivalent to just the martial artists from a single province. Essentially, they are only as good as the martial artists from one of our provinces. And Pu Di ranks among the top martial artists in the entire country. The martial arts skills personally trained by Yi Jing are only slightly inferior when faced with top-tier opponents like Fang Ruodo. Against anyone else, the outcome is practically a foregone conclusion. Zhang Yuanda was momentarily stunned, then burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, old friend, you're not up to the task." 川上和之的脸色一阵青一阵白，随后才辩解道。"You don't realize, the people I brought are just small fish in a pond. After all, the treatment you offer here in China isn't good enough. Our true experts are in Japan. The treatment there is better, so they don't want to come here." He's merely trying to save face. Zhang Yuanda, however, believed him. In his mind, there must be even more formidable experts in Japan. Zhang Yuandao said, "Old friend, I'll challenge the experts from your side when I visit the East Island country and your base another day. But for today, let me show you the expert bodyguard I have here in China." He clapped his hands, and a towering man, nearly 2 meters tall, walked in from outside. This bodyguard is someone I recruited from the capital, and he is a true war god-level expert. The crowd gasped. At this remark, everyone present let out a collective gasp of astonishment. The Chinese actors on stage showed looks of terror. A war god is, in their minds, the pinnacle of combat prowess. After all, the only individual they had ever encountered with the title of war god was the National Protector War God. And the National Protector God, he's a legendary figure, invincible in their eyes. Today, this boss named Zhang Yuanda was able to hire a war god as his bodyguard, which left everyone in utter astonishment. Many people whispered to Ning Luo, "Miss, you should hurry and run away with your boyfriend. A war god has arrived. No one can stand against him." "Yes, young lady, run quickly." Everyone urged Ning Luo to leave. However, Yi Jing remained completely calm when he heard that a war god was coming. Ning Luo also knew the true strength of Yi Jing and wasn't worried. Instead, she went over to comfort the few Chinese actors, It's okay. It's just a war god, right? Is that all? Just a war god? The few Chinese actors' faces twitched. Did you even hear what you just said? A war god is the pinnacle of combat strength, isn't it? They are invincible. Miss, did you not hear me clearly? I said it's a war god. A war god. An older Chinese actor repeated several times. Ning Luo nodded. I know. It's a war god. Don't worry. My boyfriend is really powerful. The few Chinese actors looked at Ning Luo with pity, thinking to themselves, this girl must have been hit so hard by the whip that she's lost her mind. This girl must have had her brains scrambled by the whipping. Chapter 649. Letting you go? Even the war god doesn't matter anymore? Several Chinese actors were already thinking about how to write their last wills. A war god-level powerhouse has arrived, and under his wrath, they, as ordinary people, would certainly not survive. Alas, we have to accept our fate. Once we were captured, it was destined that we would die here. These Chinese actors were all deceived and forcibly brought in by Kawakami Kazushi. Once inside, they never thought they could escape. Now, they were filled with despair. Ning Luo, you should go back first. Yi Jing was worried that Ning Luo, being an ordinary person, might not be able to withstand even a slight spillover from the upcoming battle. Ning Luo nodded, knowing that she couldn't participate in the upcoming fight, and got up to leave. Qing Huang escorted her out. Now you want to run? It's too late. Zhang Yuandao sneered when he saw this. First, kill this Yi Jing. Leave the woman. The 2-meter-tall man grinned hideously, his palm like a fan, crushing down like a small mountain. Kawakami Kazushi, standing nearby, was shocked to his core. So this is the strength of a war god-level fighter from China. But on the surface, he pretended to be calm. These people from the Japanese island, indeed, are of a higher class, having seen the world. Zhang Yuandao was also observing Kawakami Kazushi's reaction. Seeing his calmness, he couldn't help but admire him. At that moment, everyone heard a crisp snap of bones. My man has broken his bones, right? Zhang Yuandao sneered, so weak, yet still trying to play the hero, still trying to act tough. Truly unaware of the immensity of the heavens and earth. Just as he was about to continue, Kawakami Kazushi, who was beside him, was dumbfounded and reminded him, my friend, take a look at what's happening. Is your man even capable? He returned Zhang Yuandao's words verbatim. Zhang Yuandao focused his gaze, and his pupils contracted immediately. The war god he had placed high hopes on, his thick arm, had been effortlessly broken by Yi Jing. Is that all? Yi Jing then punched the 2-meter-tall man on the head, knocking him unconscious. What? Everyone present was dumbfounded. The Chinese and Japanese actors all opened their mouths wide. So strong. No wonder that girl wasn't concerned about the war god-level fighter. Her boyfriend is so strong. He can defeat a war god. The Chinese actors were the most excited, because they might have a chance to escape. Now, they all looked at Yi Jing with hope in their eyes. Whether they could get out or not depended entirely on whether this man could defeat Kawakami Kazushi and Zhang Yuandao. You stay back. Zhang Yuandao and Kawakami Kazushi were completely panicked. This war god was their last card, and now there was no one left to stand in front of them. No, wait, there was someone. Zhang Yuandao and Kawakami Kazushi immediately turned their gaze to the group of actors nearby. The Chinese actors, who had been on guard all along, saw Zhang Yuandao and Kawakami Kazushi looking at them and immediately smartly ran away. But the Japanese actors didn't react in time. After all, they were used to chasing others for fun and had long lost their vigilance. Now, Kawakami Kazushi grabbed one of them and pushed him towards Yi Jing. Boom! Yi Jing punched, directly smashing the head of the Japanese actor. Crack! One by one, Yi Jing quickly smashed all the Japanese actors, until Kawakami Kazushi and Zhang Yuandao realized that there was no one left around them as a human shield. Only panic remained. Don't kill me. Kawakami Kazushi panicked. I have powerful backing in Japan. If you kill me, you'll be in trouble. Oh, really? Yi Jing walked over, slapped him across the face. spinning Kawakami Kazushi like a top. So, will anyone stand up for you now? Kawakami Kazushi was on the verge of tears. Fear, despair, and dread filled his heart. Crack! Yijing kicked Kawakami Kazushi in the knee, breaking his kneecap. Now, will anyone stand up for you? Another kick broke Kawakami Kazushi's spine. It seems there's no trouble at all. Kawakami Kazushi was dumbfounded. Yijing, inflicting pain on him again and again. Was he a demon? Stop, stop. Kawakami Kazushi pleaded. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Or if you want to know something, I'll tell you. You can even name your price. Don't hit me anymore. He was truly scared. In just a few moments, his legs were broken, his spine was broken. If this continued, he might lose his life. Yijing, in Kawakami Kazushi's hopeful gaze, shook his head. You're useless to me. Kawakami Kazushi was furious. Then why are you torturing me? The pain from various parts of his body was driving him crazy, and he had no idea how much more of this torment he would endure. Yijing smiled faintly. I'm torturing you just for the sake of torturing you. Come on, you like performing, don't you? Now, perform for me. The same act as before, start your performance. Kawakami Kazushi was embarrassed. But my legs are broken, my back is broken, how can I perform? Yijing casually said, that's your problem, you figure it out, do I need to tell you? Kawakami Kazushi gritted his teeth. Then can I perform while crawling? Poor him, with blood still flowing from his legs and back, he had to force himself to perform. He had never been so humiliated in his life. But now, to save his life, he had to satisfy this Chinese man's demands. But there are no other actors to cooperate with me. Kawakami Kazushi was again troubled. Yijing's eyes turned cold. Can't you play multiple roles by yourself? Can't you solve this little difficulty? It seems I can only send you to the West. No. Kawakami Kazushi was scared and quickly said, I can. Next, he actually began to perform. Due to his broken legs and back, his performance was very ridiculous. In the end, he stumbled through the performance. Okay, it's finally over. Kawakami Kazushi let out a sigh of relief and looked at Yijing hopefully. Now, can you let me go? Yijing looked puzzled. Oh? When did I say I would let you go? Chapter 650. Recall carefully. Recall carefully. Did I ever say I would let you go? Are you stupid? Is your brain not working properly? Kawakami Kazushi's face changed drastically. Upon careful recollection, it seemed that Yijing had never actually promised to let him go after the performance. You can't do this. I've already followed your demands, so what exactly do you want to do to let me go? Kawakami Kazushi was panicking. He could feel that this young man from China truly intended to kill him. Yijing sneered, no matter what, I won't let you go. Just for what you did to those Chinese actors, I won't let you off. Yijing took a few steps toward Kawakami Kazushi and punched him. This punch directly pierced through Kawakami Kazushi's head, ending his life in his terrified gaze. Zhang Yuanda was shocked. In this entire room, the Japanese actors were dead, the bodyguards were unconscious, Kawakami Kazushi was dead, and the Chinese actors had taken the opportunity to escape. The only ones left alive were him, Yijing, and Pudi. Don't kill me. Zhang Yuanda was completely panicked. He hadn't expected that just coming to Nanjing from Shanghai this time would cost him his life. I still have my uses, please don't kill me. Zhang Yuanda immediately knelt down, prostrating himself at Yijing's feet, begging for mercy. That's right, you still have your uses. Hearing Yijing's words, hope flickered in Zhang Yuanda's eyes. He still had value. Please give me an order. I'll do anything you ask. Yijing, you lead the way, take us to your company in Shanghai, and let's see what kind of research your company is doing. Since Yuanda Company was responsible for the final step of drug processing for Liu Shixiang's company, it was likely also involved in some research on special physical attributes. There was even a possibility that it was a company invested in by Feng Ruodo in the Medical Immortal Hall. To my company? Zhang Yuanda's face changed dramatically. He finally realized that Yijing wasn't some hero rescuing a beauty, but had been planning this all along. His company was extremely special, not only having investments from Fongruodo, but also shares from Japan and the United States. This was a secret, unknown to others. But Yijing directly pointed out that he wanted to go to his company, indicating that Yijing must have known something. There's nothing to see at my company. Zhang Yuanda tried to muddle through, forcing himself to say, or would you like to go somewhere to play? Or maybe you've set your eyes on a certain woman. Or perhaps you like antiques. I'll pay. You can play as much as you like. Yijing shook his head calmly. No, to your company. Zhang Yuanda's heart sank. The other party was so certain. Surely they had discovered something. Indeed. The next question from Yijing made his heart tremble violently. Is your company backed by Fongruodo and the Medical Immortal Hall? Fongruodo, Medical Immortal Hall. These two names made Zhang Yuanda sigh inwardly. Alas, it seemed the other party knew everything already. Since that was the case, he didn't bother pretending anymore. Under the threat of death, Zhang Yuanda had no choice but to admit, yes, my company does have some secrets. We're doing some research. Seeing Zhang Yuanda hesitating and struggling to speak, Yijing directly said, you collaborated with Liu Shixiang's company on gene drugs, right? What other research are you doing? Zhang Yuanda's eyes widened. Did the other party even know that? He was utterly despairing, realizing that the other party had thoroughly investigated his company's situation before taking action. Our company also researches various drugs. Including this trip to Nanjing, it was to acquire medicinal materials. Those materials were meant to be resold to Japan. Yijing's eyes narrowed slightly. Selling Chinese medicinal materials to Japan? Why would Japan want to buy Chinese medicinal materials? Zhang Yuanda forced a smile. Because Japan is placing great emphasis on traditional Chinese medicine now. They offer higher prices for the materials when resold. Yijing's eyes narrowed. His medical skills, in essence, were also a major category of traditional Chinese medicine, just at a much higher level than others. Naturally, he understood that the potential of traditional Chinese medicine was extremely high. He hadn't expected Japan to have recognized this. Take us to see the collaborative research you did with Liu Shixiang. Zhang Yuanda had no choice but to follow Yijing's arrangements. Soon, they boarded a plane and arrived at Yuanda Company in Shanghai. As the final stop for gene drug research, the scale of the research lab here was far larger than Liu Shixiang's. Yijing entered the research lab. His eyes immediately narrowed. Indeed, the Medical Immortal Hall has a hand in this. Those items were clearly the work of the Medical Immortal Hall. Yijing packed up a lot of data on gene drugs. He was currently researching this as well, and collecting these would be very helpful for his studies. What's the purpose of that research lab over there? Seeing Yijing point to another large laboratory, Zhang Yuanda's expression suddenly became unnatural. That research lab isn't anything special. It's better not to go over there. Yijing frowned. What was going on in there? Speak. Pudi shouted coldly and stepped forward, giving Zhang Yuanda a resounding slap. Zhang Yuanda covered his face and had no choice but to admit, Inside they're doing some rather unsightly research. It's better not to go over there. Unsightly research? Yijing frowned and walked over directly. Since this company was involved in gene drug research, it was possible that other related research was also being conducted. Entering the research lab, they forced their way in using Zhang Yuanda's iris and fingerprints. Once inside, Yijing was immediately shocked. Even with his extensive experience, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. The research lab was filled with rows upon rows of human experiments. There were numerous nutrient tanks, each containing a human body. At this moment, most of these bodies were in a comatose state, many with missing limbs. The few conscious individuals, upon seeing someone enter, immediately cried out in alarm, shouting for help. However, the nutrient tanks were clearly soundproof. No matter how loudly these people shouted, not a single sound could be heard outside. But just from their expressions, it was clear how much pain they were in. Moreover, everyone's bodies were covered in countless needle marks. It was evident that these people were subjected to extensive experiments every day. Yi Jing's expression darkened. Where did these people come from? Zhang Yuanda forced himself to say, these are all volunteers. Yi Jing scoffed. Volunteers? Do volunteers shout for help? Where's their voluntary consent form? Show it to me. Some legitimate pharmaceutical companies do have volunteers for drug testing. Chapter 651. Take it all down. However, the volunteers were first and foremost free individuals who were not imprisoned. Moreover, they were genuinely willing, having signed agreements. But these people here were directly imprisoned in nutrient chambers, unable to leave. Zhang Yuanda's face turned pale and embarrassed. There is no agreement. Without an agreement, these were forcibly taken individuals. Slap. Pudi stepped forward and slapped Zhang Yuanda across the face. Tell me, how did these people end up here? With no other choice, Zhang Yuanda had to confess. These people were forcibly taken. Some were captured by us, and some were delivered by human traffickers. Yi Jing frowned. You took so many people, over 100, right? Didn't this cause a stir? No matter where it happened, losing so many people at once would surely make some noise in society, wouldn't it? Zhang Yuanda explained. Some of them were homeless people, and no one paid attention to them. As for the others, some? He hesitated to speak further. Pudi stepped forward and viciously kicked him in the waist. Speak. Zhang Yuanda had no choice but to continue. Most of the children in here were kidnapped by human traffickers. Yi Jing looked at the many small children inside the nutrient chambers, and a surge of anger burned in his chest. A significant portion were sent over by Lu Shixiong's company. Zhang Yuanda spilled everything. Yi Jing's eyes flashed with a murderous intent, and he immediately called Qing Huang. Qing Huang, interrogate Lu Shixiong and find out how the so-called volunteers at Yuanda Company were captured. Soon, Qing Huang interrogated Lu Shixiong, who confessed everything over the phone. Master, Lu Shixiong admitted that these people were abducted from all over the country with the help of Fang Ruodo's subordinates. Yi Jing's eyes gleamed with a cold, murderous intent. Fang Ruodo deserved to die. Seeing a pool nearby where corpses were stored, Yi Jing realized that these must be the bodies of those who had overdosed on the drugs and died, then thrown into the pool. This company is jointly invested by Dongying Island and the United States, and it was built in collaboration with Fang Ruodo in the Medical Immortal Hall. Zhang Yuanda revealed everything. So these experimental drugs are being tested for Dongying Island and the United States. They acquire so many medicinal herbs in China to manufacture various pills. But after making these pills, they don't know if they're effective or what side effects they might have, so they use these people to test the drugs. Zhang Yuanda noticed that the more he spoke, the darker Yi Jing's expression became. Yi Jing was on the verge of erupting in fury. Fang Ruodo deserved to die. The Medical Immortal Hall deserved to die. The masterminds behind these human experiments deserved to die. And Dongying Island and the United States, he would settle this score with them someday. Lu Shixiong and Zhang Yuanda, these two lackeys, deserved to die. Yi Jing then took out his phone and snapped several photos. He sent them to Xue Chonglin. These are the criminal evidence of Fang Ruodo in the Medical Immortal Hall. Xue Chonglin quickly replied with several question marks. What? What kind of place is this? Yi Jing directly called him. I'm at the Yuanda Company in Shanghai. They're conducting human experiments, testing drugs for Dongying Island and the United States. Xue Chonglin was shocked. The photos showed a massive laboratory with over 100 nutrient chambers, all containing test subjects. There was also a large pool filled with corpses. It was enough to send chills down one's spine. The Medical Immortal Hall and Fang Ruodo are involved in this? And you say they're helping Dongying Island and the United States test drugs? That's a crime of treason. Yi Jing immediately asked, can we use this to take down Fang Ruodo? Xue Chonglin replied, if the evidence is solid, it could indeed shake Fang Ruodo's position significantly. Once his position is gone, it's like losing his get-out-of-jail-free card. It would be much easier to deal with him afterwards. But the biggest problem now is that the evidence isn't solid enough. You've indeed discovered a massive human experimentation lab. But there's no hard evidence yet linking this to Feng Ruodo or the Medical Immortal Hall. Yi Jing frowned. Didn't these two parties establish the company? Xue Chonglin explained. I had someone investigate. They didn't directly establish it. The Yuanda company was funded by firms from Dongying Island and the United States, but the construction was carried out through Cengceng Ba, involving numerous layers of shell companies. Feng Ruodo and the Medical Immortal Hall are shrewd. They avoid direct involvement. Instead, they operate indirectly through multiple layers of shell companies. Yi Jing felt a headache coming on. Going up against someone as overly cautious as Feng Ruodo was indeed challenging. Xue Chonglin suggested, still, it's evidence. Keep these photos and see if you can link this company to Feng Ruodo and the Medical Immortal Hall. If you can establish a connection, it will be much easier for me to impeach Feng Ruodo during the high-level meetings. Yi Jing nodded, hung up the phone, and looked at Zhang Yuanda. How do you deliver your research results to the Medical Immortal Hall and Feng Ruodo? How do you communicate with the United States and Dongying Island? If they could follow these leads, they might uncover some clues. Zhang Yuanda explained, we don't contact Dongying Island and the United States directly. All communication goes through Feng Ruodo. And our contact with the Medical Immortal Hall is one-sided. They contact us. Yi Jing's eyes lit up. Explain how they contact you. If they could trace this communication, they might find evidence against the Medical Immortal Hall. Every month, someone from the Medical Immortal Hall comes to check on our research progress. The next visit is scheduled for next week. Yi Jing frowned. So we have to wait until next week? Zhang Yuanda nodded. Yi Jing turned to Pudi, leave a small team here, and have Yang Hui stay. Pudi nodded. Yang Hui was one of his most capable subordinates, previously under Puni's command, and had shown excellent performance. His strength was close to that of a top-tier warrior, and he was extremely loyal to Yi Jing. Yang Hui was one of the core talents within the Yi Divine Hall. Yang Hui would lead the team to stay here and monitor Zhang Yuanda. Yi Jing also personally planted a control seed in Zhang Yuanda's body. Afterward, Yi Jing returned to Jinling City, patiently waiting for next week's developments. If luck was on their side, they might be able to take down Feng Ruodo and the Medical Immortal Hall entirely. Chapter 652, Birthday Gift. As soon as they returned to Jinling City, Huang Yuyin said, Yi Jing, my parents are here. Yi Jing asked in confusion, are they your parents from the Huang family in the capital? Huang Yuyin nodded, her expression heavy with worry. They've always been managing the family business in the capital. I wonder why they suddenly came this time. It probably isn't for anything good. Yi Jing smiled. It's all right. When are they arriving? I'll go with you to pick them up. Really? Huang Yuyin, who had been in a bad mood, immediately broke into a smile at his words. With Yi Jing by her side, everything seemed easier and more enjoyable. They went to the airport to meet her parents. As soon as they got off the plane, Huang Yuyin's father and mother looked around the airport with disdain. So this is Jinling City. It's really not as good as the capital. The capital just built a large international airport. It's 1,000,000 times better than this place. Her parents then turned their gaze to Yi Jing. Daughter, who is this? Huang Yuyin quickly replied, this is my friend. Her father frowned. A Jinling native? Daughter, people from Jinling City can't compare to us from the capital. You should make fewer friends from Jinling and more from the capital. Huang Yuyin was speechless. She knew her parents only respected the capital and looked down on all cities outside of it. She could only say, Mom and Dad, I couldn't return to the capital because I was training outside. Once I go back, I'll definitely make more friends from the capital. Besides, Yi Jing isn't from Jinling City either. Hearing this, her mother showed a hint of expectation. Oh, is Yi Jing from the capital? Huang Yuyin shook her head. No. Her mother's eyes showed a hint of displeasure, but she continued patiently, then is he from Shanghai? If he wasn't from the capital, being from Shanghai would be acceptable. But Huang Yuyin still shook her head. What? Not from the capital or Shanghai. Then what kind of country bumpkin is he? Huang Yuyin quickly said, Yi Jing, don't be angry. My parents have a bit of a high opinion. Yi Jing was speechless. This wasn't just a high opinion. It was outright arrogance. Did they really consider everyone outside the capital to be country bumpkins? He directly said, I'm from Jiangsu province. Jiangsu province? Her father frowned, thinking for a moment before finally saying, where is Jiangsu province? Never mind. It must not be a good place. A poor, remote area. I've never even heard of it. It's not even as good as Jinling City. Enough. Her father directly said, don't talk about this anymore. Just take us to your company. Huang Yuyin was stunned. My company isn't here. What? Didn't you say you were training outside, starting a company, or joining some top 500 company? You don't even have a company? Huang Yuyin quickly explained, I joined a company, but it's not in Jinling City. It's in Jiangsu province in Suzhou. Her mother frowned. Not even in Jinling City, but in places like Jiangsu province and Suzhou? She said unhappily, daughter, we agreed that you would only have 3 years to train. If you don't do well, you have to return to the Huang family in the capital. From what I see, you're doing really poorly out here. Maybe you should go back early. In the capital, not only do we have a position in the family company for you, but we've also arranged for you to meet a young master from the capital. Why stick to your so-called ideals in this backwater? Huang Yuyin was a bit upset. Mom and Dad, that's going too far. How is my ideal just a so-called ideal? It's a very noble ideal, okay? Even if I return to the Huang family, there will be a lot of resources for me, but I'll also be constrained and not free. Take marriage, for example. Will it be up to me? And business? Which partners to work with, which projects to take on? Will any of that be up to me? I'll just be a puppet, with everything controlled by the elders of the Huang family behind the scenes. Her father snorted angrily. That's still better than here. Look at how you're doing out here. Her mother suddenly glanced at Yijing. She said cautiously, daughter, don't tell me you came to Jinling just for him? A mother knows her daughter best. She could see a different look in her daughter's eyes when she looked at Yijing. Yes, it's him. Huang Yuyin, having said so much, decided to admit it outright. She took out the marriage contract. I came to find Yijing with this marriage contract. Isn't that in line with the family's interests? Seeing this ancient marriage contract, her parents' expressions changed immediately. We told you to tear this up long ago. Why are you still holding on to it? This contract was signed by your grandfather's generation, who didn't know anything. But times have changed. Why are you still holding on to this? Her father even stepped forward to try and take it away. Fortunately, Huang Yuyin was quick and dodged, avoiding having it snatched and torn. Her father angrily said, don't you remember what your uncle warned us about before? He said this marriage contract is already invalid. Why are you still holding on to it? This uncle was the previous commander, Huang Xiaobang. Huang Yuyin stubbornly said, I don't care. You always say the Huang family in the capital values integrity. I'm sticking to this marriage contract. Her father was furious. That's not how you practice integrity. Integrity isn't business. Who told you to be so honest with this useless marriage contract? In any case, I don't agree to this marriage. Her mother also said, Huang Yuyin, if you dare mention this marriage contract again, I won't let you return to the Huang family. This suited Huang Yiyin's wishes. She happily said, all right, that's what you said. I'll leave the Huang family. No, daughter, that's not what we meant. Her father smiled. We were just joking. You can't really cut ties with us, right? He then gave a glance to her mother, who was still angry. Soon, he changed the subject. We came to Jinling City this time, not only to see how you're doing, but also to make up for your birthday. Your birthday was recently, but we were abroad and couldn't celebrate it. Today, we came specially to make up for your birthday. Moreover, we've prepared a special birthday gift for you. Although Huang Yuyin wasn't in the best mood, she still felt a glimmer of anticipation. You're giving me a birthday gift? Chapter 653, Dreaming? It's been over a decade since any of you gave me a birthday present. What is it? Huang Yuyin was also a bit curious. Her father smiled. I'll keep you in suspense for now. Don't worry, you'll know soon enough. Yijing, right? You drive. Take us to the Jinling auction house. Hearing her father's tone, Huang Yuyin quietly said to Yijing, Yijing, don't be angry. My parents are wrong, and I apologize for them. Don't take it to heart. Yi Jing could only nod. All right. After all, they were Huang Yuyan's parents. Yi Jing couldn't very well lash out at them. Soon, they arrived at the Jinling auction house. Once inside, her father directly found the auction house's owner. Mr. Zhang, I'm from the Huang family of the capital. I called you earlier and already paid the deposit. Mr. Zhang suddenly remembered. Oh, it's you. Please come in. After welcoming them into the room, Mr. Zhang chuckled. The Huang family of the capital. I've heard a lot about you. I assume this is your daughter? She's truly a beauty. That ancient hairpin will suit her perfectly. And this one, I presume, is your daughter's boyfriend? Mr. Zhang was just being polite, saying nice things customers like to hear. After all, the fact that the daughter's boyfriend was being brought along by the parents-in-law meant their relationship must be quite solid, right? Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, both her father and mother changed their expressions. What are you talking about? How could he possibly be our daughter's boyfriend? Who does he think he is? Yi Jing's background as someone from Jiangsu province immediately earned him a negative impression. Such a person wasn't even worthy of lacing their daughter's shoes. Boyfriend? Disgusting. Seeing he had said the wrong thing, Mr. Zhang quickly corrected himself. Right, you're absolutely correct. How could he possibly be worthy of your daughter? He's just an ordinary dam. Mr. Zhang suddenly stopped, because he noticed that the man in front of him looked very much like a big shot. That big shot was someone even the mayor of Jinling had to treat with the utmost respect. However, as a mere auction house owner, he was insignificant in such grand occasions. He could only catch a distant glimpse of Yi Jing, unable to see his exact features. So at this moment, he just thought the young man resembled that big shot, but whether they were the same person was hard to say. The key point was, if it really was that big shot, could he be so belittled by the Huang family from the capital? Probably not, right? Thinking this way, the young man likely wasn't that big shot. Hearing Mr. Zhang say this, her father and mother finally nodded in satisfaction. They shot a warning glance at Yi Jing, implying he shouldn't even think about pursuing their daughter. Come here, daughter. This is a 2 billion yuan ancient hairpin. We had the bank president specially hold it for you as your birthday gift. Her father examined the hairpin with satisfaction, then called Huang Yuyan over and personally placed it on her. Daughter, although we haven't given you gifts in a long time, our thoughts have never changed. Unlike some people, even if they knew it was your birthday, they didn't give you a gift. Her father was afraid that his daughter might take that marriage contract seriously, so he kept hinting at her, trying to separate the two. Such matters required constant pinpricks in their hearts. A gradual accumulation would eventually lead to a separation. However, Huang Yan quickly said, No, Mom and Dad, I really like this hairpin. But Yi Jing gave me a gift on my birthday. It's just that I didn't bring it with me. It's in the safe at home. But I have a photo of the gift. In the safe? What kind of gift was so precious that it had to be kept in a safe? Thinking this, her father and mother also looked curiously at Yi Jing. Could it be that this guy wasn't just some country bumpkin, but actually a wealthy man? However, when they saw the photo of the black pill, their expressions immediately turned sour. What kind of crap was this? Even a mud ball rolled from outside would be better than this. Daughter, what is this garbage? Her mother's tone was already displeased. Huang Yuyan quickly explained, This is the treasure Yi Jing gave me. Treasure? Her mother scoffed. What kind of treasure in the world looks like this? Huang Yuyan explained, It's a very powerful elixir that can prolong life. I put it in the safe because I didn't want to eat it myself. One reason is that it can save my life in a critical moment, and the other is that I wanted to give it to you when I see you, so both of you can live longer. Forget it. Her father disdainfully said, I wouldn't eat that garbage. Her mother also said, What kind of crap is this? Is it even something humans can eat? Even pigs wouldn't eat it. Huang Yuyan's expression changed slightly as she spoke firmly. Mom and Dad, you can't keep speaking ill of him. This medicine is very powerful, made by him. Upon hearing that the medicine was made by Yi Jing himself, The two of them were even less inclined to take it. Does he work at a pharmaceutical company? Huang Yuyin shook her head. No, he works at the same company as me, as a supervisor. Her father and mother scoffed. So he's not even a pharmaceutical professional. How could he make medicine? The stuff he makes would probably kill someone. Throw that junk away. Your father and I definitely won't eat it. Huang Yuyin said, all right, then I'll keep it for myself to use in an emergency. She herself hadn't even been willing to eat it, thinking of giving it to her parents, only to be met with such words. At this moment, Yijing said, it's fine. I originally planned to give you another gift. After becoming the leader of the dragon group, Hunan had sent Yijing a gift to express his gratitude. This gift happened to be perfect to give to Huang Yuyin. He took out an ornament, a wooden carved accessory. Wow, so delicate. Huang Yuyin immediately fell in love with it. What garbage do you like? And delicate? Her mother was displeased. Isn't it just a piece of rotten wood? It probably wouldn't even be worth 5 yuan at a street stall. Throw it away. This time, her father and mother had deliberately made Yijing give a gift to catch him off guard. Under such pressure, how could Yijing possibly have a gift ready? Unexpectedly, the guy actually had one. However, as soon as he took it out, her father and mother felt relieved. With this, does he still think he can pursue their daughter? Dream on. Chapter 654. It really is that big shot. Just a piece of rotten wood, and you think it'll win my daughter's heart? Kid, you're quite the clever little devil, aren't you? Mr. Huang scoffed. This piece of junk, even if you threw it on the street, no one would even bother to pick it up. Mrs. Huang also sneered. You treat it like a treasure and want to give it to my daughter? Isn't that laughable? Huang Yuyin quickly interjected, Mom and Dad, at least it's a token of Yijing's affection. Please, don't say anything more. She herself couldn't tell what was so special about this wooden accessory. Given that it was made of wood, it probably wasn't worth much money. Ha, affection? How much is affection worth? A few cents? Mr. Huang sneered again and slapped the wooden accessory away. Even a dog wouldn't want this. Throw it away right now. At that moment, a figure suddenly lunged forward, snatching the wooden accessory mid-air. You can't just throw this away. This thing is a national treasure. Zhang, the auction house president, suddenly lit up with excitement as he gazed at the item, treating it like a precious gem. He held it carefully in his hands, almost as if he were worshipping it, and said, This isn't just any ordinary item. The last time this was auctioned, it sold for 50 billion. 50 billion? Gasp. Mr. and Mrs. Huang were stunned. They had just gifted something worth 20 billion, an amount they had pulled together to make up for years of financial losses. And now, Yijing was casually offering something worth 50 billion? Mr. Huang frowned. Impossible, right? Did you make a mistake? How could a wooden item be worth 50 billion? Look at this antique hairpin I'm holding. It's made of jade, and it was worn by a famous ancient figure, so it's worth this much because it's been passed down for over 1,000 years. But this wooden accessory? How long could it possibly have survived? At most a few hundred years, right? Otherwise, the wood would have rotted away by now. President Zhang nodded. You're right. If it were ordinary wood, it wouldn't last even a few decades, let alone a few centuries. But this isn't ordinary wood. It's ironwood. Look, here's footage from the last auction. This ironwood was authenticated. It dates back to the Qin dynasty. And at that time, ironwood was already on the verge of extinction. Why don't we see traces of ironwood in modern society? Because it grows so slowly, taking thousands, even tens of thousands of years to grow even a little. By the time of ancient dynasties, most of it had already been cut down. This makes it a virtually non-renewable resource. By our time, it's practically extinct. That's why it's so valuable. Hearing President Zhang's explanation, Mr. and Mrs. Huang were dumbfounded. This is ironwood? As avid collectors of antiques, they had certainly heard of it, but they had never seen it with their own eyes. And now, here it was. They clicked on the video. Indeed, it's the same ironwood from the last auction. This really is worth 50 billion. Mr. Huang's eyes lit up as he stared intently at the item in President Zhang's hands. This is mine. He snatched it away and, along with Mrs. Huang, began to examine it closely. President Zhang looked on enviously. You've struck gold with this. The last auction price was 50 billion, but since this is a rare, nearly extinct item, the next auction price will definitely be even higher. I predict that in 3 years, this ironwood could fetch over 100 billion. 100 billion. Mr. and Mrs. Huang were ecstatic. Even though they were part of the prestigious Huang family of Beijing, the thought of 100 billion was enough to make them lose their composure. 100 billion Qin dynasty antique, right here in their hands. But the next moment, Yijing reached out and took the item back. This, you said you didn't want, right? Yijing made a move to put it away. We want it. Mr. Huang immediately said, Who said we didn't want it? Yijing raised an eyebrow. Oh, really? But didn't someone just say that even a dog wouldn't want it? That it'd be left on the ground unclaimed? So, does that mean you're even below a dog? Hearing this, Mrs. Huang snapped. What kind of talk is that? Yu Yin, listen to your boyfriend. How can he speak so rudely? If it had been earlier, Mrs. Huang's scolding would have been even harsher. But now, curiosity got the better of her. She wondered how Yijing could produce something so valuable. Could this young man be more than just an ordinary person? President Zhang, at this moment, was also excited. Excuse me, are you Mr. Yijing? Yijing nodded casually. Yes, what about it? Do you know me? President Zhang trembled with excitement. It really was Yijing. It really was that big shot. Earlier, he had only been speculating. But seeing this item worth 100 billion made him believe it. If he weren't a big shot, how could he casually produce something so expensive? And now, just asking his name confirmed it. As for why this couple looked down on Yijing so much, it was likely because they had no idea who Yijing really was. Thinking this, President Zhang decided not to reveal anything. After all, if Mr. Yi hadn't disclosed his identity, there must be a reason for it. It wasn't his place to interfere. But this wooden accessory, he was truly tempted by it. Mr. Yi, would you consider selling this wooden accessory? President Zhang asked hopefully. I'd be willing to pay 100 billion for it. As you know, it's already worth 50 billion now, and it'll be worth 100 billion in 3 years. If you need the money urgently, selling it to me would be a good option. Yijing chuckled. Do you think I'm the kind of person who's short of 100 billion? President Zhang reflexively replied, Of course not. How could you be short of 100 billion? As soon as he said that, his face fell. Right, the guy clearly wasn't short of money. Forget 100 billion, even 1,000 billion probably wouldn't faze him. So why would he sell such a precious item to someone else? Mr. Yi, I really love this item. Could you possibly part with it? Knowing the other party wasn't short of money, President Zhang decided to appeal to sentiment. But Yijing simply said, Or how about this? I'll give you 100 billion, and you go find me another one of these? After all, ironwood is extinct. Even if you had the money, you couldn't buy it. President Zhang's face fell, and he said bitterly, I was being presumptuous. He left in disappointment. It seemed this treasure was beyond his reach. Mr. and Mrs. Huang, hearing the conversation, were filled with regret. Chapter 655, Highly Destructive. How could they have missed that the ironwood was so expensive earlier? 100 billion. Young man, you're Yijing, right? You've already given us this ironwood accessory, haven't you? Since you've already given it to us, there's no reason to take it back, is there? Huang's mother said with a shameless grin. Huang's father also chuckled. That's right. You've already given it to us. Taking it back now would defeat the purpose of it being a birthday gift for my daughter, wouldn't it? I'll just accept it on behalf of my daughter. As he spoke, he reached out to grab the wooden pendant from Yijing's hand. Don't bother, Yijing said calmly. I gave it to you, but you didn't want it. Maybe I should just throw it away and see if it really gets picked up, or if it's just something you can buy anywhere from a street stall. Huang's father and mother blushed with embarrassment. Besides, even if it was a gift, this wooden pendant wasn't for you. It was for Huang Yuyan. Yi Jing handed the wooden pendant to Huang Yuyan. No matter how valuable the item was, it was just an antique, and since he had already offered it to Huang Yuyan, he naturally wouldn't go back on his word. You're really giving it to me? Huang Yuyan was also shocked. This was worth 100 billion. Even Zhang Qingxian, who had worked so hard to run her company all these years, only had assets worth 100 billion, right? Yet Yi Jing casually gave her an item worth so much. Did this mean she held a higher position in Yi Jing's heart than Zhang Qingxian? Seeing the item return to their daughter's hands, Huang's father and mother felt relieved. After all, whatever belonged to their daughter would eventually become theirs. Yi Jing, to be honest, we don't know much about you, Huang's father said. Observing Yi Jing's ability to give such an expensive gift, they decided to reevaluate Yi Jing, to see what kind of background he had and whether he was some hidden billionaire. To be able to casually produce something worth 100 billion, unless it was something he had come across by chance or picked up, Yi Jing's identity must be significant. We haven't even asked, where do you work? Huang Yuyan, beside them, covered her mouth and giggled. Of course, you're starting to take Yi Jing seriously now, aren't you? But Yi Jing's true identity can't be revealed to you. Huang Yuyan was one of the few people who knew some of Yi Jing's true identities. She even knew that Yi Jing controlled the Yi God Temple and the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. But she couldn't say anything. These were confidential matters, and since Yi Jing hadn't made them public, Huang Yuyan wouldn't blab about them. Yi Jing casually replied, Huang Yuyan already told you, didn't she? We work at the same company, Zhengshi Flagship Group, and I'm just a small supervisor there. Huang's father frowned. My daughter is already at the level of a general manager, and you're just a small supervisor? He instinctively wanted to belittle Yi Jing. But Huang's mother quickly took over the conversation. Do you have any other jobs? Maybe you're doing something else on the side? If it wasn't a side job, there was no way he could have earned something worth 100 billion as a supervisor. Yi Jing nodded. That's true. I do have other things. Huang's mother's eyes lit up immediately. See, what did I tell you? This question revealed something. So, what else are you doing? It must be something significant, right? Huang Yuyan nodded repeatedly beside them. Of course, it's something significant. Even the Feng Ruodo's Feng commercial empire is almost no match for Yi Jing. And the Yi God Temple, that's the real ace up his sleeve. Yi Jing casually said, I do a lot of side jobs, but I don't directly earn money from them. He indeed didn't directly earn money. For example, organizations like the Yi God Temple only required investment, funded by the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. The only thing that earns money is being a doctor, occasionally treating someone. Huang's father quickly asked, So, how many people do you treat each month? Yi Jing honestly replied, Not many, at most 5 on a good month, sometimes none at all. Huang's father and mother's faces immediately fell. This Yi Jing seemed unreliable. Not up to par. What kind of doctor treats no patients in a month? How could he make money without treating anyone? Daughter, this Yi Jing is unreliable. This wooden pendant was probably just a stroke of luck or something he picked up. It's definitely not something someone of his level could have. Probably the only thing valuable about him is this pendant, and he's already given it to you. In the future, you should stay away from Yi Jing. Huang Yuyan was anxious. Mom and Dad, he's really not an ordinary person. He's a big shot. But she could only say so much. The rest was confidential and couldn't be disclosed. Huang's father frowned. You're still defending him? Fine, we won't make things difficult for him. I'll make a call and have our Huang family in the capital investigate his background. No information could escape the reach of the Huang family in the capital. Their influence in this area was significant. Huang's father immediately made the call. Soon, the call came back. This Yi Jing's only job is a small supervisor at Zhengshi Flagship Group. Huang's father frowned. That's it? Nothing else? The person on the other end nodded. Yes, nothing else. Yi Jing's other information was all classified. Of course, this wasn't something he had said himself. It was set by higher-ups, specifically for security reasons. Because of his special physique, figures like Feng Ruodo, the dean, and the previous Huang commander had classified Yi Jing's information as highly confidential. Ordinary people couldn't access it. So, you weren't lying, Huang's father said, looking disdainfully at Yi Jing. In the end, you're just a small supervisor. I bet that doctor thing was just something you made up to boost your image, wasn't it? Huang's mother also shook her head in disappointment. Daughter, I absolutely won't allow you to associate with someone like him. Tear up that marriage certificate right now. Do you hear me? If you ever dare to see him again, don't come back to the Huang family in the capital. After saying this, Huang's mother suddenly realized that it didn't hold any threat to Huang Yuyan, so she quickly added, if you dare to see him again, I'll report it to the family and have them push you to return sooner to accept the family's arrangements. Indeed, this statement was highly destructive, causing Huang Yuyan's face to change. Chapter 656. Has Feng Ruodo come in person? What she feared most was being forcibly recalled by her family and being forced to accept arrangements she didn't want. Marrying someone she didn't love. Spending her entire life in the family company, doing things she didn't enjoy. This was worse than killing Huang Yuyan. Mom and Dad, can't we discuss this? No. Her father and mother rejected her decisively. There's no room for discussion. Look at you. Her mother poked her forehead several times with her finger. The family has arranged such a good position for you in the company, yet you refuse to return. The family has arranged for you to meet the young and wealthy heir of a prominent Beijing family, yet you won't even go. You're holed up in the corner of Jinling City, mixing with someone who has no future. What kind of future do you expect? Huang Yuyan whispered, but Yi Jing, he gave me something worth billions. What good is that? Her mother sneered, that thing is just a one-time gimmick. Can you live off it forever? As long as you return to the Beijing Huang family, although such things are rare, they won't be scarce for you. Don't forget the scale of the Beijing Huang family. Huang Yuyan remained silent. She had to admit her mother was right. The Beijing Huang family was an enormous clan. Although items worth billions were rare, they weren't unheard of. Strictly speaking, the Beijing Huang family wasn't lacking or particularly fond of such things. There's no room for discussion. Think it over carefully. When you've made up your mind, come back to Beijing to see us. Her father and mother left, grumbling. Yi Jing, I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. Huang Yuyan was feeling down. Your status is so high, yet I couldn't even tell them. If I did, and they found out about your true identity and the enemies you face, they'd probably be scared to death. Yi Jing smiled, which was true. He wasn't just the mastermind behind the Yi God Temple and the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce, but also faced formidable enemies like Feng Ruodo and Director Zhang. Once Huang Yuyan's parents knew the truth, they'd likely be even more unwilling to let Yi Jing get close to their daughter. But you forgot someone, Yi Jing said with a smile. Your uncle, Huang Xiaobang. He knows my true identity. If I ever go to Beijing and meet your uncle, even your parents, chances are, your parents will find out about my identity. Huang Yuyan's face turned pale. This could really happen. By then, her parents would probably be terrified. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, Huang Yuyan said, her mind in turmoil, unsure of what to do. Meanwhile, Yi Jing received a report from his subordinate. Master, the Yanghui team in Shanghai just sent us some intelligence. It seems there's movement at the Yuanda Pharmaceutical Company. Yi Jing's interest was piqued. What kind of movement? They've had visitors. However, they're not sure if the visitors are from the Medical Immortal Palace or Feng Ruodo's side. Yi Jing nodded, a smile appearing on his face. No matter whose side they're on, I'm quite looking forward to meeting them. Let's head to Shanghai again. He had Huang Yuyan book a ticket for him, and they immediately flew to Shanghai. Zhang Yuanda was trembling at Yi Jing's feet. Yi Jing said indifferently, after these few days, I'm sure you felt how fun the 10,000 insect toxin I left in your body is, haven't you? I understand. Zhang Yuanda was almost in tears with fear. These past few days, he felt like he was living in a nightmare every day. The poison Yi Jing had planted in him seemed to have truly evolved into 10,000 insects, wreaking havoc inside him. He never wanted to experience such a life again. He just wanted Yi Jing to remove the poison from his body as soon as possible. As long as you perform well, the poison can be removed. Next, after the other side's people arrive, you must play your role without a hitch, and we will act as your subordinates. The better you play your part, the more you can convince the other side, and the sooner I'll remove the poison. How about it? Zhang Yuanda nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, Mr. Yi. I'll definitely play my part well. Just then, his secretary came to report, Mr. Zhang, there are people downstairs, 3 men wearing hoods, carrying this emblem. Seeing the emblem, Zhang Yuanda's heart skipped a beat. They're here. Mr. Yi. Zhang Yuanda handed the emblem to Yi Jing. Every time they come, they carry this emblem, and I know it's them. Yi Jing nodded and gave a signal to his subordinates, Pu Di and Yang Hui. The 3 then played the role of Zhang Yuanda's subordinates, putting on the company's uniforms and lowering their heads to act as minor characters. Soon, the 3 hooded men from downstairs arrived. Zhang Yuanda, how's the research progress? Zhang Yuanda bowed humbly, smiling ingratiatingly. Esteemed guest, here is our monthly research progress report. Please take a look. The 3 hooded men glanced at the progress report, and their brows immediately furrowed. It was clear that the expressions beneath the hoods were not pleasant. Why is it so slow? Zhang Yuanda quickly explained, Esteemed guest, our progress isn't slow. It's just that we've recently opened a new research lab and reassigned researchers. One of the hooded men showed a hint of displeasure. Adding a few more people is all it takes. Haven't we given you enough funding? Zhang Yuanda nodded repeatedly. Understood. Also, do you have any medicines here with effects similar to gene therapy that can treat the human body? Like medicines for treating paraplegia, for example. The voice of this hooded man was quite old, clearly the leader of the 3. Zhang Yuanda thought for a moment, then said with difficulty, Our research direction here is based on the requirements of Feng Ruodo and the Zhang director of the Medical Immortal Palace. We haven't specifically done research in that area before. There are mainly 2 directions. One is to improve the gene therapy drugs passed on by Lu Shixiang, and the other is to conduct human trials for drugs from Japan and the United States. We haven't done research on medicines for treating the human body. Useless. The hooded man was so angry that he smashed a nearby machine with a single slap. Zhang Yuanda trembled all over with fear. Why is this esteemed guest so hard to deal with? He breaks things at the slightest disagreement? However, he didn't notice that behind him, Yi Jing's gaze at the hooded man was becoming increasingly strange. Could this hooded man be Feng Ruodo himself? He's asking about medicines for treating paraplegia right away. Is this for Feng Benghao? Chapter 657, Caught a Big Fish. Yi Jing tried to sense the aura of the hooded man. This aura was quite peculiar. It felt like that of an ordinary person, yet it seemed as if his cultivation had been subtly suppressed. A smile crept onto Yi Jing's lips. He had thought this time he would only get a clue, but unexpectedly, he had caught a big fish. Feng Ruodo. Yi Jing bellowed, and the hooded man suddenly trembled. Then, he looked at Yi Jing in shock. How is this possible? I've hidden myself so well. How could anyone recognize me at a glance? When he saw Yi Jing's face clearly, he was even more astonished. It was Yi Jing. Feng Ruodo had come all the way to Shanghai, enduring hardship, specifically to find a cure for Yao Zifeng's illness. He had thought that in the far-reaching company that had developed the gene serum, he might find some treatment. Even if it couldn't cure Yao Zifeng completely, at least it could alleviate his condition or ease his pain. So Feng Ruodo had come to Shanghai personally to find good medicine. He thought that with his high level of strength and the 2 capable assistants by his side, he could go anywhere with impunity. Even though he was cautious by nature, with such a strong backing, he felt quite confident. But here, he had unexpectedly run into Yi Jing. This was the last person he wanted to meet now. As someone as cautious as Feng Ruodo, he had naturally memorized Yi Jing's appearance through various photos. Moreover, just before, he had even had a video call with Yi Jing, where he had humbly apologized. So Feng Ruodo recognized Yi Jing at a glance. How could you be here? Feng Ruodo asked in shock, almost instinctively. Yi Jing chuckled, Why? Why couldn't I be here? You're here for medicine, so why couldn't I be here? Fong Ruodo was stunned. Could it be that Yi Jing also had someone who needed treatment? But in the next moment, he realized that Yi Jing's move was likely to divert his attention and delay his reaction time. At his level of cultivation and combat experience, he was very vigilant, so he immediately sensed it. Accidentally, he saw out of the corner of his eye that Yi Jing was signaling to Qing Huang and Pu Di to encircle him. Himph, do you think just these two people can surround me? Fong Ruodo sneered, suddenly charging at Yi Jing. He was a high-level war god, and so was Yi Jing. When two tigers fight, there might still be a chance before either side reacts. Fong Ruodo was just cautious and wanted to ensure everything was foolproof. It didn't mean he was afraid of fighting. Otherwise, he wouldn't have established such a great reputation before and become a legend in China, with no one able to break his record. Yi Jing, die. Fong Ruodo suddenly surged forward, throwing a punch at Yi Jing's chest. This punch was powerful, carrying a scorching heat that made those around feel as if they were next to a furnace. You have some skill, but not much. Yi Jing remained calm, extending a hand to push forward like a tidal wave, blocking Fong Ruodo's attack. Fong Ruodo was startled, blurting out, War Domain Master? Above the high-level war god, there is another level, the War Domain Master. But this level is only a legend, and even Fong Ruodo, after so many years, had never encountered it. Yet, the Yi Jing in front of him clearly possessed such strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to so easily deflect his move. Only someone at the War Domain Master level, far surpassing the high-level war god, could so effortlessly neutralize his attack. Fong Ruodo suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. If that was the case, then the other person could easily deal with him. He probably couldn't withstand 3 moves from the other. Fong Ruodo's eyes flashed with panic, then decisively, he sprang back. You two, help me. The other 2 hooded men behind him were his most trusted subordinates. Part of his confidence in this trip came from his own strength, and the other part from these 2 subordinates. As a high-level war god, even if he couldn't beat Yi Jing, the War Domain Master, he still had the confidence to escape and save his life. With these 2 subordinates, who were experts in defense, even if they couldn't defeat Yi Jing, they could hold him off for a long time, preventing him from breaking free. This was the confidence that allowed Fong Ruodo to dare to expose himself even in his old age. The 2 subordinates, loyal to him, immediately said, Ruodo, you go first, we'll cover. Good. Fong Ruodo immediately sprang back. The 2 high-level war gods then took off their hooded robes, revealing their muscular bodies. Yi Jing narrowed his eyes and glanced at the 2. Qing Huang, Pu Di, these 2 are yours. He could see that if these 2 were to block him to the death, they could indeed hold him off for about half a minute. With Fong Ruodo's level as a high-level war god, half a minute would be enough for him to escape. Understood. Qing Huang and Pu Di stepped forward. The 2 hooded men, seeing Yi Jing about to leave, immediately charged forward to block him, but Qing Huang and Pu Di were no pushovers, even slightly superior to the 2. However, the 2 were too adept at defense, like 2 turtle shells, and Qing Huang and Pu Di couldn't finish them off quickly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Fong Ruodo and Yi Jing turned into 2 beams of light, shooting towards the distant helicopter airport. In an instant, the 2 had left the Far Reach Company and were heading towards a helicopter airport in the distance. Swish! Fong Ruodo directly boarded a helicopter. Take off quickly. At the same time, 5 helicopters took off together. One carried Fong Ruodo, while the other 4 were escorting it, loaded with heavy weapons. The machine guns on the helicopters immediately started firing at Yi Jing. Yi Jing surged forward, and the bullets could only leave traces behind him, never catching up to his figure. Climb! Yi Jing suddenly leaped into the air. Jumping 3 meters high, and instantly climbed onto the helicopter. Fong Ruodo was shocked. He quickly made a move, trying to push Yi Jing back down. Get down! Fong Ruodo kicked out, but Yijing easily dodged it. Then, Yijing casually broke off a piece of metal from the helicopter and threw it at Fong Ruodo like a flying dart. Chapter 658. You're underestimating me too much. Is this your trick? You're underestimating me too much, aren't you? Fong Ruodo saw the iron piece being thrown at him, felt its speed and force, and revealed a faint smile. This Yijing was truly careless. Relying on his status as a domain lord, did he look down on himself, a mere upper-rank war god? With this speed, did he think he could hit me? Fong Ruodo easily dodged the iron piece, which seemed to move slowly in his eyes. But the next moment, he heard a soft thud behind him. Fong Ruodo instinctively turned his head to look. To his surprise, the iron piece had hit the helicopter's pilot. It then pierced through the pilot's body and headed towards the helicopter's control panel. The iron piece embedded itself into the control panel, causing a series of sparks to erupt. Immediately, the previously functioning helicopter began to smoke from the instrument panel, and the entire aircraft lost control, plummeting downwards. Fong Ruodo was drenched in cold sweat. This Yijing wasn't aiming at him at all. From the very beginning, the target had been the helicopter. This Yijing's goal is to trap me here. Fong Ruodo's heart raced with panic. After all, he was facing an unknown level of power, a domain lord, and his cautious nature made him extremely nervous. If it were his usual style, he would have sent countless cannon fodder to fight Yijing first, observing from behind to find Yijing's fatal weakness. Only then would he step forward to deliver a fatal blow. This was Fong Ruodo's fighting style. It was also the reason he had become a legend and still survived to this day. Swoosh! In a moment of desperation, Fong Ruodo leapt off the helicopter and quickly jumped towards another one. Quick, get away from here. Don't let Yijing jump over too. He watched helplessly as Yijing prepared to jump, his scalp tingling with fear. Fortunately, the pilot of this helicopter was more alert and quickly pulled the control stick, ascending rapidly. Yijing, who had crouched down to jump, calculated the distance and had no choice but to give up. Master! At that moment, two voices came from a distance. It was Qing Huang and Pu Di, who had dealt with the two armored men and were now chasing after them. Pu Di quickly found another helicopter nearby. As core members of the Yi God Temple, piloting helicopters was a required skill. Pu Di and Qing Huang immediately boarded the helicopter, raising its altitude. Yijing also leapt onto the helicopter. Chase after them. Pu Di nodded and rapidly increased the helicopter's speed, chasing after Fong Ruodo. They're heading to the major airport. There are quite a few passenger planes there, but I heard there are also a few small private planes. Pu Di focused on piloting the helicopter, while Qing Huang searched the internet on her phone. Fong Ruodo took a private small plane from the capital directly to Shanghai. After landing at this international airport, he transferred to a helicopter and flew towards Yuanda Company. Now, their goal must be to land at the international airport. Yijing nodded, then we'll go to the international airport too. Soon, Fong Ruodo's and Yijing's helicopters arrived one after another at the Shanghai International Airport. Due to Fong Ruodo's prior orders, the runway had already been cleared. Countless passengers who were supposed to board planes were all prohibited from boarding. They could only watch the situation outside through the large floor-to-ceiling windows in the waiting hall. What's going on? Why was the runway suddenly cleared, and they won't let us board? It seems there's a big shot landing outside. I haven't heard of any big shots recently. What's going on? And is it really necessary to clear the entire airport? We're all just waiting? Many passengers' flights were delayed, and they were very unhappy. Look, a helicopter is landing. It must be a big shot. All the passengers crowded to the windows to watch what was happening outside. Fong Ruodo's helicopter landed first, and he rushed frantically towards a nearby private plane. This doesn't look like a big shot. In the passengers' minds, big shots were always in control, with a strong presence. At the very least, they walked with great composure. But today, this so-called big shot was running like a rabbit, showing no composure at all. Instead, he looked like a desperate fugitive, fleeing quickly. Soon, they understood why. Rat-tat-tat. A series of intense machine gun fire came from above. Ah! Look, someone is hunting down this big shot. The passengers suddenly realized. No wonder the big shot was fleeing in such a hurry. But they were also curious. Within China, who would dare to be so bold and unrestrained in hunting down a big shot? What kind of power would it take to be so brazen? The helicopter with the mounted machine gun landed after sweeping the ground with a series of gunfire. Yi Jing and his two companions quickly chased after Fang Ruodo. Master, at this distance, we might not be able to catch up. That private plane is already accelerating on the runway. Once Fang Ruodo boards the plane, we might not be able to catch him. Yi Jing was well aware of this problem. His eyes scanned the area and quickly spotted another private small plane. We'll take this one and chase him to the ends of the earth. This Fang Ruodo was like a rat. He had turned the strategy of 3 foxholes for a rabbit into an art form. If he escaped this time, it would be nearly impossible to find him in the future. Yi Jing keenly realized that this might be his only chance to kill Fang Ruodo, so he absolutely could not miss this opportunity. Swoosh! The 3 of them sprinted towards the nearby private small plane. Inside the airport waiting hall, an international businessman in a suit and tie was frantic. They're going to take my plane. Damn it! That's the plane I was going to use to fly to South Korea for a business deal. If you take my plane, what about my business? But no one paid him any attention. At this moment, all the passengers were stunned by this rare scene. Such a chase scene could only be seen on TV, right? Fang Ruodo's plane took off first. Behind him, Yi Jing and his companions quickly caught up in their private plane. Only then did the announcement come over the loudspeakers, lifting the runway clearance and resuming normal operations. Chapter 659. It's a done deal. In midair, Fang Ruodo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, finally escaped. That Yi Jing, he's really a damn nuisance. He's actually at the level of a domain master. No wonder everyone has such high hopes for this special physique. His progress is astonishing. No, I must report this news as soon as possible. Fang Ruodo opened his phone and began to report. As soon as he finished reporting, someone quickly ran over. Ruodo, we've spotted a small private plane behind us. Judging by the looks of it, Yi Jing and his group are chasing us. Fang Ruodo frowned. Can they catch up to us? Subordinate. Although they can't catch up to us, they'll keep trailing behind. Even if we reach the capital, they'll likely continue to pursue us relentlessly. Fang Ruodo smiled. Don't worry, as long as he can't catch up to us en route, that's fine. This small plane of mine is specially customized, the fastest in the world. Yi Jing's must be a commercial plane he snatched up at the last minute. Those planes, no matter how fast, can't outpace mine. And as long as I reach the capital, Yi Jing is done for. I've set up multiple layers of encirclement back at my stronghold in the capital. If Yi Jing turns back now, he might still be safe. But if he dares to chase me all the way, he'll be waiting to be killed in the capital. The subordinate flattered. You've thought it through thoroughly, Ruodo. On the plane behind them, Yi Jing was also fiddling with his phone. Send this video to Shui Chonglin. Let them see Fang Ruodo's true colors. Yi Jing was determined to take down Fang Ruodo, and he intended to finish him off completely. Given Fang Ruodo's legendary status, he wasn't someone who could be easily touched. If Yi Jing were to make a move against him in the capital, countless people would emerge to stop him. But with this video sent to Shui Chonglin, it was uncertain how many people would still be willing to stand up for Fang Ruodo. Soon, Shui Chonglin's phone call came through. Yi Jing, when was this video taken? Shui Chonglin was shocked. The video contained various incriminating evidence of Yuan Company. Yuan Company had conducted drug trials for Japan and the United States, resulting in the deaths of countless Chinese citizens, and one of the masterminds behind it was Fang Ruodo. This was evident from Fang Ruodo's disguise as a hooded man, inspecting the work. Yi Jing, it was just taken earlier. I'm currently in pursuit of Fang Ruodo. He glanced at the time. I estimate I'll be landing at the capital airport in about an hour. Then, I'll continue to pursue Fang Ruodo. Xue Changlin hurriedly said, Yi Jing, you need to stay calm. Yi Jing spoke coldly. Fang Ruodo killed my parents and flogged them along with my aunt for over a decade. Can I take revenge? Xue Changlin quickly replied, Of course, you can take revenge, but not in the capital. Do you know how special this place is? If you act here, the impact would be too severe. Yi Jing's voice was icy. I can't care about that anymore. This Fang Ruodo is as cunning as a rat, too good at hiding. This time, if I catch him, I absolutely cannot let him escape. Otherwise, he'll only become even more cautious in the future, and the chances of catching him again will be slim. Xue Changlin fell silent. Indeed, this Fang Ruodo was too good at hiding. A rabbit might have 3 burrows, but Fang Ruodo was said to have 5 main bases and countless other estates and villas. His hiding spots were innumerable. If Yi Jing let Fang Ruodo escape today, there might never be another chance. Alright, Yi Jing, I'll show this video to the higher-ups. If the evidence is true, I doubt anyone will want to protect Fang Ruodo anymore. Yi Jing said indifferently, I'll give you an hour. After an hour, I'll personally kill him in the capital. After saying that, Yi Jing hung up the phone. This Yi Jing. Xue Changlin was drenched in cold sweat, forcing a bitter smile. He's setting me up for a tough situation. He quickly picked up his phone and called the core higher-ups. By Yi Jing's side, Pu Di and Qing Huang expressed their concerns. Master, this time, our 1,000-mile pursuit, the main forces of the Yi God Temple haven't come along. The two were somewhat worried. This time, the 3 of them were practically going alone into Fang Ruodo's stronghold. The capital had long been turned into an impregnable fortress by Fang Ruodo, and who knows what traps awaited them. Yi Jing dismissed their concerns. I don't need the Yi God Temple's forces. Just relying on myself is enough. In the past, he needed his subordinates to prevent enemies from escaping and to completely annihilate them. But this time, his target was only to kill Fang Ruodo. As for those who stood in his way, he would just kill them as he went. There was no need for encirclement, so he didn't need any additional manpower. The 2 of you don't have to come with me. Once we reach the capital, you 2 can take a plane and leave directly. Pu Di and Qing Huang, however, immediately knelt down with a thud. Master, we swear to follow you to the death. Yi Jing's expression turned serious. This time, heading into Fang Ruodo's lair, we may very likely fall into his traps and face his hidden cards. A legendary figure in China, such a person's hidden cards could be very deep. At that time, I can only protect myself, and the 2 of you might die there. Are you still willing to go? Qing Huang and Pu Di immediately replied, We are willing, Master. We were born to die for you. Yi Jing nodded slightly. He also revealed a few traces of satisfaction. The Yi God Temple he founded. Although he couldn't speak for everything else, when it came to loyalty, it was absolutely unparalleled in the world. All right then, the 3 of us will venture into Fang Ruodo's dragon's lair. His words were filled with heroic spirit, as if Fang Ruodo's side was the one that was outnumbered. Finally, the plane arrived at the capital airport an hour later. I wonder how Xue Changlin and those core higher-ups are discussing things. His eyes flashed with determination. No matter what, Fang Ruodo, I'm killing you today. Yi Jing's figure flickered as he headed towards Fang Ruodo's escape direction. Just a minute earlier, Fang Ruodo had also just landed here. Immediately, he arranged for a vehicle and sped away from the airport. Yi Jing and Qing Huang's group also commandeered a car from the airport and chased after them. This Yi Jing, he's really persistent. Fang Ruodo looked back with lingering fear, unable to shake off Yi Jing and his group. Chapter 660. What a talent. Especially that subordinate of his. What a talent. He was referring to Pu Di. That subordinate, he can fly helicopters, small private planes, and he drives so fast that even I can't shake him off. Fang Ruodo's face was extremely grim. You should know, this car of mine has also been modified. Whether it's straight-line acceleration or corners, it has excellent handling performance. But that Pu Di behind me, by sheer skill in racing, squeezed out the potential of that car and forcibly pushed the speed up. Although several times on straight lines, He was left behind by the sheer power of my car. He quickly caught up by precise maneuvering on the corners. Why can't such a subordinate be mine? Fang Ruodo narrowed his eyes. However, both Yijing and his two subordinates won't live much longer. He ordered his subordinates, "Let's go to base 1. There. I have my most complete setup and the most subordinates." He looked at another subordinate. "Have you informed the people from my bases 2 and 3 to come over?" The subordinate nodded. "Yes, Ruodo, the special guard team, the 108 Tiger Weidoi, and the 18 upper-rank battle gods have all been deployed as instructed." Fang Ruodo nodded in satisfaction. "Good, well done." A cold smile appeared in his eyes. Yijing, you don't know, do you? This time, I'm gathering all my strength to keep you here." However, he thought of Yijing's formidable strength, the domain lord of the battlefield. Such powerful strength gave him a feeling of dread. But don't worry, even if he is a domain lord of the battlefield. So what? My arrangements here are enough to wear him out. Even if Yijing is very strong, my tactic of overwhelming numbers will tire him to death. And as the battle here drags on, the other high-ranking and core figures in the capital will inevitably become restless. At that time, once those people make a move, Yijing will surely die. Yijing tracked all the way and finally arrived at Fang Ruodo's base. "Yijing, you really dare to come in?" Fang Ruodo sneered. "With your strength, it shouldn't be hard for you to notice that a net has been set up here especially for you, right?" Yijing casually replied, "So what? Do you think these can stop me from taking your life?" Fang Ruodo scoffed. "Don't talk big, you will die here. Do you know that from the moment you chased from Shanghai to this capital, your death was already sealed?" Yijing, "Oh, then let's try it." Fang Ruodo snorted coldly. "Humph, you ignorant fool. Come, special guard team, eliminate him for me. Don't kill him directly. Torture him slowly. I still need to find a way to cure my Yao from him. Then, slowly torture him to death, just like I did to his father back then." Yijing's eyes instantly turned red. His body moved, and he directly charged into the crowd of the guard team. Qing Huang and Pudi closely followed behind, guarding Yijing's back. "Ha ha ha. What an ignorant fool. My special guard team has 500 men, each armed to the teeth, each close to the level of a battle god. So many people attacking together, even I would have to be extremely cautious, afraid that a stray bullet would take my life. Yijing, you really have guts." His subordinate next to him also relaxed and laughed. "Ruodo, this is settled. If Yijing had been overly cautious and fought from a distance with our special guard team, we really wouldn't have been able to do anything to him. But he chose the worst way, charging directly into the crowd. Our special guard team are all masters of gun combat. They can maximize the power of a battle god level in firearms. Yijing has hit a brick wall." As the two were talking, they heard cries of pain coming from the guard team. "Haha, listen. Yijing and his two subordinates have already started crying out. Wait, something's not right, Ruodo. This cry of pain, why does it sound like there are many voices?" Everyone focused their attention and were immediately shocked to the point of numbness. Yijing and the three of them were like wolves among sheep, quickly breaking through the formation of the special guard team, continuing to charge towards Fang Ruodo. And those so-called masters of gun combat, who also possess strength close to that of a battle god, couldn't withstand a single move from Yijing. Often, with a single move from Yijing, 4 or 5 members of the special guard team had their arms broken. After several such moves, the 3 of them directly broke through the 500-man special guard team, cutting a bloody path through the middle. Fang Ruodo was shocked and immediately shouted, "Quick, summon the 108 Tiger Force team." The 108 Tiger Vanguard Squad was a formidable force he had meticulously cultivated. On the battlefield, they could even influence the outcome of a small-scale war. It could be said that they had followed Fang Ruodo and made great contributions in the past. Unfortunately, today, when they met Yijing, they were instantly cut to pieces. How could this be? How could this be? Fang Ruodo was greatly alarmed. "This is my trump card from base 2. I directly transferred them over. How could they not withstand a single attack from him? His strength, the domain lord of the battlefield, is that strong? He had never seen a domain lord of the battlefield before, so he couldn't judge how powerful that level really was. Today, he truly witnessed it. Quick, quick, call the 18 upper rank battle gods over. This is my trump card from base 1. It's my greatest reliance. I originally planned to rely on this to turn the tables. The rest of his words, he couldn't say. He could only say, even if he is a domain lord of the battlefield, he's just one level higher than an upper rank battle god. My 18 people, attacking one who is just one level higher, it's a siege. He will definitely lose. Soon, 18 upper rank battle gods surrounded Yi Jing. Yi Jing die. The leader of the upper rank battle gods, his face as cold as ice, said coldly, under our 18 people's encirclement, no one can escape. There are only two outcomes, either be captured alive and suffer, or be tortured to death. If you surrender now, you can suffer less. The leader glanced at Qinghuang and Pudi outside. Your two subordinates, surrounded by the remaining members of the special guard team, can't come to save you. Chapter 661. You can only rely on yourself. Now, you can only rely on yourself. With your strength, you might struggle for a while, but it won't change the outcome that you will die here. After all, you are also one of our country's strong warriors. Wouldn't it be better to contribute to the nation rather than die here in vain? Yi Jing sneered. Oh? You speak so nobly, yet I don't see you fighting for the glory of the nation on the battlefield. Instead, you're here aiding the tyrant? Aiding the tyrant? The 18 upper-rank war gods were instantly enraged. Feng Ruodo is a legend of our country. As long as we serve him well, we are contributing to the nation's glory. Yi Jing laughed heartily. You are truly naive. If Feng Ruodo did a few good deeds for the nation in his younger days, look at what he's doing now. Which of his actions are good? Is it the good deed of running a pharmaceutical company in Shanghai, helping Japan and the United States conduct human trials for new drugs? At this, the expressions of the upper-rank war gods changed drastically. Helping Japan and the United States with drug trials? Using people from China? Human experimentation? This was too sensitive, instantly making the 19 of them uneasy. Feng Ruodo immediately shouted, Don't listen to his nonsense. When have I ever done such things? The 18 of you, surround and kill him. Just leave him with one breath. He's just blabbering because he feels pressured in front of you and is trying to turn you against me. Remember, I, Feng Ruodo, am the legendary figure of China. What does he count as? Do you even listen to or believe his words? As expected, after these words, the hesitation and doubt in the eyes of the 18 upper-rank war gods disappeared. In its place was a fierce killing intent. Compared to the unfamiliar Yi Jing, they were more willing to believe Feng Ruodo. Yi Jing die. Among the 18, there were those assigned to block all escape routes for Yi Jing, while others skilled in attack charged forward to take his life. Of course, they still remembered Feng Ruodo's instructions, so they didn't go for the kill but aimed slightly off to just inflict serious injury on Yi Jing. After all, they still needed to force Yi Jing to reveal the method to cure Feng Banghao. Feng Ruodo had already announced that Feng Banghao was his son, so these upper-rank war gods were all aware of this. Defeating Yi Jing and forcing him to reveal the method to cure Feng Banghao would be serving Feng Ruodo, a great merit, and contributing to the nation's glory. Thus, these upper-rank war gods were filled with intense fighting spirit. Die! 10 upper-rank war gods charged forward, all of them skilled in attack. If these 10 attacked together, even Feng Ruodo or President Zhang would have to evade their combined force. Yet, Yi Jing stood there, unmoving. Heh, it seems Yi Jing has chosen to die here. He probably regretted stepping into this encirclement. Does he really think he's invincible? Feng Ruodo watched from outside, sneering coldly. Yi Jing was too arrogant. Did he really think that after being a legendary figure in China for a lifetime, he had no trump cards left? Did he really think he could chase after him all the way to Beijing? What a fool. In the next moment, the attacks of the 10 reached Yi Jing. But instead of dodging, Yijing swiftly extended 10 fingers, each with a silver needle. The needles flashed and landed on the necks of the upper-rank war gods. In an instant, the 10 upper-rank war gods stood still. What's going on? Why aren't you attacking? Are you holding back? Those outside couldn't see the situation clearly, only that the upper-rank war gods, who had been attacking with great momentum, suddenly stopped. Feng Ruodo's subordinates were even more anxious. What are you doing? Hurry up and bring Yijing's head to Feng Ruodo. Feng Ruodo, however, frowned and stopped them. Something's not right. Yijing seems to have used some method. The remaining 8 upper-rank war gods also sensed that something was wrong. Suddenly, one shouted, "He's pricked everyone with a needle. There's a needle on each of their necks. If we pull them out, they can move again." It's just a method used by divine doctors to immobilize people. It works fast, but the downside is huge. As long as someone pulls the needles, they'll be free. I've seen President Zhang of the Medical Immortal Hall use this technique. It's nothing special. The remaining 8 upper-rank war gods rushed forward to pull the needles from the tin. They thought their speed was fast enough, but Yijing still easily pricked 8 more silver needles. The 8 defensive upper-rank war gods were also immobilized. Yijing chuckled. So, is there anyone else who wants to come and help them? Yes, my silver needles are quite limited in effect. They can't kill, only immobilize. As long as someone pulls them out, they'll be free. But you? Is there anyone brave enough to come and save them? A wave of panic swept through the crowd. Those were 18 upper-rank war gods. They were, apart from Feng Ruodo, the strongest 18 among those present. If even they couldn't do it, who could? Anyone else who went up would just end up immobilized by Yijing, wouldn't they? Could it be that Feng Ruodo himself had to go and save them? The silver needles only immobilized people, but allowed them to speak. The leading upper-rank war god said, "Feng Ruodo, it's our fault for being incompetent. Please leave quickly." Another upper-rank war god added, "Feng Ruodo, you only need to come over and remove the needles for us, and we'll be free. We can continue to fight for you. We just didn't notice earlier, so we fell for Yijing's trick. If you give us another chance, we definitely won't get fooled again. Yes, with caution, we definitely won't fall for it." The leading upper-rank war god shouted angrily, "Shut up! Don't you know that asking Feng Ruodo to come here is practically asking him to walk into a trap? This Yijing is so powerful that he can easily immobilize all 18 of us. What if Feng Ruodo comes over and gets immobilized too? You're putting Feng Ruodo at risk?" Yijing smiled faintly. "Feng Ruodo, so, are you willing to come over and remove the needles for them?" Feng Ruodo snorted coldly. "Yijing, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Would I fall for such a trick? These 18 people are here to serve me. Whether they're immobilized or even die for me, it's their fate." Chapter 662. What other cards do you have? Upon hearing Feng Ruodao's words, the reactions among the 18 upper-level war gods varied. Some felt it was only natural. Their purpose for existence was to live for Feng Ruodao, wasn't it? Even if it meant dying for Feng Ruodao, that was normal, right? But many of the upper-level war gods didn't think so. They had come to pledge allegiance to Feng Ruodao because they believed he represented China, a legend of the nation. In his youth, he had fought for the country with his life on the line. Now that he was older and his strength had waned, it was only right for them to come and assist him, to help him with his tasks. But now, things weren't as they had imagined. Feng Ruodao hadn't intended to lead them to glory for the nation, but had instead treated them as his personal troops. He saw them as disposable pawns, to be discarded at will. They weren't afraid of being discarded, nor of death. But they had hoped to die with purpose, not an internal strife like this. After all, Yijing was not a foreign force, but merely a Chinese citizen with a personal vendetta against Feng Ruodao. So, when Feng Ruodao spoke those words and retreated explosively, half of the 18 upper-level war gods lost all hope and their will to fight. Feng Ruodao, it seems today you not only lost your subordinates, but also their loyalty, Yijing teased. Feng Ruodao's eyes turned cold. This is all because of you. You damn bastard. If not for you, would I be pushed to this point? Even if I lose all these subordinates, I can recruit more. But if I'm gone, then it's truly over. Yijing, don't get too pleased too soon. Besides these 18 upper-level war gods, you haven't seen my real trump card yet. Yijing showed a look of surprise. Oh? You're talking about the 4 people hidden behind you, aren't you? He had long since noticed that the real source of Feng Ruodao's security wasn't these so-called 18 upper-level war gods, but the 4 shadowy figures lurking behind Feng Ruodao. Upon being exposed by Yijing, Feng Ruodao's face changed dramatically. You? When did you find out? Yijing said indifferently. With the concealment skills of those 4, even my Yi God Temple's advanced level could see through them. Do you think they could fool me? Do you know what my Yi God Temple is best at? It's concealment and assassination. So, do you know where my 2 subordinates went? Feng Ruodao suddenly felt a sharp alarm in his heart. Those 2 subordinates, weren't they still engaged in combat with the 108 Tiger Wei Doi just moments ago? How come, in the blink of an eye, they had disappeared, and the 108 members of the Tiger Commando unit were all sprawled on the ground, incapacitated? Where did they go? Where did your 2 subordinates go? Feng Ruodao was shocked. He felt a chill on his neck, as if the 2 figures would appear from nowhere at any moment and slit his throat. Yijing smiled lightly. You were too focused on me earlier, Feng Ruodao. It was too easy for my people to get close to you. Leave your last words now, Feng Ruodao. Last words my ass. Feng Ruodao suddenly exploded into a full-speed retreat. He was too afraid that those 2 figures would kill him. After all, as Yijing said, the people of the Yi God Temple were too skilled in concealment and assassination. They were all assassins. Retreat. Feng Ruodao retreated explosively, but he forgot. Those 4 shadow figures needed to stay within his shadow to protect him. They practiced a sinister technique that allowed them to transfer harm to Feng Ruodao. In other words, as long as those 4 were alive, Feng Ruodao wouldn't die. And these 4 individuals not only practiced harm transfer techniques, but also possessed extraordinary defensive skills, as tough as turtle shells, impossible to break. But now, as Feng Ruodao retreated explosively, those 4 shadow figures couldn't keep up. Or rather, they were struggling to catch up, but Qing Huang and Pu Di suddenly made their move. No. Feng Ruodao suddenly realized, his face filled with panic. You weren't targeting me from the beginning, but my shadows. Your 2 subordinates never aimed at me, but at my shadows. Feng Ruodao was shocked, but it was too late. As the 4 shadow figures struggled to catch up to Feng Ruodao, Qing Huang and Pu Di suddenly appeared in their path. Don't chase anymore, Qing Huang and Pu Di chuckled. We've been lying in wait for so long. Do you really think you can escape? The 4 shadow figures still tried to struggle and break through the blockade. After all, there were 4 of them, while Qing Huang and Pu Di were only 2. But they forgot that their specialty was defense and harm transfer, and in other aspects, they were far inferior to Qing Huang and Pu Di. Qing Huang and Pu Di didn't necessarily have to kill these 4 in a short time. Just holding them back was enough. After all, trapping 4 turtle shells was much easier than killing them. Yijing walked step by step towards Feng Ruodao. What other cards do you have now? Yijing sneered. Now, you should be dying, right? Feng Ruodao was both shocked and furious. He had never imagined being pushed to such a desperate situation. All the elaborate schemes he had laid out were rendered useless in front of Yijing. The guard team was no more, the Tiger Wei squad was wiped out, the 18 war gods were defeated, and the 4 shadow figures were held at bay. All these, the fruits of his lifelong efforts, were wiped out by Yijing with just 3 people. No. Feng Ruodao suddenly grinned maniacally. You can't kill me. I still have my biggest trump card. Yijing was curious. Oh? What other cards do you have now? Feng Ruodao suddenly burst into laughter. Yijing, don't think that just because you've gained the upper hand, you've driven me to a dead end. But don't forget, I am the legendary Feng Ruodao of China. My name is my biggest trump card. As long as I am the legendary Feng Rua Dao, you can't touch me. If you dare to touch me, aren't you afraid of causing a stir in the entire capital, a stir in the whole of China? Yi Jing shrugged. Oh, is that it? His expression turned cold. Do you think I care about these? Feng Rua Dao's face changed slightly. This Yi Jing was a madman. He really might not care. No, you must care. Because the people who are coming to save me are already on their way. As soon as the words left his mouth, the sound of countless footsteps echoed outside. A calm and solemn atmosphere began to spread. Chapter 663. Save Me. Immediately, a large contingent of armed personnel stormed in, surrounding the entire Ruodo mansion. See that? Ha ha ha, see that? This is the garrison from the capital. They saw my Ruodo mansion under siege and rushed over to rescue me right away. This is the influence of our national legend, Feng Ruodo. Feng Ruodo, as if already saved, began to gloat triumphantly. Yi Jing, you can't kill me. As long as I stall for a while longer, countless people will come to save me. Even though I've retired, my reputation still stands. They will all come to shield me, to die for me, this national legend. Yi Jing's eyes turned cold. At this moment, Xinghuang suddenly said, Master, don't worry. Our people have arrived. As soon as the words left her mouth, countless shadows leaped down from the surrounding streets and rooftops. All of them were members of the Yi God Palace. After wasting so much time here, the members of the Yi God Palace had just caught a flight and arrived in time. Yi Jing said calmly, Good. Have the Yi God Palace block this contingent outside. Understood, Master. This time, Yang Hui led the team and directly blocked the rescue forces outside. Hiss! Feng Ruodo gasped. Such a large contingent, and Yi Jing's subordinates just blocked them effortlessly? How capable were his subordinates? Yi Jing stepped closer to Feng Ruodo. Do you still have any cards left? He didn't rush to kill Feng Ruodo directly. Instead, he used this method of gradual pressure to constantly add stress to Feng Ruodo. What Feng Ruodo did to Yi Jing's parents and aunt back then, today was just a small repayment. I have plenty of cards left. Feng Ruodo sneered. This is just one contingent. Soon, 3, 5, even 10 contingents will arrive. And the entire capital will be in an uproar. All the big figures will be alarmed and join forces to deal with you. Yi Jing, choosing to make your move against me in the capital is the biggest mistake you've ever made. Other high-ranking officials and core figures will definitely not stand by and do nothing. Yi Jing said calmly, Oh, is that so? He took out his phone. Feng Ruodo, haven't you realized yet? How long have I been here at your Ruodo mansion? All in all, it's been at least 2 hours, right? And if you add the time on the plane, it's even longer, isn't it? Yi Jing smiled. Don't you find it strange? You, the great Feng Ruodo, a national legend. It would be only natural for the higher-ups to go all out to save you, right? But look, from the beginning to the end, the only real external force to save you was this uninformed local guard contingent in the capital. The other forces might have already received certain instructions from above and are staying put. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately broke Feng Ruodo's spirit. Impossible. You're talking nonsense, impossible. Feng Ruodo hurriedly said, The higher-ups must have reassessed your strength, fully mobilizing forces to launch a thunderous strike against you, which is why there's a delay. Yi Jing laughed heartily. Feng Ruodo, stop comforting yourself. Do you really think that's possible? Even if the higher-ups are stalling for time, they would at least try to negotiate with me, to temporarily buy your safety, right? But so far, the higher-ups have completely ignored you, Feng Ruodo. Feng Ruodo's face changed drastically. The higher-ups had been completely silent for so long. Were they really abandoning him? Impossible, impossible. If I'm killed by you, it would be a huge negative incident. Think about it. Could the higher-ups really do that? How would they explain it to the people of the entire country? Feng Ruodo still clung to the last shred of hope. Yi Jing sneered, Feng Ruodo, Do you really think your legendary reputation is your get-out-of-jail-free card? Take a look at this. Yijing tapped his phone and played a video. Xue Changlin has already posted this video online. Do you think you're still a national legend now? The video showed the Great Future Pharmaceutical Company and Liu Shixiang's company using the people of China as test subjects for drugs for Japan and the United States. Looking at the comments below. Wow, I can't believe it. Feng Ruodo was behind this. This is a national traitor. How could Feng Ruodo do such a thing? He doesn't even value the lives of ordinary Chinese people. Is he so high and mighty? He deserves to die. What does being a legendary figure matter? Does his life matter more than ours? Strongly condemn Feng Ruodo. Strongly demand sanctions. What a legendary figure, helping Japan harm our Chinese people. What a shameless traitor. Feng Ruodo, the big traitor. Feng Ruodo stared at the Pinglun cheer, where people were denouncing him, and was completely stunned. His so-called immunity card, as a legendary figure, had vanished in an instant. The persona he had cultivated over decades had suddenly crumbled. His get-out-of-jail-free card as a legendary figure was gone. The image he had built over decades had suddenly collapsed. Now, this video has already garnered tens of millions of views online. How do you feel now? Do you still think the higher-ups are trying to save you? In my opinion, the higher-up stance is already very clear. They don't intend to protect you. If I kill you now, it wouldn't be a hassle at all, but rather a service to the people. A service to the people? Feng Ruodo was terrified. He was now being hunted down by everyone? This sudden fall from grace made him come to his senses. He was no longer the national legend. The tide had turned. The core figures and other high-ranking officials wouldn't want to protect him anymore. This was evident from the fact that the higher-ups had shown no reaction for so long. Feng Ruodo said bitterly, "Was this all done by Xue Changlin on your orders? Was it him who lobbied the core figures about this matter?" Yijing said calmly, "Yes, Xue Changlin is now on my side. That means I already have my own people in the positions of commander and dragon group leader, gradually starting to confront the old, corrupt bigwigs like you." Thud. Feng Ruodo suddenly knelt down and begged for forgiveness. "Yijing, I admit, it was all my fault. Please spare me. I shouldn't have opposed you, but I only wanted to save my son Feng Banghao." Yijing sneered, "What you did to my parents Shiji Nan ago was for your son Feng Banghao?" Chapter 664. Much more important. Feng Ruodo felt a chill in his heart. He knew that in Yijing's mind, nothing else mattered as much as the matters concerning his parents. "Yijing, please spare me. I can be useful to you. I can't die. Think about it. I'm Feng Ruodo, a figure of such stature. Surely I have some value, don't I?" Feng Ruodo pleaded, "I can still be used." Desperate to survive, he even brought up his son. "My son, Feng Banghao, can't even take care of himself. What will happen to him if I die?" Yijing replied indifferently, "Feng Ruodo, you do still have some use." Feng Ruodo's eyes lit up with hope. "Tell me, what do you want me to do?" To stay alive, Feng Ruodo was prepared to agree to anything. After all, as long as he survived, he was confident he could rise again, vanish from Yijing's sight forever, and eventually come up with ways to counter Yijing once more. He was certain he could ultimately bring about Yijing's downfall. Yijing said calmly, "Among the 5 major figures back then, besides you, who else was involved? If you can name one more, I'll spare your life." Yijing wasn't deceiving Feng Ruodo with wordplay or trickery. He genuinely didn't plan to end Feng Ruodo's life so easily. After all, these 5 figures had caused immense suffering to his parents and aunt. Yijing intended to make them experience every torment the world had to offer before finally allowing them to die. He wanted to torment them. Feng Ruodo immediately responded, "I'll tell you. Among the other 4, there's Zhang Yuanzhang." Without hesitation, Feng Ruodo blurted out a name. "Zhang Yuanzhang of the Medical Immortal Hall?" Yijing frowned. This name had been a suspicion of his for some time. But now, hearing it confirmed from Feng Ruodo's mouth, an overwhelming surge of killing intent rose within Yijing. This Zhang Yuanzhang of the Medical Immortal Hall would also have to die. So, where is the Medical Immortal Hall? Yi Jing asked. At this, Feng Ruodo hesitated, his face filled with reluctance. He sighed, Yi Jing, you should know that the Medical Immortal Hall is one of the highest level classified locations in our country. The research they conduct carries the hope of our nation's rise. That's why it's designated as top secret. I can't reveal its location. Yi Jing reached out and grabbed Feng Ruodo by the neck. In front of a supreme warrior like Yi Jing, a single squeeze would mean Feng Ruodo's immediate demise. I'll tell you. Feng Ruodo gritted his teeth, ready to spill the information, thinking of saving his own skin. After all, it wasn't him who would die. But just as he was about to speak, a sharp whistling sound came from a distance. A sniper bullet pierced through Feng Ruodo's skull with a soft thud. Feng Ruodo was dead. Yi Jing's brows furrowed, and his cold gaze darted toward the direction from which the shot had come. Qing Huang, did you get that on camera? Qing Huang nodded quickly. Yi Jing had originally planned to record the entire ordeal of Feng Ruodo's suffering to show to his aunt later. It was also meant for his mother, once she was rescued, to see and relieve her of her inner demons, knowing that Yi Jing had avenged them. Unexpectedly, they had captured this unexpected turn of events. Yi Jing gave a slight nod, then transformed into a swift arrow, shooting off in pursuit. The figure outside, sensing the danger, darted away, but Yi Jing caught up to him in an instant. A war king? Yi Jing assessed the man, whose strength was at the level of a war king, barely approaching the level of a war god. Yet, with a specially designed sniper rifle capable of penetrating strong defenses, he had managed to kill Feng Ruodo. If not for Yi Jing having already dismantled all of Feng Ruodo's defenses, particularly the 4 shadow substitutes, the sniper bullet wouldn't have been enough to kill him. Still, it didn't change the fact that Feng Ruodo, a legendary figure in the country, had met his end at the hands of an unknown war king. A legend had come to an end. Who sent you? Yi Jing intercepted the man. You'll never know. The man's voice was hoarse, as if his vocal cords had been damaged, forcing him to speak through broken sounds. Yi Jing said calmly, Don't worry, I have ways to make you talk. His subordinates were experts in interrogation. If he handed this man over to them, no matter how stubborn he was, he would break. That won't be necessary. I'll end it myself. As the man finished speaking, Yi Jing's expression changed drastically. He quickly moved to stop the man, but he was too late. The man's mouth seemed to contain some kind of venom, and in an instant, it claimed his life. He's dead. Yi Jing sighed. If the poison hadn't been so potent, he could have saved the man. The man's backers must have issued an immediate death order, and this assassin had no intention of surviving, using the most lethal poison that killed instantly. Damn it! Yi Jing frowned. This man was likely from the Medical Immortal Hall. Feng Ruodo hadn't been interrupted when mentioning other things, only when he was about to reveal the location of the Medical Immortal Hall. Clearly, they didn't want the hall's exact location exposed. Meanwhile, in the capital, fury erupted. The upper echelons were enraged. The core leaders were furious. Did Yi Jing really kill Feng Ruodo? Xue Changlin, this is your responsibility. You need to give us an explanation. Facing the many high-ranking officials and core leaders, Xue Changlin was drenched in cold sweat. Yi Jing, you've really put me in a tough spot. Xue Changlin could only steel himself and say, Everyone, I've already shown you the video. Feng Ruodo has become a national traitor. He's been condemned by the public. A person like that. Before Xue Changlin could finish, a core leader interrupted with displeasure. Xue Changlin, get your facts straight. We're not debating whether Feng Ruodo deserved to die, but whether he should have died at Yi Jing's hands. Yes, we acknowledge that Feng Ruodo committed those acts and no longer deserves his status as a legendary figure. But there are laws and regulations in the country. Feng Ruodo must be tried by the official authorities and then judged by the people. He should be executed in a public broadcast, not killed by Yi Jing out of personal vengeance. Xue Changlin sighed inwardly. Chapter 665. Indeed, it shouldn't be. On this point, he really couldn't say much. In this regard, Xue Chonglin actually agreed with the higher-ups. Yijing indeed shouldn't have done this. Xue Chonglin, you must immediately hold Yijing accountable for us. Unable to refuse, Xue Chonglin had to make the call. Yijing, did you kill Feng Ruodo? Yijing's tone on the other end was neither sad nor happy. What's the problem? Isn't it normal for Feng Ruodo to be dead? He was the one who slaughtered my parents and aunt back then. Shouldn't he be dead? Xue Chonglin felt the gaze of the higher-ups and key figures pressing down on his back, making him feel like cold sweat was about to break out. Yijing, the issue now is that you've gone too far. You executed Feng Ruodo, and right here in the capital. Do you know how bad the impact of this is? Right now, so many key figures and higher-ups are demanding that I hold you accountable. Yijing chuckled. Let them hold me accountable then. Xue Chonglin let out a bitter laugh. If such incidents pile up, even my position will be in jeopardy. Yijing thought for a moment and said, I'll send you a video. Then, put the phone on speaker, and I'll have a few words with these higher-ups. Xue Chonglin frowned. Having Yijing converse directly with the key figures? After all, Yijing currently held no official position. He was just an ordinary person, albeit with formidable strength. He had no right to speak directly with these key figures. However, after watching the video, Xue Chonglin felt a sense of relief. He brought the phone to the key figures. Please watch. Everyone clicked on the video. It showed Yijing interrogating Feng Ruodo when another sniper suddenly shot and killed Feng Ruodo. It wasn't Yijing who killed Feng Ruodo. There was someone else. At this moment, Yijing's voice came through the phone's speaker. Gentlemen, when you thought I killed Feng Ruodo, you all condemned me left and right. Now, the situation is clear. It was the people from the Medical Immortal Hall who killed Feng Ruodo. Shouldn't you also condemn the Dean Zhang of the Medical Immortal Hall to be fair? Everyone turned to look at the representative of the Medical Immortal Hall. This representative was the official liaison of the Medical Immortal Hall, not the Dean Zhang but a vice dean. The vice dean immediately retorted, Yijing, you're slandering us. What evidence do you have that Feng Ruodo was killed by us? That sniper isn't one of ours. Yijing chuckled. Oh, you don't even dare to admit that? The vice dean spoke firmly. It wasn't us, so of course, we won't admit it. As for what you said, that the sniper acted just as you were interrogating about the location of the Medical Immortal Hall? Ha, that's absurd. Maybe the sniper was trying to frame us on purpose. Moreover, the location of the Medical Immortal Hall is the highest state secret of Huagua. Why should it be disclosed to you, Yijing? Everyone, I think Yijing is deliberately framing us. He has ulterior motives. Yijing casually said, Oh, if that's the case, I'll just release the video of the sniper killing Feng Ruodo online. Let the whole country's netizens judge who killed Feng Ruodo. He had already used public opinion to revoke Feng Ruodo's immunity from execution. These key figures were wary of Yijing's use of public opinion and internet tactics. Hearing that he was about to use public opinion again, they were all so shocked they almost jumped out of their seats. No, Yijing, please don't do that. If there's a water army leading the charge, countless people might mistakenly believe that the Medical Immortal Hall really did kill Feng Ruodo. Yijing said indifferently, Can't the truth be spoken? These key figures and higher-ups were all in a headache. This Yijing was truly a thorn in the side. Why did he always have to oppose the higher-ups? Yijing, what exactly do you want? Just say it. Yijing said, I just want to know, among you, who is part of the 5 major figures? After saying this, there was immediate silence on the other end. Perhaps, even if the remaining members of the 5 major figures were among them, they would keep silent, not revealing themselves. Yijing said indifferently, Fine, if that's the case, then I'll expose you one by one, just like Feng Ruodo, and let you all be disgraced. Yijing hung up the phone. A moment later, Yijing received another call from Xue Chonglin. By now, Xue Chonglin had obviously left the room with the key figures and was in an independent room. Xue Chonglin laughed bitterly. Yijing, you're truly the only one in the world who dares to speak to these key figures like that. Yijing said indifferently, because I know that, besides Fang Ruodo, there are still 4 others among those key figures. For my enemies, I have no good words. Xue Changlin sighed. All right. Also, just now, I discussed with a few key figures about a major issue. What is it? Yi Jing asked curiously. Didn't you inform us earlier that Fang Ruodo's great future pharmaceutical company was conducting human experiments? Xue Changlin's expression was unprecedentedly serious. We immediately sent people to investigate the company thoroughly. In the end, we found that their human experimentation and drug research were far more severe and egregious than what you discovered. Especially, one of the drugs contained a significant amount of radioactive material. This radioactivity is fatal. Yi Jing's expression also grew solemn. Radioactive substances were always strictly controlled. Who would have thought that Fang Ruodo's great future pharmaceutical company would be so audacious? No, it could only be said that the backers from Dongying Island were too bold. What consequences will this cause? Yi Jing's expression was serious. Xue Changlin also said seriously, according to our investigation, this radioactive substance has already leaked and contaminated the entire Shanghai through the sewage system. Yi Jing frowned. Then why not handle it immediately? It's already too late. Xue Changlin's smile was even worse than crying. When we discovered the radioactivity, it had already been found in the drinking water of every household in Shanghai. Yi Jing frowned. So severe? Is this radioactive substance harmful to the human body? That was an entire Shanghai. How many people in Huagua does it contain? Chapter 666. The Laboratory. According to Xue Changlin, the entire city of Shanghai might be facing a significant risk. Once this radioactive drug spreads, it could affect not just Shanghai but potentially the entire country. Xue Changlin's expression grew even more grave. Yi Jing, we tested this radioactive drug. It turns out it can make everyone fall ill, and the symptoms will spread through the air. Yi Jing was startled. Could this affect the entire country? That island nation of Japan truly deserves to be damned. Is it serious? Xue Changlin nodded heavily. Extremely serious. So we must speed up the research for an antidote. The higher-ups have already arranged for the Medical Immortal Hall to develop the antidote. Upon hearing this, Yi Jing couldn't help but sneer. The Medical Immortal Hall was also involved in the Yuanda pharmaceutical incident. However, due to insufficient evidence, they weren't implicated, and all the blame fell on Fang Ruodo. Fang Ruodo ended up carrying all the blame alone. But Yi Jing knew that the Medical Immortal Hall was behind the scenes. Now, they're letting the Medical Immortal Hall, accomplices of Japan, develop the antidote? They're having the accomplices of the poison makers develop the antidote? Xue Changlin gave a wry smile. There's no other way. After all, regardless of any issues, from a technical standpoint, the Medical Immortal Hall is still the most outstanding in our country's pharmaceutical field. The higher-ups have given the Medical Immortal Hall a deadline of 1 month to develop the antidote. The Medical Immortal Hall has pledged to do it in 20 days. But I know you're also very skilled in medicine. At this point, Xue Changlin's tone revealed excitement. Yi Jing, this is a great opportunity for both of us. If you can develop the antidote before the Medical Immortal Hall, it will be a major accomplishment. Then, you'll have the leverage to take down a few more big figures. Yi Jing nodded slightly. Dealing with these big figures wasn't as simple as killing them directly. Like Fang Ruodo. To kill him, one had to first strip him of his get-out-of-jail-free card, his reputation as a national legend. Otherwise, while killing Fang Ruodo might be easy, the subsequent troubles would follow, and Yi Jing would quickly become the target of the entire country, bringing him immense trouble. This time would be no different. If he could develop the antidote first, it would be a major accomplishment for both him and Xue Changlin. He could even use this to negotiate for the removal of a big figure. The core members of the higher-ups would weigh the pros and cons. When Yi Jing presented something of sufficient value, those so-called old-guard big figures would be discarded. I'll take on this task. After hanging up the phone, Yi Jing immediately had Qing Huang go to Shanghai to bring back some household water. Upon testing it, they found it contained excessive radioactive elements. To counteract these radioactive elements, Yijing pondered for a moment, then thought, the laboratory I set up in Nanjing could start working on the antidote. Yijing had been researching his special constitution and had established a private pharmaceutical laboratory within Ning Luo's Tianhe Commerce. Previously, he had Ning Luo acquire medicinal herbs from rural areas to expand his research. His laboratory already had some existing research data that could be put to use. Qinghuang, let's head back to Nanjing immediately. As soon as the three of them landed at the Nanjing airport, a figure on a motorcycle suddenly appeared in the distance, speeding toward them. He overtook countless cars along the way. Qinghuang glanced and said, Master, that's one of my subordinates. Yijing nodded slightly. Seeing the urgency on the subordinate's face, could something have happened? The subordinate arrived swiftly, lifting the motorcycle mid-air to forcefully stop, then dismounted and knelt down. Master, Tianhe Commerce has been forcibly occupied. Now, President Ning Luo is leading the resistance, but it won't hold for long. Yijing frowned. What? Tianhe Commerce? Tianhe Commerce was now in a unique position. Who would dare to occupy it? Not to mention the investment from the Dragon Nation Commerce and the billion-dollar funding. Tianhe Commerce had risen in status. Anyone thinking of making a move on Tianhe Commerce would at least consider the Dragon Nation Commerce behind it. And wasn't the mayor of Nanjing paying attention? He should at least know about Yijing's relationship with Tianhe Commerce. Was he just allowing this to happen? Or had Yijing been away for a while, and the mayor of Nanjing no longer listened to him? However, Yijing quickly dismissed that thought. The mayor of Nanjing had seen many of his cards, including his connections with figures like Feng Ruodo and Xue Chonglin. He wouldn't do something unwise. That left only one possibility. The ones occupying Tianhe Commerce were not ordinary people, but individuals even the mayor of Nanjing couldn't afford to offend. Let's go to Tianhe Commerce. Also, gather all the Yi God Temple members in Nanjing. Yijing's expression darkened. Whoever dared to make a move on his territory would pay the price. On the way, Yijing dialed Ning Luo's number. Ning Luo answered in tears. Yijing, they're trying to occupy Tianhe Commerce. They're trying to occupy your laboratory. Yijing's mind buzzed. He understood. Their target wasn't Tianhe Commerce at all. After all, Tianhe Commerce was just a business association, offering little benefit. Occupying Tianhe Commerce was less profitable than simply seizing a wealthy clan in Nanjing. Their true target was his laboratory from the start. Just as the radioactive agent erupted in Shanghai, they're occupying my laboratory? And that laboratory wasn't just for developing antidotes for the radioactive agent. More importantly, it contained his research on his special constitution. If that information leaked, Yijing's expression grew even darker. Ning Luo, hide first. Don't confront them directly. Wait for me to arrive. Soon, Yijing and the Yi God Temple members reached Tianhe Commerce. At that moment, groups of people were like ants, continuously moving things out of the building. Yijing approached one of the workers, his expression stern. What are you doing? The worker replied matter-of-factly, moving stuff. Can't you see? The contents here have been forcibly requisitioned by us. Yijing's brow furrowed even deeper. By what authority? Chapter 667, Forced Occupation. Yijing could clearly see that all the items being moved were equipment and data boxes from his laboratory. Not a single item from the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce had been touched. As he had anticipated, these people were here for his laboratory. Who sent you? In an instant, Yijing signaled the members of the Yi God Temple to take control of the situation. These individuals responded. Why are you asking so many questions? We are from the pharmaceutical department and have the right to forcibly take over your place. As they spoke, a figure hurried over from a distance. Mr. Yi. It was the mayor of Jinling City. Yijing frowned. These people are forcibly moving my things. Are you blind? The mayor of Jinling City, feeling helpless, said, Mr. Yi, there's nothing I can do about it. These people from the pharmaceutical department came directly from the capital. Don't even mention me. Their level is so high that I don't even qualify to speak with them. Yijing's eyebrows twitched. Directly from the capital? There were only two possibilities. Either they were sent by the core figures or by the medical immortal temple. In the former case, it was purely to annoy him. During his previous conversation with these core figures, Yi Jing had thrown out a few harsh words, which might have upset some of them. Therefore, they sent these people to raid his laboratory. First, the data inside was genuinely valuable, and second, it was to annoy him. If it was the medical immortal temple, it could only mean that they recognized the value. They knew that the data in Yi Jing's laboratory was the real deal. Yi Jing said, "You may step back." The mayor of Jinling City finally breathed a sigh of relief and silently retreated. He knew that this confrontation was beyond his level to participate in. Before Yi Jing arrived, the mayor of Jinling City had been worried that Yi Jing would blame him for this incident. Now, that concern was finally gone. Yi Jing stepped forward and stood at the doorway, blocking all those who wanted to move the equipment. Meanwhile, the members of the Yi God Temple quickly moved the previously removed instruments and data cabinets back into place. This action immediately infuriated a small leader from the pharmaceutical department. "What are you doing? What are you doing? Don't you know who we represent?" Yi Jing said calmly. "Oh? Who do you represent?" The small leader angrily retorted, "We represent the pharmaceutical department. Your laboratory has already been forcibly requisitioned. We've made it clear to you. So what are you trying to cause trouble for?" Yi Jing sneered. "Did I agree? This is my private laboratory. On what grounds are you forcibly requisitioning it?" Just as the small leader was about to erupt, a leader surnamed Li walked over. "You are Yi Jing, aren't you?" Leader Li directly pulled out a document and slapped it down. "Take a good look. This is the file. It clearly states that we, the pharmaceutical department, have the right to requisition all the contents of your laboratory. This is for the research of the antidote. Now, the entire Shanghai has been affected by a radioactive agent. Our pharmaceutical department urgently needs to collect resources from all national pharmaceutical laboratories to develop the antidote. If you resist, you will be opposing the decision of the top leadership of the country. Can you take responsibility for that?" Leader Li said indifferently. "Don't be upset. I can tell you that not only is your laboratory being requisitioned, but countless others across the country are also being requisitioned. Being requisitioned is your blessing. You are contributing to the well-being of the entire Chinese people. Do you understand?" Yi Jing responded, "Oh, since that's the case, I'll give you an opportunity to contribute to the Chinese people as well. When the drug is developed, it will definitely need to be tested on a small group of people first. I hope you can step forward and contribute, as being selected for human trials is your blessing." Leader Li's face changed. He rebuked, "You're twisting the concept. Your laboratory being requisitioned is just a loss of property. But human trials, if not done properly, could cost lives. Moreover, in this position, if I command well and do a good job, I am also doing good for the people. This is also contributing." Yi Jing sneered. "Is that twisting the concept? How come you don't want such a blessing?" Yi Jing directly pulled out another document and threw it at Leader Li. "Take a look." Leader Li, upon seeing the document, turned pale. "No. How could you have a document of such high level?" The document was naturally obtained by Yi Jing and Xue Chonglin. It was issued under the name of Xue Chonglin, the Supreme Commander, allowing Yi Jing's laboratory to develop a drug to treat the virus. Yi Jing said indifferently, "How come you have it, but I can't?" Leader Li's face changed several times before he finally said, "No, I've just inspected the contents of your laboratory. There are many useful materials inside that could potentially really develop an antidote. Now, in Shanghai, several foreign envoys have also been infected and are in critical condition. The radioactive agent has damaged their bodies, and we must use the data from your laboratory to research the antidote and treat these foreign envoys." Yi Jing suddenly burst out laughing. "So, that's your real purpose. You're in such a hurry, even going against the document I have, all for your foreign masters. For those envoys, you're willing to forcibly empty my laboratory?" "That's right." Leader Li said, "Do you know the significant negative impact on our country if even one or two of those foreign envoys die?" At this moment, the mayor of Jinling City also walked over and whispered, "Mr. Yi, just listen to him. These foreign envoys represent too much power behind them. The death of one of our local citizens is a minor issue, but if an envoy is injured or killed, it would be a major incident. The global public opinion would explode, leaving us in a very vulnerable position. Yi Jing sneered repeatedly. All right, you think so too, huh? Leaderly, is that your theory? Let me tell you, in my heart, the life of any Chinese citizen is more important than those envoys. Do you know why this radioactive agent incident happened? Chapter 668, A Free Gift. Yi Jing said indifferently, even though it has nothing to do with me, I still choose to accept it and plan to research the antidote? He glanced at everyone and said, that's because it involves too many ordinary people in our country. And now, for just a few foreign envoys, you want to take away my laboratory where I'm developing the antidote. Yi Jing was deeply disappointed with these people. With a flash of his figure, he directly appeared in front of Leader Li, lifting him up as if he were a small chick. Mr. Yi, be cautious. Don't harm him. He's from the capital. The mayor of Jinling was terrified. If Yi Jing were to kill such an important figure, it would be too terrifying. Yi Jing said calmly, don't worry. I even destroyed Feng Ruodo's stronghold. Do you think I'm afraid of a mere Leader Li? Both the mayor of Jinling and Leader Li were shocked. Feng Ruodo's stronghold was destroyed by Yi Jing? They recalled the incidents that had occurred in the capital and trembled all over. Their gazes toward Yi Jing were filled with fear. Indeed, this man dared to kill Feng Ruodo and even dared to storm such a sensitive place as the capital. Killing a Leader Li would be nothing to him. Leader Li immediately lost his nerve. His previous arrogance and haughtiness vanished completely. The mayor of Jinling also stopped trying to persuade Yi Jing. Yi Jing narrowed his eyes and said, tell me, did the Medical Immortal Palace send you? Leader Li shook his head. No. Although the medical department is nominally the superior unit of the Medical Immortal Palace, the Medical Immortal Palace operates completely independently. Even we cannot manage them. They not only operate independently but are also highly classified. We rarely see anyone from the Medical Immortal Palace throughout the year. They only send a few representatives to attend high-level and core meetings. Yi Jing's eyes revealed a hint of disappointment. If this Leader Li had been sent by the Medical Immortal Palace, Yi Jing might have killed him on the spot. Since that's not the case, he would spare his life. Are you Mr. Yi? Leader Li said, I've already reported your resistance to the higher-ups. Also, the document you presented, while of high level, is useless in my opinion. The date on your document is earlier than mine. This indicates that the document I hold contains the latest research results from the core personnel. If you don't believe me, someone will probably call you soon. Leader Li was quite confident. Just then, Yi Jing's phone actually rang. Hello? Yi Jing answered the call. On the other end was Xue Chonglin. He sighed and said, Yi Jing, things have changed. Several foreign envoys in Shanghai suddenly fell ill. They were infected with a radioactive agent, and their condition worsened rapidly. Now, several of them are vomiting blood nonstop. We must develop the antidote for them as soon as possible. If these people were to die here, it would cause a huge problem. Yi Jing frowned and said, foreign envoys are also human. If they are experiencing such severe conditions, then surely many ordinary people in Shanghai are also suffering from this, right? Moreover, a majority of the population in Shanghai are migrants. What happens if these people can't be treated in Shanghai and return to their hometowns carrying these radioactive infectious substances? Think about the consequences. After Yi Jing finished speaking, Xue Chonglin fell silent. He knew very well what could happen. It would undoubtedly cause a nationwide uproar. However, Xue Chonglin had no choice. He said bitterly, what you're saying, the higher-ups have already considered. But there are priorities in handling matters. Right now, we must first deal with the most urgent issue. As for internal matters, they will be addressed simultaneously. The key now is to quickly develop the antidote. Once we have the antidote, both the envoys and the common people will be able to use it. Yi Jing suddenly said, since these people want to take away my experimental equipment and data for the sake of developing the antidote, What if I say I can develop the antidote within 8 days? The time he mentioned was 2 days shorter than his previous commitment of 10 days. Xue Chonglin was stunned, his breathing becoming heavy. Are you serious? Previously, even the medical immortal palace, when ordered to develop the antidote within a month and later promised a 20-day deadline, had reluctantly agreed. This meant that even with the medical immortal palace's top-tier expertise, there was no guarantee they could develop the antidote in a short time. Yet Yi Jing could continuously reduce the time? Xue Chonglin found it hard to believe. Yi Jing, are you sure? Xue Chonglin hesitated. You must know that if you make this promise, I will report it to the higher-ups. If you fail to deliver, the consequences will be severe. Yi Jing said calmly, don't worry. My commitment of 8 days is based on my review of the data here. Xue Chonglin gritted his teeth. All right, I'll agree to that. After hanging up, Leader Li burst out laughing. Yi Jing, what did you just say? Developing the antidote in 8 days? Is developing an antidote that easy? Have you ever developed one before? Or are you just talking nonsense? Do you know that there are currently 3 groups working on the antidote at the top level, including the Medical Immortal Palace, making a total of 4? None of these groups dares to say they can develop the antidote within 10 days. Yet you dare to say you can do it in 8 days. What else can that be but empty talk? In my opinion, you have no idea how difficult it is to develop an antidote. Yi Jing said calmly, Leader Li, can you represent the National Medical Department? Leader Li said confidently, of course, I came from the capital. If you don't believe my identity, you can ask the mayor of Jinling. Yi Jing nodded. All right, since that's the case, how about we make a bet? If I can develop the antidote within 8 days, you must tell me the location of the Medical Immortal Palace. Leader Li sneered, impossible. You can't possibly develop it. If you can't, what then? Yi Jing said, if I can't develop it, you can come and take everything in my laboratory. At that time, I will not stop you, and will even give you all my research results for free. Leader Li's eyes lit up. Chapter 669. Hand it all over. This is what you said. Don't go back on your word later. Leader Li was excited. Wasn't it just waiting for 8 days? Just a few more days, but the materials inside. He had caught a glimpse of some earlier, were absolutely astonishing, especially some of the information about special physiques. If he could take that back, even the Medical Immortal Hall would beg on their knees for access. Right? That would be a game changer. After the bet, Leader Li left, satisfied. Only after these people left did Yi Jing finally have a quiet moment to focus on researching the antidote. In front of him were samples that Qing Huang had just retrieved from Shanghai. After studying these radioactive agents, Yi Jing began to formulate the antidote. 8 days will be more than enough for this antidote. Based on these radioactive agents, the antidote formulation, Yi Jing's gaze fell on the large amount of medicinal herbs Ning Luo had just collected for him. Soon, a combination plan for the herbs appeared in his mind. Next, it was time to experiment. Just as Yi Jing was busy experimenting, outside, a commotion suddenly erupted. Ning Luo, seated in the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce's president's office, frowned. What's going on? She asked her secretary. President Ning, there are people causing trouble outside. Ning Luo immediately said, let's go. We'll take a look. Oh, and call the security team. The security team here had been arranged by Yi Jing, with many members from the Yi God Hall. Although Ning Luo didn't know their origins, she knew they were very capable, handpicked by Yi Jing. With the security team in tow, Ning Luo went outside. As soon as she saw the scene outside, she was shocked. What do you want? Outside, the place was swarming with people. And the leader didn't look like a Chinese person. Judging by his attire, he was from the Japanese island nation. Baka, this is it. The leader, Yoshida Teppei, asked, the Chinese man who killed Kawakami Kazushi is hiding here? Yes. Yoshida Teppei, leading the crowd, approached Ning Luo with a menacing look. Chinese woman, I order you to hand over Yi Jing immediately. Ning Luo, facing such a large crowd, felt a bit intimidated. These people clearly meant trouble. But she was a woman of the world and didn't panic immediately. She asked, "What exactly do you want? What do you want with Yijing?" Yoshida Teppei coldly said, "Look at this." Saying that, he had someone bring down a Japanese-style coffin from the car. Seeing the coffin, Ning Luo's face changed slightly. A coffin was never a good omen. "Look, this is our Japanese businessman, Kawakami Kazushi. He was a good citizen. He just opened a restaurant in your Jinling city, and he was brutally murdered by your Chinese man, Yijing. As a Japanese person, can I just stand by and let this happen? So today, I've come to seek justice for Kawakami Kazushi." Ning Luo's face turned pale, knowing that involving foreigners would be troublesome, with international implications to consider. She tried to reason, this matter might be a misunderstanding. How could Yijing of our Tianhe Chamber of Commerce have killed your Kawakami Kazushi? Do you have any evidence? Yoshida Teppei raged, "Baka, what I say is evidence. Do I need any evidence here? Men, immediately seal off this Tianhe Chamber of Commerce." He whispered to his subordinates, especially inside. "There's a laboratory of Yijing. Empty everything out of there." I've heard that a while ago, a medical department of China discovered a large amount of valuable research materials here. Those materials not only have a significant mitigating effect on radioactive drugs, but also contain other precious medicines. If we can find them, it would be of great help to our Japanese island nation. I hear the ancient martial arts world of China has been paying close attention to this research. If we, the Japanese island nation, can get our hands on this information first, we might be able to use this opportunity to infiltrate the ancient martial arts world of China. Understood. Upon receiving the order, a large number of people surged forward, surrounding the entire Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. "Go up, find that laboratory." Ning Luo immediately said, "No, this is our Tianhe Chamber of Commerce's territory. You can't just barge in." "Baka." Yoshida Teppei slapped Ning Luo across the face. "If you don't hand it over, I'll have this place flattened. Killing a person from our Japanese island nation demands a heavy price." Clearly, he was using the Kawakami Kazushi incident as a pretext, but his real goal was Yijing's laboratory. Just then, Yijing leisurely came down the stairs. "So, you Japanese people also want to forcibly take over my laboratory?" Yijing sneered. What was going on with these people? Did they all think they could just come and take his laboratory for free? The medical department's leaderly couldn't, and now this Yoshida Teppei from the Japanese island nation couldn't either. Yoshida Teppei raged, "Yijing, that's you. You're the murderer of Kawakami Kazushi." Ning Luo quickly said, No, there must be some misunderstanding. Yijing didn't kill that person." Yoshida Teppei roared, "How is it not? I have evidence here. There's surveillance at the entrance of our restaurant." That day, Yijing entered the restaurant. Before he could finish, Yijing interrupted him directly. "That's right, Kawakami Kazushi was killed by me. That's because he deserved to die. He forcibly kidnapped some Chinese people, making them act as actors, daily beaten by you Japanese people. Shouldn't I have killed him?" Yoshida Teppei raged, "That's not for you to decide. Even if Kawakami Kazushi committed a grave mistake, he should have been sent back to our Japanese island nation for punishment. Yijing, today we've come to give you a chance. If you hand over all the equipment, samples, and data in your laboratory, then regarding the Kawakami Kazushi matter, I can let you off the hook." Yijing strolled up to Yoshida Teppei. "Oh, and if I don't hand it over?" Yoshida Teppei snorted, "Then don't blame me for being rude. Attack." With a command, a large number of Japanese thugs surged forward. Chapter 670, Immense Pressure. Yijing now fully understood. This Yoshida Teppei, claiming to be avenging Kawakami Kazu, was actually here to seize the data from his laboratory. Boom! With a single kick, Yijing sent all of Yoshida Teppei's bodyguards flying back. Seeing Yijing take action, Qing Huang and the others from the Yishan Palace did not hold back either. In an instant, they struck and knocked out all the Japanese thugs. The once crowded group of people was quickly reduced to nothing, like mowing grass. Yoshida Teppei was dumbfounded. He had only learned through some connections that there might be antidote data for radioactive drugs here, so he came directly. Because his superior, the special envoy of Japan, was already ill. He had contracted the disease from those radioactive agents. That disease was originally part of a research they were conducting, but it accidentally leaked. Once leaked, radiation doesn't play by the rules. It doesn't care if it's from Japan or not. It just infects you. So Yoshida Teppei came this time to obtain the antidote and return quickly to treat the envoy. But now, with all his men instantly defeated by Yi Jing, Yoshida Teppei panicked. No, no, no. You can't treat our Japanese thugs like this. These people are not Chinese. You have no right to deal with them. Yi Jing said indifferently, I have no right? He casually grabbed a thug by the neck and snapped it with a crack. Ouch! Yoshida Teppei was even more terrified. No, no, you can't kill me. My superior is the special envoy of Japan. I came here specifically to seek the antidote for him. If you kill me, my superior will definitely seek justice for me. As the special envoy of Japan, he will surely publicize China's problems, and then see what you do. Hearing this, the mayor of Nanjing City quickly ran over. That's right, Mr. Yi. You can't kill Yoshida Teppei. Those assassins, you can kill them, and the problem won't be too big. With some effort and cost, it should be manageable. But this Yoshida Teppei absolutely cannot be killed. Once killed, there will be endless regrets. It will bring international trouble to our China. At that time, just the reputation issue will cause us endless trouble. Hearing this, Yoshida Teppei was overjoyed. See? There are still wise people. Yi Jing, did you hear that? I have an immunity card. Do you dare to touch me? Yoshida Teppei thought he had found his invincible shield and boldly walked towards Yi Jing's laboratory. You can't touch me, right? Who dares to touch me? Ha ha ha. Now I can directly take away the most precious and core data from your laboratory, and who can stop me? I am invincible. Yoshida Teppei strutted towards the laboratory. But before he could take a few steps, a figure blocked his path. Pu Di glared at him menacingly. Yoshida Teppei's heart trembled fiercely. He had just seen this man, Pu Di, who was the most ruthless killer. Others just snapped necks easily. But this man named Pu Di always smashed people's heads like watermelons, extremely vicious. Such a person terrified him deep down. However, in an instant, he remembered his invincible status. Do you dare to touch me? Even if you glare at me, can you do anything? Ha ha ha. Yoshida Teppei laughed wildly. The more you glare, the more impotent and furious you are, the happier I am. Yoshida Teppei directly bypassed Pu Di and headed towards the laboratory. Pu Di didn't dare to act without Yi Jing's command. Without orders, he couldn't just kill people. He looked towards Yi Jing. Yi Jing gave him a subtle signal, and Pu Di immediately understood, revealing a ferocious smile. Yoshida Teppei wasn't stupid. Although he was arrogant and smug, he was always observing his surroundings and naturally saw Yi Jing's actions. That was clearly the signal to have Pu Di kill him. No, no, you can't kill me, you can't kill me. Yoshida Teppei shouted. If you kill me, you'll bear the consequences. Bear the consequences? The mayor of Nanjing City was also in a panic and hurried to stop him. No, Mr. Yi, this man can't be killed. But he was too late. With Yi Jing's order, even if the King of Heaven himself came to stop him, it wouldn't matter. Pu Di flew forward, smashing Yoshida Teppei's chest with a punch. Then, while Yoshida Teppei was still alive, he tore out his heart and crushed it with a single hand. Yoshida Teppei fell down in terror and shock, completely dead. It's over, it's over. The mayor of Nanjing City was dumbfounded. It's all over. He could foresee endless trouble coming, and he, the mayor of Nanjing City, would also be implicated. After all, this incident happened in Nanjing City, right under his nose. At that time, he would be in trouble too. Almost immediately, the mayor's superior called in a rage. What are you doing? You let the subordinate of the Japanese envoy be killed. Didn't you stop it? The mayor forced a wry smile and said, I couldn't stop him. This call had just ended when another call started ringing frantically. Almost everyone present had their phones blown up in an instant. Clearly, this matter had caused a huge uproar at the top. Shui Changlin's call also came quickly. Yi Jing, I heard you've caused another big trouble. You actually killed Yoshida Teppei, the subordinate of the Japanese envoy, in front of countless people? Yi Jing said indifferently, yes, so what? Shui Changlin said helplessly, so many people witnessed it. What are we going to do now? Now the higher-ups are furious. I don't know how many people will be implicated because of this. If you had quietly killed him and denied it, this matter might have been covered up. Now you killed him in front of so many people. This is going to cause chaos. Yi Jing casually said, what kind of chaos could it cause? Shui Changlin let out a helpless chuckle. You really have no idea how tense the atmosphere is right now. Don't talk about me. Even any core figure now feels immense pressure after knowing about this incident. Chapter 671. Strong Evidence. Now they want to talk to you. Is that okay? Shui Changlin asked. Yi Jing gave a faint smile. Oh, they're asking to speak with me? Last time, I wanted to talk to them, and it was 1,000 times harder, but this time, why is it so easy? After Yi Jing let out a sarcastic laugh, he agreed, all right, I want to hear what they have to say. The call was quickly connected. The big shot on the other end, with great authority, looked down at Yi Jing through the phone. He started with a tone of interrogation. Yi Jing, what exactly are you doing? Do you know how much pressure your actions just now have put on us? Do you know how many people are watching this situation? Beep, beep, beep. Yi Jing directly hung up the phone. The mayor next to him was dumbfounded. Mr. Yi, did you just hang up on those big shots? He was completely stunned. The big shots on the other end were figures he probably couldn't even hope to reach in his lifetime. Many of them were the core figures of China that he could only see on TV. Yet Yi Jing had hung up on their calls. Such a thing would probably never happen to him, the mayor. If one of those core figures were to call him, he would probably be so happy that he wouldn't be able to sleep for days. Yeah, Yi Jing replied casually. Those guys were speaking too harshly. It's good to let them cool off a bit. Let them calm down before they talk to me properly. The mayor was speechless. In this world, there's probably only you, Mr. Yi, who dares to make those core figures cool off and calm down by directly hanging up on them. Ning Luo, who was beside him, was also shocked to the point of numbness. Yi Jing, shouldn't you talk to those big shots properly? Those are the core figures of our country. And is it really okay to kill Yoshida Teppei? Ning Luo, being a good girl, couldn't handle this kind of situation very well. Yi Jing replied casually, it's fine, I can handle it. Just as he said that, the phone rang again. Yi Jing smiled at the mayor of Nanjing and Ning Luo. See, they've calmed down and called back, haven't they? Yi Jing picked up the phone, but the person on the other end was almost roaring through the phone. Yi Jing, how dare you hang up on us? Do you know what consequences your actions will have for the entire country of China? Do you know that hanging up on us is obstructing communication? Beep, beep, beep. Yi Jing hung up the phone again, saying calmly, looks like they still haven't calmed down. Let's talk after they've cooled off. The mayor of Nanjing's face was twitching uncontrollably. He really wanted to dig a hole right there and bury himself. If those core figures found out that Yi Jing had hung up on their calls while he, the mayor of Nanjing, was standing right next to him, they would probably skin him alive. You actually hung up on them again? The mayor didn't know what to say. At this moment, he really wanted to escape from this place as soon as possible. Just then, Yi Jing's phone rang again. He said calmly, let's see if they can talk calmly this time. The mayor of Nanjing quickly advised, Mr. Yi, why don't you listen to what those big shots have to say before deciding whether to hang up or not? Yi Jing calmly picked up the phone. This time, the other side seemed to have gotten smarter and sent someone with a more amiable tone to talk to him. Mr. Yi, I wanted to ask, is Yoshida Teppei definitely dead? Is there no possibility of resuscitation? Yi Jing glanced at the phone and said, his heart was ripped out and crushed by my subordinate. He's definitely dead. No need for resuscitation. Ah, the other side sighed. This is really troublesome now. The island nation of Japan will definitely use this as a pretext to attack us relentlessly. And since so many people witnessed this on the spot, it's impossible to cover it up. At that time, the international public opinion will probably be overwhelmingly against us. This time, our country's situation will be very difficult. Hearing this tone from the other side, Yijing also calmed down. He said, "Who said that? What if I said I can turn this around?" The other side let out an "Huh. How can you do that?" The mayor and Ning Luo, who were beside him, also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least this time, Yijing could have a proper conversation with the other side, instead of hanging up directly. At least this was a huge improvement. "Yijing, I have some evidence in my hands. Send it to you and you'll know." After that, Yijing sent the information to the other side. Over there, many core figures were still angry. The amiable figure said to the others, "Everyone, Yijing has sent some things. Should we take a look together?" A few core figures angrily said, "What else does he have to say? Everything now is his fault." However, despite saying that, everyone gathered around to see what it was. The first thing they opened was a video. This radioactive agent is our secret weapon in Japan. Once it succeeds, we can use it to conquer the world. Ha ha ha, at that time. Wherever there's a war, we can use it as a deterrent like a nuclear bomb. The video switched. Oh no, the radioactive agent is about to leak. If someone investigates the human experiments we did in China, they will be found out. Never mind, let's just run. Let the radioactive agent leak. It's the people of China who will suffer, not us in Japan. After this video, there were many more documents. All the documents showed that these agents were made by the people of Japan and had leaked in Shanghai. After watching the video, the attitudes of all the core figures completely changed. Great, with these videos and evidence, we can completely reverse our public image. We always knew it was Japan's doing, but without evidence, we could only be led by the nose by public opinion. But this time, it's great. I didn't expect Yijing to have such evidence. Chapter 672. With these. As long as we have these, we can stand on the moral high ground. These key figures, who had been anxious before, now calmed down completely. With this, they had shifted from defense to offense. With these materials, they could make the East Island nation suffer greatly. All these years, why have we endured the East Island nation for so long? Isn't it because we haven't been able to seize the moral high ground in many instances? To be honest, we are no longer inferior to them in terms of strength. This time, we can take advantage of the situation to counterattack. This Yijing has really gifted us a great present. The faces of the key figures showed smiles. Is it solved just like that? Seeing Yijing casually hang up the phone, the mayor of Nanjing was stunned. And this time, it seemed that the key figures on the other side weren't angry at Yijing at all. Ning Luo also didn't understand. She only saw Yijing send something over, and then the key figures suddenly calmed down and stopped pursuing Yijing. However, at least it was a good thing. As long as Yijing was safe, that was good. "Mr. Yi, I'll take my leave now." The mayor of Nanjing was genuinely afraid. He was afraid that if he stayed here any longer, he might suddenly die of a heart attack or be implicated. Better to run away quickly. Get out of this trouble spot as soon as possible. Right now, it seemed calm, but who knew what would happen later? What if this was just a temporary calm from the key figures? If they got angry again later, he wouldn't be able to handle it. The mayor of Nanjing slipped away like greased lightning. In Shanghai, the East Island nation's envoy smashed the cup in his hand. What is going on? The people of China are too bold, aren't they? Damn it. They actually dared to kill my subordinate, Yoshida Teppei. Prepare. I'm going to Beijing to meet the key figures of China. I want them to give me an explanation. The envoy immediately arranged for his team to head north to Beijing. Soon, the envoy arrived in Beijing with a fierce demeanor. Many lower-level reception officials didn't know what had happened at the top, but seeing the furious look of the East Island nation's envoy, they immediately softened. After learning about the purpose of their visit, they felt even more uncertain. After all, It was common knowledge that the Chinese man Yi Jing had killed the envoy's subordinate. It had already spread throughout Beijing. Envoy, please calm down. The reception staff didn't dare to neglect, fearing they might anger the envoy again. Calm down? How can I calm down? Your Chinese people casually killed my subordinate. What kind of behavior is that? Am I going to be killed for no reason if I walk down the streets of China one day? How can we, as envoys from various countries, feel safe? If China doesn't give me an explanation, I absolutely won't leave today. The reception staff below could only smile bitterly. They were also secretly cursing that Nanjing's Yi Jing. What were you thinking? Why provoke these people? These people are clearly the type to take advantage of a situation, and you provoke them. Aren't you just causing trouble for us? What now? They had no choice but to report the matter to the higher-ups. This was not something they could handle at their level. And if this dragged on, angering the people from the East Island nation, they might create a huge scandal in international public opinion. At that point, the situation would be even worse. Therefore, before things got worse, they had to report the matter as soon as possible. Let's see how the key figures at the top plan to handle this. Soon, the reception staff dialed the direct line. Excuse me, how should this matter be handled? The core figure at the top replied calmly, this matter doesn't need to be handled. Ah. The reception staff was dumbfounded. No need to handle it? What does that mean? In the past, when he called this number, he could clearly feel that the core figures at the top were very troubled by such matters. They were most afraid of such incidents happening. After all, it meant that China would have to clean up the mess and pay a price again to appease the other side. Over the years, China had worked hard to develop some things, but each time, they had to give them up as a price to calm the other side's anger. Who would want to do this again? So every time, the core figures at the top were both resentful and helpless. But this time, the reception staff clearly heard a tone of indifference. What's going on? Are you sure, sir? These are the envoys from the East Island nation, and a subordinate of theirs was indeed just killed by a Chinese person. If we handle it like this, the reception staff thought that the core figure at the top might have misunderstood. But the next moment, the core figure directly said, what I mean is, you don't need to receive these people from the East Island nation. Cancel all their special treatments and send them back from where they came. The reception staff finally understood clearly. It seemed that the core figures at the top had suddenly obtained some other information and had changed their attitude towards the East Island nation's envoy. Now, the reception staff's mindset also changed drastically. Before, he had been bowing and scraping to the envoys from the East Island nation, not because his knees were weak, but because he had to consider the bigger picture and was afraid of something even more terrifying happening. But now that the higher-ups had made a decision, why should he still grovel before those people? So, after hanging up the phone, the reception staff walked out calmly. What is your decision, China? The East Island envoy was about to jump out of his skin. I'm telling you, if you don't give me a satisfactory answer, I'll go straight to your core departments to demand an explanation. He thought that after saying this, the reception staff would be frightened. But to his surprise, the reception staff looked at him like he was a fool. I advise you to leave quickly. This is the last time I'll be polite to you. What? Damn it. How dare you treat the honorable envoy of the great East Island nation like this? Now, it's your China that has done wrong, and you treat us like this? Aren't you afraid that we'll expose this to international public opinion? See how many countries will resent you. The receptionist also felt a bit uneasy. Yes, such serious consequences, the higher-ups shouldn't have overlooked them, right? Chapter 673. Unexpected Developments. However, thinking about the phone call earlier, it was clear that the higher-ups must have learned something they didn't know, which is why they suddenly became so confident. Heh, the receptionist sneered. I don't care what you're trying to do, but now that you're here with me, I can take care of you. He waved his hand and called over a few security guards. Get a few people to drag him out. I don't welcome him here. What? How dare this receptionist? The envoy from the island nation of Japan was shocked. The people of China had always been known for their meekness and were easy to deal with. Why were they suddenly so uncooperative today? He suddenly felt something was off. First, the Chinese had killed one of his subordinates, and now their attitude had suddenly changed like this. The envoy from the island nation of Japan suddenly felt that China had become so unfamiliar and so ruthless. He suddenly shivered all over. No, I can't stay in China any longer. I need to go back home. Once I'm back, I'll use the power of public opinion to make China fail in international public opinion. The mayor of Nanjing, uneasy, returned. These big shots suddenly stopped being angry. However, this might just be a temporary pause. It's likely that soon, these core big shots will come to hold Yijing accountable again. But soon, he immediately understood why those big shots had suddenly stopped pursuing the matter. He saw a video and some evidence materials released on the internet, in the news, and on television. So these people from the island nation of Japan are so hateful. They actually used Chinese people for human experiments. And with radioactive agents, such a despicable thing. They leaked it themselves, yet instead of trying to fix it, they ran away and left the mess for the people of Shanghai in our country. Damn it, damn it. The mayor of Nanjing angrily slammed the coffee table a few times before gradually calming down and realizing, right, these videos and evidence must have been handed over by Yijing to those core big shots. No wonder those big shots suddenly stopped pursuing Yijing's mistakes. With these videos and evidence, how could those people from the island nation of Japan ever recover? This time, our China is unbeatable. The mayor of Nanjing suddenly felt a bit regretful. Previously, when he was with Mr. Yi, why did he leave so quickly? He had completely lost his composure and probably left a somewhat unfavorable impression on Mr. Yi. If I had known, I should have left calmly, or not left at all. Since Mr. Yi has access to this information and evidence, he will likely hold a high position in the eyes of those core big shots in the future. Ah, I should have clung to this leg. The mayor of Nanjing was filled with regret at this moment. Not only the mayor of Nanjing saw these videos and evidence. With the media push from China, soon, netizens from all over the world saw them. The island nation of Japan truly deserves to die. How could they do such a heinous thing? They actually conducted human experiments, and with radioactive agents no less. I suggest a thorough investigation. The island nation of Japan has lost all sense of morality. Human experiments were supposed to have been abolished long ago. I didn't expect the island nation of Japan to still be doing this in secret. I heard that radioactive substances are explicitly prohibited, right? Isn't the island nation of Japan afraid of dying? And after they leaked it, instead of thinking about how to fix it, they immediately ran away. Damn it, damn it. The Chinese people, upon seeing this, were furious. The public sentiment was boiling. The island nation of Japan actually did this on our Chinese soil. This radioactive poison has already caused the entire Shanghai to fall, and many people are suffering from severe illnesses. The key point is, this radioactive poison spreads through the air. Many people, unknowingly carrying this toxicity, took flights back to their hometowns, bringing this poison back with them, quickly spreading it across the entire Chinese land. No wonder the number of sick people suddenly increased exponentially. It was all because of this culprit. Many Chinese people went online to curse. Not just Chinese netizens. Netizens from all over the world were denouncing the island nation of Japan. This time, the island nation of Japan was completely defeated in international public opinion. The envoy from the island nation of Japan finally returned to his home country. I'm finally back, woo-woo. I need to go report this to the higher-ups immediately. Filled with grievances, he went to the core figures of the island nation of Japan. This time, he was going to talk about all the bad things in China and urge the higher-ups to start a media war against China. However, when he arrived, he was dumbfounded. The core figures had sent armed forces to arrest him. I'm innocent. I'm innocent. I'm the victim here. Why was I mistreated in China, and now I'm being arrested when I return? The envoy was both angry and furious. However, the higher-ups coldly looked at him, then took out their phones and played the video and evidence. Upon seeing this, the envoy was petrified. No, no, no. These are my most confidential things. How could they have been filmed? These materials were encrypted. How could they have been found? He had no idea that the hacker technology of the Yi God Temple was top-notch globally. They had directly hacked into their surveillance cameras and the electronic storage of their confidential documents, retrieving the evidence. Bastard! Look at what you've done. The core figures of the island nation of Japan now wished they could just kill the envoy. This had put the entire island nation of Japan in a disadvantageous position. The entire internet was in an uproar. People from all over the world were on China's side. Many people from the island nation of Japan, wherever they were affected. Some people couldn't find the island nation of Japan, so they targeted the Japanese people around them. Meanwhile, in the laboratory in Nanjing, Yi Jing's face showed a hint of a smile. The antidote is finally ready. The creation of this antidote wasn't complicated. With his superb medical skills, it only took him a few days to develop it successfully. Thinking of this, Yi Jing dialed Xue Chonglin's number. He was about to share this good news with him. However, as soon as the call connected, Xue Chonglin excitedly said, "Yi Jing, something unexpected has happened, but it's good news for the entire China." Chapter 674. So soon? What's wrong? Yi Jing asked. Xue Chonglin was both excited and somewhat frustrated. The Immortal Medical Hall is also researching the antidote simultaneously. You know that, right? Yi Jing casually replied, "I know. Didn't they pledge under military orders to develop it within 20 days? Xue Chonglin sighed. They must have gone mad, because they've already developed the antidote today. Yi Jing's eyebrows twitched. He had just managed to develop it himself, which was considered quite fast. But the Immortal Medical Hall has also succeeded? Could there really be a mastermind within the Immortal Medical Hall? He had come into contact with a few peripheral figures from the Immortal Medical Hall. Naturally, he had compared their medical skills to his own in secret. The result? They were completely incomparable. Their medical skills were only slightly better than those of the so-called divine doctors on the market. Compared to him, they were worlds apart. Given Yi Jing's medical skills, it took him 5 days to research the antidote. Yet the Immortal Medical Hall managed it just as quickly. Could it be that there is also an outstanding divine doctor like himself within the Immortal Medical Hall? Xue Chonglin sighed. This time, the Immortal Medical Hall has claimed the first prize. Now, there's someone above us organizing a drug discussion and validation meeting. They plan to gather many medical and pharmaceutical experts to jointly study this drug, to see if it's suitable for immediate nationwide distribution. I recommended you to the higher-ups, and this time, I plan to take you along to have a look. Xue Chonglin whispered, Yi Jing, didn't I say you could also research it? How's your progress? Yi Jing, I've also finished my research. Xue Chonglin exclaimed in delight. Really? Well, we'll see how things go, and I'll explain the situation to the higher-ups. Soon, Yi Jing boarded the latest flight to Beijing. After arriving, he met up with Xue Chonglin and headed to the pharmaceutical department. Xue Chonglin first exclaimed in surprise, Yi Jing, you really developed the antidote? Yi Jing nodded. I just finished it, and was about to call you. Xue Chonglin also nodded firmly. Good. Make sure you bring your antidote. I'll also inform the higher-ups. Then we can see which antidote works better and has fewer side effects, and promote that one. Yi Jing asked, Lao Xue, who is the Immortal Medical Hall sending this time? Is it President Zhang? He already knew that President Zhang was one of the few who had harmed his parents in the past. So, if he saw President Zhang, he would definitely give him the same treatment as Feng Ruodo. Xue Chonglin shook his head. Probably not. I estimate they'll send a vice president, like Vice President Liu. President Zhang is a mysterious figure, and along with the Immortal Medical Hall, they're known as the hardest person and place to find. He used to be quite close with Feng Ruodo and often visited Feng Ruodo's base. But ever since Feng Ruodo died, President Zhang's whereabouts have become even more elusive. Ordinary people can't find any trace of him. Yi Jing felt a wave of disappointment. He had been hoping to take the opportunity to eliminate President Zhang. Soon, the two arrived at the headquarters of the pharmaceutical department. This was the highest authority in the entire country for pharmaceutical management. As soon as they arrived, they heard a series of exclamations and celebratory voices inside. No wonder they're the Immortal Medical Hall. Their speed in researching antidotes is incredible. The higher-ups gave them a maximum of 1 month, but the Immortal Medical Hall only took 5 days to develop it. Truly the best pharmaceutical research institution in our country. It seems that in the future, we'll have to rely on the Immortal Medical Hall for everything. When the crowd saw Xue Changlin, they all greeted him with smiles. Hello, Commander Xue. Commander Xue, you're just in time. Come and take a look at the antidote brought by Vice President Liu. It's the latest antidote developed in our country, and the efficacy is said to be excellent. As a newly promoted commander, Xue Changlin was quite popular among the crowd. As soon as he entered, he was surrounded by everyone. Has Vice President Liu from the Immortal Medical Hall arrived? Xue Changlin asked. The crowd nodded hurriedly. He's already inside. And many medical and pharmaceutical experts from across the country have also arrived. While talking to Xue Changlin, everyone was also discreetly observing Yi Jing. Who's that young man following Commander Xue? I don't know. Never seen him before. Probably one of Commander Xue's assistants. But anyone who can follow Commander Xue must not be ordinary. Maybe he's Commander Xue's deputy. As they spoke, everyone followed and entered the inner hall. As soon as they stepped in, a wave of warmth hit them, as the room was already filled with a large crowd. These were medical and pharmaceutical experts from all over the country, all here to observe and assess the latest antidote produced by the Immortal Medical Hall. In the midst of the crowd's admiration, Vice President Liu of the Immortal Medical Hall had a hint of pride on his face. This is the antidote we've developed. Vice President Liu said proudly, this is the antidote developed by the Immortal Medical Hall in just 5 days. We've already conducted experiments on mice. First, we infected the mice with radioactive poison and then administered this antidote. Within 4 hours, the mice's respiratory systems showed significant improvement. Now, we're starting human trials. The crowd was both surprised and delighted. So, it's ready for clinical trials? Vice President Liu smiled. Yes, it's ready. We just need to see who's willing to be the first batch of volunteers. Everyone's faces showed hesitation. Volunteer for them? They weren't willing to do that. After all, to be part of such a clinical trial, one would first have to be infected with radioactive poison and then take the antidote. Moreover, the antidote had only been tested on mice, so who knows what side effects it might have. Generally, a new drug goes through several phases of clinical trials, and the earlier the phase, the higher the risk. Why did we call you here today? Vice President Liu said, it's because you're all knowledgeable about medicine and are experts in this field. Once I explain the composition of this antidote to you, you'll have a good idea. In the pharmaceutical industry, one must have a spirit of sacrifice and dedication. You're not willing to be the first batch of clinical trial volunteers? Who else will be? Everyone's expressions changed slightly. Originally, they thought they were called here to jointly verify this new antidote, but it turned out they were expected to be volunteers? Did that mean they would have to first be infected with radioactive poison? Vice President Liu chuckled. There's no need to worry about the infection issue, everyone. Chapter 675, Limited Slots. Vice Dean Liu waved his hand, and his assistant pushed in a small cart filled with test tubes. These contain radioactive toxins, directly extracted from the water supply system in Shanghai. All you have to do is drink a small bottle, and you'll be poisoned. Then you can take my antidote. However, the first batch has limited slots. Our Immortal Medical Hall has only produced 3 bottles of antidote for the first batch. That means at most, only 3 people can participate in the first round. He looked around at the crowd. Let's see who has the guts to step forward first. As his gaze swept around, everyone took a step back quietly. But Yi Jing and Xue Changlin did not step back, so they ended up standing in front of the crowd. You two are good. Is there anyone else? Vice Dean Liu looked at the crowd, showing a hint of disappointment. This is a great opportunity to make a name for yourselves. Don't think of it as a chore. Remember, the bigwigs are all watching this closely. If you volunteer, you'll catch the attention of those bigwigs, and the benefits will be endless. The crowd's eyes lit up. Yes, this was a golden opportunity to get noticed by the bigwigs. Immediately, someone stepped forward. I'm willing. Others also wanted to step forward, but seeing someone else take the lead, they could only sigh inwardly. What a great opportunity, snatched away by someone else. All right, then you three will take the radioactive agent and the antidote. To prevent infection, you need to wear protective suits. However, this isn't to protect you, but to protect others. Vice Dean Liu waved his hand, and several staff members brought over 3 sets of protective suits. Just as they were about to help the 3 put them on, Yijing said, Vice Dean Liu, why don't you be the volunteer? Vice Dean Liu frowned. Of course, I want to be the volunteer, but I'm giving you the opportunity. The crowd below showed gratitude. Yes, Vice Dean Liu is truly magnanimous. He's willing to give up such a great opportunity to showcase himself, thinking of us. It's just unfortunate that we didn't act fast enough, letting these 3 take the lead. But what's with this young man next to the Commander Shui? He's been given the chance, yet he's still questioning? Many people looked at Yijing with hostile eyes. Yijing, however, said calmly, I voluntarily give up my spot. Whoever wants it can take it. Many people's eyes lit up. All right, I'm willing. Immediately, several people declared their willingness. Vice Dean Liu, however, waved his hand and looked intently at Yijing. I see, you're a martial artist, aren't you? Here, we have Commander Shui, who is the strongest martial artist, and since you're his subordinate, your cultivation is slightly lower, and then there's an ordinary person. The 3 of you perfectly represent a sample from an ordinary person to the highest level of strength. This is very representative. The rest of you, don't interfere. Hearing this, the others could only suppress their disappointment. Yijing shook his head. No, I voluntarily give up my spot. I wouldn't dare to take such harmful medicine. Vice Dean Liu frowned, displeased. What did you say? You think my medicine is harmful? This is an antidote. It's meant to save thousands of lives. Commander Shui, what's wrong with your subordinate? Why is he speaking nonsense here? Commander Shui said, he's not my subordinate. He's also an invited medical expert. Vice Dean Liu sneered. Oh, so you're a medical expert too. Then you must be an insider. You're trying to belittle me to elevate yourself, aren't you? You're here to cause trouble, aren't you? The crowd suddenly understood. No wonder this guy directly questioned Vice Dean Liu. He was here to cause trouble. However, many people showed disdain. Who did he think he was, daring to question the Immortal Medical Hall? What was the Immortal Medical Hall? It was the highest institution for medical and pharmaceutical research in the entire country. Who could question the Immortal Medical Hall? This young man must be desperate for fame, directly questioning Vice Dean Liu. He was trying to create controversy. In recent years, many people had tried to get famous by provoking experts. Today's event was probably being closely watched by the top brass, so this young man wanted to use this method to draw their attention. But surely, he was going to fail. The Immortal Medical Hall wasn't so easy to challenge. Thus, many people watched Yijing's performance with amusement. Vice Dean Liu, however, said impatiently, Young man, stop talking nonsense. My medicine has already passed the lab rat tests. Yijing shook his head, but I saw that it's a poison that can kill. Why don't you be the volunteer and try it? He directly threw the protective suit to Vice Dean Liu. Vice Dean Liu snorted coldly. Fine, I'll do it. You, a mere medical expert, dare to question the Immortal Medical Hall? Today, I'll show you how brilliant the medicine from the Immortal Medical Hall is. Vice Dean Liu was a war god-level martial artist. He didn't need the protective suit, instead using his internal energy to form a protective barrier around his body, preventing the radioactive poison from vaporizing. Then, he directly drank a bottle of the poison. Soon, Vice Dean Liu started showing reactions. He began coughing violently and had difficulty breathing. Watch closely, cough, cough, cough. Vice Dean Liu said, I'm about to take the antidote. He took out a bottle of antidote and drank it down in one go. Everyone, usually, the antidote takes about 4 hours to take effect. But since I'm at the war god level, I can control the circulation of the antidote in my body. I'll use my cultivation to force it to take effect quickly." As he spoke, he activated his cultivation, and sweat started to appear on his body. To everyone's amazement, Weisstein Lu's coughing and breathing difficulties miraculously improved. "See that? Kid, you're still too young to question the immortal medical hall." Yijing said, "I'm not questioning the effectiveness of your medicine, but its side effects. The side effects of this medicine would be too much for ordinary people to handle, leading to their death. But since you're at the war god level, you can take it without issue, using your strength to suppress the side effects. If I'm not mistaken, even with your war god physique, you're feeling quite uncomfortable right now, aren't you?" Chapter 676. Why should we trust you? Weisstein Lu was caught off guard, and his expression subtly changed. However, he covered it up well, and no one noticed his discomfort. "What do you mean by saying that my antidote has severe side effects? I don't feel any discomfort at all." Although he said this, he was secretly using his strength to suppress the side effects. If anyone found out, where would the reputation of the medical immortal hall be? "I think this antidote has no side effects at all. Haven't you seen that Weisstein Lu is completely fine right now? And the symptoms of the radioactive poison on him have completely disappeared." Exactly. The antidote from the medical immortal hall is clearly effective. What is this person talking about, spreading rumors? He's just causing trouble and slandering the medical immortal hall. Yijing said, "This kind of antidote from the medical immortal hall can only be taken by someone like Weisstein Lu, who is at the level of a war god. If an ordinary person takes it, they would likely die from internal bleeding. If you don't believe me, ordinary people can try taking it." The crowd showed disdainful expressions. "Young man, I don't know which medical institution you're from, but your level of expertise is clearly not very high. The level of the medical immortal hall is beyond doubt. You're just trying to discredit them. Do you think we would believe Weisstein Lu, or you?" Upon hearing this, everyone nodded. Indeed, Weisstein Lu is the renowned Weisstein of the medical immortal hall, with countless honors. On the other hand, who is Yijing? No one knows where he came from. Why should we believe him? Comparing the two, it was clear which side the crowd would choose, and they all sided with Weisstein Lu. "Weisstein Lu, don't pay attention to him. He's just trying to draw attention to himself." "Exactly. There's no need to pay any attention to such a person." Everyone spoke in support of Weisstein Lu. Yijing shook his head. These people were truly blind. He didn't bother with them anymore and directly addressed a key figure in charge. "Commander Shuechonglin specifically asked me to develop an antidote as well." The key figure's heart skipped a beat. "You dare to say that? Have you also developed one?" Yijing nodded. "Yes, the antidote I developed has much lower side effects compared to the one from the medical immortal hall. It won't cause any harm to ordinary people. However, the antidote from the medical immortal hall, if taken, will cause ordinary people to vomit blood within half a day, develop red rashes and swelling on their chest, feel itchy all over, and after 3 days, their internal organs will fail. Mild cases will reduce their lifespan by half, while severe cases will result in immediate death." The crowd gasped in shock. "I get it now, I get it." No wonder this young man kept saying the antidote from the medical immortal hall was bad, constantly criticizing it. So, he also developed a so-called antidote. This is a competitor trying to sabotage the event. To promote his own antidote, he criticizes others. How can you do that? The crowd sneered. Commander Shui said, "Everyone, I still believe in the effectiveness of Yijing's antidote. His expertise in medicine is actually very high." The crowd shook their heads. "Commander Shui, we acknowledge that you're very skilled in warfare, but in medicine, you're not as knowledgeable as we experts. We believe that the antidote from the medical immortal hall is definitely better and has lower side effects. This young man named Yijing is just trying to draw attention to himself, nothing more. But no matter what, we will always trust Weisstein Lu more." The key figure at the top coughed lightly. Everyone immediately fell silent. "Everyone, the large-scale clinical trials will begin soon." He looked at the crowd. "Next, I hope you can approach this fairly, impartially, and professionally, and analyze the antidotes from both the Medical Immortal Hall and Yijing. We will base the clinical trials on the results of your expert team's assessment. When it comes to these professional matters, we at the top can only rely on you." Everyone nodded. "Don't worry, we will definitely assess it carefully. We have unanimously agreed that the antidote developed by Vice Dean Liu from the Medical Immortal Hall is the only effective one. This so-called antidote from Yijing is just a tool to draw attention and has no real effect." Upon hearing this, the key figure nodded. "All right, I understand." He didn't understand the technical aspects, so he had to rely on the expert's assessment to make a decision. Since all the expert teams present had reached a conclusion, he would follow their recommendation. "All right, Vice Dean Liu, please proceed with the large-scale clinical trials as soon as possible. Millions of Chinese people are waiting for your antidote." Vice Dean Liu smiled. "Thank you for your trust, leader. I will start making arrangements immediately." Afterward, as soon as Vice Dean Liu left the venue, he couldn't hold it in any longer and spat out a mouthful of blood. His assistant was shocked. "Vice Dean Liu, are you okay?" Vice Dean Liu shook his head, his expression changing. That Yijing was right after all. "Our antidote does have severe side effects. However, it's not impossible to improve. It's just that our development speed was too fast, taking only 5 days. If we are given more time, we can refine it to eliminate the toxic side effects." The assistant nodded. He too had blind faith in the capabilities of the Medical Immortal Hall. This Yijing is no ordinary person. Which medical institution is he from? He was about to instruct his subordinates to investigate Yijing, but soon, he seemed to recall something and his expression changed slightly. He came with Commander Shui. Could he be the Yijing? The one who killed Feng Ruodo? Vice Dean Liu's face darkened. "It seems I made the right decision to stop him today." If he had succeeded in this matter, his core leverage at the top would have increased. Let's go back and expedite the refinement of this antidote. We must reduce the side effects before the large-scale clinical trials. His subordinates quickly nodded in agreement. At this moment, within the core leadership circle, how is it? Has the antidote from the Medical Immortal Hall been assessed by the experts? Chapter 677, Spitting Blood. The key figure responsible for the medical field reported. The expert consultation meeting has just concluded. All the experts unanimously agreed that the antidote from the Medical Immortal Hall has lower side effects and more effective treatment. The numerous key figures at the top were filled with doubt. More. Does this mean that someone else has also developed an antidote? The word more can only be used when there is a comparison. The person reported, yes, in addition to the Medical Immortal Hall, a medical expert named Yijing has also developed an antidote. Yijing? Everyone felt a strong sense of familiarity with this name. So it's him. Everyone suddenly realized. It was none other than Yijing who had just driven Feng Ruodo to the brink of despair. I've heard that Yijing is also very skilled in medical research. Since he claimed that the Medical Immortal Hall's antidote has significant side effects, perhaps he wasn't speaking without basis. However, since numerous experts have already made their judgments, we should still choose to believe their assessments. We can only hope that the Medical Immortal Hall's medication doesn't go wrong during large-scale clinical trials. At the Medical Immortal Hall, quick, have the side effects been modified? Vice President Liu asked his subordinates. The few subordinates nodded. Don't worry, Vice President Liu. We have redistributed the composition of several medicinal ingredients in the antidote to lower the side effects. However, Vice President Liu's expression turned stern. However what? The staff explained hesitantly. However, the efficacy has also decreased a bit. Our drug principle is to forcibly kill the radioactive toxicity with medication. Now that we've reduced the side effects, the efficacy has naturally decreased as well. Vice President Liu glared at them. That won't do. The efficacy cannot be reduced. I've already reported the efficacy, and it absolutely cannot be reduced. You must find a way to solve this from other aspects. He glanced at the time. There are only 2 hours left before the large-scale clinical trial begins. You must develop an antidote with no side effects within these 2 hours. After Vice President Liu left, the staff members looked at each other, feeling helpless. Finally, the medical immortal hall's antidote began large-scale clinical trials. The first group to undergo the trial included 1,000 Shanghai residents already infected with the radioactive drug. These residents, after being infected for a few days, had developed respiratory problems. Upon entering, they immediately took the antidote provided by the medical immortal hall. Within just half a day, most people began to experience symptoms of spitting blood. Soon after, large areas of red rash and skin lesions appeared on their chests, along with swelling. By the second day, a large-scale death phenomenon began to occur. Even those who didn't die had their organs failing. What's going on? How could this happen? Vice President Liu and the team from the Medical Immortal Hall were shocked speechless. Didn't he instruct his staff to reduce the side effects? Why were there still symptoms of spitting blood? Why were so many people dying? He was furious and immediately summoned his subordinates. What have you been doing? Didn't I tell you to reduce the side effects? The subordinates replied weakly, but Vice President Liu, you also told us not to reduce the efficacy. At that moment, a group of key figures arrived. Seeing them, Vice President Liu immediately lost his nerve. Vice President Liu, what's going on? Why are the side effects of your antidote so severe? The mortality rate in this clinical trial has reached 60%. So many people have died. How are we going to explain this to the public? The expressions of the key figures were extremely grim. Clinical trials do allow for deaths, but the mortality rate is generally controlled at a fraction of a percent. That is, out of 1,000 volunteers, only a few can die at most. A single-digit number. Yet here, over 600 people had died. The rest were also suffering from organ failure and wouldn't survive more than a few days. How could this be acceptable? If this were to be widely promoted, wouldn't it lead to half the population of the entire country dying? It would be a national catastrophe. The key figures were all overwhelmed with fear. They immediately came to hold Vice President Liu accountable. Our antidote has some issues. At this moment, the key figure responsible for the specific medical field suddenly realized, I don't think it's just that your antidote has some issues. It's that your antidote has always had problems. Perhaps you even knew from the beginning that the antidote had significant side effects, but you just didn't change it. His tone grew increasingly harsh. The other key figures, noticing his expression, immediately asked, what's going on? The key figure in charge of the medical field explained. During the expert consultation, the medical expert named Yi Jing raised doubts. He said that the Medical Immortal Hall's antidote would cause symptoms of spitting blood, rashes, organ failure, and death. Today's phenomena clearly match what Yi Jing predicted. Everyone was shocked. These phenomena had been predicted by a medical expert just a few days ago. That is, the Medical Immortal Hall's antidote had these issues at the time, and someone had already seen through them. Yet, even until today, the Medical Immortal Hall had no intention of changing these side effects. Wait, Yi Jing? Isn't he the one from a few days ago? The key figures exchanged glances. They recalled Yi Jing's special constitution and the medical research he had submitted. That medical research was highly praised by the head of the Medical Immortal Hall himself. This means that Yi Jing's medical skills were highly regarded and recognized by the highest medical standards of the Medical Immortal Hall. Such a person's words naturally carry some credibility. Since Yi Jing could predict this so accurately, it further proves that his medical skills are very high. He could see the strengths and weaknesses of the Medical Immortal Hall's antidote at a glance. This suggests that the antidote Yi Jing developed might also be somewhat credible. The key figures immediately turned to the one responsible for the medical field. Where is Yi Jing now? Did you keep a sample of his antidote? The key figure shook his head. No, at the time. All the medical experts stood behind Vice President Liu of the Medical Immortal Hall, and no one supported Yi Jing. According to the procedures, I didn't keep a sample of Yi Jing's antidote. What a mistake. With Yi Jing's high medical skills, how could you not keep it? Chapter 678. Challenging Authority. A group of key figures expressed their complaints. Yi Jing's level is at least on par with Zhang, the dean of Yixin Hall. His antidote must have merit. No one refuted this statement. especially since earlier, the side effects of Ixin Hall's antidote had been predicted by Yi Jing days in advance, further demonstrating his high level of medical expertise. All right, let's reconvene all the medical experts and conduct another evaluation of the antidote. Soon, all the medical experts who were present earlier gathered again. Did you hear? Ixin Hall's antidote has caused problems. How could we not know? 600 people have already died. That fatality rate is way too high. Keep in mind, it was us who approved the clinical trials. We bear some responsibility for this. Yes, the deaths of these 600 people are linked to us as well. Everyone fell silent. Who could have expected that Ixin Hall's antidote would be so ineffective? Exactly, that's Ixin Hall, the highest representative of our country's medical standards, the authority. Who would have thought they'd be so unreliable this time? Everyone shifted the blame onto Ixin Hall. At that moment, the key figure in charge of the medical field arrived. Isn't it a bit late for you all to be shifting responsibility? Your names are all on this evaluation agreement. Ixin Hall's antidote has failed, and you all bear an unshirkable responsibility. These words made everyone's faces turn pale. Someone said, "Leader, we just trusted Ixin Hall too much, which is why we unconditionally supported them at the time." Yes, leader. Who could have known Ixin Hall would be so ineffective? Next time Ixin Hall needs our evaluation, we'll definitely study it thoroughly before making a decision. The key figure said, "There is a way to mitigate your responsibility. There's an opportunity to redeem yourselves now." Everyone's eyes lit up, waiting for the leader to speak. The key figure said, "Do you remember that apart from Ixin Hall, there was another person who developed an antidote? Yi Jing?" Everyone realized. Today, we called you here not to hold you accountable, but to have you reevaluate Yi Jing's antidote. If it's feasible, we'll restart large-scale clinical trials. Of course, this will still require your signatures on the agreement. Everyone looked at each other. Don't worry, leader. This time, we'll definitely evaluate it rigorously. Yes. This time, we'll study it carefully before making a decision. At this moment, Shui Chonglin and Yi Jing arrived. It's these people again? Yi Jing frowned as he saw those present. He directly told the key figure, "I doubt the professional capabilities of these people. I need to replace them with another group to evaluate my antidote." His words were a direct slap in the face to the experts. The expressions on the faces of the medical experts changed. Even if we made a mistake in evaluating Ixin Hall's antidote, you can't say that so blatantly, can you? The key figure shook his head. No, these medical experts are already the top in our country. There's no one else to replace them. Hearing this, the expressions on everyone's faces improved slightly. After all, they were still among the best. At this moment, one of them said to Yi Jing, "Young man, don't underestimate us. Last time, we trusted Ixin Hall too much, so we didn't evaluate it thoroughly. This time, we'll take your antidote seriously, and you'll see our capabilities." Yi Jing didn't bother with them any further. He took out the antidote and handed it to the key figure. "Start the evaluation." The key figure nodded and asked the medical experts, "What is your evaluation method?" They replied, "It's the same as before. First, we evaluate the cost, then the specific efficacy. Of course, we'll also need to select some volunteers to test the efficacy and side effects." All eyes turned maliciously toward Yi Jing. "Young man, last time, Vice Dean Liu volunteered himself. This time, it seems the first volunteer should be you." In essence, they still didn't fully trust Yi Jing. After all, most of them didn't know Yi Jing's background or just how strong he was. They thought he was just another medical expert from some institution. Yi Jing shook his head. "No, I'm not representative." "Why not? You're just a young man. There are plenty of people your age who have been infected with radioactive toxins." Yi Jing said, "Do you remember how Vice Dean Liu suppressed the side effects of Ixin Hall's antidote by force?" Everyone nodded. "But that's because Vice Dean Liu is a war god." "What about you? You're just an ordinary person. How are you not representative? Are you trying to compare yourself to Vice Dean Liu?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Jing's body suddenly erupted with an overwhelming aura. Everyone was shocked and took a step back. SSS. This person, is also a war god? It seems he might even be stronger than a war god? Even though they weren't martial arts practitioners, they could still feel the invincible aura emanating from Yi Jing. Of course, they couldn't tell that Yi Jing was a war domain sovereign. To them, a war god was already the highest level. This young man is actually a hidden master. Seeing Yi Jing's war god aura, the experts no longer spoke as boldly as before. They could stand up to an ordinary person, but confronting a war god? They didn't have that kind of courage. Well, then let's use some ordinary people. But who? Distrusting Yi Jing, no one was willing to be the first to try. What if they died on the spot after taking his antidote? No one wanted to be the first to take the risk. Yi Jing's gaze fell on a few people standing at the front. These staff members are from Ishin Hall, right? Their strength is ordinary, and I can see you're the most skeptical of my antidote. How about you be the volunteers? Everyone suddenly understood. This time, Yi Jing's antidote was essentially challenging Ishin Hall's authority. Chapter 679. Can't wait. In this case, choosing staff from the Medical Immortal Hall to serve as volunteers would be the most suitable option. After all, if there were any issues with the antidote, the staff would certainly not conceal them and would honestly report them. They might even exaggerate the problems. The few staff members nodded. All right, then we will be the ones to test it. If anything goes wrong, the people from the Medical Immortal Hall will absolutely not let you off. The core leader distributed several doses of the antidote to the staff members. Then, these staff members from the Medical Immortal Hall first took the radioactive poison. For some reason, they even deliberately consumed more of the radioactive poison. The numerous medical experts outside all nodded slightly. If under such circumstances, Yi Jing's antidote could still be highly effective with minimal side effects, then it truly would be impressive. Soon, the staff members from the Medical Immortal Hall took the poison and then the antidote. It seems there are no issues at the moment. This time, the medical experts were much more rigorous and serious. Not only were there specialized instruments monitoring the vital signs of the staff members in real time, but there were also many more experts and recorders observing and documenting the process. It's starting. The antidote is beginning to take effect. The upper respiratory issues caused by the poison are gradually decreasing. The antidote has fully taken effect. The radioactive toxicity has been completely neutralized. Everyone was visibly shaken. Just this alone was enough to demonstrate that Yi Jing was superior to all of them. To actually be effective. Now, we just need to see how the side effects are. Everyone closely watched the condition of the staff members. But several hours passed, and then half a day went by. The staff members not only showed no signs of distress, but began to appear lively and energetic. The weakened state of their bodies due to the poison had recovered, and their mental state had become fully rejuvenated within just half a day. Wow, this antidote seems to have no side effects at all. Yes, it's been half a day, and there are no signs of any negative impact on the body. The antidote from the Medical Immortal Hall, even after just an hour, started showing some signs of reactions in the body. But today's antidote has been half a day, and nothing has happened. Instead, the patient is getting better. The staff members from the Medical Immortal Hall on the hospital beds were the most shocked. They had originally thought that their own antidote was the best. Even if it had some side effects, so what? At least it was truly effective. This antidote from Yi Jing must have been both ineffective and had severe side effects. But after taking it, they were shocked. Was this really an antidote? How was it so different from theirs? Yi Jing's antidote. How was it so gentle? They had already prepared themselves for a round of torment. After all, they knew how extreme their own antidote was. Patients would immediately feel a burning sensation in their bodies after taking it, followed by excruciating pain all over. The Medical Immortal Hall called this method poison against poison. They used the strong toxicity of their antidote to forcibly suppress and break down the toxicity of the radioactive poison, eventually reaching a balance. In their view, this so-called antidote from Yi Jing might not even be as good as theirs. It probably had strong toxic side effects right from the start. But after taking it, the toxic side effects they had imagined did not appear. Instead, A very soothing and comfortable sensation spread through their bodies, making them feel like they were soaking in warm water, extremely relaxed. Under such circumstances, the antidote was taking effect, and the efficacy they themselves were the most aware of. The various symptoms caused by the radioactive toxins in their bodies had miraculously disappeared. This antidote seems to be much better than ours from the medical immortal hall. It's incredible. Those who had personally tried it were the most deeply affected. At this moment, all the instrument check results had also come out. Many experts were all staring at the freshly printed check reports. How is it? What about the efficacy? And the side effects? Everyone had seen that the staff members inside the protective suits appeared lively and energetic. Not only did they seem to be in good condition, but it also appeared that they were not significantly affected by side effects. However, visual observation was limited. They needed the results from various instruments. When they looked at the check report, wow, there are basically no side effects. And this efficacy is even better than the antidote from the medical immortal hall. Everyone was shocked and looked at Yijing. How could this young medical expert's antidote be so much better than the one from the medical immortal hall? And it only took the same 5 minutes? No, we haven't asked the opinions of the people inside yet. Although the data looks good, maybe the people inside feel uncomfortable? Everyone began to ask questions. The staff members from the medical immortal hall looked at each other. They really wanted to give a bad review, but all the facts were laid out in front of them. Even if they were to deliberately lie and speak falsely at this moment. But everyone knew that with such good effects, the antidote would soon begin large-scale clinical trials in the first and second phases. At that time, if everyone else's subjective experience was so good, and only they were deliberately saying it was bad, then everyone would realize that it was because the people from the medical immortal hall were too petty and lacked the capacity to tolerate others. So, the few of them could only choose to tell the truth. This wasn't to deliberately help Yijing, but to protect the reputation of the medical immortal hall. When everyone heard the excellent subjective experiences of the staff members, they became even more delighted. Good efficacy, low side effects, positive subjective experience. This antidote was simply invincible. This time, almost all the medical experts gave a full star rating. To prove their professionalism, several medical experts even tried the antidote themselves after seeing the test results of the staff members from the medical immortal hall, and the results were equally outstanding. Soon, the results were reported to the core leaders. Such good effects? Everyone was pleasantly surprised. Compared to the 600% mortality rate of the medical immortal hall's antidote, Yijing's antidote was far superior. Then what are we waiting for? Start large-scale clinical trials right away. If it can maintain such excellent performance in clinical trials, then begin large-scale promotion. Chapter 680. Origin of Special Physique. We can't wait any longer. Too many people have already been affected by the radioactive virus. Let's get started right away. A group of key figures were filled with anticipation for Yijing's antidote. Finally, the clinical trial results for Yijing's antidote were out. When the results came out, everyone was ecstatic. Incredible, not a single death, all cured. And the treatment effect is even better than the highly toxic antidote from the medical immortal hall. Where does this Yijing come from? Yes, how is he so amazing? Many medical experts speculated about Yijing's identity. Stop guessing. Since he was personally brought by Commander Shui, he must be someone special. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. That's right. He might very well be one of Commander Shui's people, who didn't know that Commander Shui's rise to power certainly promised a bright future. This young medical expert might very well rise through the ranks as well. But soon, they realized they were wrong. The few top-tier figures of the Huaxia, the ones you only see on TV, those core figures, had actually arrived in person. Everyone quickly bowed respectfully, shocked. It seemed the higher-ups truly valued this matter and had come down to inspect it personally. This young expert was sure to be highly regarded by the higher-ups. However, to everyone's astonishment, instead of shaking hands and inquiring about Yijing's name as expected, those core figures seemed to be very familiar with him. Yi Jing, I didn't expect your antidote to be so powerful. It seems we'll have to pay more attention to you in the future. Yi Jing casually replied, I don't do this for free. Everyone was stunned. With Yi Jing's name now on the minds of these core figures, he was set to rise through the ranks, yet he dared to make demands? How could he be so bold? Everyone felt their legs trembling. If the core figures were angered, they might suffer the consequences as well. Unexpectedly, those core figures just laughed naturally. That's only right. Commander Shui already mentioned this to us. Just like last time when we made a deal, this time, you can make the conditions. How about it? Another core figure added, last time, you traded that national treasure grade medicinal herb with us. What do you want this time? Everyone was shocked. Then, they looked at Yi Jing in astonishment. As insiders, they all knew that the country had previously given that national treasure grade medicinal herb to someone. Turns out, it was this Yi Jing right in front of them. Many now understood. It seemed this Yi Jing was already a figure, not someone who had just risen to prominence. In fact, they had thought Yi Jing was under Commander Shui, but it seemed Yi Jing was actually on par with Commander Shui. Yi Jing smiled faintly. Yes, you guessed right. This time, I need another national treasure grade medicinal herb. The expressions of the core figures above changed. You wouldn't be asking for the midi-Xiang grass, would you? Yi Jing chuckled. Correct. The core figures' faces turned ashen. Why was Yi Jing always after these national treasures? Didn't he know how much it cost the country to obtain these things? They didn't know that Yi Jing's research on special physiques required these items. So, as long as we give you this, you'll agree to license your antidote for everyone to use, right? Yi Jing shook his head. It's not that simple. I have another condition. Go ahead. The core figures immediately responded, afraid Yi Jing might back out. Yi Jing said, of the 5 great figures back then, I've already found Feng Ruodo and know about President Zhang. I need the names of the other 3. If it's difficult, you can just tell me the name of one of the other great figures. The expressions of those core figures changed repeatedly. Finally, one of them sighed and said, all right, we can tell you this. Come inside. Everyone entered a soundproof, sealed room. We can give you one name. After exchanging glances, the core figures finally made a concession. His name is Yen Zhengshou. Yi Jing thought for a moment and frowned. That's not a name among your core figures. No, it is. It's just that he doesn't usually come here or participate in our daily core discussions. But in the face of major issues, he has the power of veto. The power of veto? Such great authority? Yi Jing frowned. This authority was even greater than that of the core figures present. Who exactly was this Yin Zhengshou to possess such extraordinary power? Back then, it was this Mr. Yin Zhengshou who decided to start researching special physiques. That's how everything that followed came about. Your parents' affairs, including yours, were all originally decisions made by Mr. Yin Zhengshou. Feng Ruodo and President Zhang, in fact, were just executors. Yi Jing raised an eyebrow. To outsiders, figures as legendary as the Huaxia star Feng Ruodo and the top medical expert President Zhang were just executors for Yin Zhengshou. Moreover, the core figures present were at the pinnacle of Huaxia. Yet they referred to Yin Zhengshou as Mr. Yin. What was going on? The core figures seemed to notice Yi Jing's confusion and said, we call ourselves the core figures of Huaxia, but in reality, we're just on the surface. The true hidden power behind the scenes is the ancient martial world. Yi Jing raised an eyebrow. Ancient martial world? It was the first time he had heard of this term. Why is your special physique so special? Why can you reach such heights so easily in such a short time, defeating so many masters including Feng Ruodo? Yi Jing, haven't you ever wondered about the reason behind this? Yi Jing frowned. So, my special physique comes from the ancient martial world? Yes. The core figure said, the special physique drug your mother obtained back then also came from the ancient martial world. We don't know the specifics, but we've heard some things. Chapter 681. The Mastermind Behind the Scenes. This was the first time Yi Jing had ever heard such detailed information about his unique physique. Your mother, it is said, obtained a precious medicinal treasure from the ancient martial arts world. After consuming it, by a stroke of luck, she awakened her special physique, which led to your birth. After that, Yin Zhengshou began to study your parents and your special physique. And that's how everything that followed came to be. Yi Jing's mind raced with a certain conjecture. So, the remaining two major figures are actually from the ancient martial arts world? The high-ranking figure on the other end nodded. Yes, the remaining three individuals are all from the ancient martial arts world and are not present today. To be honest, we rarely encounter these figures from the ancient martial arts world. They only step forward during critical decision-making moments to make decisions that are more favorable to their ancient martial arts world. Yi Jing frowned. So, does that mean that every major event in the current Huagua is actually manipulated by these people from the ancient martial arts world? Haven't you thought about resisting them? The high-ranking figures all shook their heads. No, because it is the powerful experts from the ancient martial arts world who actually guard Huagua. Including Feng Ruodo and Director Zhang, they are merely enforcers and medical researchers for these major figures from the ancient martial arts world. That legendary event of Feng Ruodo's in the past was actually handled by people from the ancient martial arts world, who were fighting against the ancient martial arts practitioners from the enemy nation. However, since the ancient martial arts world is a hidden force, it cannot be publicly disclosed. Therefore, the credit on the surface was all given to Feng Ruodo. Yi Jing nodded slightly. Today, he had gained a lot of information. He learned about the ancient martial arts world and the identities of the remaining three major figures. Yin Zhengshou, is it? A glint of murderous intent flashed in Yi Jing's eyes. These people from the ancient martial arts world, including Yin Zhengshou, he would eradicate them all. Anyone who had harmed his parents back then, regardless of their identity, background, or origin, would not escape his methods. Qing Huang. After returning from the capital, Yi Jing immediately found Qing Huang. Investigate the ancient martial arts world for me. Qing Huang nodded, her expression serious. Master, our Yi God Temple has actually touched the edges of the ancient martial arts world several times. However, they are extremely covert, and even with our strength, it's difficult to truly understand them. Our final investigation results might be quite superficial. Yi Jing said, superficial information is enough. The ancient martial arts world, I will turn it upside down in the future. His greatest confidence came from his special physique. According to what those core high-ranking figures said, although the ancient martial arts world is special, it undoubtedly hides many extraordinarily powerful individuals. But this special physique is extremely rare and scarce, and it was even enough to make a representative figure like Yin Zhengshou come out specifically for investigation and research. This shows that even within the ancient martial arts world, this special physique is extremely unique. While Qing Huang investigated the ancient martial arts world, Yi Jing went to Su City alone. He wasn't there to see Zheng Qingxian. Instead, he came specifically to receive the roselle herb. This roselle herb, after being obtained by Huagua a few years ago, was listed as one of the most precious medicinal herbs in the country. The roselle herb was stored in a specific location in Su City. The storage site was even specially guarded by a dedicated team to protect the roselle herb. Why was the roselle herb stored in such a place? Because the medical experts of Huagua, after surveying all parts of the country, ultimately confirmed that the soil and water in this place were the most suitable for the cultivation of the roselle herb. Therefore, to maintain the continuous activity of the roselle herb, they specially chose this location and even stationed a team here. Soon, Yi Jing arrived in Su City. As soon as he arrived, Zhang Qingxian, who had been waiting at the airport, happily rushed over. Yi Ge, you finally came to see me. Yi Ge, you finally came to see me. Since Zhang Qingxian came to Su City with Han Siyao to expand business operations, she had been managing the business here. During this time, Zhang Qingxian also took care of her aunt Lu Qiuming for a while. After that, when Lu Qiuming returned to Jinling City, Zhang Qingxian had considered several times the idea of going to Jinling City as well, and had mentioned it to Yi Jing a few times. She wanted to reunite with Yi Jing. However, considering the high danger level in Jinling City, Yi Jing had not allowed Zhang Qingxian to go. Now, Yi Jing had finally arrived in Su City to see her. Yijing didn't reveal that this time he was here on business. Instead, he smiled and said, "These days, I just happen to have some rest time, so I can spend a few days with you." "That's wonderful." Zhang Qingxian was so excited that she threw herself into Yijing's arms again. Next to them, Han Xiao smiled on the surface, but inside, she was extremely envious, wishing that she was the one throwing herself into Yijing's arms. Over the next 2 days, Yijing, Zhang Qingxian, and Han Xiao spent 2 days touring Su City. Afterwards, the 3 of them arrived at a fortress. "Yigu, we can't get close to this place. This place is said to be an important restricted area. Anyone who approaches will be driven away." Zhang Qingxian said with certainty, "I heard that last time, a few people from Japan tried to get close, and they were directly beaten to a cripple." Yijing raised an eyebrow. It seems that the protection level for the roselle herb is quite high. As they were talking, several armed guards quickly came out from inside, with the leader shouting angrily, "What are you doing? Didn't you see the restricted area sign over there? No one is allowed to approach here." Zhang Qingxian and Han Xiao quickly explained, "I'm sorry, we accidentally came here. We're leaving now." Han Xiao also quickly added, Yes, we're leaving. Hearing this, the group of guards' expressions softened slightly. However, Yijing took a few more steps forward, feeling the temperature of the place. Is the slightly higher underground temperature what makes this place more suitable for maintaining the activity of the roselle herb? As soon as he said this, the several armed guards inside immediately became tense. This place is called a restricted area because what's inside is kept at an absolute high level of secrecy. No one knows what's inside. The confidentiality level here is very high. Yet this man had immediately mentioned the name of the roselle herb, likely indicating he was well prepared. The armed guards immediately became vigilant, and several black gun muzzles were directly aimed at Yijing. Chapter 682. You hate us. Speak. Who are you? Who sent you here? Several armed individuals with fierce expressions demanded. If you don't speak up, we'll shoot directly. As they said this, they had already cocked their weapons. Terrified, Zhang Qingxian and Han Xiao quickly said, "We were just passing by unintentionally. Please don't shoot." The squad leader sneered, "Unintentional? You unintentional passers-by would directly mention the name of the most highly classified herb here. Rosemary? Spit it out quickly." Yijing calmly said, "You don't need to be so tense. I've already spoken with your highest leader." He had come here after ensuring that the core figures at the top had been informed. However, it seemed that either the instructions from the core figures and the local highest leader had not yet reached them, or the local leader had not yet relayed the orders. Highest leader? The group sneered even more. Impossible. Even we insiders rarely see our highest leader once in years. Yet you claim to have spoken with him? Show us the evidence then. If you said you spoke, there should at least be a phone call record, right? Zhang Qingxian and Han Xiao realized at this point. It seemed Yijing had come here for a legitimate reason, not aimlessly. It was likely that Yijing had indeed already spoken with the highest leader here. Yigu, since you're here for official business, hurry up and show your call records. As long as it's proven, we won't have to be pointed at by these black barrels anymore. It's too terrifying, Han Xiao added. Yijing frowned, "Sorry, I don't have that." This was because he had contacted the highest leader here indirectly through the core figures at the top. In other words, Yijing didn't even know who the highest leader here was. No evidence? The squad leader sneered even more, waving his hand to signal more armed personnel to appear. Over 100 armed individuals surrounded Yijing and the 2 women. You must have a death wish, daring to forcibly enter this forbidden zone, and lying about having spoken with the highest leader here, yet you can't even produce a call record? The squad leader said, "We're not unreasonable people. We'll give you one last chance. Since you claim to have reached some agreement with our highest leader, you should at least know his name, right?" All eyes focused on Yijing. Even Zhang Qingxian and Han Xiao looked at him expectantly. But Zhang Qingxian, having known Yijing for a long time, could tell from his calm expression that he didn't know. She sighed, "Yigu, you wouldn't really not even know the highest leader's name, would you?" Yi Jing admitted, I really don't know. However, you should receive orders from above soon. The squad leader laughed loudly. Is this a stalling tactic? Trying to use this opportunity to steal our confidential information? Or using the chance of being captured to infiltrate our inner circle and spy on our secrets? Everyone sneered, as if they had seen through Yi Jing's scheme. Zhang Qingxian and Han Siyao had no choice but to cry out, we really didn't come to spy. We were just accidentally passing by. Enough talk. Take them away. Soon, the group was taken to a specially designated holding area. Disappointed? Our holding area isn't inside the Forbidden Zone. It's a specially set up prison outside. You want to enter the Forbidden Zone? Dream on. Once our superior arrives, you're finished. He's an interrogation expert, and no matter what schemes you have, he'll extract them all. After a while, 3 people entered. The one leading them, with his hands behind his back, said calmly, These are the spies we just caught? Yes, Commander Liu. Liu Yin nodded. All right, leave this to me. I'll definitely get them to talk. The others showed expressions of trust, as Liu Yin was known to be invincible in torture and interrogation. The few Japanese spies who had attempted to gather intelligence about this restricted area were also compelled to disclose their Mu-Ho masters under Liu Yan's interrogation. However, when Zhang Qingxian saw Liu Yin, she was momentarily stunned. Liu Yin? Is that you? Yi Jing asked, puzzled. Do you know him? He could have directly broken through the defenses here and entered. However, since he had already made a deal with the top figures, where he would provide the antidote to all Chinese citizens, and in return, they would give him the rosemary herb. The deal was made, and Yi Jing didn't want to cause more trouble or conflict. Therefore, he didn't directly confront these people. Moreover, he estimated that the orders from above would soon arrive, so he didn't take action against them. Zhang Qingxian nodded. Yes, I know Liu Yin. He was our competitor when Han Siyao and I first came to Sucheng to start our business. Back then, when we first arrived in Sucheng, our biggest market competitor was Liu Yin. However, our products and projects were better, and our business tactics were superior. Liu Yin quickly became our defeated rival. After losing to us, he sold his company, and it was said that he was very disheartened and resented us. I never expected to see him here now. When Liu Yin saw Zhang Qingxian and Han Siyao, he also revealed a look of hatred and venom. That's right, after that, I came here and as it turned out, it was a blessing in disguise. I became a squad leader here, in charge of interrogation. Now, you've fallen into my hands. Don't you think this is fate? Liu Yin picked up a red-hot iron brand from the side. I hear this brand leaves deep scars when pressed against someone's skin. Who wants to be the first to try? Liu Yin smiled. I hear the first one to try will give off a nice aroma of roasted meat. His malicious gaze fell on the 3 of them. Ladies first? Or should it be the gentlemen? Zhang Qingxian and Han Siyao, seeing Liu Yan's twisted smile, shuddered. You're taking personal revenge. Liu Yin, you're harboring resentment against us. Chapter 682. You resent us. Speak. Who are you? Who sent you here? Several armed individuals with fierce expressions demanded. If you don't speak up, we'll open fire directly. As they spoke, they had already engaged the safety. Terrified, Zhang Qingxian and Han Siyao quickly said, We were just passing by unintentionally. Please don't shoot. The squad leader leading the group sneered. Unintentionally? If you were just passing by, how did you know the name of the most highly classified plant here, the rosemary? Spit it out. Yi Jing calmly replied, There's no need to be so tense. I've already spoken with your highest authority. He had come here after ensuring that the core higher-ups had been informed. However, it seemed that either the orders from the core higher-ups hadn't reached the local authority yet, or the local leader hadn't relayed the command promptly. Highest authority? The group sneered even more. Impossible. Even we insiders rarely see our highest authority, yet you claim to have spoken with them? Show us the evidence. If you spoke, there must be a phone call record, right? Hearing this, Zhang Qingxian and Han Siyao realized. It seemed Yi Jing hadn't come here aimlessly, but with a legitimate purpose. It was likely that Yi Jing had indeed already spoken with the local highest authority. Yi Ge, since you're here on official business, hurry up and show your call record. As long as it's proven, we can avoid being pointed at by these menacing guns. It's really scary, Han Xiao added. Yi Jing frowned. I'm sorry, but I don't have that. The reason being, his contact with the local highest authority wasn't direct. It was through the core higher-ups who had indirectly instructed. In other words, Yi Jing didn't even know who the local highest authority was. No record? The squad leader sneered even more, waving his hand to signal more armed personnel to appear. Hundreds of armed individuals surrounded Yi Jing and the two women. You must have a death wish, daring to forcibly enter this restricted area, and lying about speaking with the highest authority here? Yet you can't even produce a call record? The squad leader said, We're not unreasonable people. We'll give you one last chance. Since you claim to have reached an agreement with our highest authority, you should at least know his name, right? All eyes focused on Yi Jing. Even Zhang Qingxian and Han Xiao looked at Yi Jing with anticipation. However, Zhang Qingxian, who had known Yi Jing for a long time, could tell from his calm expression that he didn't know. She sighed, Yi Gu, you wouldn't really not know the name of the local highest authority, would you? Yi Jing also sighed, I really don't know. But, just wait a little longer. You should receive orders from above soon. The squad leader laughed loudly. You're stalling, aren't you? Trying to use this opportunity to steal our classified information? Or maybe you're using being caught as a chance to infiltrate our inner circle and spy on our secrets? Everyone sneered, as if they had seen through Yi Jing's scheme. Zhang Qingxian and Han Xiao had no choice but to plead helplessly, We're not here to spy on information. We really just accidentally passed by. Enough talk. Take them away. Soon, the group was taken to a special detention area. Disappointed? Our detention area isn't inside the restricted zone. It's set up outside, a dedicated prison. Your dream of entering the restricted zone is just that, a dream. Once our superior arrives, you're done. He's an expert at interrogation. No matter what schemes you have, they'll be uncovered. After a while, 3 people entered. The one leading them, with hands behind his back, said calmly, Are these the spies we just captured? Yes, Commander Liu. Liu Yin nodded. All right, leave this to me. I'll definitely get them to talk. Everyone showed trust in him, as Liu Yin was known to be unbeatable in torture and interrogation. He had previously extracted information from several Japanese spies trying to infiltrate the restricted zone. However, when Zhang Qingxian saw Liu Yin, she was momentarily stunned. Liu Yin? Is that you? Yi Jing asked, puzzled. Do you know him? Originally, Yi Jing could have broken through the defenses here and entered directly. However, since he had already made a deal with the higher-ups, he would provide the antidote to all Chinese citizens, and in return, they would give him the rosemary plant. He didn't want to create more trouble. The deal was sealed, so Yi Jing decided not to confront these people directly. Moreover, he expected the orders from above to arrive soon, so he refrained from taking action. Zhang Qingxian nodded. Yes, I know Liu Yin. He was our competitor when Han Xiao and I first started in Suzhou. When we first arrived in Suzhou, our biggest competitor in the market was Liu Yin. However, our products and projects were better, and our business tactics were superior. Liu Yin quickly became our defeated rival. After losing to us, he sold his company, and it was said he was very disheartened and resentful towards us. I never expected to see him here now. When Liu Yin saw Zhang Qingxian and Han Xiao, he showed a look of hatred and venom. That's right, after that, I came here and as it turned out, it was a blessing in disguise. I became a squad leader here, in charge of interrogation. Now, you've fallen into my hands. Isn't this fate? Liu Yin picked up a red-hot iron brand from the side. They say that when this iron is pressed against someone, it leaves a deep scar. Who wants to be the first to try? Liu Yin smiled. They say the first person to try will leave a nice aroma of roasted meat. His malicious gaze fell on the 3 of them. Ladies first, or gentlemen? Zhang Qingxian and Han Xiao, seeing Liu Yan's twisted smile, shuddered. You're taking personal revenge. Lu Yin, you're acting out of resentment towards us. Chapter 683. Wanted Individuals. That's right, I resent you. I'm taking personal revenge, so what? Lu Yin remained unmoved and even grew more excited. When you left me in such a state, did you ever think about my fate? Now that you're in my hands, why shouldn't I get my revenge? Lu Yin sneered repeatedly. There would be no good outcome for them now that they were in his clutches. They could just wait for death. He was already looking around for the interrogation tools here. Each tool had played a crucial role in his interrogation career, mainly because they brought him great pleasure. Before venturing into business, he hadn't known what he enjoyed the most. But ever since he took up this interrogation job, Lu Yin finally realized that what he loved most was forcing others, making them suffer under his questioning, and forcing them to reveal the words they were unwilling to say. And today, he could impose all of this on these two beautiful women, both of whom he hated deeply. Just then, Yijing said calmly, "You're Lu Yin, right? I advise you to put down whatever you're holding." He hadn't directly killed Lu Yin already, which was a great deal of respect for this base. Otherwise, given his previous temperament, this base would have been leveled by now. He had considered that he had already made a deal with the higher-ups, and they had calmly exchanged the rosemary herb, so that was that. "You're advising me?" Lu Yin burst out laughing. "You're a captured spy. What makes you think you can advise me? How big is your face, huh? Maybe I should brand a flower on your face before you talk to me again?" As he spoke, he picked up a red-hot branding iron, complete with a small knife. I've heard that human flesh is much easier to slice after being burned by a red-hot iron. At that point, I'll be kind enough to cut off a few slices for you. It'll be a delicacy. Yijing was rendered momentarily speechless before he swiftly produced a document from his jacket. "Take a look for yourself." He tossed the document directly at Lu Yin's face. "What is this nonsense?" Lu Yin frowned and glanced at it, only to have his pupils constrict. This was a red-headed document from their base, and it directly issued an order to their base's highest leader. It demanded that the base's highest leader hand over the rosemary herb immediately. "See?" Yijing said calmly, "This is the document for you. It's meant to be seen only by your highest leader. You, a small fry, don't have the qualifications to view such a document." Lu Yin was furious. He didn't have the qualifications to see it? Hmph, I bet this document is fake. Do you even know why this base exists? Lu Yin sneered, "Our purpose is to guard this rosemary herb. And now you're telling our highest leader to hand over the rosemary herb? How is that possible?" Ha ha ha. Lu Yin and the few people behind him burst into laughter. This base had existed for years, always guarding the rosemary herb perfectly. How could it suddenly be handed over? If it were truly handed over, it would mean that Lu Yin would lose his job again. He cared deeply about this interrogation job and absolutely could not lose it. "I think your document is fake." After sneering, Lu Yin directly threw the document into a nearby brazier. With the roaring flames, the document was devoured by the fire. Yijing's expression darkened, looking somewhat displeased. He had given the other party enough face, but they simply didn't appreciate it. Since that was the case, he had no reason to give them a good look anymore. Smack! Yijing walked up and slapped Lu Yin, sending him spinning. "Do you even know what you just burned?" Lu Yin clutched his face, his expression turning vicious. "You dare hit me? You don't want to live? Do you even know where you are? This is my base." The few people behind him had long been impatient and immediately pounced on Yijing like wolves. However, they were no match for Yijing. He easily dealt with all of them. "So strong?" Lu Yin suddenly said, I get it. Zhang Qingxian, you're the one who competed with me before, making things difficult for me, and now you're here to torment me again, aren't you? You think finding a strong guy will make me suffer again, don't you? But don't forget, where are we? This is my territory. I have countless helpers." He shouted out loud, and more than 20 armed men rushed in. "What's wrong, Captain Lu?" They immediately saw the people lying on the ground. "Lu Yin, These people are incredibly bold. I just asked about their background, and they directly started attacking. All of us were knocked down by him. The armed group immediately became serious. Since the opponent had such resistance capabilities, they had to take it seriously. Put down your weapons immediately. Hands on your head. After saying a few words, they awkwardly realized that Yi Jing didn't seem to have any weapons in his hands. This man had taken down so many people with his bare hands? Was he a martial artist? They became even more tense, aiming their black barrels directly at Yi Jing. Yi Gu, let's not be reckless, Zhang Qingxian quickly said to him. I'll call our company right away, and our people will be here soon to prove our identity. We're not spies. Han Xiao also quickly added, yes, we're not spies. You've got it all wrong. It's all a misunderstanding. Yi Jing, however, gave a cold smile. Lu Yin, you dare point these guns at me, and you can forget about keeping your position. His figure moved like a ghost, and the armed men suddenly found that they had lost their target. The next moment, a series of screams rang out as Yi Jing knocked everyone down one by one. Their weapons were all thrown aside by Yi Jing. Although these weapons were useless to him, there were still Zhang Qingxian and Han Xiao present, and the two of them couldn't withstand even a single bullet, so Yi Jing played it safe. You, how dare you? How dare you? Lu Yin was shocked and terrified. Do you even know what crime you've committed? This rosemary herb here is a national legendary medicinal herb. Once you lay a hand on us, you'll become a nationally wanted individual. Lu Yin raged and laughed. Kid, you have no idea what you've done. Chapter 684, A Huge Trouble. You're going against the entire country of Huagua just to help these two women. Ha ha ha. Should I say you're stupid? Or that you don't know anything? Lu Yin sneered. You're causing trouble here, and soon countless troops will come to suppress you. As he spoke, the sound of footsteps outside grew louder. Just from the sound, it was clear that at least several thousand people had arrived. Hear that? You've caused a huge mess. You've poked a hornet's nest. You're done for. As Lu Yin spoke, the door was suddenly kicked open with a bang. The person leading the group outside was none other than the highest leader. Even the highest leader is here? Lu Yin was shocked, then looked coldly at Yi Jing. Look at the trouble you've caused. You're finished, kid. This is our highest leader. He's here, and you're not going to have an easy time. After saying that, Lu Yin quickly ran over to flatter the leader. Although he was just a small team leader here, he rarely got to see the highest leader even once a year. Today, he finally had the chance, so he naturally wanted to seize the opportunity to show off. Perhaps he could even get a promotion and a raise. The highest leader, upon seeing Yi Jing inside, immediately looked panicked. He had already received a message from the highest core figure, but at the time he had been attending an external meeting. He rushed back as quickly as possible, fearing something might go wrong or that the people below might not treat the guest properly. Despite his haste, something still went wrong. The highest leader's face darkened instantly. The core figure had specifically instructed that Yi Jing was to be treated with the utmost respect. The Midixiang grass was to be handed over to him without fail. Once handed over, his position could be elevated even further. But now, seeing Yi Jing and the others locked up in the room, the highest leader's heart sank. This time, it seemed his path to promotion had been abruptly cut off. At this thought, he couldn't hold back any longer and strode directly toward Lu Yin. This damned fool had caused him a massive headache. Did you lock these people up? The highest leader's voice was filled with suppressed anger. Yes, I locked them up. Lu Yin was ecstatic. This was his accomplishment, not someone else's. As for the displeasure in the highest leader's tone, in his view, the highest leader was usually a stern, unsmiling figure. This reaction was normal, wasn't it? What he didn't expect was that the next moment, the highest leader slapped him hard across the face. How dare you lock our most esteemed guest in this room? Do you know who he is? Lu Yin was stunned and instinctively asked, who is he? The highest leader kicked him hard in the stomach with a single powerful kick. He's the esteemed guest sent by the top to receive the Midi-Xiang grass. If you don't know, go check the news yourself. Lu Yin was dumbfounded. This was actually true? The Midi-Xiang grass that the entire base had guarded for years was really going to be taken away? And by this person right in front of him? Lu Yin couldn't believe it as he looked at Yi Jing and Zhang Qingxian. How could it be this coincidental? Immediately, someone came over and started slapping Lu Yin's face furiously. Stop, stop. I know I was wrong. After a few slaps, Lu Yin's cheeks were completely swollen. These people were afraid that Yi Jing would hold a grudge, so they were hitting him with full force. Lu Yin, can't you see the situation you're in? It's not me who's slapping you, nor is it the highest leader. It's because you've offended the wrong person. As long as he doesn't give the word, I'll keep slapping you. Slap, slap, slap. Lu Yin instantly understood. He quickly crawled over to Yi Jing, kneeling and banging his head on the ground. Yi Jing, no, Mr. Yi, Ms. Zhang, I was wrong. It's all because I didn't distinguish right from wrong. All because I couldn't tell right from wrong. All because my heart was clouded by greed. I was wrong. Please forgive me. I didn't do this for my own selfish reasons, but to protect this base. You know, there are many spies really eyeing this base, wanting to steal the Midi-Xiang grass. Seeing him still trying to justify himself, the highest leader gave a subtle nod to the people behind him. Those people immediately came over and started beating up Lu Yin. Soon, he was so disfigured that even his mother wouldn't recognize him. Lu Yin now wished he could die. Not only had he offended the highest leader, but this Yi Jing didn't seem to be an ordinary person either. And with his close relationship with Zhang Qingxian, how would he survive in the future? Yi Jing ignored Lu Yin. Those people would take care of him on Yi Jing's behalf, and perhaps Lu Yin wouldn't be able to get out of bed for the rest of his life. Yi Jing, along with the highest leader of the base, went down to the lowest level of the base and obtained the Midi-Xiang grass. The earth energy here is indeed suitable for growing medicinal herbs. Yi Jing inquired, after I take the Midi-Xiang grass, will your team be disbanded? The highest leader of the base smiled bitterly, definitely. Our team will probably be demoted. He was originally just the leader of an ordinary team, and it was only thanks to the Midi-Xiang grass that their team's level had been elevated. After handing over the Midi-Xiang grass this time, their team would likely revert to its original status. Naturally, there was a sense of loss. Yi Jing said, what if I told you I could write a report to the top and elevate your team's status? The highest leader was stunned. Is that really possible? Yi Jing nodded. I've found that the earth energy here is indeed very suitable for growing medicinal herbs. Not only is the Midi-Xiang grass suitable here, but many precious herbs, if planted here, can maintain their vitality and even accelerate their growth. I plan to apply to the top to have your team remain here to guard this place long-term. However, the object of your protection will no longer be the Midi-Xiang grass, but this medicinal herb field. In the future, an endless stream of precious herbs will be sent here to be planted in this base. The highest leader was invigorated, his face full of joy. So were the many high-ranking officials behind him, all pleasantly surprised. This meant not only had they maintained their level, but it was even better than before. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Thank you so much. Everyone thanked Yi Jing profusely. When Yi Jing left the base with the Midi-Xiang grass. Chapter 685, Abandoned. Zhang Qingxian and Han Siyao were astonished to discover that everyone in the base held Yi Jing in extremely high regard. What's going on, Brother Yi? Before, they were just afraid of you. But there was a subtle sense of resentment towards you. But after you went in and came out, they now treat you as if you were a second parent to them. Yi Jing casually smiled. Maybe it's my charisma. Just as they were about to leave, the highest-ranking official in the base suddenly received a satellite phone call and quickly ran over. Mr. Yi, you can't leave yet. There's still something we need to discuss. Zhang Qingxian and Han Siyao were startled. What now? Was he not allowed to leave? In the distance, Lu Yin, who had been beaten to a pulp, felt a glimmer of hope. Could it be that his suffering was about to end? Was the higher-ups going to sanction Yi Jing? However, to everyone's surprise, The base's highest-ranking official said, "The higher-ups just called, saying that the Supreme Guard will be coming to deliver something to you. Please wait a moment." Zhang Qingxian and Han Siyao breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed everything was fine. If it was just delivering something, it must be good news, right? Meanwhile, Lu Yin felt utterly zhuang. It seemed his hope had once again been dashed. As everyone was talking, the ground in the distance suddenly began to tremble with a thunderous roar. Soon, a large contingent of troops appeared before them. The Supreme Guard. This was the elite force specially tasked with protecting the nation's most important figures. In China, it represented extraordinary significance. Only the most critical individuals and matters warranted the deployment of the Supreme Guard. In a sense, the importance of the Supreme Guard surpassed even that of the National Protection Special Forces and the National War Gods. Thus, everyone in the base lowered their heads and knelt on one knee to show respect. Zhang Qingxian and Han Siyao also obediently stepped back a few paces. "Mr. Yi, we represent the highest corps leaders to deliver a message to you." Yi Jing frowned. "Not an object? Just a message? Why couldn't it be said over the phone?" Those behind him also felt curious. What kind of message would require the Supreme Guard to make a special trip for? What kind of identity did Yi Jing have to warrant such attention from corps leaders? Lu Yin felt even more despair. It seemed his fate was sealed this time. "Mr. Yi, the order we received was to deliver this message in person. It's of the highest confidentiality level and can only be told to you face to face." Yi Jing nodded, his expression growing serious. What kind of message would make these corps leaders unwilling to use a secure satellite phone and insist on delivering it in person? Soon, everyone moved into a highly secure soundproof room. It was then that the captain of the guard said, "Mr. Yi, the higher-ups said that your authorization of the antidote saved many lives in China, and they wish to extend goodwill to you. The message they asked me to convey is, when your mother was still under the control of Feng Ruodo, she left behind a message. Later, your mother was taken to the medical immortal hall, entering the realm of the ancient martial world, thus escaping the control of the corps leaders." Upon hearing about his mother, Yi Jing asked in a deep voice, "What was the message?" The guard captain replied, "The message is your mother's exact words. Yaozi, I left something for you in the place you are most familiar with and most look forward to." Yi Jing looked at the guard captain. "That's all?" The guard captain nodded. "Yes, that's the message. In fact, the medical immortal hall has completely escaped the control of the higher-ups and now belongs to the ancient martial world. Zhang Yuan, the headmaster, is merely an underling of the ancient martial world and hardly listens to the corps leaders anymore. So your enemies are not the corps leaders, but the people of the ancient martial world. Therefore, the corps leaders are willing to reconcile with you and extend goodwill. However, they want to remind you, this message, including Feng Ruodo, Zhang Yuan, and the people of the ancient martial world, all know about it. They have turned the place where your mother and you lived as a child upside down, but found nothing." Yi Jing nodded, indicating he understood. Afterwards, Yi Jing left Suzhou with the rosemary herb. Before leaving, Zhang Qingxian and Han Siyao, both reluctant, saw him off at the airport. "Brother Yi, when will you return this time?" Yi Jing replied, "This time, I need to go back to Jiangcheng." "Back to Jiang Province? Can I go back too?" Zhang Qingxian was excited. Jiang Province was her home turf. "Of course." Zhang Qingxian exclaimed, "Great, I'll book the tickets right away." Han Siyao also got excited. "I want to go back too." Both of them were from Jiang Province, and Jiangcheng was just a prefecture-level city under Jiang Province. Soon, the three of them returned to Jiang Province. The plane first landed in the provincial capital. Here, the Duan family, including Duan Yonghao, the Miao family, including Miao Su, the Mu family, including Mu Fengchun, and even the renowned Dr. Wang Mingyang with his disciples, all came to welcome Yi Jing. "Mr. Yi, how long will you be staying this time?" Everyone was excited to see Yi Jing. Yi Jing had left many legends in their provincial capital. Even after Yi Jing left, the miraculous medicine industry he had established continued to enrich them. During the time Yi Jing was away, Their wealth had grown exponentially. I won't be staying in the provincial capital this time. I need to go back to Jiangcheng. With that, a convoy of luxury cars escorted Yijing all the way back to Jiangcheng. After dismissing the crowd, Yijing, accompanied by the two women, returned to Jiangcheng alone. The place we used to live has indeed been leveled. Yijing frowned as he looked at the dilapidated building before him. The shabby little building where he had lived with his parents had clearly been searched thoroughly. Even the ground had been dug up. Before, I thought the damage to the house was due to natural disasters like earthquakes. It turns out it was human malice. The people from the ancient martial world had already searched this place multiple times. Unfortunately, they found nothing. Yijing merely took a casual look around. He wasn't searching for anything. He was just reminiscing about the past. He knew that the place his mother mentioned wasn't here. Then, Yijing took Zhang Qingxian and Han Siyao to a nearby amusement park. This amusement park used to be very popular. Yijing and his parents would visit every weekend. But now, it had been completely abandoned. With the relocation of nearby residents, it had become a place rarely visited. Most of the amusement facilities had also been left to decay. Chapter 686, Titanium Alloy. Yigu, what are we doing here? Zhang Qingxian and Han Siyao looked at the almost abandoned amusement park facilities. Even if they wanted to reminisce about their childhood, many of the facilities were already damaged and couldn't be used anymore. Yijing, however, walked up to a carousel. Of course, the carousel was completely derelict and utterly unusable. Yijing stood at a certain spot and paused to recall. This should be the place. His gaze seemed to pierce through time, returning to the past. Little Yijing, how about a bet with Mommy? You probably won't remember this spot in the future. No, I definitely will. Little Yijing, hearing his mother's disbelief, insisted on trying his best to remember this spot. This is right next to my favorite carousel. And this spot is right in the middle where the midday sun shines directly. I definitely won't forget it. Back then, the young Yijing remembered the look of relief on his mother's face when he accurately described the location. Then this will be where we bury our time capsule. In 10 years, 20 years. You can come back here and dig it up, okay? Little Yijing nodded solemnly. Okay, Mommy. We'll dig it up together then. Time passed. Yijing returned to this place once again. Originally, he thought the time capsule would contain some everyday items his mother had placed there, or perhaps some handwritten letters, hopes, or goals for the future. Now it seemed there might be something his mother had left for him. He reached out and plunged his hand into the ground. The seemingly hard, rocky ground, in the face of Yijing's formidable strength, was as soft as tofu, easily broken apart. Yijing reached down and pulled out a tube made of what looked like titanium alloy. What is this? Zhang Qingxian and Han Siyao were astonished. Only now did they understand that Yijing had come here specifically for this item. This is something my mother left for me. Yijing's eyes revealed a hint of solemnity. He realized he couldn't see through the tube. His sensing ability, which relied on special vibrations, could usually detect what was inside. But just now, he tried and found that this titanium alloy, however it was made, could block all external sensing. Let's leave here first. Yijing's expression changed suddenly. He took Zhang Qingxian and Han Siyao and drove away from the place. The car quickly entered the highway and headed straight for the provincial capital's airport. Not long after Yijing left, a few eerie figures appeared at the amusement park. They seemed to materialize out of thin air, like ghosts. Yijing was here. The item his mother left for him was likely dug up by him. Who would have thought it would be in the amusement park? We were looking in the wrong places. We've been searching around the places he lived as a child and the spots he frequented, but even after digging 3 feet deep, we found nothing. Who could have guessed his mother would hide that thing in a public place like an amusement park? Didn't she fear someone else would dig it up over the years? Guess. The most dangerous place is the safest place after all. The group exchanged glances. I really wonder what his mother left for him. His mother brought out 2 items from the ancient martial world. One of them, she consumed, transforming her into a special physique that she passed on to Yijing. The other is the item Yijing now has in his possession. Should we just go and take it by force? Another person shook his head. Not yet. His strength is not to be underestimated now. We shouldn't alert him prematurely. Arriving in the provincial capital of Jiang Province, Yijing settled Zhang Qingxian and Han Siyao before returning to his villa to open the titanium alloy tube alone. Inside, there was only a jade pendant. This jade pendant, my mother used to wear it close to her body. There was nothing else inside. What does she want to convey to me through this pendant? Yijing tried to probe it with his sovereign-level sensing ability. No good. The pendant, like the titanium alloy tube, seemed to block everything. No, it wasn't the tube that was special, but the pendant. Yijing realized now that he had previously thought the titanium alloy tube had some special properties that blocked external detection. Now it seemed the tube was just hard, merely there to protect the pendant inside. It wasn't much different from ordinary titanium alloy. The real peculiarity was all in the pendant. Yijing suddenly had an idea. Perhaps the thing my mother left for me is meant to be opened only by me. Yijing activated his special physique to try and communicate with the pendant. Sure enough, the next moment, an overwhelming amount of information surged into Yijing's mind. The message my mother left for me. Yijing tried to analyze the information and was astonished to find it was a series of ancient martial arts cultivation techniques. However, most of them were too overwhelming for Yijing, who had just obtained the pendant, to comprehend clearly. Or perhaps it's because my strength and cultivation in the ancient martial world are not yet high enough to grasp the full picture. The only complete cultivation technique I can see is the golden light art. Yijing tried to run the golden light art. The previously obscure golden light art, under the enhancement of his special physique, quickly began to flow smoothly. Golden light art activate. Yijing's mind stirred, and suddenly, boundless golden light erupted around him. His speed, agility, and stamina seemed to have greatly increased. Yijing tried to move. His entire body shot forward like a bullet, flying at the speed of light. At the same time, golden light crackled around him, spreading out like lightning. This golden light, its power is immense. Touch it and you die. Even a single strand of golden light is equivalent to a full power strike from a sovereign-level expert. Yijing's expression grew serious. A single cultivation technique from the ancient martial world had already elevated him to such a level. If he mastered all the techniques within the pendant, what kind of power would he attain? The golden light art not only enhances oneself, but can also be projected outward as a weapon to attack others. Yijing tried it out. With just a thought, a strand of golden light shot out from his body like a flying sword, instantly blasting apart a wall in front of him. Chapter 687. Not Giving Face. Just then, Yijing's phone rang. Master, there's trouble at your laboratory in Jinling City. Yijing frowned. The laboratory in Jinling City? Are they here for my antidote again? His antidote had already been authorized for use by the higher-ups of the country. Why were there still people causing trouble? I asked. They said they're from the Martial Cultivation Hall. Yijing frowned. The Martial Cultivation Hall? This institution held a very special position in the country. It served as a bridge between the ancient martial arts world and the secular realm. It was rumored that Feng Ruodo and Ding Zhang were both alumni of the Martial Cultivation Hall. He hadn't even gone to look for trouble with the Martial Cultivation Hall, so why were they coming to him? All right, I understand. I'll be there soon. In the afternoon, Yijing arrived in Jinling City by flight. An underling from the Yi Divine Hall immediately approached. Master, Qing Wang has already gone to negotiate with the people from the Martial Cultivation Hall. What are their intentions? Before the subordinate could say anything, Qing Huang had already returned. Master, their goal is the profits from your antidote. Yijing frowned. He had developed the antidote and authorized its use to the higher-ups of the country, but this was only an authorization to use it. If they wanted to actually use it, they still had to buy it from Yijing. The entire country needed to buy it, which meant a massive market. So, some people had set their sights on this profit. This enormous profit had attracted the Martial Cultivation Hall. Yi Jing frowned. Bring the people from the martial cultivation hall here. Soon, Qing Huang brought over a group of people. You're Yi Jing? The members of the martial cultivation hall were incredibly haughty. Upon laying eyes on Yi Jing, they spoke with an authoritative tone. Our hall master has decreed that all lands under heaven are the ruler's domain. The martial cultivation hall is presently experiencing financial strain and seeks sponsorship from secular funds. We have set our sights on the profits generated by your antidote and demand that you, Yi Jing, cede those profits to us. Yi Jing replied directly, no. The people from the martial cultivation hall were stunned. Perhaps they had never been rejected in their lives. Hearing Yi Jing's refusal, they were momentarily taken aback, as if they had misheard. Did you hear that? We're from the martial cultivation hall. We're the only institution in the world that can connect with the ancient martial arts world. Someone inside scoffed, don't bother. I bet he's never even heard of the ancient martial arts world. The initial speaker seemed to realize something and nodded, regaining his arrogance. Yi Jing, since you don't understand, let us educate you. So you know what kind of colossal entity you're dealing with. The Martial Cultivation Hall is the only institution in the world that connects the mundane world and the ancient martial arts world. Any martial artist from the ancient martial arts world who wishes to enter the secular world must pass through us to arrange their accommodations and daily necessities. Qing Huang frowned. Oh, so you're just a reception center? The martial artists from the ancient martial arts world are basically spending your money, living off you, and indulging in luxury, right? Now that you're out of money, all spent by the martial artists, you're coming to us for more? The man replied coolly, if you want to put it that way, it's crude but somewhat accurate. We in the Martial Cultivation Hall are here to serve the great figures from the ancient martial arts world. Those great figures usually stay out of worldly affairs but possess extraordinary abilities. When they come to the secular world, they naturally encounter issues related to food, clothing, and shelter. The Martial Cultivation Hall is here to solve those problems for them, so they can focus solely on entering the secular world, enjoying life, and cultivating. This, of course, requires a massive amount of funding. He spoke arrogantly, but don't think you're just being taken advantage of. Let me tell you, there are countless people lining up to sponsor the Martial Cultivation Hall. After all, who wouldn't want to build a good relationship with the martial artists from the ancient martial arts world? If, during the sponsorship, you happen to please one of the great figures from the ancient martial arts world, you might just rise through the ranks. Yi Jing replied coolly, if it's so popular, let those willing to sponsor do so. The man scoffed. It's not that easy. We don't care about small change. The martial artists from the ancient martial arts world have no concept of money, which leads to them spending extravagantly whenever they come to the secular world. It's understandable. They have no regard for money, so they spend it without a second thought. This requires a massive amount of funding to sustain. Who would sponsor? That's just a drop in the bucket. It's only the profits from your antidote that cover a nationwide market and provide substantial funding. That's why we're giving you this opportunity. Yi Jing sneered, so, I should be thanking you? The man from the Martial Cultivation Hall nodded. Exactly. The profits from your antidote are just numbers to you, just money. But by sponsoring the Martial Cultivation Hall, you gain the possibility of building a relationship with a great figure from the ancient martial arts world. Shouldn't you be thanking us? Yi Jing nodded. I see. Now, get lost. I won't be giving you the profits. The man was completely stunned. Yi Jing, did you hear me? Someone else beside him shouted angrily, Yi Jing, you're impervious to reason. We've laid out all the benefits for you, and you still don't get it? This is a gift from heaven, a pie falling from the sky. Don't you even know how to grab it? Yi Jing scoffed. Being a lackey for the martial artists from the ancient martial arts world, and you're proud of it, huh? In my opinion, there shouldn't even be such an institution. Those from the ancient martial arts world who wish to enter the secular world should pay for their own living expenses. You're utterly unreasonable. The people from the Martial Cultivation Hall were furious. Yi Jing, are we being too polite? giving you the impression that we're easy to talk to? Do you think we're here to negotiate? Let me tell you, we're not here to discuss this with you. We're here to inform you. The profits from your antidote belong to the Martial Cultivation Hall. We're leaving. With that, he turned to leave. Yijing frowned and gave a subtle glance to his subordinate. The subordinate had long been fed up with these people. With a sinister smile, he suddenly burst into action. Screams rang out one after another. In no time, all of them were crippled. The subordinate's strikes were merciless. With a single blow, he left these people, who were only at the War King level, missing limbs. Chapter 688, Direct Refusal. Now, Yijing smiled faintly as he approached the group from the Martial Cultivation Hall. Do you still want the profits from my antidote? No, we don't want it anymore. The few members of the Martial Cultivation Hall, terrified, backed away in haste. What more could they possibly want? Did they not want to keep their lives? They had never encountered someone so unreasonable before. Whenever the Martial Cultivation Hall acted outside, others would rush to curry favor. This was the first time they had met someone who didn't fall for such tactics. Of course, they weren't actually afraid. It was merely a temporary measure to protect their lives. As long as Yijing let them go, they would report back and have more powerful figures deal with Yijing. We really don't want it anymore. Please let us go. Yijing glanced at them indifferently, deciding not to take their lives. Instead, he said, if the Martial Cultivation Hall wants it, have your hall master come and ask me directly. Perhaps I might show mercy. The glimmer of hope rekindled in their eyes. After exchanging glances, they quickly fled. At the Martial Cultivation Hall, the hall master's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light. This Yijing can actually develop such a remarkable antidote. In his hand, he held a new bottle of antidote. After taking it, he felt refreshed, and the symptoms of poisoning had completely disappeared. Hall Master Xie Binyuan murmured, if he could be persuaded to research medicines for the ancient martial realm, perhaps he could succeed. At that moment, the subordinates who had returned spoke up. Hall Master Xie, that Yijing refused. We offered him the opportunity to sponsor us, but he directly refused and even drove us out after beating us up. Hall Master Xie, Yijing is truly unforgivable. Xie Binyuan frowned. Did Yijing really say that? The subordinates immediately exaggerated the story. Yes, he didn't even respect you. He said that even if you went there, he wouldn't give the Martial Cultivation Hall any face. He also mentioned that our faces weren't big enough, and only if you went would he consider it. Xie Binyuan's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of displeasure. This Yijing is indeed arrogant. However, he has the capital to be so. As he spoke, it seemed he wasn't planning to hold a grudge against Yijing. The subordinates below were shocked. Their attempts to exaggerate the situation had no effect. Normally, if someone showed even a hint of defiance, Hall Master Xie would immediately suppress them with overwhelming force. Yet, this time, he was showing such patience with Yijing. However, they soon understood. It was likely due to the previous incident with Feng Ruodo that Hall Master Xie was wary. After all, Feng Ruodo was a genuine upper-tier war god. Even Feng Ruodo had been killed by Yijing, and Hall Master Xie was merely at the same upper-tier war god level. How could he possibly stand against Yijing? Then, Hall Master, what should we do? Do we really have to have you, the Hall Master, go personally to meet him? The group was indignant. That would be too humiliating for you. As the esteemed Hall Master and leader of the Martial Cultivation Hall, even those from the ancient martial realm give you face when they come to the secular world. Who does this Yijing think he is? Just because he dealt with Feng Ruodo, does he think he can act without restraint? Hall Master Xie waved his hand. You don't need to say more. I have my own methods for dealing with people. From his sleeve, he took out several sheets of paper. The papers looked very ancient and fragile, as if a gust of wind could tear them apart. However, he had them sealed inside a layer of hard plastic. Upon closer inspection, the papers clearly contained some ancient medicinal formulas. I obtained these formulas at a considerable cost from some individuals who had come out of the ancient martial realm. These formulas have characteristics of the ancient martial realm, and I've consulted many renowned doctors in the secular world, but none have the ability to produce them. But this Yi Jing might be able to. After all, he possesses a special physique from the ancient martial realm. Hall Master Xie Bin Yuan picked up one of the formulas. Go back again, this time with a better attitude. Remember, tell Yi Jing that if he can produce the elixir from this formula, he can name any conditions. At that time, I won't just give up the profits from his antidote. I can even offer him money and medicinal ingredients. The subordinates were even more shocked. What was Hall Master Xie thinking? Was he turning into a benefactor, rushing to offer benefits to Yi Jing? However, when they saw the writing on the formula, they immediately understood. This is one of those ancient formulas. It's been in Hall Master Xie's possession for a long time, and he seemed to place great importance on it. He even consulted some powerful figures from the ancient martial realm about it, yet still, he gained nothing. After all, not everyone in the ancient martial realm knew how to refine medicine. Only the most powerful alchemists could produce such elixirs. And to invite an alchemist to refine an elixir would require a huge cost. If Yi Jing could truly produce the elixir that Hall Master Xie most desired, then it would indeed be worth investing such resources as money and medicinal ingredients. The men left with the formula, their hearts filled with doubt. I reckon Hall Master Xie's plan is going to fail. This is a formula from the ancient martial realm. Yi Jing is just exceptionally skilled, having killed Feng Ruodo. In fact, even if it weren't Yi Jing, any other powerful upper-tier war god could have done the same. But this is about refining medicine. Refining medicine and strength are two different things. Just because Yi Jing developed an antidote, does he think he can produce elixirs from the ancient martial realm? That's a joke. The group discussed in low voices, not at all optimistic about Yi Jing's ability to produce the elixir. Soon, these men once again arrived at Yi Jing's laboratory in Jinling City. Qing Huang immediately reported the situation. Master, those from the martial cultivation hall are here again. Yi Jing said indifferently, did the hall master of the martial cultivation hall come in person? Only the hall master of the martial cultivation hall was on equal footing with him. Most importantly, Yi Jing wanted to obtain some information about the ancient martial realm from the hall master. After all, the hall master of the martial cultivation hall was probably the most knowledgeable about the ancient martial realm in the entire secular world. Qing Huang shook her head. It's still the same group as last time. The hall master of the martial cultivation hall isn't here. Yi Jing directly said, then just refused them. These minor figures didn't even qualify to speak with him. Moreover, their understanding of the ancient martial realm was certainly far inferior to that of the hall master himself. Chapter 689. Incomplete Prescription. Qing Huang received the order and flew out. You can leave now. The people from the martial cultivation hall immediately panicked. Didn't you explain it clearly to Mr. Yi? We came here with sincerity this time. It's different from last time. This time, they had recognized their own worth and knew that Yi Jing was not someone to be trifled with. Most importantly, the head of the martial cultivation hall, Xie, had given them a strict order to treat Yi Jing well, not to be arrogant, and not to mess things up like last time. If they were sent back again by Yi Jing, even the hall master Xie would not forgive them. Qing Huang shook her head. Get lost. Our master only talks to the hall master of your martial cultivation hall personally. You don't have the qualifications. After saying that, she turned and left. Miss, please have mercy. The few from the martial cultivation hall became even more anxious and even reckless enough to run in front of Qing Huang to block her. Previously, it was the servant who had acted, so they thought Qing Huang was just a maid with no real strength. Miss, please help us relay a message. We came with something this time. As long as Mr. Yi sees it, he will definitely agree to see us. Before he could finish, he felt a sharp pain in his arm. Then came a crisp snapping sound. His arm had been snapped off. Only then did the people from the martial cultivation hall realize. This girl's strength was also terrifying. In fact, It was no less than the previous servants. How could Yi Jing have such a group of freaks around him? How could everyone be so strong? Were they even human? No wonder this group could eliminate someone as powerful as Feng Ru Dao. What is it? Qing Huang, her face as cold as frost, was too lazy to waste words with them and directly resorted to violence. With her small stature, she flipped the man over, grabbed his ankle, and shook him vigorously. The ancient prescription hidden in his pocket immediately fell out.
No.
The others, seeing the ancient prescription fall, instinctively tried to stop it. That was the ancient prescription. It was their lifeline. If it were taken away, the Hall Master Xie would surely kill them. Even if their lives were lost, the ancient prescription could not be lost. Who dares to move? Qing Huang turned her head and glanced at them, which made them hesitate to act. This young girl clearly had the strength of a top-tier war god. Who would dare to act rashly? Qing Huang snatched the ancient prescription and said calmly, "Is this your sincerity?" The few from the martial cultivation hall quickly replied, "Yes, yes, this is our sincerity." The Hall Master Xie personally instructed that as long as Mr. Yi sees this prescription and can refine the medicine on it, our Hall Master is willing to offer generous treatment. Not only will he not take a share of your antidote profits, but he will also transfer many benefits to you. Qing Huang said calmly, "Wait here." She turned and took the ancient prescription inside. The men had no choice but to wait. At this moment, they all felt somewhat humiliated. After all, they were staff members of the Martial Cultivation Hall, not only strong in strength but also in status, which should have allowed them to dominate most people. Yet, how did they end up being controlled by a young girl? Yi Jing examined the ancient prescription. This handwriting. As soon as he saw the handwriting on the prescription, Yi Jing's heart trembled. This was his father's handwriting. Was this ancient prescription from his father? Qing Huang knelt below and said, "Master, they said this ancient prescription is a treasured possession of the Hall Master, obtained many years ago from someone in the ancient martial world." Yi Jing narrowed his eyes. There are only two possibilities. Either the Hall Master is lying, and this ancient prescription was taken from my parents. But seeing how he wants to befriend me now, the probability of this is not high. The other possibility is that this ancient prescription was taken from my parents by someone else before it reached the Hall Master Xie's hands. This further proves that my parents were originally from the ancient martial world. Could it be that they were forced to flee the ancient martial world after obtaining the special pills for unique physiques and this jade pendant? Yi Jing's mind was filled with various speculations. However, his gaze eventually fell back on the prescription in front of him. This prescription, I can refine it. Yi Jing said, "Qing Huang, call those people in." After the people from the Martial Cultivation Hall entered, Yi Jing held up the ancient prescription. "Call your Hall Master. I need to confirm a few things." The men below showed hesitation. Directly call the Hall Master? The Hall Master hadn't instructed this. If they really did, wouldn't it show how incompetent they were? Qing Huang, however, gave them a stern look. "Why haven't you called yet?" Qing Huang's figure flashed, and she directly slapped the leader across the face, knocking him to the ground. The rest immediately backed down. We'll call right now." The second man quickly took out his phone and dialed a number. Qing Huang snatched the phone and brought it directly to Yi Jing. Soon, the call was connected. How did it go? The voice of Xie Bin Yuan came from the other end. Yi Jing said, "Hall Master Xie, you don't just have this one page of the ancient prescription, do you?" Hearing this tone, Xie Bin Yuan immediately understood. "You're Yi Jing, aren't you? It seems my subordinates are all useless. You've already forced them to call me directly." The men below, hearing Xie Bin Yuan's words, couldn't help but tremble. They knew that when they returned, the Hall Master Xie would surely torment them. "I ask you, how many pages of this ancient prescription do you have?" Yi Jing ignored him and continued to ask directly. Xie Bin Yuan said, "Such an ancient prescription is very precious. I'm sure you've already seen its special nature. I don't have many pages of it in my possession." Yi Jing sneered, "Since it's so precious, why didn't you keep it to yourself and let your subordinates bring it to me?" Aren't you afraid I'll take it and not return it to you? Xie Bin Yuan said, I dare to give it to you because I have my own confidence. Yi Jing, to be honest, you don't just have a few pages, do you? You have a whole book, don't you? As soon as these words were spoken, Xie Bin Yuan on the other end fell silent. Yi Jing had guessed correctly. Such a prescription was not just a few scraps of paper to him. Hashtag chapter 690, New Medicine. Xie Bin Yuan had a complete book of medicinal recipes in his possession. How do you know? Xie Bin Yuan was startled. How could Yi Jing know so much just from a single ancient medicinal recipe? Yi Jing calmly said, there should be many characters on that ancient recipe that you don't recognize, right? These characters are specifically used in the ancient martial world, and people in the secular world wouldn't know them. Among these characters, some are page numbers, which means this recipe is part of a set or a book. Xie Bin Yuan was shocked again, murmuring, no wonder I couldn't decipher those characters. They are special characters used in the ancient martial world. But how do you know? As far as he knew, Yi Jing was also from the secular world. How could he possibly know the ancient martial characters? Yi Jing casually replied, you don't need to worry about that. He had learned the ancient martial characters naturally through the Jade Pendant. The Jade Pendant not only provided him with a vast array of cultivation techniques, but also transmitted various ancient martial characters to him. Indeed, I have a book of medicinal recipes. Xie Bin Yuan began to understand the reason behind Yi Jing's direct call. Indeed, Yi Jing stated, to be frank, I can assist you in refining these pills, but the sole condition is that you hand over the entire book to me. Furthermore, you must supply the medicinal ingredients required for the refining process. Of course, I will require you to provide 10 sets of ingredients for each refining session. The crowd below was shocked. 10 sets of medicinal materials for just one pill? Is there even a more greedy boss than you in the world? Unexpectedly, Xie Bin Yuan on the other end was overjoyed. Really? You'll refine one pill for me if I provide you with 10 sets of ingredients? Yi Jing nodded. Xie Bin Yuan excitedly said, all right, I'll send you the book right away. In reality, for Yi Jing, the 10 sets of medicinal materials were not the primary concern. The most crucial thing was the book of medicinal recipes. Once he had his father's book in hand, many pills that could only be consumed in the ancient martial world would be within his reach. After his recent cultivation of the golden light technique, he felt that his physical condition was struggling to keep up with the demands of the technique. If he could consume the pills from the ancient martial world, his physical condition could be further enhanced, allowing him to endure the golden light technique for longer periods. That's why he directly asked the Hall Master Xie for the book. All right, then our deal is settled. Hall Master Xie also felt that he had struck a great bargain. After all, the book of medicinal recipes in his hands was practically useless. He had also tried various methods before Yi Jing. Before Yi Jing, he had sought help from many renowned doctors, even the medical immortal Hall, to decipher the text and the content of the recipes. But even the medical immortal Hall, which had connections with the ancient martial world, couldn't fully understand the content. After all, the medical immortal Hall and Feng Ruodo were merely underlings to some big figures in the ancient martial world. As underlings, they didn't have the privilege to truly master the ancient martial characters that only the big figures could possess. So, for all these years, Xie Bin Yuan had been guarding this treasure without the key to unlock it. This time, Yi Jing's agreement made him ecstatic. He immediately sent someone to deliver the book to Yi Jing. This is all my father's notes. Yi Jing gently caressed the book, flipping through the pages. Soon, he found a pill that suited him. I'll refine this one. Yi Jing sent the list of herbs required for this recipe to Hall Master Xie of the Martial Cultivation Hall. Soon, 10 sets of medicinal materials were prepared and delivered. At the Martial Cultivation Hall. I'm so excited, so excited. Xie Bin Yuan rubbed his hands, eagerly saying, after dealing with the ancient martial world for so many years, I know exactly why they are so powerful. The techniques are one aspect, the foundation, but equally important are the pills. It is said that those in the ancient martial world manage several excellent medicinal herb fields and often refine and consume pills, which ensures their bodies can keep up. Those ancient martial elders who have been taking pills for decades even have a somewhat ethereal feeling, as if they are no longer human. Their aura is too otherworldly. Xie Binyuan excitedly said, "Perhaps from today onwards, I also have such an opportunity. I'll just wait for Yi Jing to refine the pills for me." He immediately instructed his subordinates, "Go and stand guard outside Yi Jing's laboratory in Jinling City. As soon as he refines the pills, deliver them to me immediately." In Jinling City's laboratory, Yi Jing began the refining process. Looking at his father's notes and pondering over the recipe, Yi Jing seemed to immerse himself in his father's thoughts from over a decade ago. Soon, Yi Jing's hands began the refining process. With his foundation in divine medical skills, his special physique, which seemed extremely suitable for refining pills, and the familiarity with his father's handwritten notes. These three factors combined, resulting in Yi Jing, despite being the first time refining these ancient martial pills, feeling like a seasoned veteran who had refined them countless times. After half an hour, it's done. 10 sets of medicinal ingredients had been refined into 10 identical pills. Yi Jing tried one. A surge of heat immediately flowed through his body, filling his limbs and bones with warmth. Huff! Yi Jing, with just a breath, reached the strength of a top-tier battle god. If someone were in front of him at that moment, they would be blown away by this breath. Fortunately, Yi Jing quickly mastered the control of this medicinal power, gradually integrating it into himself and strengthening his body. After fully absorbing the pill, "My current physical condition, the golden light technique, I can endure for 5 minutes." Yi Jing revealed a pleased expression. Previously, if he fully activated the golden light technique, he could probably only last for about 2 minutes. Now, 5 minutes was more than double. If I consume all 10 pills, considering the diminishing returns of the medicinal effects, I should at least be able to last for half an hour. Then, Yi Jing consumed the remaining 9 pills. Of course, when it came to the last pill, he didn't forget Hall Master Xie. After all, these 10 sets of medicinal materials were provided by Xie Binyuan, who had put in the effort. In the future, Yi Jing planned to designate Xie Binyuan as his long-term supplier of medicinal materials. Therefore, it was natural for him to provide Xie Binyuan with some benefit. Therefore, Yi Jing cut the last pill into 4 parts, wrapped 1 part, and kept the remaining 3 parts for himself. Chapter 691. Sweating profusely. After coming out, Yi Jing's entire demeanor had changed. Previously, he had possessed the aura of a domain master, and with just a release of his presence, he would appear ferocious and intimidating, almost causing everyone to be shocked. But now, his aura was more restrained, and he could control it with greater ease. He now exuded an air that was reminiscent of the ancient martial arts world. Those from the ancient martial arts world seemed calm and unruffled, but once they moved, their actions could cause massive upheaval, all due to their long-term consumption of medicinal pills that had transformed their bodies. Although Yi Jing was currently in the secular world, he had also been consuming medicinal pills, and the quality of the pills he refined was even purer than those from the ancient martial arts world. Naturally, Yi Jing now possessed the same aura as those from the ancient martial arts world. Qing Huang, upon seeing Yi Jing, was momentarily stunned. She felt her legs involuntarily wanting to kneel, as if he exuded an innate superiority. "Master!" Qing Huang trembled, her forehead covered in cold sweat, clearly struggling to maintain her composure. Yi Jing's thoughts shifted, and the aura around him suddenly dissipated. Qing Huang felt an immediate relief. The overwhelming pressure was gone. When she looked back at Yi Jing, it felt as though he had disappeared. Although she could see him with her eyes and her perception, he seemed non-existent, like a mere illusion in the air. "Go, deliver this pill to the people of the Martial Cultivation Hall." Qing Huang put aside her thoughts and quickly went to carry out the task. Soon, Xie Binyuan of the Martial Cultivation Hall received this small, quarter-sized pill. "Is this a medicinal pill from the ancient martial arts world?" Xie Binyuan was ecstatic. The higher-ups of the martial cultivation hall below wanted to come closer to take a look, but they were sternly rebuked by Xie Bin Yuan. Then, Xie Bin Yuan returned to his quiet chamber and quietly swallowed the small pill. Boom! In the next moment, a powerful aura surged into the sky. Xie Bin Yuan let out a muffled groan and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, but his eyes showed no displeasure. Instead, they were filled with excitement and joy. Too potent, too potent. The energy in this is too strong. No wonder it's from the ancient martial arts world. This is incredible. I underestimated the medicinal pills from the ancient martial arts world. He exerted even greater force to suppress the energy within the pill. Even though it was only a quarter of the pill, for someone like Xie Bin Yuan, who was only at the level of an upper-tier war god, it was extremely intense. However, unlike Yi Jing, who had a method to absorb the energy of the pills, Xie Bin Yuan could only use the most crude and primitive way to forcefully suppress it. This method of absorbing the medicinal power was bound to waste a lot of energy and leave behind many side effects, unable to achieve the seamless absorption like Yi Jing. But at this moment, Xie Bin Yuan was completely unaware of this. He still thought that the pill was a complete one, and that his method of absorbing it was correct. After a long 6-hour absorption, Xie Bin Yuan's aura finally stabilized. Too strong. I'm too strong now. Among the upper-tier war gods, I should be at the top, right? Even, I feel like I can vaguely touch the realm of a domain master. I am about to become even more invincible than Feng Ruo Dao. Xie Bin Yuan's eyes flashed with excitement and madness. This step of his had finally been the right gamble, the right move. In the future, he must supply more medicinal herbs to Yi Jing, so that he can refine more of these ancient martial arts pills. In the future, he would undoubtedly be the strongest in the secular world. Suddenly, Ning Luo rushed over in a hurry. Yi Jing, something bad has happened. Something big has happened. Yi Jing frowned. What is it? The girl who came with you, Huang Yuyin, has suddenly disappeared. At first, I thought she had gone out, maybe shopping or something. But it's already late at night, and she still hasn't returned. I sent people to look for her, and then we found this in the surveillance footage at her apartment building in trance. Ning Luo played a video on her phone. Yi Jing watched it and immediately frowned. Huang Xiaobang. The person appearing in the video was none other than the former commander of the Hua Nation, and Huang Yuyan's uncle, Huang Xiaobang. Huang Xiaobang forcibly dragged Huang Yuyan away from there. Although the sound couldn't be heard in the video, Yi Jing still managed to read some of their lip movements. No, uncle, I'm not going back to the capital. I want to stay here. Huang Xiaobang sneered. You don't want to go back? This time, you don't have a choice. Didn't you prepare yourself when your parents came to take you back last time? Huang Yuyan quickly said, No, I've already talked to my parents. I still need to stay in Jinling for a while. Humph. Huang Xiaobang snorted coldly. In fact, your parents just didn't have the heart to forcefully take you back directly, so they gave you a little more time. In fact, the Huang family in the capital has already arranged for you to marry Xieli Kuan. He is the son of the martial cultivation hall's master. Our Huang family in the capital urgently needs to form a marriage alliance with the Xie family to maintain our position. Huang Yuyin was shocked. No, uncle, wasn't it that I was already arranged to marry Xieli Kuan before, and then you personally canceled that engagement? Why is it back to that again? Huang Xiaobang sighed. There's no way. I've lost power. All of this, it's all because of that damned Yi Jing. He's the one who took away my commander position, and then he somehow charmed the top leaders, convincing them to keep me out of important positions for 3 years. Now, I'm a lonely man, with no power in my hands, no status at all. Our Huang family in the capital before could thrive just by relying on my commander position, who wouldn't give our Huang family in the capital some face. But since I lost my commander position, the Huang family in the capital has started to decline, and many businesses are now struggling. To maintain such a large family at this time, you have to make some sacrifices. Marrying into the Xie family can effectively reverse the declining trend of our Huang family in the capital. Xiali Kuan has been pining for you all these years. It's perfect for you to fulfill this marriage." After saying that, he roughly took Huang Yuyan away. Yijing watched all this in shock. Was there also his own factor in this? Was it because he had removed Huang Xiaobang from his position that led to this series of events? The Huang family, in order to maintain their status, had forcibly taken Huang Yuyan back to the capital to marry Xiali Kuan? Chapter 692. What will happen next? Although Ning Luo couldn't decipher the lip movements in the video, she had seen Huang Xiaobang before. He was the former leader of the Hua nation. Forget about his status and position. Just his strength was terrifying. "Yijing, what should we do? I wonder what fate awaits Huang Yuyan now that she's been captured by him," Ning Luo said worriedly. Yijing narrowed his eyes. "I'll go to the capital to save her." He thought of the woman, the one holding a marriage certificate, blushing as she looked at him. Huang Yuyan was incredibly intelligent and wise in other matters, but the moment it involved Yijing, she became speechless. How could Yijing bear to let her endure a marriage she didn't want? First, he needed to rescue her. As for their future engagement, they could discuss it later. "Book me a ticket to the capital. The sooner, the better." Ning Luo knew the urgency of the situation and immediately booked the ticket. Soon, Yijing arrived in the capital by plane. In front of a manor in the capital. "Huang Yuyan, did you remember what I told you?" Her father frowned. "Now, the Huang family isn't what it used to be. In the past, we could walk proudly through the capital, but now, we have to tread carefully everywhere. Whether the Huang family can recover a bit of its former glory depends on whether you can win the favor of Xiali Kuan, the young master of the Xia family. I heard that Xiali Kuan and a few other young masters are playing golf at a suburban golf course. You're quite skilled at golf, so go and show off a bit to make Xiali Kuan happy." After saying this, her father instructed the driver, "Drive." Inside the car, Huang Yuyan pleaded, "Dad, can I not go?" Her father frowned and snapped, "Why can't you see the situation clearly? The Huang family is in need of the Xia family's help. Think of the bigger picture. The bigger picture. If you don't go, what will happen to the Huang family? Do you want to watch it decline? Today, you must go." Huang Yuyan took a deep breath and finally said, "Dad, I've never disobeyed you before, but this time, I must make my own choice. Whether the Huang family prospers or declines has nothing to do with me. My life should be my own." Her father was furious. "What choice do you have? You are a member of the Huang family, and you should take on this responsibility. Driver, drive." The driver revved the engine and drove off. Huang Yuyan tried to open the car door and jump out, but found it locked and couldn't be opened. There was also a glass partition between the back seat and the driver's seat, bulletproof glass that also served as soundproofing, preventing the driver from eavesdropping on the conversations of those in the back. After all, people who could afford such luxury cars were either CEOs or big shots, and their conversations needed to be kept confidential. But now, this bulletproof glass had become a barrier preventing Huang Yuyan from escaping. She was trapped, with no one to turn to. She could only be forced to go to the golf course. "Miss, we've arrived." Finally, after reaching the golf course, the driver stopped the car and opened the door. For bodyguards were already waiting at the entrance, taking control of Huang Yuyan. "Miss Huang, please come with us. Young Master Xie has been waiting for a long time." Huang Yuyan frowned. It seemed she had no way to escape today. She could only go inside and see if there was any opportunity. She would also meet Xiali Kuan and see if she could get out of this engagement. After entering the golf course, Huang Yuyan looked around but couldn't see Xiali Kuan anywhere. She asked the bodyguard, "Isn't Xiali Kuan playing here? Where is he?" The bodyguard replied, "Miss Huang, please be patient. They'll be here soon." Just as he finished speaking, a golf cart drove up from a distance. In addition to Xiali Kuan, there were 3 other young masters from the capital, each with a prestigious background. All of them were second-generation elites. Besides these 4, there were several women on the cart, all completely naked except for simple maid outfits, their backs fully exposed. Huang Yuyan's face turned cold with anger. How could someone with such tastes dare to propose to her openly? Finally, the golf cart arrived. Huang Yuyan immediately demanded, Xiaoli-kun, what is the meaning of this? Xiaoli-kun casually laughed. Huang Yuyin, these are just maids. In this golf course, they're required to dress like this. Another young master from the capital immediately chuckled. Huang Yuyin, you can't blame Xiaoli-kun for this. It's the rule of this golf course. We can't break it. All the maids here are like this, completely naked, to make it convenient for us. He was about to continue when he suddenly shut his mouth, forcing a laugh. But when Huang Yuyin looked around, she noticed that other scattered maid staff were dressed normally in proper maid outfits. Huang Yuyin, don't worry about that. Xiaoli-kun quickly changed the subject, laughing. Since you've come all this way, let me show you my excellent golf skills. Maybe it'll impress you. He took a swing, but Huang Yuyin only sneered coldly. Is this the best you can do? Give me the club. Huang Yuyin took a club and made a hole-in-one. She took another ball and did the same. In comparison, Xiaoli-kun needed at least 3 strokes to get the ball in. With skills like that, you're not even worth my time. Huang Yuyin deliberately showed clear hostility, hoping to make Xiaoli-kun back off. The other young masters from the capital, seeing Huang Yuyin's exceptional skills, felt their own performances pale in comparison. What was the point of playing if they couldn't impress anyone? The fun was in showing off and hearing the admiration of their companions. Now that Huang Yuyin had stolen the spotlight, what was left for them? Forget it. Golf is boring. Let's go horseback riding. At this suggestion, the other young master's eyes lit up. Yeah, there's a special horse ranch nearby. Let's go riding. Xiaoli-kun's eyes also sparkled. Huang Yuyin sensed something was wrong and asked cautiously, Why are you so excited? It's just horseback riding. Haven't you done that before? These were second-generation elites. Why would they be so excited about something as ordinary as horseback riding? Chapter 693. You can't do this. Wait, what do you mean by riding horses? Are you talking about normal horse riding? Huang Yuyin immediately asked. Or is it something strange and weird? Huang Yuyin had heard that these young masters from the capital played extremely extravagantly, and their thought processes were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. That's why she had fled from the capital to go abroad in the first place. To her surprise, after many years, these young masters from the capital seemed to be just as extravagant as ever, not changing at all. Of course, it's normal horse riding. The young masters from the capital burst into laughter. What else did you think it was? Come on, follow us and take a look. It's just next to the golf course, at the horse ranch. With a chuckle, the young masters led their female companions, who were only wearing maid outfits, towards the horse ranch. Arriving at the ranch, horses were soon brought out. These were professional horses, accompanied by specialized coaches. Seeing this, Huang Yuyin felt a bit relieved. At least, for now, everything seemed normal. But soon, her heart trembled because she saw something abnormal. One of the young masters from the capital chuckled, Everyone, just riding horses is boring. In my opinion, riding 2 horses at once is much more fun. As he spoke, he called to his female companion. Come on, get on. The companion immediately obeyed, climbing onto the horse, but she sat facing the opposite direction, directly facing the young master. Haha, giddy up. With a flick of the whip, the horse galloped rapidly, and the 2 on the horse jolted and swayed, soon accompanied by the maid's embarrassed cries. Huang Yuyin covered her eyes, not wanting to look anymore. Come on, Huang Yuyin, let's ride together. Xiaoli-kun extended an invitation, his eyes gleaming with evil intent. Riding together can demonstrate our friendship, don't you think? Huang Yuyin angrily retorted, I will never ride with you. With that, she turned to leave. Xiaoli-kun signaled to his bodyguards, who immediately surrounded her, blocking her path. What's wrong, Xietashao? Is this girl not cooperating? The other young masters, riding tall horses, approached. Do you need our help? Hearing this, Xiaoli-kun's expression darkened. Huang Yuyin, don't make me lose face in front of my brothers. Their companions are so obedient, but mine? She won't even give me face? Xiaoli-kun's face turned cold. Where does that leave my dignity? Huang Yuyin retorted angrily, Xiaoli-kun, I'm not one of those maids. If you want to play, go find a maid. I'm Huang Yuyan from the Huang family, not your plaything. Xiao Kuan burst into laughter, laughing so hard he almost fell over. Huang Yuyan, do you still think you're something special? You really don't have any sense. What's left of your Huang family now? Ever since Huang Xiaobang lost his position as commander, what can your family rely on? It's only through my Xie family's help, isn't it? My father is the head of the Martial Cultivation Hall, and he can protect your Huang family. Right now, you're just my plaything. Have some self-awareness, will you? Come on, tie her up. Today, I'm going to ride 2 horses at once. At that moment, another young master from the capital, Yin Rongxi, rode over on his horse with a chuckle. Yin Rongxi said, Xiao Di, do you need your older brother to help you out? I've got some good stuff from the ancient martial world. Hearing this, Xiao Kuan's eyes lit up. Good stuff from the ancient martial world. He had been longing for it for a long time. Yin Rongxi was one of the sons of the core figure Yin Zongshou. The core figure Yin Zongshou was not only one of the top leaders in the country, but also had a much larger identity. He was from the ancient martial world. And Yin Rongxi, as one of his many sons, although not the most favored, could still often bring back some strange and exotic items from the ancient martial world due to his status. For example, small pills with various strange properties. Tell me quickly, what kind of interesting pills are they? Yin Rongxi chuckled. These red pills here? With a flip of his hand, several red pills appeared in his palm. Originally, these pills were sacred for cultivation, allowing people to train in extremely cold places, helping them resist the cold. But soon, people discovered another unique use for them. Xiao Kuan eagerly asked, what use? The other young masters from the capital also gathered around. At this moment, they were all little fans of Yin Rongxi. After all, for all their high status and wealth, these young masters could only be arrogant in the secular world. Compared to Yin Rongxi, who could get rare items from the ancient martial world, they couldn't compare at all. Yin Rongxi chuckled. If not used for training in extreme cold, after taking it, the person will start to turn red and hot, even itchy. If a woman takes it, the heat and itchiness will make her unable to resist taking off her clothes. Yin Rongxi glanced at Huang Yuyan beside him. You want this girl, right? Just let her take this red pill, and you'll see the scene you've been longing for. Xiao Kuan was overjoyed. Great, great, great. Quickly give it to her. You guys, hurry up and bring Huang Yuyan over here. Huang Yuyan trembled all over. She quickly ran toward the distance, but she was, after all, just an ordinary woman. How could she outrun those martial artists? Soon, she was caught by the bodyguards and dragged back. Come on, take this pill for me. Xiao Kuan forced Huang Yuyan to take the pill. No, don't make me take it. Huang Yuyan was terrified. She pleaded, Xiao Kuan, don't make me take it. I've never wronged you. We've always been on good terms. Xiao Kuan chuckled. That's right. We've always been on good terms. But what can I do? I like your body, you know? I've been lusting after your body for years, but you wouldn't marry me. Finally, your Huang family fell, and I got my chance. Today, I'm going to see your embarrassing state and record it with my phone. Then, I'll show it to everyone in the Huang family. Ha ha ha. Yes, and everyone in the capital, the whole country. Let them all watch, ha ha ha. Xiao Kuan forcibly pried open Huang Yuyan's mouth, ready to throw the red pill in. No. Seeing that pleading didn't work, Huang Yuyan began to curse loudly. Xiao Kuan, you deserve to die. You deserve to die. You can't do this to me. Someone will avenge me. Chapter 694. Revenge? Xiao Kuan sneered. Revenge? Do you really think the Huang family behind you will stand up for you? Why don't you think about who sent you here in the first place? Ha ha ha, it was your very own Huang family. Now, the Huang family is practically begging me to deal with you quickly, so they can be protected. Hearing this, Huang Yuyan felt a wave of despair. Yes, would anyone in the Huang family even stand up for her now? Her parents were probably just hoping she would marry Xiao Kuan as soon as possible. Huang Yuyan's heart turned ice cold. It felt as if the world had abandoned her. No, there was still one person who cared about her. But that person didn't know what she was going through. Perhaps he was still in the laboratory in Jinling, immersed in his own experiments. Huang Yuyan's heart filled with cold despair. Yi Jing, I can only be your bride in the next life. She was a pure and untainted woman. Once Sielikuan defiled her, she didn't want to live anymore. Come on, eat this for me. Sielikuan forcefully shoved a small red pill into Huang Yuyan's mouth. Ha ha ha, now the fun begins. Several young masters from the capital dismounted and eagerly watched Huang Yuyan's reaction. Yin Xiao, now we'll see if your medicine works. Yin Rongxi spoke with quiet confidence. This is from the ancient martial world. Of course it works. Everyone nodded. Indeed, anything from the ancient martial world was guaranteed to be of high quality. As they spoke, Huang Yuyan began to show signs of discomfort. She seemed to be burning up and itching all over, constantly fidgeting with her clothes. Take it off, haha. The young masters from the capital were ecstatic. Although they had many naked companions around them, those were just ordinary women. Huang Yuyan, who had grown up in a prestigious family, was in a completely different league. To see a lady of her stature forced to undress in front of them was a rare spectacle. The young masters' faces were filled with anticipation. Some even took out their phones and started recording. No, I can't. Huang Yuyan felt as if she was in a furnace. Her whole body was on fire. She desperately wanted to take off all her clothes to cool down and relieve the itching. But the young masters, including Sielikuan, were all waiting for her to undress. Even if she burned to death, she would never give them the satisfaction. Ha ha ha, don't hold back, take it off. Yes, Huang Yuyan, we've never seen a lady from the Huang family undress so openly in public. We can't wait to upload this video online for everyone to see, so hurry up. A goddess undressing in public, this is really interesting. The men started whistling. Huang Yuyan's face showed a desperate plea. She couldn't hold on any longer. Please, find me an empty room, or a pool. She really needed to cool down. If she continued to hold on, her body felt like it was going to catch fire. Ha ha ha, that's more like it. Don't hold back, it's so hard, isn't it? With this scorching summer, don't you want to take off your clothes to cool down? Sielikuan's eyes gleamed with malice. Huang Yuyan, let me teach you a trick. You're hot, right? Just take off the thin silk jacket on the outside. After all, you still have clothes underneath. Just take one off, huh? He was gently coaxing her. After all, the line of defense was gradually broken. As long as Huang Yuyan slowly accepted, her clothes would eventually come off one by one. No, I absolutely won't. Huang Yuyan knew that once her psychological defense was breached, it would be unstoppable. Just then, a sharp sound of air breaking came from behind. In the next moment, a figure suddenly landed beside Huang Yuyan. Huang Yuyan, are you all right? Hearing this voice, Huang Yuyan was first overjoyed. Yi Jing, you're here. She had thought she had been abandoned by the whole world, but the person she cared about the most had still come to find her. But the next moment, her expression changed slightly. Yi Jing, don't come. These people have a lot of strange things. Although she knew Yi Jing was very powerful, Yin Rongxi could obtain many strange items from the ancient martial world. It was possible that Yi Jing could be caught off guard and fall here. Hurry up and leave, Yi Jing. Huang Yuyan kept urging, because she noticed that Yin Rongxi was walking over. Yi Jing took one look at Huang Yuyan's condition and understood what had happened. Did they drug you? Yi Jing frowned. It seemed these young masters from the capital deserved to die. Come, let me detoxify you first. Yi Jing took out a few silver needles from his pocket and quickly inserted them into Huang Yuyan's body. The silver needles quickly neutralized the drug's effects. Gradually, Huang Yuyan felt the burning sensation in her body fade rapidly, and the unbearable itching soon disappeared. Phew, I'm fine now. Huang Yuyan finally felt much better. Who allowed you to detoxify her? Sielikuan was furious. Who are you? Who let you in? Sielikuan's face was extremely ugly. Yin Rongxi also frowned. Who are you? Why did you break my drug's effect? Do you know what consequences this will have? Yijing said indifferently. Consequences? Nothing but death. Yin Rongshi snorted coldly. Since you know you'll die, why come here? Are you an idiot? Yijing said calmly. I said, you will die. How dare you? The men were furious. They were young masters from the capital and outside, who wouldn't give them some face. This guy actually said they would die? You little punk, don't you know who we are? Fine, let me teach you a lesson. One of the young masters, surnamed Wang, sneered as he took out a pistol from behind. Here, take a bullet and you'll know what crime you've committed. Wang Xiao opened the safety and raised the gun towards Yijing. But before he could pull the trigger, his vision blurred. Yijing, who had been standing in front of him, suddenly turned into a blur and appeared at his side. With a light slap, Yijing easily knocked the gun out of Wang Xiao's hand, then grabbed Wang Xiao's arm. Crack! The arm broke. Chapter 695, Directly Disabled. Wang the young master's arm was crippled, and he let out a painful howl. Noisy. Yijing furrowed his brows and slapped Wang the young master across the face. However, his strength was not light, and Wang the young master was just an ordinary person, unable to withstand Yijing's furious slap. With that single slap, Wang the young master was directly killed. You actually killed Wang the young master? The remaining few young masters from the capital were infuriated. Do you know who his father is? He's a high-ranking official in the capital. Yijing gave a cold laugh. Oh, how impressive. Tell his father to come and kill me then. Seeing Yijing's unyielding demeanor, the others felt a chill run down their spines. This man was either a madman or genuinely unconcerned about their identities. After all, they were well-known young masters from the capital, and anyone who met them would flee in fear. This sudden figure who dared to confront them must have some backing. Yin Xiao, it's up to you now. The few young masters from the capital trembled and kept retreating. They were all ordinary people, relying on their bodyguards and firearms. However, Yijing had already dealt with all the bodyguards when he arrived. The previous scene had shown that he had no fear of firearms. Therefore, the only one who could restrain him now was Yin Rongshi with his strange items from the ancient martial arts world. Yijing even looked at Yin Rongshi with some anticipation. He wondered what kind of surprise this man could bring. But to his disappointment, Yin Rongshi only had some items meant for dealing with women. He had no means to fight against an enemy. Facing Yijing, he was so terrified that he wet himself, his pants stinking, and turned to run faster than anyone else. Damn it! Yin Xiao, wait for me. Yin Xiao, why are you running so fast? Did you take some special pill? The few young masters from the capital, including Xielikuan, all turned and fled. As long as they escaped, they could find reinforcements. However, Yijing had no intention of letting them live. In his eyes, the lives of these young masters from the capital had come to an end. Swish! Yijing moved and appeared in front of them. Boom! With a casual flick of his finger, one of the young masters from the capital was instantly killed. The remaining young masters were even more panicked and terrified. Unfortunately, under Yijing's successive attacks, they quickly fell one by one. Finally, only Xielikuan and Yin Rongshi remained. You can't kill me. Yin Rongshi shouted, I am Yin Zongxiu's son. You can't kill me. Do you know who Yin Zongxiu is? He's a core figure in the country and a powerful figure in the ancient martial arts world. You damn fool, you don't even know who he is? Yijing smiled faintly. Oh, so you're Yin Zongxiu's son? Seeing that Yijing knew, Yin Rongshi couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. Well, you've heard of my father's name, haven't you? Then why don't you let me go? Surrender now? Yijing shook his head and sneered. Then I must kill you even more. Not only will I kill you, but I'll also kill your father. Yin Zongxiu was one of the culprits who had harmed his parents, and Yijing would eventually take his life. What? Yin Rongshi was dumbfounded. In the next moment, he saw a finger point directly at his forehead. Boom! Yin Rongshi's head exploded like a watermelon. No, no, no. The last remaining Xielikuan was screaming in terror. You're crazy, you're completely insane. Do you know how many young masters from the capital are here? Do you know how much trouble you've caused? The people behind them will come after you, and it will be terrifying. Not to mention my father, the head of the martial cultivation hall, and Yin Rongshi's father, Yin Zhengshou. Their wrath is not something you can withstand. Xiaolikuan still hoped to intimidate Yi Jing with his father's background. Unfortunately, he was doomed to fail. Yi Jing simply said, "It's fine. You'll soon meet them in the afterlife." Boom. Yi Jing slapped Xiaolikuan's head, smashing it to pieces. Huang Yuyan, watching from behind, felt a surge of emotions, while she also felt a sense of satisfaction, as these people had nearly humiliated her and forced her into something she didn't want to do, killing them. Huang Yuyan had to admit that Xiaolikuan's words were right. The people behind them would pursue this with madness. The entire capital would experience an earthquake tomorrow. Yi Jing, you should run. Otherwise, tomorrow the entire capital will be in an uproar, and it will be too late for you to escape. Yi Jing smiled at her. What about you? Huang Yuyan was also confused. What should she do? Staying? It seemed that the Huang family had already abandoned her, treating her as a mere tool. What was the point of staying? Wait, staying and taking the blame for Yi Jing. Today's huge mess was essentially because of her. If not for saving her, Yi Jing wouldn't have killed so many people. And if Yi Jing left, and she stayed behind to take the blame, perhaps those powerful figures in the background wouldn't pursue Yi Jing any further. I'll stay. Huang Yuyan immediately spoke with determination. Yi Jing understood her intentions at once. No, you're coming with me to Jinling City. But those people definitely won't let you off. Huang Yuyan's mind was in turmoil. Before, although she sometimes acted out of line, she always felt that she had the Huang family to rely on. But this time, she knew the Huang family was no longer dependable. Not only had they treated her as a pawn, but more importantly, such a huge mess would make the Huang family unwilling to take on the burden. Who could withstand the revenge of the head of the martial cultivation hall, Xie Binyuan and Yin Zhengshou? No one. Yi Jing smiled faintly. Don't worry, what can they do to me? Didn't Feng Ruodo also want to kill me? What happened in the end? Huang Yuyan's heart skipped a beat. The result? Feng Ruodo died. Although he wasn't directly killed by Yi Jing, it was because Yi Jing had pushed him to the brink, and by that point, no one would have allowed Feng Ruodo to live. And your uncle, Huang Xiaobang, wasn't he very powerful? But in my hands, he couldn't even keep his position. Huang Yuyan fell silent once more. Chapter 696. The Destruction of the Huang Family? In her heart, her fourth uncle was practically invincible. But even such a person, once in Yi Jing's hands, not only lost his position as a commander, but also met his downfall. Huang Yuyan fell silent. Perhaps Yi Jing was right. Then, after I say my final goodbyes to the Huang family, I'll leave. I don't think I can stay in the capital anymore. As she said this, a resolute glint appeared in her eyes. This departure would mean that she would have no more ties to the Huang family of the capital. As the place where she grew up, there were still some things she found hard to let go of. Yi Jing nodded slightly. All right, I'll wait for you. Huang Yuyan returned to the Huang family manor, filled with disappointment. She planned to see her parents one last time, as well as a few elders and juniors in the family who were close to her. After that, she might never return to the Huang family again. However, as soon as Huang Yuyan entered the manor, she heard a series of exclamations from within. She's back. How dare she come back? What audacity! After causing such a huge mess, she still dares to return? She's trying to shift the blame. From the darkness, several figures emerged. Huang Yuyan, how dare you come back? Seeing her familiar uncle from the Huang family, Huang Yuyan sighed. I'm only here for this one time, to say goodbye to my parents and my younger sister. Her uncle raged. Do you even know the magnitude of the disaster you've caused? You killed several of the capital's young masters. You're really something, aren't you? Especially the Xie and Yin young masters. They are not people the Huang family of the capital can afford to offend. What kind of sin have you committed? We sent you to the Xie family to curry favor with him. Instead, you killed him outright. How could you dare to do that? In the darkness, countless Huang family members could be seen pointing and whispering. In the past, the Huang family of the capital had been Huang Yuyin's backing. No matter what she did, the powerful Huang family could always cover for her. But now, the Huang family was no longer what it used to be. Their backing was gone, the family was in decline, and they now had to rely on others for survival. And now, Huang Yuyin had offended their new patron. No wonder the entire Huang family was pointing fingers at her. Sigh. Huang Yuyin sighed deeply within her heart. She was growing increasingly disappointed with the Huang family. However, there were still a few people she cared about, and she wanted to say goodbye to them in person. I want to see my younger sister and my parents. Although it was her father who had sent her away, she felt that since she had called him Dad for so many years, she should say a formal goodbye one last time. Especially her younger sister. In the family, her younger sister had always been her little follower. Even after she left the Huang family, her younger sister had kept in touch with her in secret and helped her a lot. In Huang Yuyin's heart, her bond with her younger sister was even stronger than her relationship with her parents. So before leaving, she had to tell her younger sister. Younger sister? Parents? Don't you know that it was your own parents who sent you to the Xie family? And now you come back to harm the entire Huang family? Huang Yuyin shook her head. Uncle, I just want to see my younger sister and parents one last time. I'll leave, and I won't drag the family down. Nonsense. At this moment, two figures emerged from the darkness. When she saw these two people, Huang Yuyin trembled. They were her parents. How dare you come back? Since you're back, don't even think about leaving. Her father raged. Guards, tie her up and lock her in the villa. Later, we'll hand her over to the Xie and Yin families to appease their anger. Otherwise, not only the Xie family, but even Yin Zhengshou of the Yin family might come. Yes. From the darkness, a dozen figures emerged and forcibly bound Huang Yuyin. Mom, Dad, I came back to say goodbye. I'll leave right away. Don't tie me up. Huang Yuyin panicked and tried to run. She knew that if she stayed any longer, her father might send her back to the Xie family again. And this time, if she was sent to the Xie family, she might not survive to come out. But the Huang family had its own resources and strength. These bodyguards were all at the level of war kings. There was no way Huang Yuyin could escape. Soon, they forcibly bound her and locked her in an isolated villa. Seeing this villa, Huang Yuyin's heart was filled with mixed emotions. She had grown up in this very villa as a child, and now she was being bound and locked inside to be handed over by her own parents to the Xie family to appease their anger. Huang Yuyin sighed in despair. Indeed, the Huang family had become so unfamiliar to her. From the darkness, her younger sister emerged, her face filled with sorrow. Sister Yuyin. Her younger sister took out her phone and found a number. It was the contact information she had previously shared with Huang Yuyin. You said that if anything happened, I could call this number? After some hesitation, her younger sister dialed the number. Soon, a man's voice came from the other end. Hello? Yi Jing hesitated. Why would an unfamiliar number from the capital be calling his phone? Hello, are you Mr. Yi Jing? I'm Huang Yuyin's younger sister. Yi Jing's expression turned grave, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. If Huang Yuyin was fine, why would she have someone else call him? Sister Yuyin is being held captive. Can you please come and save her? Yi Jing directly asked. Address? Her younger sister quickly replied. It's the westernmost villa in our Huang family's villa complex. The Huang family's villa complex in the capital covered a vast area, almost like a large villa park. Her younger sister added, You'll need to bring more people. The security here is very tight, with over a dozen war kings guarding the place. Yi Jing understood. After hanging up, her younger sister's face showed a hint of worry. Can this person be trusted? There are over a dozen war kings guarding the place. I wonder if he can save Sister Yuyin. In the Huang family's main hall. At this moment, the Huang family members were discussing how to deal with the current situation. This damned Yi Jing has angered not only the Xie and Yin families, but also many other major families in the capital. How could he stir up so much trouble? Her father said, "We can't do anything about that dog Yijing, but our daughter Huang Yuyan got herself involved in this mess. We must hand her over to appease their anger. Otherwise, not only the Xie family, but even Yin Zhengshou of the Yin family might come." Chapter 697. Stating one's position. Just a word from the esteemed Mr. Yin Zhengshou, and countless people would be willing to wipe out the Huang family. The members of the Huang family showed expressions of concern. It seems that the only way to appease their anger might be to hand Huang Yuyan over to the Yin and Xie families. A moment later, Yijing arrived at the Huang family's villa district. "Is this the villa?" Yijing's figure moved, appearing outside the villa. "Who's there?" The dozen or so war kings outside immediately noticed Yijing. What puzzled them was that although they could see Yijing with their own eyes, in their perception, this person seemed to not exist at all. This strange feeling made them feel very uneasy. "Take another step forward, and we won't be polite." These dozen war kings instinctively drew their weapons. But in the next moment, Yijing's figure flashed, and he easily knocked out all the dozen war kings. Since cultivating the golden light technique, even without actively using it, my speed has increased. Yijing effortlessly entered the villa. Bang! With a single kick, he kicked open the villa's door. Inside the villa, Huang Yuyan's parents were loudly reprimanding her. "Why don't you behave and follow that, Yijing? Isn't it better to be a good wife to the Xie family? In the future, you can live a good life, and our Huang family can also be protected. Now look what you've done. The Xie and Yin families have become our enemies, and they might just come and kill us. Where is your Yijing now? Probably long gone. Running away after causing trouble. Does such a person deserve to be by your side?" Huang Yuyan, with a trembling voice, said, "Mom and Dad, Yijing isn't like that. He's waiting for me. I came back just to say goodbye to you. Please let me go. I will leave the Huang family immediately and won't cause you any trouble." Her father, furious, said, "This isn't causing trouble. You've already brought us great trouble. Now, everyone in the capital knows that our Huang family has offended the Xie and Yin families, as well as many other major families in the capital. Our Huang family's situation has been tough recently. Many external forces and organizations no longer give us face. Now, with this incident added on top, our Huang family can hardly move a step in the capital. All this is thanks to you. You were so obedient and well-behaved as a child. Now, why are you so ignorant?" Huang Yuyan wept, not knowing what to say. Should she just obey her parents and obediently become Xielikuan's plaything? Even if she really became Xielikuan's plaything, would everything change? Would the Xie family willingly become the Huang family's backing? Could the decline of the Huang family be reversed? Ultimately, the decline of the Huang family was caused by the entire family. After Huang Xiaobang, the leader, failed, there was no one in the Huang family who could stand out, which led to its decline. What did it have to do with her, a small woman? She was also a victim. Just then, the villa door was kicked open with a bang. Yijing's figure flashed and arrived by the bound Huang Yuyan. With a light flick of his wrist, he untied the ropes binding Huang Yuyan. Yijing. Seeing Yijing, Huang Yuyan's parents took a step back in fright. You killed several young masters of the capital, causing a huge disaster. How dare you show up in the capital now? Don't you think the Xie and Yin families will come and kill you?" Yijing said indifferently, "Oh, let them come then. But you, tying up Huang Yuyan to send her to the Xie family?" His tone carried a hint of anger. "You have a lot of nerve. Huang Yuyan is now mine. See if anyone dares to touch her." Hearing this, Huang Yuyan's heart trembled. Yijing finally admitted that she was his person? What kind of person was she? But anyway, Huang Yuyan felt a bit more secure. In this desperate era, without her parents and the Huang family as her backing, Yijing had appeared. Perhaps from now on, she would have to rely on Yijing. "So, you want to save her?" Huang Yuyan's father's face darkened. "You can't take her away. She is to be used to appease the anger of the Xie and Yin families. If you take her away, what will we do if the Xie and Yin families come to trouble us?" Yijing sneered, "That's not my concern. If they wipe out the Huang family, what does it have to do with me? If you continue to block me, don't blame me for being impolite. Huang Yuyan's parents sneered, Yi Jing, do you think this is your Jinling city? This is the capital, the Huang family's territory. Come in. Get him. Kill Yi Jing. Send his head to the Xie and Yin families. They called out several times, but there was no response from outside. Huang Yuyan's father felt a chill. Could it be that all those War King-level bodyguards outside had been killed? He rushed out to take a look and was stunned. All dead. So many War King-level bodyguards, and none of them could stop Yi Jing? Run. Huang Yuyan's father gave his wife a look. Let's run to the Huang family's main residence. The two quickly fled. With so many bodyguards dead and unable to stop Yi Jing, how could they possibly stop him? Yi Jing didn't pursue them. After all, these two were Huang Yuyan's biological parents. He would spare them this time. Then, Yi Jing took Huang Yuyan and left the capital directly. At the Huang family residence. Phew. Finally made it. That little brat Yi Jing didn't follow us, did he? Huang Yuyan's father looked back nervously, saw that it was safe, and then straightened up, snorting as he entered the Huang family residence. Bad news. That little brat Yi Jing has rescued Huang Yuyan. What? Inside, many key figures of the Huang family were furious. Now, what do we use to appease the anger of the Xie and Yin families? This Yi Jing is going to ruin our Huang family. The head of the Huang family, however, was more composed. Don't panic. The fact that we imprisoned Huang Yuyan was never a secret. Many people had seen it before. This way, we'll send a signal to the Xie and Yin families, saying that we originally intended to imprison Huang Yuyan and send her to them. However, she was rescued by Yi Jing. We'll make it clear that all the problems stem from Yi Jing. The Huang family members' eyes lit up. Chapter 698. Do something else? Yes, this at least shows our stance. Let the Xie and Yin families see that this was never our Huang family's intention. Yi Jing's actions have nothing to do with us. Our Huang family and Yi Jing were never on the same boat. Even after the incident, we specifically imprisoned Huang Yuyan to give the Xie and Yin families an explanation. Exactly, that's the point. By showing our stance, the Xie and Yin families definitely won't pursue us further. The many members of the Huang family felt a sense of relief. Having gone to such lengths, the Xie and Yin families couldn't possibly still hold them accountable, could they? Surely they wouldn't be so ruthless? As for that Yi Jing, how dare he publicly take someone from our Huang family? Should we pursue him? At this moment, a slightly younger family member spoke up. After this remark, the room fell silent. In the past, the Huang family members would have undoubtedly condemned him to the end. But this time, there was an eerie silence. No one spoke up to say they wanted to pursue him. Ahem, well, we don't have to do everything ourselves. Some things, since someone else is handling them, we can just sit back and let it go. Hearing this, the others immediately chimed in. Exactly. Our Huang family's hands are too precious to do everything ourselves. This Yi Jing has already been marked for death by the Xie and Yin families. He'll be dead soon enough. By then, without anyone else needing to lift a finger, as soon as Elder Yin Zongshou makes a move, with the ancient martial arts techniques unleashed, Yi Jing will be doomed. Our Huang family can just watch from the sidelines as Yi Jing gets crushed. Yes, after all, he's practically a dead man walking. Not worth our effort. Everyone exchanged knowing smiles. In truth, they were merely trying to save face with these words. If they were really asked to take action, did they have the guts for it? Ever since Yi Jing's exploits became known, they had investigated him. It was said that Feng Ruodo was killed by this Yi Jing. Even Feng Ruodo fell to this young man's hands. Could their Huang family withstand him? Moreover, earlier when Yi Jing single-handedly stormed a villa and killed over a dozen warlords in one go, it clearly demonstrated his true strength. Yi Jing brought Huang Yuyan back to Jinling City. Yi Jing ji now, I truly have no one to rely on. Huang Yuyan forced a smile. Before, I always thought there was the Beijing Huang family behind me, and I felt secure. But now, it's only you by my side. Yi Jing said indifferently, Don't even think about relying on the Beijing Huang family. They didn't sell you out already. That's good enough. Huang Yuyin's face turned pale. In these two instances, her father had chosen to sell her out. If not for Yi Jingji stepping in, she would either be suffering under Xie Likuan's hands or be tortured by the Xie and Yin families. Either way, there would be no good outcome. What did it gain them? Perhaps just a moment of peace for the Beijing Huang family. Between the family and his own daughter, her father had clearly chosen the family, sacrificing her in the process. Huang Yuyin decided that she would never return to Beijing for the rest of her life. She would stay by Yi Jing's side for the rest of her life, even if it meant being just a little maid, not a proper wife. After settling Huang Yuyin, Yi Jing returned to his own room. The jade pendant my mother left me. I feel like I can learn some new things from it. Ever since the last time Yi Jing took some pills from his father's prescription, his internal strength had become much more abundant, and the sense of emptiness had diminished significantly. This meant he could attempt to cultivate a second technique. The golden light technique I learned last time was one of the simplest among the thousands of techniques in this jade pendant. It also had the least physical strain. Even so, it exhausted my body in just 5 minutes. Only after taking the pills could I extend that time to half an hour. Now, I can finally cultivate another technique. Yi Jing's gaze fell on the second simplest technique within the jade pendant. This technique was slightly more difficult than the golden light technique and required more physical exertion. But now was the perfect time to learn it. Yi Jing's mind quickly immersed itself in the jade pendant. After half a day, Yi Jing let out a long breath. The plain robe technique. Yi Jing had learned a new technique. If the previous golden light technique was more of a self-strengthening and long-range single-target technique, then the plain robe technique was a large-scale group attack technique. Those from the Xie and Yin families aren't planning to settle accounts with me, are they? Yi Jing revealed a wry smile. I'm waiting for you. At the Xie family. Yower. Xie Binyuan, the head of the martial cultivation hall, looked as if he were crying. Hall master, I volunteer to take care of Yi Jing. A large group of subordinates below immediately expressed their righteous indignation. Whether they dared to do it or not, at this moment, they had to show their stance. After taking a few deep breaths, Xie Binyuan waved his hand. Looking at his son's corpse, Xie Binyuan's mind raced. Xie Likuan was indeed his son, but not his only son. In fact, he had 5 sons, with his most outstanding third son always by his side, learning his skills and inheriting his connections. This second son, however, had been arrogant and reckless since childhood, causing him a lot of trouble. Today, he finally met his end, which was his own doing. After grieving for a while, Xie Binyuan came to terms with it. In truth, when he saw the things his second son, Xie Likuan, had done, he himself wanted to give the boy a severe beating, or even kill him with his own hands. But he couldn't do that. The second son was his child with his official wife, who had a powerful background family. He couldn't afford to do that. Now that someone had done it for him, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. First, inform my official wife about my son's death. Her background is from the ancient martial arts world. They will surely take action. Also, let's see how the Yin family reacts, especially Elder Yin Zongxiu, who is a true core figure and also from the ancient martial arts world. If he makes a move, this Yi Jing will surely be captured with ease. Xie Binyuan suddenly said, the task I give you is not to directly kill Yi Jing, but to do something else. Chapter 699. Completely insignificant. The crowd was puzzled. Doing something else? Xie Binyuan said, if it's someone from the ancient martial arts world behind my wife, or someone from Yin Zongxiu's side, when Yi Jing is about to die, you need to step in? Stop these people from acting. The subordinates were shocked. What kind of move was this? Yi Jing killed your wife, yet you still protect him like this? When others want to kill him, you even want to help stop them. Xie Binyuan, when you stop them, you must also reveal your identity, so he knows that it's me who saved his life. This way, when he later refines medicinal pills for me, he will be even more dedicated. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone suddenly understood. The Lord is truly wise. In this way, The Lord is just using him to refine medicinal pills from the ancient martial arts world for you. Once you consume a large number of medicinal pills from the ancient martial arts world, your strength will rival, or even surpass, that of Yin Zhongshou. At that time, you can enter the ancient martial arts world. By then, what is a mere Yi Jing? He can be wiped out with a flick of the hand. Lord Xie really thinks long-term and is not blinded by momentary grudges. In the midst of the crowd's flattery, Xie Binyuan also showed a satisfied expression on his face. Meanwhile, at the Yin family, Yin Zhongshou's expression was furious. Although Yin Rongxi is not my most favored wife, she is still my wife. Killing my wife is no different from slapping me in the face. If I don't take severe measures to deter, outsiders will think I, Yin Zhongshou, am easy to bully. Zheng Yang. As he spoke, a burly man stepped forward. As he walked, lightning crackled around him, as if he were surrounded by constant flashes of electricity. This matter, I want you to handle. If you do it well, I will help you apply for a core-level position. Xingyang's eyes lit up immediately. Understood, Lord Yin. I will go and take Yi Jing's life for you right away. Yi Jing Gu. Huang Yuyin was carefully attending to Yi Jing in his room. Not only did she serve him tea and water, but she was almost ready to wash his feet, massage him, and warm his bed. Here's the water. These days, Huang Yuyin had also repositioned herself. Without the protection of the Huang family in the capital, the only person she could rely on was Yi Jing. So she had to firmly stay by Yi Jing's side. Just then, Yi Jing's phone rang. Help me get the phone. As soon as Yi Jing spoke, Huang Yuyin quickly went to the bedside table to get the phone. But as soon as she saw the caller ID on the phone, her hand instinctively trembled. Zheng Qingxian. She was most afraid of being caught by this best friend, yet her friend's call had come through. Could it be? Even though Zheng Qingxian was far away in Suzhou, she knew about her change in attitude? Yi Jing answered the phone. Zheng Qingshuan's pleasant voice came through. Yi Gu, our little assistant, Lin Yanan, is getting married and wants to invite us all to her wedding. Do you have time? Lin Yanan? Yi Jing's face showed a smile. When he first arrived in Jiangxing province, there were only two women who had been kind to him. One was Zheng Qingxian, and the other was Zheng Qingshuan's assistant, Lin Yanan. Who would have thought that time flies so fast, and Lin Yanan is getting married? Yi Jing smiled and asked, where is the groom from, and what does he do? Zheng Qingxian also smiled. We've been in Suzhou for a while now, and she met a boyfriend here. They've been dating for a while. He's a local from Suzhou, and his father is a high-ranking official in a department here. Yi Jing nodded. All right, tell Lin Yanan that I will definitely attend her wedding. I can also be considered half of the family. Zheng Qingxian said over the phone. Okay. Yi Gu, by the way, isn't Huang Yiyin with you too? If possible, let her come back too. She's also a good sister of Lin Yanan. Yi Jing glanced at the blushing Huang Yuyin. All right. Yi Jing smiled and asked, Huang Yuyin, will you go to Suzhou this time? Huang Yuyin bit her lip and still said, yes, of course. Lin Yanan is very diligent in her work and has helped both me and Zheng Qingxian a lot. This is her big day, and I naturally have to go back to support her. But, Yi Jing smiled, you just don't know how to face Zheng Qingxian? Huang Yuyin's face turned red again. Before, every time she mentioned the engagement, she was afraid of facing Zheng Qingxian. This time, having no other choice, she could only choose to stay by Yi Jing's side, and she didn't know how to face Zheng Qingxian. It's not like she could directly tell Zheng Qingxian, I want to take your husband away, could she? However, Huang Yuyin had made up her mind this time. She bit her lip and said, I'll just face her like that. Anyway, if Zheng Qingxian really doesn't agree, I can be your little maid. Yi Jing almost spat out the water. This is the modern era. Why do you still have the concept of a little maid? Huang Yuyin muttered softly. What can I do, since I can't be the legitimate wife? Let's go. Yi Jing said, for now, you can temporarily be my assistant. Go and book 2 plane tickets. We're going back to Suzhou. Soon, the two returned to Suzhou. Zheng Qingxian picked them up directly at the airport. She couldn't help but complain. If you two had come back any later, the wedding would have started. Yi Jing, so soon? Zhang Qingxian, yes, the wedding date was set for today. Let's hurry over. She quickly had the driver start the car, and soon, they arrived at the wedding venue. As soon as Lin Yanan saw the three of them, her eyes lit up. Qingxian Jia, Yuyan Jia, Mr. Yi. The fact that these three could come made her extremely happy. As she was talking, the groom and his parents came over. Who are these people? The groom's side looked over. Lin Yanan quickly introduced, this is Zhang Qingxian, this is Huang Yuyan, both are top executives in our company, and this is Mr. Yi, who is an executive-level person in our company. She didn't know how to introduce Yi Jing, although she roughly knew that many important matters in the company were actually handled by Yi Jing, who had laid the foundation using his connections in the early stages. But these things were not suitable to be mentioned, so she could only introduce Yi Jing's official position as a department head. Just a department head? The groom's parents and others shook their heads. These two women were clearly superiors in Lin Yanan's company. Chapter 700. It's just the two of us now. These two women came this time, probably out of politeness, just to make an appearance since Lin Yanan is an assistant secretary. It's nothing worth mentioning. Therefore, they thought the only person worth paying attention to might be this man named Yi Jing. But it turns out, he's just a small supervisor. How pathetic. Yaozi, I told you not to look for this Lin Yanan. What's so great about her? She's just a small assistant in a private company. She's just a bit prettier, but what good is that? Our family is an intellectual one, and your dad is already a leader in a key department. He's going to rise through the ranks. You're marrying into such a poor family, and the guests they bring are all so shabby. Is that really okay? What will she have if she gets fired from that company tomorrow? News anchor Wang Yuchang felt a bit awkward. He actually loves his wife, Lin Yanan, very much. He treats her extremely well. So well that he's practically a devoted admirer. He's even decided to dedicate his entire life to making her happy. But unfortunately, his parents are very snobbish and have always looked down on Lin Yanan. Mom, Dad, you can't judge her like that. She's at least an assistant secretary in a major company. What good is being in a big company? Does that have anything to do with her? Look at this family. They all look so shabby, clearly from a small place. Come, take a look at who's come to congratulate us. Look at these gift lists, the names of the guests who sent them, and how valuable the gifts are. When the groom's parents said this, they spoke loudly, obviously intending for the bride's side to hear. The guests looked over, and indeed, the groom's family's gifts were all extraordinary, each one expensive. Many big bosses and CEOs, wanting to curry favor with Wang Yuchang's father, a leader in a key department, naturally sent expensive gifts. Even the wedding venue's wall was filled with them, making the guests dazzled. On the other hand, the bride's side's gifts were much more modest. Lin Yanan's parents were clearly ordinary people, and most of their relatives and guests were from Jiangxing, many of whom didn't come today. Those who did come were few, so the gifts today were quite sparse and modest. Lin Yanan's parents looked a bit uncomfortable, knowing deep down that there was a huge gap between their family and the groom's. This marriage was never a match in terms of social status. At this moment, they were only worried. With such snobbish in-laws, would their daughter be bullied after marriage? The only hope they had was that their son-in-law would treat their daughter well. Yi Jing glanced over and felt a spark of inspiration. Lin Yanan, I'll give you a gift for your new marriage. He took out a small porcelain bottle. There's a miraculous pill inside. You can look up Jiang Province's miraculous pills online. With the production of the Longxi Group under his control, the reputation of Jiang Province's miraculous pills had gradually spread. However, since they were only available to the upper echelons of society, many ordinary people still didn't know about them. But at least this time, Yi Jing presented it in a beautifully packaged porcelain bottle, which looked quite high-end, unlike the worthless-looking glass bottle from before. Is this porcelain bottle an antique? Lin Yanan's husband, Wang Yuchang, couldn't help but brighten up. Then, he gave Yi Jing a grateful look. It seems that among Lin Yanan's side, there are still some powerful people. With this antique porcelain bottle, his wife could finally hold her head up a bit. Mom, Dad, uncles, aunts, look, this porcelain bottle is an antique, very valuable. Wang Yuchang wanted to help Lin Yanin regain some face, so his parents and relatives wouldn't look down on her. Is this really an antique? The groom's parents and relatives immediately gathered around. A few relatives who knew about antiques started to comment. This bottle looks very new, not like an antique. The craftsmanship is good, but it's clearly modern. Where does it look like an antique? Yijing calmly said, yes, it's a modern craft, just a package. The pill inside is the real gift. Hearing Yijing admit it, everyone showed mocking expressions. Oh, you tried to fool us with an antique at first, and when it didn't work, you just admitted it, huh? What's inside? A pill? I've never heard of a pill being valuable. Even if it's the most expensive medicine, it's still just medicine. We're all healthy. What do we need this junk for? When they opened the bottle and saw a plain, black pill inside, their disdain grew even more. What's so valuable about this pill? The groom's parents deliberately threw it on the ground. What a piece of junk. How dare you bring this as a gift? You have no sense of propriety. The small porcelain bottle was also thrown to the ground and shattered. You. Lin Yanin pouted in anger. As someone from Jiang province, she knew how valuable this miraculous pill was. These people didn't know, and they even threw it on the ground. She quickly wanted to pick it up. After all, she knew that in Jiang province, someone once offered 200 million yuan and still couldn't get a single miraculous pill. It was simply priceless. Still want to pick it up? Seeing this, the groom's parents sneered, and one of them stepped on the pill, squashing it flat. Now, let's see if you'll pick it up. You're so attached to this junk? How laughable. The groom's relatives even called over the janitor. Janitor, come over quickly. This thing fell on the ground, got stepped on, and is dirty. We don't want it. You can sweep it up and throw it in the trash. Lin Yanin was so angry she almost cried. Her eyes immediately turned red. The groom, Wang Yuchang, quickly went over to comfort her. Lin Yanin's parents also looked a bit uneasy and went over to comfort her together. Daughter, it's your wedding day. Whatever happens, let's endure it. The groom, Wang Yuchang, also sighed helplessly. Yanin, I'm sorry you had to suffer, but you have to endure it. The wedding process requires inviting my parents and relatives. After we're married, it'll just be the two of us. Chapter 701. Gossip and Criticism. When the time comes, our lives will be much easier. The groom, Wang Yuchang, kept reassuring. Lin Yanin cried out, but that divine medicine, it's truly a wonderful thing. Wang Yuchang thought Lin Yanin was speaking out of anger and hurriedly continued to comfort her. All right, I know it's a wonderful thing. I'll put it away later, okay? In reality, in his heart, what could that thing be? It didn't look good, and he had never seen it before. Who would believe that a black, unappealing object could be anything special? Tossing it away was just tossing it away. Later, he would secretly buy Lin Yanin the latest model of phone she had been wanting, or the bag she had been eyeing, to compensate her. Wouldn't that make her happy? What a poor, pathetic family. The groom's parents and relatives subjected the bride's family to a barrage of mocking remarks. The gifts they give are garbage. What kind of divine medicine is that? At that moment, a series of exclamations erupted at the entrance, followed by a stir as if some important figure had arrived. The mayor of Suzhou has arrived. The mayor of Nanjing has arrived. The governor of Jiangsu province has arrived. These three announcements stunned all the guests present. Wow, the groom's family is powerful. They actually managed to attract these three high-ranking officials. I heard the groom's father is a leader in a key department in Suzhou. No wonder, their backing is strong. No wonder the groom's family was so arrogant. Just look at their backing. They have the capital to be arrogant. The actions of the groom's parents and relatives had been observed by many guests. Initially, they thought the groom's family was being a bit too overbearing. Although the bride's family was indeed poor, the groom's family was going too far. But now, hearing about their connections and backing, the guests understood. If they had such connections, they would be just as arrogant when their daughters got married, hoping the mayor of Suzhou, the mayor of Nanjing, and the governor of Jiangsu province would attend. That's the kind of leverage you need in today's society. With such powerful connections, achieving success in anything becomes easier. These connections symbolize the groom's family's substantial strength. Here they come. The mayors and governor are here. The crowd hastily made way, respectfully waiting for these important figures to enter. The groom's parents and relatives were filled with surprise and delight. They certainly hadn't invited these three high-ranking officials. Even the groom's father, a leader in a key department in Suzhou, was well aware that the mayor of Suzhou wouldn't attend his son's wedding. After all, he was just a small-time leader in a minor department, not worth the mayor's attention. How could he possibly come? But to their surprise, the mayor of Suzhou had given them such face. Even without an invitation, he had come to show his support, and even brought along the mayor of Nanjing and the governor of Jiangsu province. The groom's father guessed that the three leaders must have been discussing something and had just happened to come together. Welcome, welcome. The groom's father felt immensely proud at this moment. He stood at the forefront, leading the applause. All the guests inside the venue joined in, clapping. Originally, the newlyweds were the main focus of the wedding, but now, it seemed that these three mayors and governor were the real stars. Who are you? But when the three officials from Suzhou, Nanjing, and Jiangsu province arrived, they frowned slightly upon seeing the groom's father at the front. Oh, I'm Xiao Wang. You saw me at the city-wide meeting. The mayor of Suzhou thought carefully for a moment before recalling, Oh, you're the leader of that small department. Yes, that's me. The groom's father was excited. It seemed the mayor still remembered him, this insignificant figure. Surely, these three great figures had come today to support him? But the next words from the mayor of Suzhou sent a chill through his heart. Where is Mr. Yi? We heard Mr. Yi is here, so we came. Not here to support? Here to find someone? The groom's father was puzzled. Who was this Mr. Yi? There was no one here of any significant status named Yi. He had mentally gone through all the guests with any standing. Of course, Yi Jing, who was just a small manager at a private company, was automatically filtered out. He couldn't possibly be the so-called Mr. Yi that the mayor of Suzhou, the governor of Jiangsu province, and the mayor of Nanjing were looking for. That Mr. Yi must be someone of great importance. May I ask, which Mr. Yi are you looking for? The mayor of Suzhou frowned and directly looked inside. When he saw Yi Jing, his eyes lit up. Great. Mr. Yi is really here. The three mayors and governor quickly made their way toward Yi Jing. They're looking for that Yi Jing? The groom's family and guests were all stunned. The groom's parents were instantly petrified. Lin Yanan's parents were also dumbfounded. Their daughter's friend had garnered such respect from these three high-ranking officials. Mr. Yi, we heard you were attending this wedding, so we came without invitation. We also brought some gifts along. The gifts brought by the three mayors and governor were naturally not ordinary. As soon as they were presented, they dazzled everyone present. Yi Jing pointed to Lin Yanan beside him and said indifferently, She is the bride of today's wedding. Your gifts should be given to her. The three officials from Suzhou, Nanjing, and Jiangsu province immediately turned and, with smiles, presented the gifts to Lin Yanan. They also showered her with abundant blessings. Congratulations, congratulations. May you have 100 years of happiness together. Wishing you a happy wedding. Lin Yanan, under the gaze of these three important figures and all the guests, felt a bit dizzy. Was this really happening? Just moments ago, she and her parents and friends were being belittled and criticized. How had the situation reversed so suddenly? These important figures had all come to congratulate her, but when she saw Yi Jing, she quickly understood. She vaguely knew about some of Yi Jing's capabilities. Back in Jiangsu province, Yi Jing had relied on his extensive connections to bring in a large amount of resources for the Zheng flagship group. Today, these three important figures must have come because of Yi Jing's face. Thinking of this, Lin Yanan gratefully glanced at Yi Jing and then happily accepted the gifts. With these gifts and the presence of these three important figures, her wedding would no longer be subject to gossip and criticism. Chapter 702. Absolutely impressive. How is this possible? Three major figures, and all of them are on the woman's side? And that private company supervisor, is he the so-called Mr. Yi? The parents and relatives of the groom's side all felt incredibly absurd and couldn't believe it. Could it be that these three major figures, the city mayor, the provincial governor, have mistaken someone? The groom's father stepped forward, respectfully and cautiously, bowing to the mayor of Suzhou City. Mayor, could you have mistaken someone? This person, he's just a small supervisor. The mayor of Suzhou City coldly glanced at him, inwardly cursing that this man had no sense. The people I've met are more than those you've ever heard of. Could I possibly mistake someone? For someone like this reclusive master, their true abilities and their skills in alchemy are what truly matter. As for worldly positions, those are just empty titles that they don't care about at all. The mayor of Suzhou City believed that if Mr. Yi wished, the core leaders of the upper echelons of the country would surely be willing to grant him an enormous position. Positions are nothing to boast about for such a reclusive master. Shut up. The mayor of Suzhou City directly silenced the groom's father with a single sentence, making him dare not speak. After the groom's father retreated, a group of relatives and friends from the groom's side gathered around. What happened? Could it be that those three major figures really mistook someone? The groom's father sighed lightly. Perhaps, but now, these three major figures aren't speaking or clarifying, so I'm not sure if they really did. However, he then revealed a confident expression on his face. Soon, a friend of mine will arrive. He is the most impressive friend I've ever made in my life. Once he arrives, all the city mayors and provincial governors will pale in comparison. The guests and relatives were immediately shocked. Some speculated, Old Wang, there are rumors that you have a deep friendship with Vice Dean Deng of the Medical Immortal Hall. Is that true? Could it be that the person coming today is Vice Dean Deng of the Medical Immortal Hall? Old Wang, you actually have this connection? The groom's father immediately showed a proud expression. This relationship, usually, I wouldn't want to mention it, as it might affect the other party's reputation. But today, since he's about to arrive, it doesn't matter if I talk about it. Vice Dean Deng and I were childhood friends, and we've always been close. Even after he joined the Medical Immortal Hall, although we've had less contact, the bond from our childhood remains. He'll be here soon. As he spoke, the groom's father's phone rang. Upon seeing the call, he smiled and couldn't help but lift the corners of his mouth. Yes, we're at the restaurant. I'll come out to greet you once you arrive. Seeing this, everyone was filled with envy. Old Wang's luck is really good. A childhood playmate has become the vice dean of the Medical Immortal Hall. The Medical Immortal Hall. How many Chinese people dream of entering that place? To know someone like the vice dean, it's truly enviable. At this moment, the groom's father suddenly said, "He's here." He hurriedly ran outside. Soon, he welcomed a man inside. Vice Dean Deng. Vice Dean Deng, hello? Everyone saw the man and quickly greeted him. This Vice Dean Deng of the Medical Immortal Hall had appeared in the news before, so everyone recognized him at a glance. Vice Dean Deng grunted from his nose and said indifferently, "Good, all good." He didn't speak much with the crowd and walked straight inside. The groom's father suddenly said, "Vice Dean Deng, today, the mayors of Nanjing City and Suzhou City, as well as the governor of Jiangsu Province, are all here. Would you like to go over and say hello?" In his opinion, these were all big figures, and there might be some connections. Unexpectedly, Vice Dean Deng of the Medical Immortal Hall shook his head disdainfully. Say hello? Forget it. These so-called provincial governors and city mayors, today they're in their positions, tomorrow they might be elsewhere. And even if they stay in those positions, it's nothing. They're not qualified to come and greet me. Everyone was shocked, but then they understood. The Medical Immortal Hall, in China, is an entity with an extremely special status. Nominally, it is under the jurisdiction of the medical department. But who doesn't know that the Medical Immortal Hall operates independently? Its status is incredibly high. A vice dean of the Medical Immortal Hall doesn't even need to bow when meeting the most core and highest-ranking figures in the country. Meeting these local city mayors and provincial governors, they don't even need to acknowledge them. Thinking of this, Everyone's attitude towards Vice Dean Ding of the Medical Immortal Hall became even more respectful. Please, this way. However, when Vice Dean Ding reached the inner part of the venue, he suddenly stopped. His gaze was fixed on the crushed pill on the ground ahead. What is that? No one had noticed, but his voice trembled as he spoke. The groom's father casually said without concern, "It's just a piece of dog poop. Don't dirty your eyes." "No, it's not dog poop." Vice Dean Ding's voice quivered as he carefully examined the object, for he had detected a peculiar scent from the pill. It was the scent that only high-grade elixirs would emit. As a Vice Dean of the Medical Immortal Hall, he was extremely sensitive to the scents of medicinal materials. As soon as he reached this spot, he couldn't move. The moment he saw the crushed divine pill on the ground, he even mistakenly thought he had entered the ancient martial world. That was a pill that only exists in the ancient martial world. Of course, perhaps in the ancient martial world, this pill was of the lowest grade, but it was undoubtedly a genuine pill from the ancient martial world. In fact, even Yi Jing himself didn't realize that the divine pill he casually concocted to restore bodily functions had already reached the lowest grade standard of pills in the ancient martial world. "Oh, that's not dog poop. It's just garbage sent by a small figure," the groom's father casually said. "That thing has already been crushed by me, and I was about to have it swept away." As he spoke, he angrily looked at the distant cleaner. "What are you doing? I told you earlier to sweep this garbage away. Why haven't you done it yet?" The distant cleaner saw the host getting angry and hurriedly ran over to sweep it up. Unexpectedly, Vice Dean Ding of the Medical Immortal Hall, like a protective animal guarding its food, quickly pounced over and stopped the cleaner. No, this thing is not ordinary. It's not ordinary at all." He carefully picked up the divine pill. Immediately, the medicinal fragrance inside wafted into his nose again. "This thing is absolutely impressive." Chapter 703. You stole it. Is this thing really powerful? The father of the groom was dumbfounded. Isn't this just a piece of black, worthless stuff? How could it be powerful? Vice Dean Ding, did you make a mistake? The groom's father asked doubtfully. Not only him, but many other guests were also curious and looked over. However, Vice Dean Ding's reputation was well established, and what he said carried a lot of weight. At this moment, many people began to wonder if the pill really was something valuable. Whose pill is this? I'll buy it at a high price, 10 billion for one pill. How about it? Vice Dean Ding carefully picked it up, growing more and more fond of it with each glance. This miraculous medicine, just by smelling it, he could already roughly analyze its effects. It should have rejuvenating properties, capable of instantly curing many diseases, and perhaps even offering longevity. This truly was a divine medicine, and the refining technique must be exceptionally advanced. The medicinal ratio inside? He was completely immersed in it, but his expression suddenly changed. Damn it, someone must have stepped on it, flattening it, so I can't see the medicinal ratio and combination. Damn it, damn it. He glared angrily at the groom's father. Who stepped on this precious divine medicine? It's now covered in dust and dirt from the sole of a shoe, making it impossible for me to discern the medicinal properties. Damn it. The groom's father didn't dare to admit it. Meanwhile, his mind was still reeling from what Vice Dean Ding had just said, that he would pay 10 billion for this pill. Vice Dean Ding, did you really mean that? 10 billion for this pill? Vice Dean Ding looked at him as if he were an idiot. Of course. This elixir is priceless. 10 billion. Whose is it? I'll transfer the money right away. The groom's parents and relatives were ecstatic. Mine. This was a gift from a guest, so it's ours. 10 billion. The groom's father's eyes had turned into dollar signs. Vice Dean Ding was about to transfer the money. Wait. The groom's father suddenly snapped back to reality. He grabbed the divine medicine like it was a treasure, snatching it back. We're not selling this divine medicine. He held the pill carefully in his hands like it was a precious treasure. He knew too well about Vice Dean Ding's judgment. If something was worth 10 billion to him, it certainly wasn't ordinary. This divine medicine must be worth much more, maybe 20 or 30 billion. Turning it over could net billions in profit. Of course, he couldn't sell it. Seeing that the groom's father refused to sell, Vice Dean Deng's expression darkened. I advise you to give it to me immediately. This thing is not something you can possess. My assets in the secular world are limited, only about 10 billion. I'll give you more money later when I have it, okay? You know, as the Vice Dean of the Medical Immortal Hall, earning money in the secular world is too easy for me. It's not a difficult task at all. At most, by this time tomorrow, I'll have someone bring you another 10 billion. Now, can you give me the pill? Hearing Vice Dean Deng say this, the groom's father became even more convinced that the pill was a treasure and quickly hid it in his chest. Indeed, this pill was worth far more than just 10 billion. He made the right choice by not selling it. Sorry, but I suddenly remembered that this pill is still useful to our family. We can't sell it to you. Vice Dean Deng's expression grew even colder. We've been friends since childhood, growing up together. You won't even give me this much face? Just now, if I hadn't come over and picked it up, you would have thrown it away, right? The groom's father's face turned slightly awkward. Indeed, if it weren't for Vice Dean Deng, he would have had the cleaning staff sweep it away. But I still can't give it to you. After all, this thing was a gift from a guest to our family, so it's ours. Even if we throw it away, it's our right. I'm just not selling it to you. Vice Dean Deng said coldly, even considering our long friendship, you won't sell it to me? The groom's father had made up his mind. In the face of such enormous profits, what was friendship worth? What relationship could compare to tens of billions? No, we're not selling it. You don't have a choice. Vice Dean Deng was furious and moved to grab it. This thing, you have to give it to me whether you want to or not. Today, he had finally laid eyes on a pill that could rival those from the ancient martial world. He would do whatever it took to get it. Just then, Yijing stepped forward. You really can't take this pill. Yijing said calmly, this is a gift for the newlyweds, not for the Medical Immortal Hall. Vice Dean Deng said coldly, kid, I don't know who you are, but you've obviously never heard what the Medical Immortal Hall means in this country. Yijing casually replied, I don't care what the Medical Immortal Hall means. This thing, you can't take it. The groom's father thought Yijing was on his side and immediately said, yes, what Mr. Yi said is right. This pill was given to our family by him. You can't take it. Vice Dean Deng's eyes flickered. This pill was given to the groom's family by this person in front of him? He didn't seem to have any martial power. Little did he know that since Yijing's cultivation had advanced, and he had practiced the Suyiju, his aura had become even more concealed. It was beyond the comprehension of the people from the Medical Immortal Hall. To outsiders, Yijing appeared just like an ordinary person, with no martial power at all. Even sensing his presence was impossible. So in Vice Dean Deng's eyes, Yijing was just an ordinary person, not worth mentioning. Trash. You probably don't even understand what the Medical Immortal Hall represents. In my opinion, this pill was stolen from the Medical Immortal Hall. Vice Dean Deng declared loudly, everyone. This pill is the latest research achievement of the Medical Immortal Hall, which is why I value it so much. When I first arrived, I was shocked to see it here. This is clearly the most confidential pill from the Medical Immortal Hall's laboratory, something that should never appear outside. The reason I offered such a high price earlier was to prevent its secrets from leaking out. Now that the thief has revealed himself, I'll be frank. This pill was stolen by this thief. Chapter 704. I will haunt you even as a ghost. Now, I am going to forcibly take this pill back to our Medical Immortal Palace. Does anyone have any objections? I will also forcibly escort this little thief back to the Medical Immortal Palace to face justice. Does anyone have any objections? With the Vice Dean of the Medical Immortal Palace speaking, who would dare to object? In the eyes of everyone, the Medical Immortal Palace was an exalted existence. Whatever they said was naturally right. Many guests had also suddenly realized the truth. The father of the groom was now filled with regret. At the same time, he glared resentfully at Yijing. It turned out that this item had been stolen by Yijing. If he had sold it off earlier, he could have made 20 billion. But now that it was publicly revealed that Yi Jing had stolen it, he wouldn't get a single penny. In other words, this 20 billion had been lost because of Yi Jing. How dare you steal from the medical immortal palace? You truly deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Vice Dean Deng sneered, Boy, you're called Yi Jing, right? Do you know that stealing from the medical immortal palace is a death sentence? No one can save you. The groom's relatives and friends also reacted. You're done, kid. Even if you know the city leaders of Sioux City and Jinling City, what can they do? You dared to steal from the medical immortal palace. You're just asking for death. The numerous guests also suddenly realized. That's right. How could such a miraculous elixir be possessed by just anyone? If it belonged to the medical immortal palace, then everything made sense. Vice Dean Deng, boy, you'd better surrender. I don't have time for you now. Just wait for someone to come and arrest you. I'll take my leave first. I need to hurry back to the medical immortal palace with this pill. As soon as he spoke, a large group of guests quickly made way. Just as the vice dean was about to leave, Yi Jing stepped forward and blocked his path. Did I say you could leave? You want to take my things and walk away? Vice Dean Deng's face darkened. This man, hearing the name of the medical immortal palace, wasn't afraid. Even after being falsely accused, he didn't hurry to apologize or distance himself. Boy, I'm leaving today, and I'd like to see if you can stop me. Vice Dean Deng shouted angrily and walked straight toward the door. He didn't believe that, as a vice dean of the medical immortal palace, he couldn't intimidate this man. Surely, this man wouldn't dare to lay a hand on him, right? Had he thought through the consequences of such an action? To his surprise, Yi Jing really did dare to act. Slap. As Vice Dean Deng walked toward him, Yi Jing casually slapped him across the face. Leave the item and then get lost. Vice Dean Deng felt a burning sensation on his cheek, as if half his face had already swollen. You really dared to hit me? Vice Dean Deng was shocked. If his earlier accusation against Yi Jing hadn't had any tangible consequences, then Yi Jing's action of hitting him had triggered many rules. The people of the medical immortal palace enjoyed many privileges. Especially as a vice dean of the medical immortal palace, he represented the face of the nation. Once humiliated, he could directly mobilize many powerful forces from the nation to suppress the offender. You're done, boy. This time, you're truly finished. Vice Dean Deng, instead of being angry, felt a surge of joy and immediately took out his phone to call someone. The crowd of guests, witnessing Yi Jing actually daring to strike him, were momentarily stunned. Then, they looked at Yi Jing as if he were already a dead man. This guy is truly courting death. Daring to lay hands on a vice dean of the medical immortal palace? He's tired of living. He's asking for it himself. There's no helping it. Even if a god came now, they couldn't save him. Even the city leaders of Jinling City, Sioux City, and the provincial leaders of Jiang Province, seeing Yi Jing suddenly act, all turned pale. This is bad, Mr. Yi. A vice dean of the medical immortal palace can't be struck. You could have just cursed at him, and nothing would have happened, but directly striking him. This is bad. Even if they wanted to help Yi Jing, they felt it was extremely challenging. Yi Jing calmly said, It's fine. I'd like to see what kind of help this useless man can call. Vice Dean Deng, furious, laughed instead. Waste? You dare call me a waste? Very well, very well. Today, I'll let you know what it means to know your place. As he spoke, he dialed the phone. Captain Chu, are you passing through Sioux City recently? I remember you're going to Jinling City to deal with someone, right? This Chu Yunzhang was from the ancient martial arts world, sent by Master Yin Zhengshou to Jinling City to eliminate Yi Jing. He just happened to be passing through Sioux City at the moment. Vice Dean Deng said, Someone stole a pill from me, containing the aura of the ancient martial arts world, capable of instantly restoring strength and healing injuries, and even prolonging the life of ordinary people. What do you think, Captain Chu? Aren't you tempted? Hearing this, Chu Yunzhang's heart stirred. A pill from the ancient martial arts world? That's a good thing. How did it appear in the mortal world? He didn't delve into this matter, as the origin wasn't important. What mattered was that he had to get it. How many of these pills do you have? Vice Dean Ding immediately replied, only one for now, but if I'm given time to study it, I might be able to figure out the formula and mass-produce it. Chu Yunzhang was overjoyed. Good. I'll come over to help you right away. After hanging up the phone, Vice Dean Ding sneered. Boy, you're waiting to die. Ever heard of Master Yin Zhongsho? The Captain Chu who's about to arrive is the #1 general under Master Yin Zhongsho. The crowd immediately erupted in commotion. Who didn't know Master Yin Zhongsho? He was one of the core top figures of the nation, known to everyone. Of course, most people only knew this aspect of Master Yin Zhongsho and didn't know that he was also from the ancient martial arts world. But even so, upon learning that the person about to arrive was the #1 general under Master Yin Zhongsho, everyone looked at Yi Jing with the same gaze, as if he were already a dead man. You're done, boy. When Captain Chu arrives, that will be your time to die. Daring to lay hands on a dignitary of the medical immortal palace, you truly don't know your place. Many people also showed fear in their eyes. Captain Chu. I heard he's very terrifying, the #1 killing god under Master Yin. They say he's killed countless people, with an innate killing aura. Anyone who sees him dies. If he comes, won't we be implicated? Many people were afraid of being implicated. The parents of the groom, even more furious, glared at Yi Jing. Boy, why don't you surrender immediately? Are you waiting for Captain Chu to arrive? If you implicate us, we'll haunt you even as ghosts. Chapter 705. What the hell? It's all because of Yi Jing. What is he doing? Captain Chu is a tough character, and now that he's here, he's definitely going to implicate us. A group of people all looked at Yi Jing with reproachful eyes. Lin Yanan and Zhang Qingxian were also scared. Brother Yi Jing, let's leave quickly. A subordinate of Yin Zhongsho is here. We can't afford to provoke him. This level is directly at the top of the core of the nation. How could they possibly afford to provoke him? Yi Jing said indifferently, It's fine. Let him come over. I want to have a good talk with him. The parents and relatives of the groom's side, hearing Yi Jing's words, immediately burst into laughter. Still pretending here? Why do you like to act so much? Keep it up and you'll become an idiot. No matter how strong you are, can you be stronger than Yin Zhongsho? He's one of the top core figures in the nation. Everyone looked down on him. Just then, there was a sudden commotion at the entrance. Then, 20 helicopters hovered outside. Countless figures descended. Chu Yunzhang, leading a team, entered with great momentum. Vice Dean Ding. Where is that miraculous medicine? Vice Dean Ding immediately took out the crushed pill. It's right here. Chu Yunzhang sniffed it and revealed a look of surprise. Indeed, it's the scent of a pill that can only appear in the ancient martial world. Unfortunately, it was stepped on by someone. If I find out who stepped on it, I'll definitely kill him. How dare he waste such a treasure? The groom's father, beside him, trembled and said nothing. Good. With this miraculous medicine as compensation, what do you want me to help you with? Chu Yunzhang scanned all the people in the room with a menacing look, and everyone he looked at couldn't stop trembling. You just said that someone dared to provoke you? There are rules in our country that anyone from the Medical Immortal Hall is a special talent of the nation. No one can touch them. Since someone has dared to do so, they must pay the price. He said fiercely, Tell me, who provoked you? I'll stand up for you. Vice Dean Ding stared at Yi Jing. It's him. He whispered to Vice Dean Ding. After crippling this person, forcefully bring him back. He's the one who took out this pill. Perhaps he has more on him. Chu Yunzhang's eyes lit up. More? That would be great. This person must be taken back and tortured. If they could follow this lead and find the mastermind behind the creation of this pill, that would be even better. Chu Yunzhang said viciously, Kid, you have to come with us. Or, if you reveal who made this pill, we might let you off the hook. Yi Jing said indifferently, I made it. You? Both Chu Yunzhang and Vice Dean Ding laughed scornfully. Are you joking? How could this pill be made by you? In their eyes, this pill must have been made by some hidden great figure in the ancient martial world. Every great figure in the ancient martial world has a very powerful aura. How could Yi Jing, who looks like an ordinary person with no fighting strength, possibly make such a pill? So, anyone could have made this pill, but definitely not Yijing. At this moment, Yijing casually took out something. Holy crap, a pill. This time, the pill he took out was no longer the miraculous medicine, but the ancient martial world pill made with the herbs provided by the head of the martial cultivation hall, Xie Binwan. SSS. The moment they saw this pill, both Chu Yunzhang and Vice Dingdang's brains froze. This? A genuine ancient martial world pill? The previous miraculous medicine could only be said to have a hint of the ancient martial world's aura, or rather, that level had already reached the height that only an ancient martial world pill could achieve. But this time, the pill Yijing took out was a genuine ancient martial world pill. Both its grade and aura were genuine. There was no room for any falsehood. Its value far exceeded the previous miraculous medicine. Chu Yunzhang and Vice Dingdang's eyes flashed with intense greed. This pill, they must get their hands on it. Kid, you actually dared to steal Yin Zhongshuo's pill. You really have guts. Come with us to accept the investigation. This time, Chu Yunzhang was completely not planning to let Yijing off. Whether this pill was bought by Yijing from someone else, or if he really made it himself, it made no difference to Chu Yunzhang, as long as they forcibly capture him and interrogate him. If it was indeed made by Yijing himself, that would be even better. They could just imprison Yijing and make him produce pills for them every day. Yin Zhongshuo? Yijing sneered. What kind of thing is he? Is it worth me stealing his pills? Chu Yunzhang's face darkened. You dare to belittle Yin Zhongshuo? The guests were all shocked in their hearts. They thought Yijing was really looking for death. How dare he belittle Yin Zhongshuo? Was this his final madness before death? Yijing said indifferently, I even killed his son Yin Rongxi, so what if I belittle him a little? SSS. Everyone gasped. Then, they all took a few steps back, looking at Yijing with terrified eyes. The case is solved. The case is solved. They had heard before that there was someone extremely terrifying who directly killed several young masters in the capital. Among them, there were two who were untouchable. One was Xie Likuan from the Xie family, the son of the head of the martial cultivation hall. The other was even more terrifying, Yin Rongxi, the son of Yin Zhongshuo. Who would have thought that it was this Yijing who killed them? At this moment, no one dared to belittle or mock Yijing anymore. Come on. He even dared to kill Yin Zhongshuo's son. If they dared to mock him again, he might just kill them too. Vice Dingdang was also shocked. He had thought it was just some random passerby, but it turned out to be a big fish. Chu Yunzhang beside him also revealed a serious look in his eyes. He had come to Jinling City this time with the intention of directly eliminating Yijing. Unexpectedly, he met him halfway. He naturally knew that someone who could garner such attention from Yin Zhongshuo and showed no fear in killing several young masters in the capital, as well as eliminating Feng Ruodo, was undoubtedly no ordinary figure. So at this moment, he also quickly pulled himself together. The groom's parents and relatives, who had just looked down on and mocked Yijing, were now like mute, trembling and retreating in fear. This is bad. This is bad. We mocked him so much just now. What if he suddenly turns around and kills us? He doesn't even care about Yin Zhongshuo. Killing us mere mortals is as easy as flipping his hand. Chapter 706. Wiped out. Chu Yunchang said gravely, Did you kill Yin Zhongshuo's daughter? And the young masters of the capital? Were you the one who killed them? As he spoke, he subtly gestured to the people behind him. The team he brought was originally here to kill Yijing, and now that they had encountered him directly, it saved them the trouble. In the meantime, this large group of people had already subtly surrounded the area. Yes, I killed them, Yijing admitted directly. Heh, you really chose the wrong path. Heaven has no gate for you, yet you barge into hell. Chu Yunchang sneered, Yijing, you're finished. I was worried that by the time I arrived, you would have received the news and fled beforehand. I didn't expect you to actually flee to Suzhou, but didn't you think your luck would be so bad? To be met by me just like that? This is truly heaven's will to destroy you. Yijing looked at the people behind Chu Yunchang with an expression of interest. Oh, Are these the people you brought from the ancient martial world? He could sense an unusual aura from these people, something that those in the secular world couldn't possess. Clearly, each of these individuals had been consuming pills from the ancient martial world, although the aura of those pills was crude, to say the least. They were nowhere near the level of the pills Yijing himself had refined. Yes, since you've figured it out, then you can die. Chu Yunchang sneered. These are the subordinates specially approved by Yin Zhengshou to be brought from the ancient martial world. Yijing, if you know what's good for you, kneel down and beg for mercy now. Perhaps I might spare you a whole body, and I can even spare the lives of your friends and family here. Otherwise, I'll kill them all. His cold gaze swept across the entire crowd. Since you are friends and family of Yijing, and he has committed a heinous crime, you are all implicated. You will all die with Yijing. The guests trembled in fear. Some even immediately spoke up. Yijing, just confess already. Yes, you were the one who killed them. Now, kneeling down and confessing is the right thing to do. When one makes a mistake, one must correct it. Hurry up and kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Vice Dean Ding also sneered. Yijing, didn't you hear? These are big shots from the ancient martial world, each with profound momentum. No matter how powerful you are in the secular world, you are far from being a match for these people. Yijing scoffed. Oh, so these are what you call big shots from the ancient martial world? In my opinion, these are just some small trash cultivated by Yin Zhengshou, who then took some garbage pills from the ancient martial world and turned them into big trash, right? And this is what you call a big shot from the ancient martial world? Ridiculous. Chu Yunchang was furious. This was a super strong team secretly cultivated by Yin Zhengshou, and you dare to belittle it like this? Attack. Let him see the might of our ancient martial world team. This team had never been seen by outsiders since its formation. When it was first established, it was selected from various teams, picking out the most ruthless, fastest-growing, and most promising talents. Combined with the pills brought out by Yin Zhengshou from the ancient martial world, this team was formed. Yin Zhengshou had been trying to persuade other core bigwigs to expand this team, but the other core bigwigs had always refused. Why? Wasn't it because they hadn't seen the glorious record of this team? Today, wiping out Yijing would be the first glorious record of this team. Then, Yin Zhengshou could use this record to persuade other core bigwigs to expand the team. At that time, wouldn't his position also rise a notch? Thinking of this, Chu Yunchang became even more excited. Hurry up, take him down. A group of killers who had taken simplified versions of ancient martial world drugs immediately charged towards Yijing. Is this the level? Yijing was disappointed as soon as he saw the aura of these people as they moved. They were only slightly stronger than ordinary war gods. They weren't even close to upper-level war gods. The only thing they could boast about was their large numbers. From this, it could be seen that in the secular world, war gods were relatively strong, but in the ancient martial world, almost anyone who took a large number of pills could achieve it. This also made Yijing more interested in the pills of the ancient martial world. He had only refined 2 types of pills from his father's prescription, and his strength had grown so rapidly. Were the other prescriptions and medicinal books in the ancient martial world equally powerful? Thinking of this, Yijing's heart stirred. It just so happens that I can try the Suiju I just practiced. Yijing's thoughts moved, and a mysterious aura surged from within him. Suddenly, small droplets of clothing condensed in the surrounding air. But these droplets were all under Yijing's control, like sharp blades, whistling towards the charging killers. What is this? Before everyone could react, several droplets had already penetrated the bodies of the group, carrying blood as they pierced through and continued shooting towards the people behind them. Boom, boom, boom. The bodies of those pierced through directly exploded, forming clouds of blood in midair. And those blood clouds, under the effect of the water vapor in the air, condensed into new small droplets, or rather, small blood droplets, continuing to shoot towards the others. Ah, what is this? What is this? Quick, retreat, retreat. Everyone was terrified. There was actually such a power in the world? What kind of power was this, to be able to control droplets at will? Yi Jing scoffed. You don't even know this kind of power, yet you claim to be from the ancient martial world? Among all the people, only Chu Yunchang's face was extremely solemn and ugly. He had recognized it. This was a technique used by big shots in the ancient martial world. Even Yin Zhongshuo's techniques might not be as powerful as Yi Jing's. This person is very powerful. I have to call Yin Zhongshuo immediately. Thinking of this, Chu Yunchang immediately dodged the droplets while retreating to the back, taking out his phone. But the next moment, when he tapped the phone screen, he found that the screen wouldn't light up. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the middle of the phone had already been pierced through. Damn! Chu Yunchang exclaimed, then quickly retreated. Today, as long as he could escape from here, he would be the winner. However, Yi Jing didn't give him a chance. One of the countless droplets separated and directly pierced through his body. Chapter 707. Are you all stunned? In an instant, Chu Yunchang was directly annihilated. Soon, only a small portion of the team remained, along with the panicked Vice Dean Deng. Yi Jing, Lord Yi, spare us, please spare us. Led by Vice Dean Deng, a group of people knelt down in unison. Lord, please spare us. We didn't mean any harm earlier. We were forced by Chu Yunchang. We didn't want to oppose you. Yi Jing glanced indifferently at Vice Dean Deng. Oh, so you were also forced by Chu Yunchang? Did you not want the pill yourself? Vice Dean Deng immediately offered the pill with both hands, wanting to return it to Yi Jing. Lord Yi, I was wrong. I was bewitched by greed earlier. The pill doesn't belong to me, and it wasn't stolen from the medical immortal hall by you. It was refined by you yourself. It was all my own desire that made me speak nonsense earlier. Upon hearing this, the guests immediately realized. So even the Vice Dean Deng of the medical immortal hall, for personal gain, could lie. He was utterly unreliable. They had trusted him wholeheartedly earlier, truly believing that Yi Jing was a thief. Many looked at Yi Jing with apologetic expressions. Yi Jing said indifferently, Today is Lin Yanan's wedding day. It's not good to have so many corpses at the scene. Take these people and clean up the corpses, and I'll spare your life. Yes, yes, yes. Vice Dean Deng glared at the others. Why aren't you cleaning up quickly? The group hurriedly cleaned up. Soon, the place was spotless. The joyous and lively wedding scene was restored. The groom's father awkwardly walked over. Mr. Yi, it was all our fault earlier. We were wrong. We wronged you. We shouldn't have believed what Vice Dean Deng said. The pill was originally yours. They were all regretting it now. Yi Jing was originally not some obscure nobody, but someone who dared to provoke Yin Zhongshuo, one of the top figures in China, and could retreat unscathed, then resist Yin Zhongshuo's first general. This alone showed that Yi Jing was extremely powerful, even having the capital to rival top figures like Yin Zhongshuo. Mr. Yi, please take the seat of honor. The groom's parents and relatives even showed a hint of flattery towards Yi Jing. This person's status and identity were far higher than Vice Dean Deng's, even comparable to Yin Zhongshuo. In their minds, those were all lofty figures. The wedding continued. However, the groom's parents and relatives no longer had the previous arrogance. Instead, they were extremely respectful and overly flattering towards the bride's side, especially towards Yi Jing and his group. Medical Immortal Hall. You said Yi Jing produced 2 types of pills? One of them was the miraculous medicine that appeared in Jiang province before. The other was a pill from the ancient martial world, with the aura of the ancient martial world. Vice Dean Deng, do you know what you're saying? Are you sure? Vice Dean Deng nodded heavily. I'm sure, of course I'm sure. At that time, it wasn't just me present, but also Yin Zhongshuo's subordinate general, Chu Yunchang, who saw it. However, he has now been annihilated. Dean Zhang nodded. This does have some credibility. Vice Dean Lu's face was cold. Is it really credible? That's a pill from the ancient martial world. Our medical immortal hall claims to be the laboratory of the ancient martial world in the secular world. But what's the result? We can only touch the surface of ancient martial pills. The real alchemy techniques, they never teach us. It sounds good, saying we use the ancient martial alchemy methods combined with modern medical genetic drug methods to develop new drugs in a new way. But over the years, the facts have proven that the ancient martial alchemy methods are the orthodox way, and our research is just a minor path. Even we, the most top and professional medical talents in all of China, can't unravel the mysteries of ancient martial alchemy. What is Yi Jing? Isn't he just good at fighting? What gives him the right to refine them? The other high-ranking vice deans and officials also nodded frequently. Yes, if they acknowledged that Yi Jing could refine them, wouldn't that be slapping their own faces? Wouldn't that mean they were incompetent? All these years of research, all these years of persistence, what had they become? Child's play? The others also spoke up. Yes, Dean Zhang. I think this matter is completely unbelievable. The ancient martial alchemy methods are the crystallization of thousands of years of predecessors. We've studied for over a decade and can only combine the surface, learning a little bit of the shallow aspects. We can't learn the deeper things. How could Yi Jing figure it out on his own? Seeing that no one believed him, Vice Dean Deng became a bit anxious. Believe me. At the scene, it wasn't just me who saw it. Many others saw it too. Including the team led by Chu Yunchang. The survivors can all testify. And many ordinary people also smelled the unique aroma of the ancient martial pills. The expressions of the crowd became serious. With so many people testifying, it didn't seem fake. The ordinary people were one thing. But the team led by Chu Yunchang, many of them were powerful practitioners who had even taken simplified versions of ancient martial pills. How could they not distinguish between ordinary pills and ancient martial pills? Dean Zhang said, "Wait a moment. I'll call Yin Zhongshou to confirm." After making the call, his face darkened. "I've confirmed. Everyone who returned to Yin Zhongshou's side has testified. The pills Yi Jing produced were indeed from the ancient martial world, with a strong aura of the ancient martial world. Who would have thought? Yi Jing actually refined ancient martial pills." The expressions of the people from the medical immortal hall were all very colorful. They had studied for so long, yet they were still inferior to Yi Jing. Last time with the antidote research, Yi Jing had slapped them in the face once. Who would have thought that after such a short interval, Yi Jing would slap them in the face again, and this time, it was the ancient martial pills they had studied for over a decade. Martial Cultivation Hall. Haha. The Medical Immortal Hall and Yin Zhongshou side. Are you all idiots? Are you all stunned? He chuckled. I guess these people are seeing it for the first time. Chapter 708. Presence of Death Qi. Xie Binyuan of the Wuxiu Hall sneered. These people finally realized the power of my medicine, huh? He took the potency of Yi Jing's medicine as his own. After all, whether it was the medicinal book in Yi Jing's hands or the medicinal ingredients, they all came from him. So, wasn't it his? He forgot that the most crucial step, the actual refining of the medicine, was the most important. This step had plagued him for years, and it was only with Yi Jing's help that it was resolved. However, this also serves as a warning to me. Xie Binyuan's expression turned serious. This incident will undoubtedly expose the fact that Yi Jing possesses ancient martial arts medicine. From now on, Yi Jing will attract increasing attention. There's even a possibility that the ancient martial arts world might directly take notice of Yi Jing. If that happens, it would be terrible. How would I then get Yi Jing to refine medicine for me? Once the ancient martial arts world targets Yi Jing, Xie Binyuan was certain that with Yi Jing's current strength, he wouldn't be able to withstand them. At that time, Yi Jing would likely be either subdued or killed by those true hidden masters of the ancient martial arts world. No, I must take advantage of the time before Yi Jing is targeted by the ancient martial arts world and have him refine more medicine for me. He immediately instructed his subordinates to bring more medicinal ingredients to Yi Jing to refine more medicine. Yin Zhongshou was furious. Chu Yunzhang, one of his subordinates, had followed him for many years. He was a trusted veteran subordinate of Yin Zhongshou, even developing a bond over the years. Yet, Yi Jing killed him without hesitation. Moreover, The elite team under Chu Yunzhong was painstakingly built by Yin Zongshou. It was meant to shock those core old figures. Now, half of it was gone. That was all his hard work. Bang! Yin Zongshou slammed his palm down on the tea table in front of him, shattering it. He still has medicine from the ancient martial arts world. This gives him a bit of value to stay alive. Yin Zongshou had originally planned to kill Yi Jing outright. But now, kidnapping Yi Jing and forcing him to refine medicine exclusively for him seemed like a good option. Aoli! A tall, white-robed figure suddenly appeared in the room. You are my confidant, one of my true strong subordinates, and my right-hand man. Go and kidnap Yi Jing for me. I want him alive. Medical Immortal Hall. Everyone, now that we've figured it out, the best course of action is to recruit Yi Jing to the Medical Immortal Hall. But, Director Zhang, how is that possible? We have a natural enmity with Yi Jing. The main reason our Medical Immortal Hall was established was to study the special constitution of Yi Jing's parents and him. Recruiting him, isn't that inviting a wolf into the house? Given Yi Jing's personality, if he ever finds out the exact location of our Medical Immortal Hall, he might slaughter us all. Vice Director Liu expressed his concerns. Director Zhang smiled and nodded. What you say, I am well aware of. From the very beginning, our Medical Immortal Hall has been in a life-and-death feud with Yi Jing. But Yi Jing is indeed a talent. Being able to independently research and refine medicine from the ancient martial arts world is a rare talent. I genuinely want to recruit him. If we can truly have him contribute to our Medical Immortal Hall, our strength will undoubtedly increase significantly. At that time, we might even achieve our initial goal, to rival the ancient martial arts world's alchemy. Vice Director Liu's face turned bitter. But, how is that possible? The other high-ranking officials and vice directors also expressed their bitter helplessness. Yes, Director Zhang, it's impossible. Not to mention exposing the location of the Medical Immortal Hall. Just knowing where you are, Director Zhang, might make Yi Jing jump at you like a mad dog, biting you, right? Director Zhang smiled. You all misunderstand. I meant for him to be a colleague, but the concept of a colleague, you're too rigid about it. I think, Yi Jing's mother has been our colleague for over a decade. Isn't that right? Everyone's eyes lit up, immediately understanding. Yes, haha, that's exactly right. Working together on research, that's our colleague, right? Yi Jing's mother, being the subject of our research for over a decade, is also a form of colleague, right? Vice Director Liu's eyes twinkled. He chuckled. We'll forcibly bring Yi Jing here, make him contribute to the national cause, use some special means to force him to refine medicine for us. Isn't that a form of cooperation? Isn't that being colleagues? Yes. Vice Director Zhang laughed. That's exactly right. Everyone laughed. Director Zhang, then we must think of a good plan. After attending Lin Yanan's wedding, Yi Jing was about to return to Jinling City. What's wrong? He saw Lin Yanan rushing over in a hurry. You're newly married. Shouldn't you be spending time with your husband, going on a honeymoon? Why are you rushing to work? Lin Yanan was anxious. Mr. Yi, something's wrong. Something big has happened. What is it? Yi Jing looked puzzled at Lin Yanan. Lin Yanan, General Manager Zhang is suddenly sick. Zhang Qingxian is sick? Yi Jing frowned. What happened? He had been with Zhang Qingxian yesterday and had even checked her health condition, which was fine. How did she suddenly fall ill? Lin Yanan was anxious. I don't know. Earlier, General Manager Zhang was fine in the company, even holding a meeting. I had taken my wedding leave, so I wasn't there. The other secretaries said that General Manager Zhang suddenly fainted and collapsed, and they don't know why. Then they quickly sent General Manager Zhang to the hospital. Later, they contacted me, and I immediately came to find you. Lin Yanan was one of the few who knew about Yi Jing's extraordinary medical skills. She had also been with Zhang Qingxian the longest and knew that whenever Zhang Qingxian faced a problem, she would most want to inform Yi Jing. All right, which hospital is she in? Take me there. Shortly after, Lin Yanan and Yi Jing arrived at the Sioux City People's Hospital. As soon as they entered the ward, they saw Zhang Qingxian lying unconscious on the hospital bed. And looking at her complexion, there was a hint of deathly aura. This was the complexion one would have when on the verge of death. Chapter 709. Something's not right. How is this possible? Yi Jing furrowed his brows tightly. Yesterday, Zhang Qingxian was perfectly fine, in great health, with no signs of any illness whatsoever. How could she suddenly be in such a state today? This must mean she has been suffering from an illness for months, which has led to her current condition. Yi Jing took out a few silver needles and swiftly inserted them into Zhang Qingxuan's body. He quickly identified the cause. Someone has forcibly drawn out her life force and poisoned her. A surge of intense anger rose within him. Who would go to such extreme lengths to harm Zhang Qingxian? Lin Yanan, who had contact with Zhang Qingxian yesterday? Lin Yanan replied in confusion, I don't know. Yi Jing sighed in frustration. Yesterday, Lin Yanan was busy with her wedding and didn't spend time with Zhang Qingxian. Little did he expect that just one day apart would lead to such a disaster. Have the company investigate internally to see who had contact with Zhang Qingxian yesterday. In this situation, there must have been someone who poisoned her. Also, seal off the ward. I need to treat Zhang Qingxian. He was also feeling a bit troubled. The poison Zhang Qingxian had been given was not simple. Yi Jing's intervention would only forcefully detoxify her, but the life energy she had lost would need to be replenished with potent medicinal herbs. It wasn't something that could be resolved with just a few needles. Okay. Lin Yanan quickly moved to seal off the ward. But just as she reached the door, it was forcefully pushed open from the outside. Who are you? Don't you know this is a critical care ward? No one is allowed in. A doctor in a white coat stormed in, angrily addressing Yi Jing and Lin Yanan. Lin Yanan quickly explained, We are friends of the patient, here to visit. Visiting is not allowed. The doctor snapped, This is a sterile environment. What do you think you're doing barging in like this? Now get out immediately. I need to treat the patient. Yi Jing frowned. How do you plan to treat her? He noticed that the doctor was holding several bottles of liquid, as if intending to administer and pour to Zhang Qingxian. I can't tell you that. Lin Yanan also sensed something was off and frowned. Are you even a real doctor? How come you're not telling us, the family, about the treatment? The doctor immediately showed his ID badge. See this? I'm the chief physician, the head of this department. Go ask around the hallway. Everyone knows me. Lin Yanan was suspicious and immediately ran out to inquire. After asking around, it turned out to be true. But inside the ward, Yi Jing had already blocked the doctor's attempt to treat Zhang Qingxian. If you inject those 2 bottles of liquid into the patient, she probably won't survive more than 3 days, would she? The doctor's face changed slightly. How do you know? No, what are you talking about? We doctors are here to save lives. Even if something happens, it's because the patient didn't recover. What does it have to do with us? Don't slander us. The medicine I'm using is to help alleviate the patient's condition. If you don't understand, don't speak nonsense. The doctor said this and tried to forcefully inject the liquid into Zhang Qingxian on the bed. Stop. Yi Jing grabbed the doctor's wrist, gripping it like a steel clamp, making it impossible for the doctor to move. Is this liquid really for saving lives? Yi Jing sneered. Injecting this into the patient will undoubtedly cause irreversible damage. Don't you know such basic pharmacological principles? Such elementary knowledge, and you, the chief physician, don't know? Tell me, who paid you to harm the patient? The doctor was both shocked and furious. No. How could you know? This man even knew about the bribe he had taken. Crack. Yi Jing snapped the doctor's arm and sneered. Tell me, who paid you? The doctor let out a scream of pain and looked at Yi Jing in terror, realizing this was someone not to be trifled with. Overwhelmed by the pain, he confessed everything. There was a big shot who bribed the hospital director and the higher-ups, arranging for me to inject this liquid into her. This liquid is actually meant to save lives, but it's slightly incompatible with the patient's poisoning condition. Afterwards, it's impossible to trace that we were the ones behind it, and it will lead to the patient's death. Yi Jing was furious upon hearing this. Hand over the person behind this. Crack. Yi Jing snapped another of the doctor's legs. No, no, I'll call. The doctor was terrified and quickly made a phone call. Boss, you need to come quickly, there's been a problem here. There's an issue with the liquid, not something else. After hanging up the phone, the doctor pleaded in fear. Please don't kill me. I've done everything I can. Yi Jing nodded calmly. All right, I'll spare your life for now, waiting for the person behind you to show up. Soon, the hospital director and several high-ranking hospital officials arrived. What's going on? What's the matter with the liquid? Why is it not right? The director and these officials, already guilty in their hearts, immediately began cursing upon hearing something was wrong, trying to push the matter through using their authority. But when they entered the ward and saw the doctor with broken limbs, their minds went blank. Someone had bribed them, but they hadn't mentioned the risk would be so high. Why were their limbs broken? Tell me, who bribed you? Yi Jing shot out several silver needles, and the director and the high-ranking officials were all frozen in place, unable to move. Holy, what kind of strange technique is this? Everyone was shocked. Their scalps tingled. How could they not move at all? They were medical professionals themselves, but they had never heard of such a technique, akin to acupoint sealing, in the world. How could they be immobilized like this? Speak quickly, my patience is limited. The first one to talk will be spared. The slow one will end up like the doctor, with broken limbs. As soon as he finished speaking, the directors and vice directors all started to vie with each other. I'll talk. I'll go first. It was someone who suddenly came to us, saying they could give us a large sum of money to do something. Originally, we wouldn't do such a thing no matter how much money we were offered. But our immediate superior, the head of the pharmaceutical department, suddenly called us and ordered us to do this. Under these circumstances, we gave in. Yi Jing narrowed his eyes. Bring down this pharmaceutical department head. Yi Jing also made a phone call, summoning the city's mayor of Sioux City. Soon, the pharmaceutical department head rushed over in a hurry. What's going on? Why hasn't the patient been given the 4 yet? As soon as he finished speaking, he felt the atmosphere in the ward was off. Chapter 7:10. This violent maniac. The head of the medical department immediately turned and walked away. He sensed something was wrong, but Yi Jing's flying needles were faster, easily freezing him in place. Yi Jing said, "Tell me, who was the mastermind behind this?" The head of the medical department raged, "Who do you think you are? Release me right now. Do you know who I am? I'm the head of the medical department. Do you know what you're doing right now?" Just then, the mayor of Sioux City, along with a large group of people, stormed in with great momentum. The head of the medical department was startled to see the mayor of Sioux City. Why is the mayor here? But it was perfect timing. He immediately began to complain, "Mayor, you have to stand up for me. Look at these people, they're lawless, directly attacking someone in a position like mine." Before he could finish, the mayor of Sioux City stepped forward and slapped him hard across the face. "Who ordered you to do this? Speak up. This is a friend of Mr. Yes. How dare you harm him? You must have a death wish." What? The head of the medical department was dumbfounded. This person, is he Mr. Yi? Then, he thought of something and his face instantly turned pale with fear. Could it be that Mr. Yi? Recently, there was a Mr. Yi involved in an incident at a restaurant, which the upper echelons of Sioux City had heard about. It was said that even the top-tier figure, Yin Zhongshou, had sent his most capable subordinate, who had suffered greatly at the hands of a certain Mr. Yi. Could this Mr. Yi be the one standing before him? The head of the medical department completely broke down. He sobbed and confessed everything. "There was someone who contacted me through a special channel from above." Yi Jing frowned. "What kind of special channel? Be more specific." It was the medical immortal hall? Yi Jing narrowed his eyes. "It's the medical immortal hall again." He immediately said to the shadows behind him, "Interrogate this man. I want to know who from the medical immortal hall gave such an order." From the shadows behind him, Pu Di appeared silently, revealing a sinister smile at the head of the medical department. It was time for his interrogation performance again. Soon, Pu Di dragged the head of the medical department to another ward, and soon, screams of agony echoed. Yi Jing then cleared the room. After everyone left the ward, Yi Jing began treating Zhang Qingxian. Soon, the poison in Zhang Qingxuan's body was neutralized. But the loss of life energy, he didn't know what means the other party had used, but at the very least, Yi Jing had to restore it for Zhang Qingxian. Thinking of this, Yi Jing called Xie Binyuan, the head of the martial cultivation hall. Do you still want to refine the third pill? Of course, Xie Binyuan was willing. He was eager to have Yi Jing refine more pills for him before the ancient martial world paid too much attention to Yi Jing. Yes, of course. Good. I have a list here. Gather these herbs for me. I need to see them by tomorrow. Xie Binyuan immediately agreed. All right. Meanwhile, in Jinling City, Ning Luo suddenly paused. That's strange. Why is there sudden noise outside? Did you hear anything? The numerous staff members of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce shook their heads. Ning Luo, puzzled, called a few male employees. Come with me. Let's go check it out. At the same time, she had the bodyguards around her contact the other bodyguards through the intercom. But these calls went out, and the entire bodyguard team seemed to have vanished into thin air, with no response at all. Something's wrong, President Ning. The members of the bodyguard team, arranged by Yi Jing from the Yi God Hall, immediately became more vigilant. Something must have happened. Otherwise, there wouldn't be no response at all. Ning Luo also nodded gravely. All right, let's retreat and be careful. Call for backup. As she finished speaking and was about to lead the group back, a large crowd suddenly burst out from the darkness ahead. In Su City, Yi Jing suddenly received a call. A sequence number from the Yi God Hall? Although the number was unfamiliar, it was a sequence number from the Yi God Hall, meaning the caller was a subordinate of the Yi God Hall. Master, I'm a bodyguard by Ning Luo's side. We've been attacked. Someone suddenly raided your lab, and all the brothers from the Yi God Hall stationed here have been killed. Yi Jing's eyebrows furrowed. Someone else coveted his lab? And this time, the people sent were quite strong? Since his lab was almost robbed last time, he had specifically left some powerful members of the Yi God Hall to guard it. Unexpectedly, it was still robbed. The people this time are quite strong. No, Yi Jing suddenly realized. He had just encountered the incident of Zhang Qingxian being poisoned here, and his lab in Jinling City was raided. These two incidents must be related. It was likely that the poisoning of Zhang Qingxian here was a diversion to keep him occupied and unable to attend to Jinling City. Master, I ask for your forgiveness. The bodyguard's voice was low. President Ning has also been taken away by those people. What? Yi Jing was furious. The lab was robbed, and Ning Luo was taken away? He was now certain that it was the medical immortal hall behind this, poisoning Zhang Qingxian here, taking Ning Luo there. This was a full-scale war against Yi Jing. Pu Di. Yi Jing directly went to the next ward. The medical department leader was about to say something, but Yi Jing snapped his neck with a single twist. Pu Di said bitterly, Master, I haven't interrogated anything yet. Yi Jing said coldly, no need for interrogation. Knowing it's the medical immortal hall is enough. Now in Jinling City, Ning Luo has also been taken away by the medical immortal hall. I want you to follow Ning Luo's trail and hunt down the people from the medical immortal hall with all your might. Just kill them directly. No need to ask for my permission. Pu Di also became murderous. Understood. Not long after, Pu Di brought a man to Yi Jing. Master, this is the Vice Dean of the medical immortal hall, Deng. Yi Jing narrowed his eyes. Vice Dean Deng, we meet again. Vice Dean Deng raged. Yi Jing, what are you arresting me for? Yi Jing slapped him hard. Are you still pretending? The incident in Jinling City, the incident in Su City, was it not your medical immortal hall? Vice Dean Deng tried to argue, but Pu Di stepped forward and smashed his knee with a punch. I'll talk. Stop hitting me. I'll talk. Vice Dean Deng was almost in tears. Chapter 711. The Grand Finale. Why couldn't these two violent maniacs let him explain himself for a moment? These two incidents weren't entirely the work of our medical immortal hall. It was a joint operation between our medical immortal hall and the people under Yin Zhongxiu's command. Vice Dean Deng was straightforward and admitted it directly. I'm telling you, Yi Jing, you can't touch me right now, because you've already enraged the masses. Yin Zhongxiu's people and the people from the medical immortal hall will be coming to settle accounts with you soon. If you touch me, you're just courting death. Yi Jing said indifferently, Oh, I'm so scared. He flipped his palm and struck directly at Vice Dean Deng's chest. This palm strike would undoubtedly end Vice Dean Deng's life. Stop, stop, stop. Vice Dean Deng instantly felt the overwhelming pressure bearing down on him. His eyes filled with terror. He knew that if Yi Jing landed this palm strike, he would surely die. Our Dean Zhang from the Medical Immortal Hall wants to talk to you. He quickly took out his phone, knowing that only by letting Yi Jing communicate with the true authority of the Medical Immortal Hall could he save his own life. Soon, the call was connected. Yi Jing, you've captured my Vice Dean? Dean Zhang of the Medical Immortal Hall, his voice filled with anger. Yi Jing, yes, Vice Dean Deng is in my hands. Would you like to hear his screams? Release Ning Luo immediately, and I might consider sparing his life. Dean Zhang sneered, Impossible. Yi Jing, do you know how much trouble you've caused now? Before he could say more, Yi Jing directly slapped Vice Dean Deng's chest with a loud smack. Immediately, accompanied by a scream, Vice Dean Deng was killed on the spot. What did you do? Dean Zhang was shocked. I was still negotiating with you, and you just killed my man? Yi Jing said indifferently, Vice Dean Deng has gone to the underworld to meet you, Dean Zhang. It'll be your turn soon. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Reckless, absolutely reckless. Vice Dean Zhang was furious. This Yi Jing is completely unreasonable. I just teamed up with Yin Zhongxiu's people to shut down his lab. Why would he kill my man? He immediately called Yin Zhongxiu. Yi Jing soon received many phone calls. The people from the Longxi group called. Mr. Yi, our Longxi group has suddenly been subjected to a business blockade. Now, all our operations have come to a standstill. Then, the people from the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce called. Mr. Yi, since President Ning Luo was captured, all our upstream and downstream companies have suddenly announced they won't cooperate with us anymore. Please think of a solution quickly. Lin Yanin from the Zhengshi flagship group called in a panic. It's bad, Mr. Yi. After President Zheng fell ill, all our business partners suddenly stopped cooperating. Our raw material suppliers stopped supplying us, and even our distributors have halted. Almost all the news was bad, coming in waves. Yi Jing's expression turned cold. It seemed that this was Yin Zhongxiu and the Medical Immortal Hall's retaliation. This time, the other side was determined to deal with him. They had turned all those related to him into enemies. Mr. Yi, someone wants to meet you. Lin Yanin suddenly came over and said, They say they're from the Luo family of the capital. Yi Jing frowned. The Luo family of the capital? Oh, I remember now. They're the family behind one of the capital's big young masters. Yi Jing sneered. He guessed that this so-called Luo family of the capital was just backed by Yin Zhongxiu. Let him come. Soon, the head of the Luo family, Luo Tianheng, arrived in person. Yi Jing, do you know who I am? Luo Tianheng said, You also know who I'm standing behind, right? Yi Jing said indifferently, Just say what you want to say. Luo Tianheng said, Let me tell you, the major families of the capital, along with Yin Zhongxiu and the Medical Immortal Hall, have joined forces to block all the forces, organizations, and companies related to you. I'm sure you've already received the news, haven't you? Yi Jing's expression remained indifferent, offering no response. Luo Tianheng said, We can give you a chance. Livestream your suicide as an apology, and we might spare the lives of your family and friends. You're courting death. Yi Jing's subordinate behind him was about to act, but Yi Jing stopped him. Luo Tianheng chuckled. Or, you have another option. You can willingly follow me and work for Yin Zhongxiu in the Medical Immortal Hall for the rest of your life, creating pills for them. Yi Jing sneered. I'll give you a chance to. You can get Yin Zhongxiu and Dean Zhang of the Medical Immortal Hall to come over and work for me for the rest of their lives. Yi Jing, you're being unreasonable. Luo Tianheng was furious. Just wait for your death. We'll immediately intensify the blockade. Let all your family and friends be unable to move an inch. Yi Jing directly told his subordinate behind him, notify the Longxi Group, the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, and the Zhengshi flagship company. They can continue operating without worry. In at most an hour, no one will dare to blockade them. I'm going to start a full-scale counterattack. Everyone around him was invigorated. Yi Jing's full-scale action marked the beginning of the counteroffensive. Yi Jing contacted the head of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. Fully block the external industries of the Luo family of the capital, Yin Zhongxiu, and the Medical Immortal Hall. Luo Tianheng returned to the Luo family. This Yi Jing is simply courting death. Facing the combined forces of our capital's major powers, he dares to argue instead of obediently waiting for death? Hemph, this time, with our full blockade, let's see how his few friends' companies will manage. As soon as he finished speaking, his Ganja rushed up in a panic. Bad news, master. Our cash flow has suddenly been cut off. Luo Tianheng was stunned. What's going on? We were supposed to receive a large loan soon, weren't we? The butler panicked. It's gone. The bank suddenly refused to approve it. Additionally, our business partners and financial institutions have all blacklisted us, and all external channels we tried to contact have suddenly ceased to function. Luo Tianheng的脑袋突然嗡嗡作响. What's going on? Wasn't he the one who locked down Yi Jing's companies? What's going on? What's going on? Luo Tianheng exclaimed in shock. Wait, I still have a trump card. He called a powerful figure for help, saying, Mr. Fong, didn't you say I could turn to you when I'm in trouble? The Mr. Fong on the other end spoke coldly. You've provoked the wrong person, offended the wrong individual. You'd better watch yourself. There's nothing I can do to help you. Luo Tianheng心中一震. Could it be that Yi Jing's full-scale counterattack has begun? As expected, Luo Tianheng's worst fears were realized. Within the next hour, the counterattack by the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce arrived swiftly, and there was no attempt to hide the source. It was clearly stated that the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce was behind it. The businesses of several families in the capital were instantly devastated, including the enterprises and industries associated with the Medical Immortal Hall and Yin Zhongxiu's external operations. All of them suffered the most severe blows. Instantly collapsed. The entire Beijing elite finally realized that Yi Jing had the formidable power of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce at his disposal. They were all scared stiff, shrinking back, and completely lost their fighting spirit. All of them deeply regretted confronting Yi Jing. If given another chance, they probably wouldn't have blindly followed others in opposing Yi Jing. Chapter 711. The Finale. Could these two violent individuals not allow him to defend himself for a moment? These two incidents weren't entirely the work of our Medical Immortal Hall, the Deputy Dean admitted frankly. It was a joint effort between our Medical Immortal Hall and the people under Master Yin Zhongxiu's command. I'm telling you, Yi Jing, you can't touch me now. Because you've already provoked the wrath of many. Soon, Master Yin Zhongxiu's people and the members of the Medical Immortal Hall will come to settle accounts with you. If you dare to touch me, you're courting death. Yi Jing replied indifferently, Oh, I'm so scared. Without hesitation, he flipped his hand and struck the Deputy Dean's chest. That single strike was enough to end the Deputy Dean's life. Stop! Stop! The Deputy Dean instantly felt an overwhelming pressure. His eyes filled with terror, knowing that if Yi Jing delivered this blow, he would surely die. Our Medical Immortal Hall's President Zhang wants to speak with you. He quickly pulled out his phone, realizing that only by letting Yi Jing communicate with the true leader of the Medical Immortal Hall could he save his own life. The phone was soon answered. Yi Jing, you've captured my Deputy Dean? President Zhang of the Medical Immortal Hall asked with anger in his voice. Yes, Deputy Dean Deng is in my hands. Would you like to hear his screams? Yi Jing replied. Release Ning Luo immediately, and I might consider sparing his life. President Zhang scoffed. Impossible. Do you even know the extent of the trouble you've caused, Yi Jing? Before he could say more, Yi Jing directly pressed his palm against the deputy dean's chest with a loud slap. Immediately, a scream echoed, and the deputy dean was killed. What have you done? President Zhang was shocked. I was still negotiating with you, and you've already killed my man? Yi Jing replied coldly, Deputy Dean Deng has already gone to the underworld to join you, President Zhang. It won't be long before it's your turn. After saying that, he hung up the phone. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. President Zhang was furious. This Yi Jing is beyond reason. I simply joined forces with Master Yin Zongxiu's people to shut down his laboratory. Is that reason enough to kill my men? He immediately called Yin Zongxiu. Soon, Yi Jing received numerous calls. The people from the Longxi group called. Mr. Yi, our Longxi group has suddenly been subjected to a commercial blockade. All our business operations have come to a halt. Next, the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce called. Mr. Yi, since President Ning Luo was captured, our upstream and downstream companies have suddenly announced they won't cooperate with us anymore. Please think of a solution. Lin Yanan from the Zhengshi flagship group also called in a panic. Mr. Yi, after President Zhang fell ill, all our business partners suddenly stopped cooperating. Material suppliers stopped supplying us, and even our distributors have halted their operations. All the news was bad, overwhelming Yi Jing. His expression turned cold. It seemed that Yin Zongxiu and the Medical Immortal Hall were taking revenge. This time, they were determined to deal with him. Almost all the companies and organizations related to him had been targeted. Mr. Yi, someone wants to meet you, Lin Yanan suddenly said. They claim to be from the Luo family in the capital. Yi Jing frowned. The Luo family from the capital? Oh, I remember now. They're one of the big families backing those young masters in the capital. Yi Jing sneered. He guessed that the so-called Luo family was merely backed by Yin Zongxiu. Let him come, Yi Jing said. Soon, the head of the Luo family, Luo Tianheng, arrived in person. Yi Jing, do you know who I am? Luo Tianheng said. You should also be clear about who I stand behind. Yi Jing replied indifferently. What do you want to say? Just say it. Luo Tianheng continued. Let me tell you, several major families in the capital, along with Master Yin Zongxiu and the Medical Immortal Hall, have joined forces to block all the organizations, companies, and enterprises related to you. I'm sure you've already received the news, haven't you? Yi Jing's expression remained lungmo, and he didn't respond. Luo Tianheng said, we can give you a chance. You can live stream your suicide as an apology, and we might spare the lives of your family and friends. You're asking for it. Yi Jing's subordinate behind him was about to act, but Yi Jing stopped him. Luo Tianheng chuckled and said, alternatively, you can choose another path. You can willingly follow me and work for Master Yin Zongxiu in the Medical Immortal Hall for the rest of your life, creating pills for them. Yi Jing sneered, I'll give you a chance to. You can bring Yin Zongxiu and President Zhang of the Medical Immortal Hall here, and they can work for me for the rest of their lives. Yi Jing, you're being unreasonable. Luo Tianheng was furious. Just wait and see your demise. We will immediately intensify the blockade. Your family and friends will be left with nowhere to go. Yi Jing turned to his subordinate and said, inform the Longxi Group, the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, and the Zhengshi flagship company that they can continue operating without worry. In less than an hour, no one will dare to blockade them. I'm about to launch a full-scale counterattack. Everyone around him was invigorated by this declaration. Yi Jing's full-scale action marked the beginning of the counteroffensive. Yi Jing contacted the head of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. Fully blockade the external industries of the Luo family in the capital, Yin Zongxiu, and the Medical Immortal Hall. Luo Tianheng returned to the Luo family. This Yi Jing is truly courting death. Facing the combined forces of several major capital families, he dares to argue instead of obediently waiting for his fate? Humph! Now that we've fully blocked him, let's see how his friends' companies survive. Before he could finish speaking, his butler rushed up in a panic. Bad news, head. Our capital chain has suddenly collapsed. Luo Tianheng was stunned. What happened? We were about to receive a large loan, weren't we? The butler was frantic. It's gone. The bank suddenly refused to approve it. And our business partners and financial institutions have all blacklisted us. We can't contact any external channels. Everything has stopped. Luo Tianheng's mind went blank. What was going on? He was the one blocking Yi Jing's companies. Yet it seemed the tables had turned. Luo Tianheng exclaimed, "What's happening?" "No, I still have a trump card." He called a powerful figure for help. "Mr. Fong, you said I could call you if I ran into trouble, right?" But Mr. Fong coldly replied, "You've provoked the wrong person, and you've offended the wrong people. Be careful, I can't help you." Luo Tianheng was shocked. Could it be? Yi Jing's full-scale counterattack has begun? As Luo Tianheng expected, within the next hour, the counterattack from the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce arrived swiftly and openly, clearly stating their involvement. The businesses of the capital's major families were instantly dealt a devastating blow. Even the external enterprises of the Medical Immortal Hall and Yinzongsho were severely impacted, leading to their immediate decline. The entire capital circle realized that Yi Jing had the powerful backing of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, losing their will to fight. Deep down, they all regretted taking sides against Yi Jing. If given another chance, they would never join the mob to oppose him. The end.